Sí, esa de follar, pero es brasileña.
Sí, es brasileña ella.
Sí, por eso, debe.
Es brasileña, habla español. En Instagram sube fotos para romperle el orto. Ok, tenemos Jax, Sejuani, Oriana. Y en contra tenemos Syndra, Kalista y Viego. Piquearon Kalista, no lo puedo creer. Kalista ahora tiene más pick rate que Kog'Maw. Solo digo eso.
Matado. Arriba Coke.
Bueno, ¿cuántas pentas que llevan? Van tres.
8.
Hola, Arevalo.
Vale.
Arevalo, Arevalo,
Arevalo.
¿verdad? ¿Vas a participar en otro? No, bueno, sí. Yo te
Es
tengo
que
como
sí,
estrella.
burro.
Yo tengo como estrella ahí. ¿Qué dice, chupa verga? Loco de metas.
Bueno, pues
Participantes.
ven.
Hacete Enzo, Nicolás, Jumpy, Bierson, Alexis, Finn, Arevalo, Tadeo. Manaus. ¿Qué más? Ah, Bovelo. Igual todavía no defino horario, Manaus. Yo voy a avisarte como 4 días antes, creo. 9 días. Ah, Tricky también. Tricky dijo que sí. Puta madre.
Estos tipos van a trolear. Tiraste las predicts antes de todo,
Sí, 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 sí. Justo recordé y dije para joder la Yori. Si lo tiro un minuto antes, Yori va a decir no, 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 tiraste un minuto antes, tal, tal, tal. Pero si lo tiro 15, 10 minutos antes, no se va a quejar. A ver, ¿qué puse mi apuesta? ¿Qué puse mi apuesta? Creo que puse dos varones. No, dos varones no. Dos Drakes. Allá puse que ambos equipos matan un dragón. Obvio. Ahora falta que NRG se haga cero dragones. Con... ¿Dónde está el gordolazo? Es el gordo, aunque se cansa.
El gordo me quita.
Ah, está despierto el gordo.
Nathan Kinch, no lo puedo creer.
El verdadero escalado.
¿Por qué estamos en solo Q? Pensé que estábamos viendo el mundial.
Y esa nea. A solo IQ.
Basado, basado.
Bueno, NRG se viene su 0-2.
Qué lástima.
Wow, cuánta gente.
Así le importa a la niña.
Ya jugado.
Solo voy a decir qué hijos de puta que son los de Corea para no darle una así a la referee. Llegó el gordito, hijo de puta, ¿cómo nos abandonaste ayer?
Volví a decirme hijo de puta.
Hijo de puta, ¿cómo nos abandonaste ayer? Chupa verga de mierda.
Empecé a tragar tu puerta.
Literalmente estuvimos a punto de ganar. Nos faltó daño.
Empecé a tragar tu puerta, estoy yo.
Chupa verga.
Estoy insultando.
¿Qué fue, gordito? ¿Te aceptaste que viviese en la pobreza?
Empecé a correr. Transmite tu madre.
Ah, yo transmito. Eso sí, yo tengo volumen bajo. Ya pidió para hablar porque el papi le pega, dice.
Yo transmite.
Ay, yo
Tengo
transmití
volumen
yo.
bajo. Sí, me tenés volumen bajo.
¿Y?
Aparte, ya me dijo que transmita yo. Listo.
Bueno, te lo dijo tu macho.
Sí. ¿Estoy transmitiendo bien ya?
Darío, buenas. Hola gordito, ¿cómo estás?
Volví a decirme gordo.
Gordito.
Y
Ah, bueno.
Nico. ¿Estás en Twitch
Loli.
o YouTube?
Estoy en Loli for en Twitch.
Poner en YouTube y ponerlo. Subir la velocidad por 2.
¿por qué?
Para que se adelante a tiempo real. Es lo que hace
¿Podés,
Enzo, no lo que.
podés no ser un ludópata de mierda? Gracias.
Uy.
Oh, his APA's in trouble here potentially. Out of the week's gonna get him away. Palafox has the summoners available. He flushes for it autos. And first blood to Palafox to kick a chat in the mid lane returns. Palafaker showing up here to
Ojo.
World. Solo kill on Oriana at level 3. Is that what you're
Oh,
seeing?
Y si
Getting bullied in this top lane too.
bastante
primero
rico.
hacer pala,
No bromea, pero lo vi hace como un minuto antes.
boludo, te juro que ayer cuando estabas volviendo al laburo dije, bueno, y cuando estoy cruzando la calle veo unos pibes que cruzan y uno tenía una pala en la mano.
Vive un zorro.
El verdadero agarró la pala.
No, boludo, la otra vez estaba jugando un partido de fútbol con los pibes y había 3 palas, boludo. 3.
Ah, chaval.
¿Qué onda, Johnny?
¿Quién llegó?
Shurikina.
El que hace las apuestas.
Ese es Yuri.
Vamos, bien, bien. Le metí 50 centavos a que ganaban.
¿Tanto?
Pues apenas me regaló $1.
El verdadero me arriesgo demasiado.
Perdí con una de.
Pobrecito.
Se olvidó su.
Pendejo. Con el pendejo.
Bueno, lo he dicho, NRG conoce tanto Liquid que...
But it also speaks to the fact that he doesn't feel he can pressure bot lane at all. Like, clearly he feels, hey, I'm not going to get anything done. They're not going to be able to kill off Yon, so me sitting bot lane doesn't matter. So while people will meet
No,
this, I don't think
gemido
you
de
can
pop.
accomplish anything bot. You're trying to
Tengo
wait
unos
to
gemidos
punish
que
this
mi
match
actriz
Oriana.
porno puede
Really
lograr.
what he was going for there. And unfortunately got nothing done. And now Pyosha going to be spotted out by a great
No, no vieron a
over here
Payo.
from Dokla. I want to touch on that again.
Los contras que está demandando a Payo, sí. Ese fue War de Contracts. ¿Sabes cuál es lo peor? Es que creo que Douglas se come ese gank.
No lo está viendo, arriba.
El capaz, Julio, Douglas se come ese gank.
Qué asco casante, no importa cuándo le haces.
Se me da se cuenta que tenían guard. ¿Pero qué hizo APA? Se comió todo, hermano. No, pero APA. ¿Y el stun? No, es un pelotudo. Es un pelotudo. APA nunca ha tocado Cinder en su vida.
¿Qué pasa?
They're just fine. They walk it out half HP. The trade is going to be the cleanse coming through from this Kalista. While NRG have a wave to push in.
Toma, puto de mierda.
What an
Pega
early
el
game
Jax.
presence. We didn't get to see any of it yesterday against Wave, but we all know why. But it is really nice to see, again, as you were talking about, that domestic rivalry, the best of these teams, because they are playing against rivals that they know and love. Absolutely, and he's still just hanging around here on bonsai. Can be spotted by the Sentinel there from Yami. Even with their cleanse, is going to have to be careful, and we can see Palafox now at 6, APA at 6 as well. And we see in these
APA,
matches, so
juega
many
bien,
players
hijo de
call it out,
puta.
the grass shockwave,
Creo que te iba a matar Juan.
chunk, get that push. APA is going to have his TP back relatively soon, but Palafox just looking to continually dominate in this
O
match.
Papa, yo sí. Cero guns.
Piosic still trying to get out on the map. He's now down bottom side.
Es obvio que jugar en Paycheck si no tiene a sus hijos, boludo, para que lo enfríen.
No voy
Cierto.
a pagar $60 por el Xbox Pass. Pega.
So that Palafox can't get the push in, can't get that free plate, and lose out even more. And the matchup is, a lot more even than it otherwise would have been.
Oh, vamos, APA. Por fin estudiando.
Cierra el orto.
Ah,
The wave is pushing away from Palafox.
Ah.
They couldn't actually farm a lot of those.
No, ese encima
no,
ahí
acá
tiene
viendo
otro.
algo.
Jugando.
So yes, he did get that kill, but
Empieza.
for APA, so he's not as far behind as he otherwise would be. You have the lost chapter for APA, and it just boots in a Negatron for Palafox, so it's actually the better buy right now for APA. So until Palafox can reset one more time, we'll see.
Estoy viendo.
El mejor todo del torneo.
Porque son tan... No, que
Lo
estoy
clásico.
viendo, cuñado.
El peor punto del torneo.
Let's heartbreak straight away, or at least wait for Douglas to get out of there. He looks for the 1v2. Jungler intervention coming.
Sí, ahí te llegó Contrax.
Wants to make it even
¿Qué
footing.
estoy viendo?
Summit with no flip back and then
Papá sí que le dio.
as NRG try to make it spicy.
Se terminó todo el
¿Qué
tren
está
ayer.
haciendo APA?
Really calm stuff from him. Didn't
¿La
panic,
bolsa?
played it out slow, knew he had the help coming in from contracts, and now they get the HP.
No, no, no.
Summit has no ulti, so
Bueno,
they're just gonna start with the Herald here.
una vez más líder en las predicciones. El que más sabe de LOL soy yo.
Up here. If they want to try to make something happen, but Piosic looking for a little bit of
Ah.
dance moves. Hell yeah. Well, again, make it a little bit
Man,
fun.
APA no sabe controlar.
No sé, la verdad.
Qué mal setup.
vaqueo.
Pero bueno, cambia de canal, voy a poner. Pues.
APA no sabe controlar su vaqueo, hijo de mí. Puta.
Como que no, toca la B y está ahí, va a quedar.
Qué mal setup.
Cierra el
¡Tiene madre,
orto.
Loriana! ¿Dónde está APA? No, es un pelotudo. ¡Y eres
Se
tú!
murió.
No, no estonea una mierda.
Qué vergüenza que te ganen.
El peor mid laner del torneo.
Que te ganen con tanques de qué humillación. Qué humillación.
Este es BO1, ¿no?
Sí.
Sí.
¿Verdad que
Muy
Jenny
bien.
es fan de...
Jenny es fan de mi verga.
Yo no faneo huevadas. Suficiente con Team Liquid.
There's no way for TL to stay committed to the fight. Piosic has to run, Summit has to run, and that means Core was always going to be left to die. I just love again from what we've seen from NRG in the past, these map movements are so clutch. And, as they were coming in, I was like, I feel like NRG and my little LPL team from abroad. I'm convinced that G2 were the same in EU. I'm convinced that in North America, NRG in that same way as APA screwed it up. Is he in trouble?
Sí, la pelota estaba mal con que no sé.
Sí, 34 armas.
Yeah, and NBI, a nice little move up towards mid there. Catches him with the root, and that forces the flash, and now Contracts could really die. Sure, APA smartly scouts it out, but this means you gotta back up, because without flash, this could be Contracts flashing in with Q flash, guaranteed ult, guaranteed shockwave follow-up, you would be dead.
sí creo que Team Liquid no se va a hacer un puto Drake. Se están campeando Team Liquid horrible.
¿En serio?
No,
Gracias, Juan, por tu análisis que querías en vos.
de nada. Así aprendes.
Uy, cómo le pegó eso. Ahí, péguenle. Ay, NT. ¡Ah! Controladísimo por Jean. Otra masterclass más. Ojo, nada, para masterclass. Esquivó la ulti de ese Juan. Que haya muerto secundaria.
0-3 el muerte hambre este.
Me perdí toda apuesta en la primera.
No, tienen que ser Drakes. Ah, tiene que ser ese
No,
Drake.
no.
Vamos, ya está. NRG hace el segundo Drake.
No, ¿quién te dice que no? Ahí van a acabar la partida sin Drake.
Flaco, no quiero que se hagan alma. Te estoy diciendo que los dos deben hacerse un Drake como mínimo.
Ya sé, burro.
¿Y entonces?
Decía el Malik.
Qué gapiada.
¿Era ese candidato a título?
Sí.
No, sí era obvio.
¿Cómo
Sí era
pasas?
obvio.
¿Cómo pasas de Fénix a Villersen? No, Fénix por Belter Villersen a APA.
Jensen
No,
también
Fénix,
estuvo por ahí.
Belter, Jensen
Ah, sí,
y
sí, sí,
Yersen.
sí.
Y viene ahí.
Creo que no sé si tuvieron a Piglet también de medio.
Ah, sí, pero antes de Fénix. No, después de Fénix, después de
No.
Fénix.
Sí.
A APA. Qué decaído
Ah.
TNA.
¿Quién era el que estaba antes de APA? Que era full coreano.
Kieri.
No, no.
¿Cómo se llama?
Aeri, sí.
Dios.
Aeri, sí. Aeri.
Se murió Yeo.
No,
Dios, cómo
no
me
vale
cae
ni la
mal.
pena.
Ahora te digo.
Rinde más farmear un minion que matar a Jean.
El tanque tiene 100 millas, hermano.
Boludo, está ganando y el ADC solo farmeó 8 minions. ¿Qué carajo?
Contrax, hijo de mil putas sin vida. Déjame.
Ah,
Sin vida.
Está todo el rato ahí. ¿Y cómo APA lo sabe?
Porque es un pelotudo.
APA se sabe todas, pero no utiliza la
Antes
cabeza.
antes de APA estaba Aeri.
Muerto. No, APA.
O sea, fue Jorsen.
Ya lo dijimos, hijo de puta.
Pobrecito Aeri, lo mandaron a la academia.
Pagaron por sí pelotudeces, Manao te hace multimillonario.
¿Sabes cómo te hago flaco, boludo?
Es que me te dicen en el culo, yo no entiendo.
te hace flaco chupándote la pica.
Ay, qué noni que tengo. ¿Quién
No.
para encamarse? Oh.
Estudió APA. No, hermano. APA
¿La
Masterclass.
remontada Liquid?
APA Masterclass.
Hay una entrada al contrato.
Luego una
Está ahí, se viene el Drake de Liquid. Se viene el Drake.
NRG hasta Drake. Ah, tú lo sabes. Qué buena. It's a flashless Syndra, nails the ulti, sets up the shockwave for Palafox, and then down to bot side. This is after Tom Kench already had to use his ulti in that initial play. So great sidestep there from FBI. I think his flash, though, unfortunately, was late on the R coming through from Pyosik, so he did take that damage. I'm not sure, honestly, if it would have made the difference, but it was a little bit slow there. You know, to go for the ult flash on Senna to try to stay alive with the shield, wasn't quite able to do it. But again, it's Dokla winning on top side. It's Palafox winning heavily through mid. It's Contracts getting more done in the jungle. It's really pressure on Yon now, who did not have a great game yesterday, to be big.
Esa probabilidad de win.
got it in the bag, but TL are not going to take that lying down.
Che, ojo.
Dokla with the flash out, but they're
Ojo, Liquid.
reset. Shelly says, hang on a minute. I've got something left at home. 2.8k as the oven's now turned off, and Shelly's gone back out to adventure, but the eye.
Nah.
Oh.
Dijiste, ojo, Liquid. Mira lo que
La
pasó.
concha de tu hermana, hay una U.
Shockwave to the death. NRG making a trade, and they get the purple eye.
Yeah, that is huge. They steal away that Herald. Yes, they do lose one, but it's 1 for 1.
No paga porque se juega con José de Odo a jugar un mundial.
Still gonna have that Herald in pocket here with Ignar to try to get even more done.
Yo soy castigado de eso.
Is ghosting him. Kojic is moving in, so they're going to see if they can try to get something done on Dokla, who has no flash, and also does have a ward, so he will be able to ward off, but we'll see if he can get anything done.
Level 11 here on the man with the gun. Sandra looking item comparison, APA. Only with a lost chapter, the Fiendish Codex, but we're not going to get to test that medal at the very least. However, when we talked about Summit earlier on, we know this man for a great lane, or at least this game in a different lane, he's getting something done.
Yeah, goes to a different lane, does get that first tower, so nicely done by TL. I think Energy, there would have been, some merit to maybe just dropping Herald mid instantly to claim that first tower with that Herald, but we can see this previous fight here. TL was clearly trying to keep Energy out, but with the spells on cooldown there from APA, Energy just kind of bully their way in, and Contracts is able to find the angle here, gets the smite.
No gastó la E la Calista.
Yes, he gets pulled over the wall by Summit. They do get that kill, but Core is traded. They get the Herald. And Energy going to be really happy about their position in this game, still maintaining that 2,000 gold lead. But it has not grown, to be fair.
Well, it's been a player matchup.
Dos leveles sacan a APA.
Started that gold lead. Palafaker. Always wanted to say
Igual entre comillas, Syndra puedes cagar. Entre comillas.
doesn't it? I mean, he deserves it again. This guy.
A estas alturas no le queda de otro.
No hay tanta gandeo, son 2000.
Bueno,
Ahora lo que fue el early.
Absolutely. I mean, in playoffs,
la de hacer el Drake no se la sabe.
in the league.
Sí.
Regular season, I think that has to go to
Ya me
Joe.
estoy-
Muy NA de sub.
Playing really
Ya me
well.
estoy
Sí,
impacientando, la
It's
verdad.
such a cool story
sí,
because
entiendo qué significa.
Energy guys are
Bueno, a
players
menos
who
de
are
que
salga-
perennially
a menos de que salga un Drake de
in the
fuego,
LCS, people who have
ahí los
always been,
cagaría mucho.
well, they're okay, they're an LCS player, but they're
Pues
not
todavía
really
no.
good. They never
A
seem
ver,
to
rotar la
win,
Oriana
they
para
never
hacerse
seem
el...
to win these awards, these
Ahí está.
accolades.
Vamos, ya está.
Even going into finals, no
Cumplió mi
one thought
apuesta.
they were going to be able to take down Cloud9, including Cloud9, who was aiming for that undefeated
Siempre
playoffs.
apostando a los
And out
ganadores.
of nowhere, they win, and they really have shown just how good they can be. FEI stepped up massively in playoffs. Palafox stepped up so big in playoffs. And this team that was so up and down in the regular season was a team that
Ahora me estoy dando cuenta y creo que me emocioné con que Blaver hacía
showed
dos
us some
kills.
consistency for once and showed us just how good they can be. And now they are starting to get some of that recognition.
No, lo que está jugando
Mm.
APA.
Porque van a Shockwave, nada, todo en mid.
Todo de APA.
Bueno, la escena ya pega, ya para hacer minuto de...
Si quiere casi
Puro
60
escalado.
Tiene casi
Puro
60
escalado.
Double tower here. I think they should just walk this in. They're trying to kill it off before the charge, so no HP lost off the Herald there. They're going to walk this up, and they're going to look for 2 towers. As Summit now going to be moving over, because Palafox TP'd mid, so Energy has to be careful to not overextend. Palafox has to follow the move from Summit.
Going to be spotted out at the very least. It turns into 1v1 while they get the shot bot side, but there it goes. TL able to stop the bot shot. This could turn into a 2v1 very quickly over the wall. There's the counter strike, but unstoppable separates.
Uy, lo derrite ese ya que está
Which
haciendo.
is all hell. Dokla says no problem whatsoever. I'll take that freebie as he moves to 3-0-1, and poor JJ once again in no man's land. Spin to win from the man in the top side, and T1 getting out. Excuse me, TL. With the remnants of yesterday, because TL are now getting bodied.
It's understandable, all these LCK players, you got Palafaker,
That's right, I walked myself into it.
Exactly. Potato, potato. Who could tell the difference? Energy, though, really playing well here. Dominating this game thus far. It's good map movements as well. They get down towards bot side. Again, just constantly picking on APA. Really putting the pressure on them. Contracts has been relentless, and it's just constantly setting up for these shockwaves.
Y así,
They get that first kill. They get the pressure.
sigue
they
NRG
kill the Herald,
demostrando
and I
porque
love how
fue
they
campeón
rushed
de...
out the tower and actually saved that. Then
Porque
Dokla
será campeón de bolsa.
preempts the play that TL was actually trying to set up for. They had a TP on APA when he was up, so they wanted to try to set up this 5v4 on bot side. Dokla says, no, I'm going to actually attack the flanker, bring both the soul lanes over. They get another kill here on Summit. And Dokla is getting miles ahead now in this side lane. 3 kills on the Jax, 3 kills on the Oriana mid. And we're going to have Palafox working towards that death cap. And when that death cap comes through from Oriana, that is when you can start to have those 100-0 combos. No one is safe.
And look, we've only got
Que Energy fue
Take
campeón de
everyone else
NA.
too. They're going to dissipate
Puso
quite a
mogólico.
significant thing as well.
No sabía.
APA, Pyosik are going to have a
Piensa
hard
que veo
time
NA.
as soon as
No, pienso que lees que acá dice uno, estúpido.
Recién lo leo, Julián.
large as NRG on the Baron here, Azale, and no one's nearby. Frontier, look at where Pyosik
Y
is.
sí.
Yeah, I mean, they're just drawing so much pressure down towards bot side. They knew Pyosik is bot, so they're
Qué
just
tan
going to
bajo
force
has caído
this.
NA.
They don't have that much
Y
damage.
sí,
But now
boludo.
Douglas sees Pyosik
I
in there
think
to
he can
finish
1v2
it.
this. I think APA been
Tuki.
way too much. He dies even on turret. Pyosik is still there in full vision.
¿Sabes qué es lo peor? Es que esta partida le veo a 30 minutos.
Core JJ with the all in, but the numbers advantage there. Igna saves FBI. Meanwhile, Dokla dies downstairs. But look,
Uy, Calista se me hace ni
trying to
cosquillas.
run away. There's some spears in, but as he gets separated out, TL trying to get numbers advantage. Will eventually die. It's the best fight we've seen so far from Team Liquid, but someone needs to go forward.
Pobre Calista,
They
está
have their targets
no
in
los
order.
no.
JJ
No
and Young
pega
all
nada,
left
tal cual.
standing.
No, Calista no pega un
Tiene un ítem, tampoco esperen que pegue.
Pero negativo, bueno.
Bueno, no va mal, pero es que Calista es un campeón de mierda si no sacas ventaja.
Pero tiene un ítem, no esperen que peguen todavía.
Senna le pega desde el otro lado de la fuente. Qué asco, campeón basura.
Claro, echarse a Calista o a Cena. Una está muerta, la otra es negra.
Pero Senna tiene un culazo.
Sí,
Sí, es negra.
pero Calista sabe cómo te hace paja con los pies.
Y prefiero el culazo.
Sí, tal cual.
Que la colocan los negros.
Nico, ¿tú has visto la que se coge a Jace, no es cierto?
Che, sí, boludo, me...
Ya, piensa que es esa. Cuando estás cogiendo tu escena, piensa que es eso.
Nah, ni en pedo, no le da nivel para hacer.
No, para mí sí le da.
Meg es mi musa, mi diosa, mi todo.
Pero es
Madre
negra.
mía.
Mi negra, es mi caramelito de chocolate negro amargo con cacao.
Venga, porque estaba muy buena.
Ah, no, es la mejor. Todos se pajean con Caitlyn, con Vi, con Jin, yo me pajeo con
No,
ella.
no, ni en pedo me pajeo con KD, con B, con Jinx.
Por dos.
Caitlyn parece Isaac, pero Vi es un hombre y Jinx... le pusieron buenas tetitas. El capo que se pajea con la mamá de Meg.
Uy, no, chabán. No, ¿por qué la atinaste, hijo de puta?
Es que se pajea con Velvet.
Man, la mamá.
¿qué te
Man, la mamá. My God.
pasa? No, bueno, re sumiso.
Man, la mamá es muy god. Literalmente muy god. No, la mamá de Caitlyn es muy guapa. Muy, pero muy guapa.
2 años y aún no me veo Arcane. Qué mierda de vida.
Ahora voy a pagar Netflix.
Ah, es una serie. Como que no era un video porno largo.
Sí, sí.
Qué raro. En el primer capítulo vi un... Ah,
¿Un qué? Ojo, macro, Team Liquid.
No.
They want to threaten TL to move into their headquarters once again.
The problem is with these Baron threats, their damage is really low. You know, Senna is not super high DPS. Yes, you have Oriana that's relatively a high damage, but without
o paran a NRG o paran a hacer. No.
Igual esta partida se re estuqueó horrible.
What the fuck, es Mielo, what the fuck.
Bueno.
Se lo
No,
comió.
apa.
Uy, buena
No, lo que
decisión.
jugó, chabón, para la Fox.
No,
¿A
van a
dónde?
estar un
¿A dónde todas? ¿A dónde?
Decimos,
Tampoco.
Canadiense.
digo eso porque qué asco jugar tu Nicky, hermano. Qué feo.
Un canadiense que sabe jugar LOL. Ahora lo he visto todo.
0-7 va apa.
La verdadera
Una pauitos.
No puede estar matando tanque en Chaviego. 1v1.
Sí puede.
Sí, campeón basura que están bien.
No.
Se está perdiendo.
La del
No es
honor.
tan, no es tan diferente, no es tan tanto la diferencia que tiene.
¿Y dónde está
Es genial.
el negro? No, Flash.
Bueno, ya lo cogieron a Liquid.
No, perdí ya Liquid.
No, ya está. Ganó
Qué
Liquid.
cogida, hermano.
¿Qué pasó? ¿Llegó el mogólico?
Vos ya estabas.
What the fuck, que a Jax no le han aplicado el revuelo visual. Ay, qué
No,
raro.
en ese parche no.
No, en el mundial no.
Así, qué mierda. Qué carajo.
Pyke no hizo nada en early game, pero Apa está haciendo Tadeo, boludo, la Syndra de Tadeo. Tiro 7, hermano.
Vive en un country.
Todo el mundo fijándose
Papá
en Napa,
de
pero nadie está fijándose en la mierda que se está volviendo Yeon.
Está bien, no tiene ni oro, boludo.
Aguanta mis 2 golpes acá, literal. Se no le pega desde el otro lado, impune. Que no tienen
Recién
cómo
tiran
entrarle
música la
a
puta
Cena
madre.
aparte. ¿Por dónde le entrará a Cena?
Me hubiera dormido, boludo. Hubiese sido más. Nah, os la Dragon.
Grande, la carista Fortnite.
¿Qué hace Core GG ahí? ¿Qué hace Core GG ahí?
Tiene que franquear sí o sí, o sea, ¿por dónde entraría
Se me
entonces?
vio así la cámara, te juro, pensé que había tirado su run de Liquid.
Core esa J.
Che,
En teoría
pero...
está bien, en la práctica no.
Aquí es cuando Nico estaría pingueando. ¡Y mi team! ¡Y mi team! ¡Y mi team!
Basta.
Y Liquid está dando pena, boludo.
En mi Team Liquid,
Este equipo casi le gana a T1, boludo.
y ahí tenés nivel de 1.
Exacto.
Casi es corto, boludo.
Shinji, si tarda 15 minutos en ganarle T1,
No, pará.
está re-
15. ¿Tanto?
Pues sí, es Costa, está jugando el KDA, dijo, ya perdí mal.
Tranquilo. Liquid hace el milagro.
Weed.
Liquid.
0-2 Liquid, boludo, qué vergüenza.
Ya le quise.
Si pierde Fnatic hoy, puede enfrentarse al Liquid en el 0-2.
Es que no va a perder con Gam, hijo de puta.
Más Lions versus Team Liquid. Nah.
Con un...
La venganza, man.
Ojalá, boludo. Menos mal no le aposté al Liquid, boludo. Haga
Yo sí.
Yo aposté dragones. Agradecido con el líquido.
Yo aposté a los negros.
¿A qué dragones le apostaste? ¿A los dragones Liquid?
No, aposté de que NRG y líquido hacían 1-1.
Con un Juan.
No,
Casi siempre
hace con
pasa.
Sí, con él también. Con él también.
Al pedo, me iba a dormir una siesta hasta el match de Fnatic.
¿Qué vas a decir?
Ya, André dormí entonces.
No, pero... qué vergüenza, loco. Bueno, por lo menos nosotros un favor y el siguiente match arranca a las 3, boludo. O arranca antes, Dios quiera.
Claro, una vez contra el NG a las 3 de la mañana, qué lindo.
Para dormir la siesta, literal.
¿Cuánto paga el líquido ahora?
Le paga 25 más que seguro.
Ya no paga nada, ya acabaron la
Ya no
partida.
paga.
Ya acabaron la partida.
No.
Sí, ya terminaron el game.
En 21, G2 Wave.
Uy, ese va a estar bueno, ese 2 juegos.
No,
¿Qué
por
hago?
Dios, lo de Clone Knight. ¿Por qué puse Blaber 2 kills?
Te piraste, es un montón,
Demasiado para Blaber. Igual, depende de lo que pique Blaber. Depende de lo que pique Blaber.
Si piquea un Lee Sin puede ser.
No, un montón.
Los de Corea se van a matar entre ellos, qué lindo.
Veo factible un Foch 2 kills. O que maten
Sí,
a
sí,
Foch
igual,
2 veces.
sí, acá.
Ahora falta que Blaber haga 9 kills.
Tampoco, no exageres.
Me re emociono, chaval. Me pongo a
No,
llorar.
todos los días de
No,
Navidad.
Apa, por favor, deja de jugar Syndra.
Uy, el tiempo que hizo Jax no pega ni verga esa serie.
Pero si Apa falla todo.
Tal cual. Igual Jax está muy
No,
asqueroso.
lo que es la R de Contrax.
Ya perdí el liquid, qué asco.
Sí, pero... No, Costa.
Y el Neo, ¿por qué no endean?
Ahí lo van a enviar.
Quieren aumentar su KDA.
Claro,
Están jugando
para el currículum.
a aumentar el KDA, no.
Aquí ya cierran.
Sí.
Se muere.
No se mueve. Flash, flash, flash.
Qué tristeza, loco.
Flash.
0-9. Qué asco.
No se
21-4,
murió,
terrible
listo.
paliza. La atiné,
El-
literalmente fue una partida de 30 minutos.
31 minutos con 30.
Ese
No,
va.
no era la apuesta. Yo, Nicolás que decía 32 minutos.
Bueno, no la atinaron al final.
Betado no me aparece el tío.
Hay que se actualice Betano.
Yo hoy chill, no puesto hoy. Relajado.
Después joderme el liquid.
Si KT le gana a Downgon, Team Liquid le tocaría a Downgon, boludo. ¿Qué quiere? Pasando las probabilidades todavía hay una chance alta de que todavía siga habiendo.
Ignar.
Ah, ¿qué decía Jumpy vos? ¿Para qué me escribiste? Yo estaba re dormido.
Se te quería declarar ayer.
Ay, perdón.
A no ser que.
Vuelvo.
Si quedó gana este match, aseguraría por probabilidades
Alexis,
que haya un occidental en.
asegura por probabilidad de suicidarte, tío.
Pero a este paso van a ir los 4 asiáticos, así que seguro. A no ser que el sorteo ponga a los 4 asiáticos jugando.
Yo me estoy haciendo popo, ahí vengo.
¿Qué carajo gane?
El diablo. Mamá huevo.
Mamá huevazo.
Ah, es el bonus. Y sé qué mierda, me salió $5. Tengo un consejo, Stake es la peor casa que pueden encontrar para apostar.
¿Por qué?
Los mercados son horribles en Stake, la verdad.
No, ¿por qué?
También los mercados en este. Creo que pagan.
Betano es más completo.
Creo que la que mejor paga es Juan Equibet, pero porque Juan Equibet es un millonario. Tiene plata que se
Amor,
hicieron ese hijo de puta.
creo que, pero lo malo que en OneExpo ya no puedes hacer combinadas, todo simple. O tipo Builder, pero
Bueno, a ver, LNG paga mejor en Stake. BBS paga menos. Fnatic paga menos. Genji paga más.
de hecho
G2 paga menos.
en OneExpo aposté quién iba a ser presidente de Ecuador. Estaba 1.20 Daniel Novoa.
¿Cómo? ¿Se puede votar eso?
Sí.
Sí, se puede. En
¿Está
OneExpo sí
lo
se
de
puede.
Argentina todavía?
Sí. A ver, Milei ya tiene una cuota bajísima si él va a ganar, obviamente.
¿A dónde te fijaste eso?
Es en internacional, creo. Política, creo que es política. Toma. Deja revisar. Como para que le metas $10 y
No
te
es
salgan 10.
deporte, no es en deportes, ¿verdad?
Pero sí se puede. Yo aposté cuando ganó Petro en Colombia. Porque era obvio que iba a
¿En
ganar
qué
Petro.
página era?
En OneXBet.
Bueno, XB, pero no está.
No, XB es una poranga, no vale la pena.
Sí, pero
buenos métodos de
tiene-
pago.
es la que mejor mercado tiene. Tiene todos los mercados en la perra página. Putazo.
Capaz que era que se hace millonaria. Juegos de TV, no, esto no. Creo que debe ser política. El tiempo, ¿por qué, hermano? ¿Por qué se puede apostar en el tiempo?
Sí, puedes apostar una partida de LOL random.
Sí, es un asco eso. Yo aposté una vez. 3 veces perdí las 3 seguidas porque son horribles. Me ardieron los
Sí.
ojos lo que vi, boludo. Como poner a 5 bronces jugando y...
¿Estás jugando ahí?
Acá, política. No, 94. Acá, política argentina. Elecciones próximo presidente. Ganará Milei 1,2.
Sí, está bajísima la cuenta.
Cristina Kirchner, ¿por qué? Ganará Mauricio Macri. Alberto.
Yo aposté 5 y gané 6 cuando ganó el Ecuador en el nuevo.
¿Sabes qué? Nah, pero se ha puesto $30.
Te dan 31.
Me dan 6. Esto arranca en 2 días. Pero, ¿cómo es el tema de esto? Porque si se van a balotage. Tipo.
Pero igual mira la condicional. Supongo que.
No, porque si se van a balotage. Tipo. Es como
Supongo,
que
supongo que se.
se pospone la opuesta y te la dan
Sí,
en el
exacto.
Política de Estados Unidos. En el 2024, ganador de las primeras republicanas, Donald Trump. Y no paga nada Donald Trump. ¿Pero Donald Trump se va a postular o no?
Sí, se va a postular.
Sí, van a. Donald Trump y Joe Biden competirán en la selección presidencial respectivamente. Pagas un 4 que. ¿Sabes esto? No, no se puede mirar el... ¡Qué asco, hermano! ¿Cómo? ¿Qué mierda es esto? Donald Trump, las probabilidades son altas.
No tiraron drops.
Probablemente gane Trump.
Es que
Debería ganar. Política especial Corea del Norte y Corea del Sur. Corea to refugio a single sovereign state arriba.
No sé si tendrá para apostar quién ganará la guerra, si Israel o Hamas.
Esto. Sudamérica to reunify tipo Norcorea. ¿Qué es esto? By the UN. UN Korea. Pero esto para unificar la referéndum sobre la monarquía. La monarquía de Inglaterra. Me parece más gracioso apostar al tiempo. ¿Qué mierda es esto, hermano?
Tal cual. Alguien que sepa de esa mierda se hace rico. Yo creo que te debe limitar la apuesta.
No flash? No. Nice job, mid. Nice, mid.
But the burner soon feels like the reality. Tongue lash out over the wall. Gobbled up. What does he taste like? A free kill.
Hay hasta apuestas de K-pop. Qué mierda.
¿Dónde?
En apuestas especiales.
Okay, nice, nice. No flash, no flash. Yeah, I'm looking at it.
Es por ti, en el tiempo. Apuestas especiales acá.
Hay una que sale que quién será la próxima pareja de Kim Kardashian. Qué cara.
Las primeras apuestas. Lisa, tu posa, Focho o Germenchen y Vietnam. ¿Quién es Frederick Garno?
Me suena. ¿Por qué? ¿Qué te dice?
Supuestamente está saliendo con este chavo.
Hay una apuesta de lo que va a pasar en un capítulo de un manga. Qué mierda. Será más habitable en Guayaquil, Ecuador. Me ofende esa apuesta.
Nada de esta lista sí. Paulson seguirá cantante de shows en su cuenta publicada de Insta hasta el... Es Parkseo. Ciudad más habitable del mundo 2022.
Con Guayaquil. No,
Viena. ¿Por qué Viena?
¿Por qué Viena? Si se están muriendo.
Que tiene su
La
Hitler.
Copenhague, Melbourne, Vancouver.
Bueno, eso sí.
Sí,
La ciudad más
Melbourne,
agitada
sí.
del mundo, con la clasificación más alta. Melbourne es top 5 sin... Melbourne es jodeto. ¿Qué es Vansky?
Bansky.
Thank you so much for joining me.
Yeah, of course, of course. It's been a great day so far.
Yeah, it's been a great day so far, and it's been a great year for you. I can believe as you win your first title in NA, you win your first Worlds participation as well. What have been the highlights of your run at Worlds so far, from the moment you arrived, bootcamp and everything, and the first 2 games you've played?
From boot camping to
Manga,
routing, I think it's just been like it's been so great scrimming like the Asian teams. I think back in my
No,
first year of LCS,
qué
when I was
carajo.
playing with a team completely
Manga,
different,
sos el fight
it was
que
always
sería
just like my
Jujutsu
dream to go
Kaisen,
up against international mid
Kina.
laners and just
Sí, Jujutsu Kaisen, qué mierda.
compete with them at like
Satoru Gojo
Crucial.
tocó un Bacalai After Death en Chapter C.
and I mean
Ryome
yesterday
Sukuna tocó
against
el
Yahoo,
Chujitadori, sí, no,
I
qué
think I was
carajo.
just a little bit nervous, and today I kind of got over my nerves a little bit.
Es que qué asco, tal cual.
¿Quién es la
I
bolsa
don't want to
de
go
la
with any
Jujutsu
regrets,
Konai?
so yeah, just kind of played like that today.
You
Una
mentioned Yahoo
enfermita.
and the Asian mid laners. I think
No
something
sea el
that
próximo novio de Miley
honestly
Cyrus.
had a lot
Qué
of news on social
carajo.
media was the comment Yahoo made about you, about the
Elon
screens
Musk
and
versus
everything,
Mark
and the potential
Zuckerberg.
you have. What does it mean to you to have a mid laner of his caliber praising you like this,
Pelea
especially given
de
the amount of
famoso.
work
La
you've
Dragers
put in over the
ayuda
past
en
2
pelea a
years?
anunciarse
Yeah,
nomás.
honestly,
¿Va a ser
kind of
verdad
put
o
a
es
smile to
meme
my face for the last
que Mark Zuckerberg
day. I kind of just want to, I guess, live up to it, you know, at this
UFC?
point.
You said that a year ago, if someone told you that you were going to participate to Worlds, you would have called them a liar. How do you reflect on the progress you made, the player that you became, and if you could talk to yourself from 1 year
Lo
ago?
que
what would you
mueve
say?
Laure.
Hold on, don't change a thing. If I knew I was going to Worlds from the start, I would just say like.
¿Cuánto ganaba por sumisión?
Honestly,
Mark
all
Zuckerberg
the
ganaba
Deberían
experiences
por...
poner
that
la apuesta
I
de
went to, even
cuánto valdrá Ben
flagged me a
Affleck
little
con
bit.
Para mí
Jayle.
Zuckerberg le
Led
gana
me to probably having a better
por
mental in
puntos
scrims and being
o
a better
más por
teammate overall.
puntos.
So don't change a thing, but put more pressure on
Tiempo
yourself at the beginning
atmosférico,
of
¿qué es
boot
esto?
camp.
Nieve el día de
It's
Navidad.
honestly inspiring, Palafox,
En
to
New
see your
York
news
paga...
from players like you and the
New York
progress and
paga
efforts that you
21.
guys put in. But at the moment we're talking right now,
Vale,
you don't
te lo
have the
acuerdo.
opponent that you will face off against on Sunday. So I want to focus on the team, you, the improvements. What are the adjustments that you will be looking at for the last game on Sunday and to make it count and to win it, hopefully?
Puta madre, gracias a
For
Dios.
me, I think it's just making sure everybody on my team is comfortable with the position they're in the
Puta,
game.
si se chocan.
And,
Nice.
just playing fundamentally like sound. I think that I think NA gets a lot of flack for like going for like more risky plays, and then if you play against Asian teams, they're just playing fundamentals and like not dying to the plays, and then they just get a massive lead, you know. So it's just making sure we're not like nervous, desperate, and like calming down my teammates in game and making sure we have a clear game plan.
Keeping a cool head and staying focused. Thank you so much for the interview and welcome to World.
Yeah. Hi, Zab.
Love the shout out there. I would also say that advice that he gave to his own team there, they should apply that in NA. Because in A too, they need to calm down in quite a few of their games to get some consistency. So
yeah, I loved hearing from him. He's a great guy.
Yeah.
But now we're moving on to our next matchup, and I'm really excited about this one. Cloud9 is taking on LNG. They both had a fantastic day one, and I think a lot of eyes are on C9, as they usually are from NA in terms of kind of international performance, Vetty, and they opened up Worlds by absolutely dominating our Mad Lions.
Yeah, it's a little unfortunate that C9 smash Mad, LNG smash Fnatic. Let's see how well they do against each other. But
¿Qué game
C9,
sigue?
they really impressed me with their
C9.
practice coming into yesterday. I think that they really tore apart what
Vamos,
Mad
Blave,
wanted
por
to do.
favor.
And I think that just the small adaptations that they
No,
made.
hay uno de Argentina, hermano. No, de este donde creo que sí llevará la camiseta de Eagles o Chef el 20 de noviembre de 2020.
From Mad Lions and prevent Niski from playing the way that he loves to play, that roaming style, that working with his jungler to have early impact on the map. It felt like that they mitigated Mad Lions' entire early game setup, and it meant the Mad Lions really had very limited tools to do much in the early game, giving C9 so much control and freedom to play the comp the way that they want to.
I love that you bring this up because from all the NA fans watching, as soon as these picks are locked in, we're like, oh, that's got to be Blabber's Talia. He loves Talia. It's got to be M&S with the Cassante mid. And they're able to do these flexes. I feel like with a little bit of research, you would be able to also have that feeling and kind of see that one coming. But it worked out magnificently for them.
It did, and we did put a magnifying glass on Blabber versus Elyoya in that matchup. I believe we have a telestrator also to kind of demonstrate rather how that went.
I mean, we just wanted to run through like how the early game went so in favor of Blabber, because very early on you'll be able to see Elyoya try to set up some sort of level 2 play to punish the enemy jungle, and his whole early game plan was to move from blue buff into the enemy and then look for an early kill. Immediate flash from Blabber, but the problem that they have is that with no priority in mid lane, it's very difficult for this mid laner of Mad Lions to come down and assist Elyoya in this invade, which means that Blabber is able to do full clear, gets information that Jarvan is topside jungle, is able to secure the double scuttle, again thanks to the mid prio that they have. I mean, you'll see it as he's walking through the lane, and M&S is there to support. So the laners work with Blabber, the Blabber then works with his laners, and C9 are able to mount this insurmountable jungle gap that ends up becoming very difficult for Mad to come back from.
Yeah, I love it because it's such a perfect picture of them. Blabber does not even hesitate. As soon as he sees the flag, just flashes forward and then keeps on power farming with Talia. Such a good champion for that power farming, and then that turns into objectives as well, which ended up being the big reason Cloud9 had such an easy time in this game. Their advantage getting the early dragon, getting that first Rift Herald, and to your point about working with the lanes as well, that flex pick of the Cassante in mid lane for M&S turned up huge. We even got the listen in Mad's comms where they were talking about, oh man, it's really rough. We can't really do much around Rift Herald right now because Cassante is so strong as well. And you got to see the synergy.
You did, and then we do have to parlay it into their current matchup, LNG. LNG absolutely dominated Fnatic. I already said that about C9 Mad, but it was even more dirty, I want to say. Scout just destroyed them, you know, Tarzan and Scout together. So I want to know about the playstyles that we're going to see. We yesterday saw a C9 that was very macro-focused, right? They didn't let Mad do anything crazy. Is that a similar approach we're going to see? And Kobe, how generally do you find the chances of Cloud9 in this matchup?
I would love if that is a similar approach. I know that to me, the best or the most important pairing is again going to be mid-jungle for these teams. Because those were really the highlights of yesterday as well. And Tarzan and Scout are such a fearsome duo. Tarzan always setting up so many of these plays for him. We get even a look at the combination here. Even though the scoreline for Tarzan looks so much more supportive, that's what he aims to always do, and that's how Scout got a lot of the early goals. Tarzan even waited around and basically shepherded the kill into his hands for the first kill.
Tiene 11 kills, Kobe, hijo de puta. Fue sexo contra Fnatic.
While Scout was
no,
so
humanoid.
The overall success with his incredible performance, his positioning, and his damage, what is terrifying about LNG is very small mistakes. Very small mistakes, such as trying to clear out a control ward in the river, trying to overforce a dive, even trying to defend a tower. LNG is so good and fast at punishing you. And with those small leads, they are so quick to build the surmountable that you then can't
pues interesante, bueno, aquí ves que son los versos. Tipo los versos de ese
high level of play consistently throughout the game.
I want to quickly shout out and warn something that you didn't see a whole bunch yesterday, but you might see today, is how scary the bottom lane of LNG is. Hong is a crazy support.
¿Sabes cuál es lo malo de One Kiss Bet? La página de mierda que tienen. Es indescifrable.
No, la página es un cáncer en los ojos. Está bueno la aplicación.
Pixie Bounce.
Compartí hasta que venga el otro nivel.
LNG then 61.9%. So
yo tengo abajo el mega.
I think that is fair, but that means the upset is on the horizon. Let's head over to our casters.
Thank you very much, guys, and welcome back to the casting desk. Upset on the horizon. I don't know. Look, I like that. Yeah, sure. NA, LPL. Split down.
I mean, they kind of have been historically the best LCS team, right? You know, they have really had a lot of great runs over the years, but in these last couple of years, they haven't had as many, right? They did make it to quarters with Perks. Before that, they made the World Semis in 2018. But these guys really want to get out of this.
No,
they want to advance.
está adelantándose a tiempo real.
Because they have been so strong in the LCS for so long.
Están como 20 segundos adelantados.
And for them, it's international success.
It absolutely is. And just a quick touch up on the LCS as well. I mean, we call this is going to be the #1
Ahí
seed.
está, ya
I
está
know you guys
adelantado.
talking about it. This team was setting records in playoffs, and we thought, against NRG should be an
Ah,
easy
esto es
final.
un
They
poquito
open up
para,
game 1. It continues that train, then NRG
verlo
flash back to the next
En
3.
momento real.
And Cloud9, a lot of people thought, again,
con
this would be
razón.
your first seed. So as Al walk me
Es
through
lo
a
que
little
hace
bit about
Enzo,
their
por
run
eso
and
está adelantado.
how they got to this point.
Absolutely.
That's
They were
fine.
talking about, not just winning LCS, they were talking about how they wanted to lose no games. And I think they really kind of did look past energy to their own regret. Were able to be taken down. But throughout the summer, they were our best team. Them and
Vale,
Guardians were kind of
Pixie
back and forth in the
mierda.
regular season. But I do think one of the biggest differences and one of the biggest reasons that people were
Juegan
maybe
todos los
less
días
confident in
LOL,
Cloud9
estos hijos
this
de
year
puta.
is that in summer it felt like M&S really regressed a bit. He wasn't as dominant as he was in spring.
Están
wasn't as
viviendo
aggressive.
mi...
Fudge, I don't think has been playing at his peak either. Fudge at
Por
his best in
fin.
LCS really has been
Ya
clear
era
and away
hora.
the best top laner in the league. It was not the case in summer. Berserker has been really stable though. Blabber has maintained his spot as the
El coach
best
se llama
jungler
Poppy.
in the league. And this team really did look very in control against Mad, but LNG is a
Calista,
completely
no me
different
jodas.
beast. I mean, this team took JDG to 5 games in back-to-back series. I think easily could have
Se
won
banean
either of
Calista
those
porque quieren
series.
piquear real.
And they are, to me, a top 3 team. They're one of the favorites to win the whole thing.
Second best LPL team. They might get third seed because of points. I
Talisha.
was saying this yesterday. People are widely regarding this as the team under JDG. And of course, as you mentioned, under Genji in that regard as well. But as we get into pick and ban,
Ojalá gane,
LNG
ojalá gane.
here on the red side, I think there's a couple of things we need to highlight. Yesterday, Scouts Azir. Massive 11-0 and 7. A nutty performance.
Ahora que me doy cuenta, le
Tarzan
puedo
on the
subir
job and
volumen.
syncing
Recuerda
up
que
the mid
tengo
jungle duo. Great
un
engage
limitador de
option.
volumen de mis
There's a couple of
audífonos.
priorities that I feel like Cloud9 have to do, and at least Gala Offazaya seems to be one of them.
Yeah, absolutely. The Talia going to get banned away as well. Blabber brought that out yesterday. Really did look good on it. Was way ahead of the pace of the game
verdad,
as
pero
far as his
tenemos que
farming was
ustedes están
concerned.
seguro.
Had some great team fights as well. And I'm just so interested to see how Cloud9 will look, because Blabber talked about it in his interview. They've talked about it publicly some. The fact that they are really more confident against these LPL teams based on scrims, because they were getting rammed by the LCK teams, they were getting crushed by them, but they were doing pretty well against some of these LPL squads.
Hello,
So
¿me
I think
escuchan?
they're relatively happy with this matchup. But that being said,
Escuchamos.
Scrimbucks did not really end up meaning anything
Cállate.
yesterday.
Escondidos.
LPL went 4-0. The LCK dropped 2 series when those were a lot of teams that people were telling
Luis.
you are just obliterating everyone in the scrims.
It's not to be,
Blabber, por favor, no
not
te
to be
piques un
misread
super
again.
piquete.
Scrims
Un
deceiving us
carry,
as
por
always.
favor,
As
2
quick
kills
note,
nomás
the
pido,
takeaway
Blabber.
of the
2
Kaiser from
kills.
Gala.
Dale,
A nice
Blabber,
little
piquete
touch.
Scarlet.
Gala's best champion by far is his
Cómo te
pentakill
mato si
champion.
piqueas
Something
carne.
we didn't get to see yesterday, but something that was the only option outside Desire. Lee Sin for Tarzan,
eres
though.
bot.
When you think historically, as Al, you've been at Worlds
Blabber,
many, many years.
Grapes.
I mean, this
Blabber,
guy, when he was on
grapes.
Griffin, this was his champion. Tarzan's Lee Sin is a classic for me, too.
Easily one of the best in the world on the champion. This guy is incredible, but
No
to me,
se
this
puede,
is just
Blabber.
screaming
Blabber,
Poppy.
no se
Poppy's
puede.
not banned.
O Reyes
With
en su
Alistar,
defecto.
Lee Sin, Poppy.
Creeps,
I really
creeps.
think is the pick here. That you can go for a con for the engage, but Jungle Poppy to me is so strong right now. I even think Poppy top has some decent matchups.
Grapes,
I do think it's more
grapes,
situational, but it can be a
Nocturne.
flex.
Sí, Grave.
I would be a little bit surprised if
Porque
they
va
don't
bien
go for
contra
the
Racing.
angle, especially because I think a
Va
lot of the
bien.
other champions that LNG
Va bien
does
contra
like to
Racing.
play are going to be denied by Poppy as well. When I think of a lot of Zika's favorite champions, things like
Nocturne.
Jax and along those lines,
Yep.
that's something that can also be answered and denied by that Poppy. So you can also apply Plasma, of course, with the CC for that Kaisa. It helps to set up for that as well. But
Nocturne, Blabber.
Sejuani
No,
is
ya
going
está.
to be
No se va a hacer
the
2 kills.
Sejuani.
So,
No se va a hacer 2
instead
kills.
favoring
La
more for that
puta
engage,
madre.
and I
2
think it's
kills no
also
va a
going to be
tener
setting
este
up
hijo
for
de
potential
puta.
melee solo laners. We saw the Cassante flex towards mid for M&S yesterday.
No,
There's a lot
Blabber,
of
la
melee
eterna
top laners that
promesa
are
de
really good
NA.
right now.
O sea,
So I
si
do
Cloud9
think they're
pelea
kind of
el
trading off
game,
some of that
puede
utility
ser.
for potential stronger 2v2s through mid and top, which I think is a fair trade to make, especially after we saw Scout just completely run the game yesterday.
Oh, yeah, on this
But
pick.
I do just think that this draft was just screaming Poppy out to me.
I agree. I completely agree. And considering that now the option is
Baneen todos
if you
los
want to take away
ASs,
from a
hijos de
top
remil
option
puta.
here,
Baneen
as you said,
Caitlyn. Le dejaron.
Zika on Jax is a very real threat.
Yeah.
The other thing that scares me too is the fact that Scout will remain unchecked to slide and glide in Emperor's
Baneen
Divide.
Caitlyn, baneen
He's on
Tristana.
his ear once again, and with the Yone band away, maybe LNG don't pay respect. Maybe they take it away for themselves. Zika is flexible. The thing people don't know about this top laner of the LPL, he's like a combination of 369 and Bin.
Yeah.
Bin plays carries and Cassante, 369 plays tanks. Zika can play them all. I think he's the most flexible top laner, or at least one in the world.
And to me, this is one of the guys that I think is the most under the
Nico.
radar for international fans. He's not a big name compared to
Juan,
Bin,
un poquito para
369,
verlo adelantado como lo
along
hace
those lines,
Sí,
but
puso por
you will
2, no
see
sé
throughout
mierda,
this
le chupa un
tournament
huevo, que
just
ponga por
how
2
good
su
this
gana de
player
coger.
is. I do think he belongs up
Kenzo se muera también, boludo, tanto tienen que ver en otra pantalla. Se te ve un borde amarillo, peruano, reviolado.
Ah, sí, porque estoy grabando la partida.
Hijo de puta.
¿Acaso te molesta el borde amarillo?
¿Qué?
¿Te molesta el borde amarillo?
Me molesta más que el hambre en el mundo, boludo.
Bueno, no sabía que te iba a hacer para ti.
Y bueno, transmití, pa.
Qué grave.
¿Cuándo son los Oscars? ¿El año que viene?
Sí, en febrero.
En enero.
Puta madre, quiero que pongan a Oppenheimer como una mejor película.
Cerra el orto, cerra el orto. ¿Vos viste las otras como para opinar que es la mejor? ¿Viste las otras? Como que mierda, ¿viste las otras como para opinar?
Alexis, cada opinión que das es...
Pero Oppenheimer es cine, literalmente es la definición.
¿Cómo sabes si no hay otra mejor?
Alexis ve una película al año y dice que es cine ya.
Realmente la peli que ve Alexis en el año es la de Loca, porque es la única que vi.
Y el ADC, hermano, no puede ser. Que Disrespect le está tirando el LG.
Al pedo, ¿cuánto que Gala se saca conociéndolo?
A ver, pará, no estoy viendo, a ver. Gala. ¿Gala en qué lado está?
Sasha piqueado Kai'Sa.
Atentos para la Calista.
Tristán no hace.
Está baneada Calista, está baneada Calista. Ashe o Varus.
No,
Ah, no, está baneada, soy pelotudo, está baneada Calista.
Tristán no Ashe, Tristán no Ashe.
This feels much more kind of mid-gamey, very divey from
Sí, no, bueno, dijo, te gano con el peor ADC de todo el tiempo.
Juan juega de gracia.
No es que tengo down, digo Calista y me fijo y está baneada.
Licha, jodidito.
¿Qué onda, Licha? Licha. Estás libre 29. Espera, déjame subirte volumen,
Calibre.
Acá domingo, sí, olvídate.
Voy a hacer el torneo de canto.
¿Sabes qué te iba a preguntar hoy, boludo? Me olvidé.
Acá creo que
Están los jurados, boludo. Nada, qué cantar.
acá creo que a todos nos gusta el buen League of Legends, así que agárrense esta fantasía. A pala, Fox.
But for C9, I mean, that's the frustrating part, isn't it? Again, it's taken some of the
Vale, pala zorro, boludo.
No caló.
JDG with
No,
their
boludo.
strong
Creo que
lanes,
no.
their great mid-game team.
A pala, Fox, boludo. Mezcla los dos y sale el mejor minero de todo el tiempo.
That's what's beaten LNG in a game 5 in the grand finals of the LPL. But
Hoy,
LNG's
el que bardea APA es porque no entiende su juego, boludo. APA fue el mejor de los 10, boludo.
APA la fake.
And nothing came through. They were punished.
APA la papas.
Me recuerda algo que nunca aprendí en la universidad.
Se agarró la pala.
Trabajar.
Si posta se lo cogen los primeros 15 minutos a Cloud9.
¿Qué vas a dormir? Chao, no. Chao.
Dos kills, te lo ruego, Blaver. Roba 2 kills, Blaver.
Mi amor. Tengo un problema.
Pará, pero debería a los referees deberían darle una silla, hermano. Todos llevan a estar de pie.
Que se sienten esta.
Se
deja robar los chistes, hijo de puta.
Lo peor es que da risa solo cuando lo dice Alex.
Tienen la misma neurona, boludo.
No, ¿qué misma neurona? Lo copia al instante, mogólico. Tiene el...
Es que tiene la misma neurona, pero una tiene un poco de delay.
Ahí está Zika.
Ya he pasado, Alex.
Ladies and gentlemen, as we get into this one, our second game of day 2 of Swiss. Day 2 at that. Remember to connect your League of Legends account to get the Prime Gaming emote, the exclusive.
Como me batió el mundial pasado cuando salía el código ese. Yo no trataba de ponerlo. Era siempre mío.
Gané.
El
iluso que abría el LOL pensando que se había ganado los 200 millones de RP que daba.
Vamos, gané 200.000 de RP. Vendo la cuenta menos millones.
El RP vale más que el dólar, boludo.
Che, pero le entraron como. Le acaban de entrar. Le acaban de entrar a la jungla, como.
Zika violó la jungla de Blaber,
Le
hermano.
metió el pitullo, boludo.
No, la puta madre, van a...
Va a ser,
No, ya sabe que ya lo vio bajar de ahí, ya sabe que
va a ser como el BDS coso, boludo, como el BDS JG. Va a Cloud9 a dar fútbol de cat de los primeros 15 minutos.
Flaco,
Pierde una timba y gana.
quiero que pase eso y Blaber se lleve 2 kills y yo me ponga a llorar.
¿Cuánto la potaste? ¿La casa?
2. Sí, la aposté en media casa.
¿Cuándo va a sucumbir Perú ante las apuestas y mueren todos,
Pero hubieras
boludo, los
apostado
peruanos?
a que el NG
Ganaba.
acá primera sangre.
¿Y quién te dice?
Flaco.
Más probable.
Alexis, no debe pagar nada y no es nada seguro porque...
¿Cuánto pagan 2 kills de Braver?
Pagaba 1.80.
No paga nada, boludo, pagaste eso al pedo. Te lo van a agarchar.
O mata uno o no mata nadie.
Yep, Gala losing a bit of HP there. Wanted to step up. He was trying to get an experience range, not even to farm, but did get tagged by both the Q from Berserker and the W, as well as the Q from Spencer.
Blaber todavía no se entera.
Didn't have to actually pop that potion yet, though, so not that big of a deal.
Nico, que es medio random, quién se hace la primera sangre,
Sí, la de Yaco de BDS, boludo.
Sí, estadísticamente. Pero después el resto, todos los favoritos se hicieron primera sangre, boludo.
Y bueno, por eso BDS lo hizo.
Es como raro decir, puta de
as you sometimes can as this Jax, it just avoids this level 3 timing where you're going to be vulnerable.
Plus extra stats, Ruby Crystal picked up as well, so it's going to help with some of the trades and
Comete. Comete.
For Zika as well, with that great timing.
Que eran de Menezum medio de la DNA que sí sabe jugar Syndra.
On the Lee Sin. We're talking about this in draft. Tarzan's Lee Sin, really like no other. He's got many highlights in the LPL already since he joined in.
No, es Ben. No, es Ben. Si es Ben, se hubiera puesto en el bush, lo levantaba.
Y lo mataba, mogólico.
There are a lot of potential combos here that they can
Acá
go
viene la
for.
primera kill de Blaber.
On this top side, and Zika has walked back to lane. He did hold on to his TP. That's
Ojo.
critical.
Nice scout of the week. Here's Ven with the
Ojo.
right hang on. Scout caught out. Ignite. They're hitting the strong point of LNG. Straight off the bat.
ADN, Eduardo.
Summoner down. Scout's going to have to base his TP back in.
Really good roam from Sven. This is a guy who has gotten so much criticism for his engaged
la
support,
panza,
but has grinded non-stop.
No tenía hambre.
And his support. He's
No sé si me
always
duele la
works hard.
Hambre,
Llegaste al punto de hambre que te duele la panza, boludo. Está mal.
el negro africano con la panza hinchada. Hambre medicamento tiene Alexis.
Hombre de apuesta.
No se puede apostar al Soti, boludo. Para mí lo gana New Jeans,
Ganó Cloud9 porque le sacaron esa gala, boludo. Era la clave.
Tercer que no es menos que Ara.
Ahí compro.
Estoy para tirarle que mi ley sale presidente.
Bueno, much more farm oriented. He's a guy that to me just exemplifies efficiency in the jungle more than anyone else in our league. He's all about, finding
No me olvido más. 12-0-1 que cumpliste año, me llamás Discord y decís, vení. Y abriste, creaste una cuenta en Big Play o no sé en cuál, boludo, y perdiste, y apostaste no sé cuántos miles de pesos, y al 12 y 3 ya no tenía plata. No sé, boludo, pero...
¿Cómo pierdes en el Blackjack, hijo de puta? No sabes holdear, hijo de puta, es lo que pasa.
Yo era mierda de la mano,
es un poco psicológico, boludo, cuando te
Sí,
come
vos
la...
no tenés psicología.
No, pero cuando te come el miedo de holdear todo, siempre que tenés...
No, me estás jodiendo. Alexis comenzó a hablar de playa y el juego se apagó.
A la cama. No pasa absolutamente nada, están cagados. Bueno, acá empieza el Golden Road de China. ¿Se va a hacer otro 4-0? Date serio.
He is just kind of a bit of a bad man. This is a guy who likes to go for the really spicy plays, the really
Golden Road. No le dicen gran slam, man.
No, igual LP no va a poder tener Golden Road si se enfrenta a JTG y Billy Billy. Burrazo.
And that really makes him fun to watch. And LNG is just kind of so well-rounded, not even
Ya
just
terminó el game.
through, player skill, but also through player play style, right? Scout is kind of really
To the
stable. You talk about the
puppet
stability of
show.
Tarzan. Hong is kind of this guy that's kind of that spark plug that's going to make crazy things happen for them. And it always feels like so much of the action is around mid lane, is around top lane, and it's often Gala that's just kind of quietly farming up, may not be involved in the game, and then you realize, oh god, like Gala has 400
He's
CS,
strong, yeah.
and how do we win this team fight now, guys?
But it's good. I mean, in this matchup as well, I keep drawing parallels. And another one I'll
Como
draw
tan para la joda, lo liquidé, como que yo estaría...
¿Qué estaba bailando, loco? Tenía la camiseta de Liquid.
El iba picante, boludo.
Qué capo, boludo.
I can tell the picture, boy. You think I'm a long witch? Ha ha. Probably
Hell, even
already.
yesterday as well, on the Zyra it was, he was the reliable AD carry for C9 that really took over Mad.
It really
No, no, no.
is. It's one of the things that he's
Fuch
very
está en
well
el
known for.
pico
It's
de
interesting
la
because
sexualidad.
percent-wise, he really doesn't have like
Está
a
re flaco, re sexo.
damage because they have
Al
a
menos
lot of
NA sacó
players
su
that,
primera
do like to
victoria.
play that carry style, that do like to play aggressive, and
No,
often
se
is
ganó.
for that farming role that Berserker plays for.
No, yo no puedo,
But in the
pero-
LCS, he has this reputation. It was really funny. We had a lot of players come on and cast with us, and one of the games we had Huhi come on, obviously from Golden Guardians, and cast with us. And he was talking about, I was asking,
Qué ganas
what is
de
it that's
suicidarme
difficult
con la
about
pausa.
playing against Cloud9's bot lane? What is it that makes them so frustrating to play against? And he said, well, the problem is, if you ever start a team fight around Berserker, he's going to get a random triple kill, and then you lose the game. And then not 30 seconds later, a team fight broke out, he gets a triple kill, and you're like, oh! So it is kind of that thing that he's known for, is really success in the team fights, and his Venom Berserker are less known as a dominant lane.
Yeah. Just a quick update for everyone out there. We have had FPS drops on C9's side. Officials are investigating, excuse me. So while we get that sorted out, we are in a pause.
Mira Artur Melo, boludo, viendo
Run
el
through
World.
again.
Opa, hola.
For this one,
Sí, vos,
naturally,
gorda.
because not
Yo te
just
gustaba.
because we're waiting for the 1-0s to start, but naturally because
No,
I
mirá
mean,
el abajo
LNG
también.
yesterday, we're looking pretty clean bar one play. I think
¿Qué
C9
tapa? ¿Qué
versus
se tapa?
Mad was one of the cleanest games we had
It's a
yesterday.
show, man.
Mad had this inability to be proactive, but I think it was showing to C9, kind of running the map and running over them, that Mad didn't really have many options.
Le la puta calle. Yo voy, lo descanso ya, grito. El regla de la persona.
¿Qué le voy a decir a un hombre que se llama así? Pincha quedó encima.
It's a show,
Why didn't they do anything?
Ya estoy armando el roster del año que viene. Suyo Pure,
So it's always,
Ruler,
one part
Por GG.
inactivity, one part, reactivity from
Ruler va-
Que venga.
No sé si Tarzan.
Ruler va vendiendo un humo
Tarzan,
de que va a ir a
So
bares
we
de
got the ready
Niki de
checks.
hace años.
Seems to be good in
Tenemos a Tarzan, el hijo de puta de Tarzan.
big CS lead opening up in bot lane, but the wave is pushing into Gala, so we'll see how much this he can pick up.
No,
Likely all of it
querido.
knowing Gala, as he is a CS monster.
Pero
Miré.
But
un
at least
poco
some of it,
quejito en
at the
fase
very
está
least, you can
yendo
highlight
Gala.
through those early tradings, hitting level 2
Y
on
la
Berserker
línea,
and Sven.
floquito.
They were able to lock down a bit of an advantage in this lane. We also remember that through mid, if you are just
Yeah.
checking back in with us, it's Scout lost both summoners. One to return back up
Mira la segunda.
one for the
Dale,
flash
Blaber,
that
la primera
was
kill, por
burnt by
favor.
Sven's early roam to only trade
pistola.
that from him. So
Cosa,
C9
la-
with a small
¿qué te gusta?
early advantage. Let's see if they can punish some of those summoners
gusta esta?
as we start getting towards the level 6s.
La
Even
de-
No
the
puede
Tarzan start on
ser,
track. Well,
loco.
Bloodbath
Re blanca.
has decided to do the core
¿Dónde
JJ
está?
for this game at least.
Mira, mira.
This time it's
Solamente
on board.
ese.
Yeah, is spotted out, waiting for that top side scuttle. He's just been cycling his camps. He wants to push heavily towards 6 and play towards the top side. Fudge is 6, and Blabber is up here. He's like, needs to play safe because he knows
Voy a
Blabber's
mover
in
el
the area,
monitor,
and
lo
they're
voy a
getting
poner
dragged for free on bot
en la
side,
mesita
so
de Lu.
we'll see. Blabber's
Así
spotted
más
again.
puesto.
Is that trade too big with
Chau,
Dominus
chau,
being
chau,
locked
chau.
Ahora en la mesita de Lu.
thinned out?
Sí, boludo. Después te voy a mandar foto como queda.
Sven is also going to be spotted on this control ward. but
Tiene alguna
Dragon
chance
as
Cloud9,
early as
¿no?
you'd like on a Lee Sin.
Si aguanta 10 minutos, quizás.
Yeah, nicely done
Levanta.
there. And Fudge now, because he took that
Al
bad
menos por
trade,
combo, tiene alguna
unfortunately,
chance.
Blabber had to stay around and actually cover him on
Debería.
position, because he did get chunked down
No,
so
¿de qué está
low, he
conectado?
left, there's
Ah,
always
esto.
the potential that he does get all in. But
Está
LNG
bien.
really winning out on these last couple
Por
plays. They take the Dragon, they
combo.
push in, they get a plate on bot side.
Tampoco,
They
boludo,
try
porque-
to
Boludo, me lo voy a
plus the
timear.
Blabber dissuading
Tiene un
him from
jack,
action
pero
on
van a
top side.
¿Qué?
And we'll see though,
No lo
can Blabber
timeé,
make something
boludo.
happen?
Medio
There's
lag
a
el
slight
stream.
window before Scout has his flashback, where Blabber is now 6. But he would have to rush straight towards mid, and Scout is just
porque
basing
estabas
on
minimizado,
Murtred,
Juan.
so he's playing around that
Lo más
timing.
seguro.
By the time he's in
Está
danger,
minimizado.
Pedo, loco,
the flash
como
is going to be
Volvi.
back, and he's going to be
Estamos
sitting
viendo
right
la competencia más importante. Después el MS Vivo.
Any punish that comes through, Scout should be fine. They left this Azir pick open.
Te conviene a vos, Licha, estar conmigo en esta. A la final que llegaste tenés mensaje y no de vos.
No cuenta.
Los toros jugamos.
Yeah, it's so hard though,
¿Cómo
man.
te fue el
Playing
año
against a
pasado?
player like Scout, almost anything he gets looks good. It's like,
Es más, ganamos el mundial y todo.
I don't know. Oh, we got a Cinder. I don't know.
Dieron menos pena que Roche.
I'm not sure. You know, it's
Yo pasé el grupo.
Al menos no nos hicieron un 3-0.
Yeah, turns out he's just good at the game.
Mira, para que te dan, tengo una larga.
¿Cómo que? Como que hasta ahora...
Al menos una vez que le dio depresión y dejó de jugar, no, me robó el balón y se hizo un pedo. Él solo.
Para. Mira, de Carry no tiene depresión, literal.
No sé, si yo no tiene depresión después los dos.
Qué triste, amigo. ¿Viste la Calista pegándole 200 lanzas a la Sejuani?
Drafteo de los que ya no quedan. Qué rico. Bueno,
claro,
buena Q.
¿Y en quién apostó la Firlock?
Por un segundo digo, pensé que era Bioshock, que seguía jugándose el Energy. Qué lindo, está mala. Te va a tocar limpiar War, Tarza. Espero que te guste.
Algún día voy a tener una tele para ver el...
Caras están las teles
Ver LOL en la tele es lo peor que hay, boludo. Literalmente es horrible, boludo.
Tenés que verlo en el celu, boludo. Y
4K recondicionado está a $150.
lo tenés placeado para tus ojos.
¿Para qué quieres una tele 4K, hijo de puta? Si tu computadora se quema.
Para ver a las idol, para ver a las
Oye,
idol.
míralo en la compu,
Bueno, ahí estoy banco,
Para que pase el video de ese pastor viendo algo.
En el LOL, para ver LOL en la tele, si lo tenés a una distancia normal, como la gente, no lees los números, por más que sea 8K tu tele.
¿Para qué querés leer los números si el burro pina así de números?
¿En 4K vos decís?
Sí. No sé, igual el LOL todavía no se transmite a 4K, pero en la resolución máxima se ve re chiquito.
Nah, pero depende de la distancia, bola.
Pero te estoy diciendo una distancia normal, no te va a pegar la
Por
tele.
ejemplo, yo tengo el monitor, lo coloqué en la mesita y me aposté del otro lado y es una distancia de casi 1,80 m, ponele. Y se ve perfecto. 1,80 m.
Y ahora va a estar... ¿Vos qué opinás? ¿Qué tele es mejor? ¿Vos qué tele tenés? Escuchá, compré esta tele, va a comprar la... ¿Sabías que las tele las creó?
No, igual hay una ciencia que...
Lo que me gustan de las tele, yo hacer la tesis de la tele, hijo de puta.
No, igual hay una ciencia que te dice que dependiendo de la distancia y las pulgadas, ves bien o no. Tipo...
They had, I believe, a ward from Tarzan that was placed over in Pixel that spotted him out. They have the defensive wards in Tribush that's going to spot him out. They just always
Tío,
get
cuando estaban jugando el Skyline y no nos escuchaba y le metía la parleta.
Oh, te acordás.
Mira en general.
Estaba metido.
Estaba rapeando.
Mira en general. Así que...
Me suicido el mundial así.
Ah, bueno, pero es grande tu monitor,
Nada más, se suicida.
Está bueno, boludo.
¿Qué mierda lo de atrás, boludo?
Realmente corteado el mouse ese ahí, boludo. Tipo, menos espacio para moverlo.
Es el control remoto, boludo.
¿Qué cosa de boca atrás, boludo? Abajo es bien.
Banderita.
Es bien de boca.
El calendario ese, los redondos del 96.
Me conviene apagar la luz, boludo, porque es like cine, boludo.
Ojo.
Bueno, peruano, no tengo que tener
Falta una kill más, falta una kill más.
Mínimo 2, no, 2 justo.
No, 1.5, o sea, 2 nomás.
2, 2, 2.
Sí.
Dos,
3, ¿no?
o más, 2 o más.
Bueno, es lo que estoy preguntando. Bueno, Mórico.
No entiendo por qué las páginas de apuestas ponen 1.5, ¿por qué no ponen 2 directamente? Nunca entendí eso.
Porque hay gente con down.
Pero no se puede hacer media kill, ¿no?
Y no sé, te asistí mucho.
No, porque hay gente down que ve más 2 y piensa, más 2 es más de 2
Alexis,
o
cuando
más de
toda la
3.
gente down, piensa en vos.
Alexis, a la gente down, piensa en vos.
No, bueno, lo defendió.
No, me burlé de no. Merecido lo que lo ordenó. Le perdonó la vida a Gana.
Ray de trade, queda vivo, boludo, ¿cómo es posible?
Porque es el toro Sergio.
Man, Gala estaba perdiendo en oro y el 5 comenzó a jugar en bot y de la nada recuperó todo el oro. Y todo el farm.
Lo que tenía que hacer, jugar para el bueno, no para el
Estás... Berserk le está sacando como 20 minions.
Hijos de puta la partida con Nan, miren los daños después. Hice el mismo daño que todos ustedes juntos.
Ya hablas.
¿Qué Kaiser?
Banca la vuelta de Kaiser.
But again, he's going to have to deal with so much disengage, and I think that is one of the most difficult parts about this whole composition.
Al fin un auto de Google Street View de mi ciudad, boludo. La última actualización fue 2013, hermano.
Asaltalo, boludo.
Esa camarita que tienen los otros de Google debe valer lindo.
Everyone going in at once. Rakan goes in, Sejuani ult lands, Fudge is landing, you know, the ult and the scatter from M&S, everything kind of has to hit at the same time, or it's going to be so easy for LNG to peel and cut it out.
No, Clover está ganando el oro.
Ojo, mira. Será que se hagan alma de fuego, pegue un básico cualquiera de los 5.
Yo banco que jueguen así, al menos por parte de Cloud9, tipo. Porque si jugás a cagarte a palo, te van a coger mecánicamente, tipo. Tenés que jugar. Tipo...
Mecánicamente no son tan distintos, boludo.
Pero si
el macro,
no, pero pajero, si sabes que el otro tiene una leve ventaja superior, si vos fighteás 80 veces, tarde o temprano te va a ganar todas las fights, ¿me entendés? Si vos especulás y esperás a fightear por un dragón, ¿me entendés? Se reduce todo a una fight, ¿me entendés? Tipo...
¿Qué necesidad de decir igual especulás? Ahí metiste chiche, boludo.
Eso es un ludópata de mierda.
Metiste chiche fuerte, boludo. ¿Por qué dijiste especulás, boludo? Venía bien.
Y especulan.
Déjalo que conecte.
Se ríe porque...
Ve un punto. Sí. Seguí cocinando, déjalo cocinar.
Pero igual, tipo, ahora viene Drag, si fightean acá y ganan, o sea, pueden ganar en esta fight porque está re odd la partida, tipo, está re odd. Pero si se ponen a fightear cangrejo, gang, bla bla bla, a la larga te van a ganar. Tipo,
no juega LOL si vas a tenerle miedo a la mecánica del rival.
No, pero están jugando LOL de libreta, boludo. Te fighteo solo los Drake, escalo. ¿Entendés?
Igual yo le haría caso porque si no,
así jugó G2 y le ganó a un tipo.
G2 dijo, matemos a Kelly que hecho. Ese fue la estrategia.
Jugaron a pick-up, jugaron a teamfight, tipo bien del análisis.
Man, estoy viendo el futuro Pentakill de Gala.
Alexis, dejá de hablar en serio porque
vamos Gala.
Cuando te dé un derrame no voy a saber si es un derrame estás hablando normal.
¿A quién le puse, Nico? ¿Que Gala se hacía un penta? Sí.
Fíjate.
Sí, creo que sí, le puse a Galota.
start comparing them and JDG.
¿verdad que está jugando Han?
¿Cómo no me di
¿Verdad que está
cuenta?
jugando Han?
Licha, vos me dijiste que le ponga APA, que se hace puta.
Entero. No sé, pero Payo sí no era mala opción.
No, era malísimo.
¿Viste el penta que se hizo con Diego en la LCS?
Sí, bueno. ¿En dónde?
La mejor liga de LoL. No, ¿y esa ulti es cabrón?
No, hermano, todo se le fue a 2 de vida. Todo flash ese,
Tremendo troll lo del NG.
Corridos por la barra de clona.
¿Viste? A eso es lo que te decía, boludo. O sea,
Corrido por la 9-9.
Faltó especulación.
lo están jugando bien, boludo.
Especularon, what the fuck, especuló que con nadie.
Igual Clone posta que es el verdadero campeón de a nivel anual de
¿Vos viste algo de
DNA.
LCS, Alexi? ¿Viste algo?
Sí.
Mira, yo sé que Alexi no vio nada, pero así todo voy a decir que tiene razón, ¿vale?
Sí, pero tiene razón, pero sin argumento.
Lo sacó del culo, amigo, está bien.
Pero para mí Clone es mejor que NRG y que Team Liquid. Igual Team Liquid dio pena.
No flashé,
boludo. Me dio pena Team Liquid y yo que lo defendía como el mejor representante.
Mala Fox, ahí tenemos, porque...
Lo que pasa es que jugó contra un equipo que lo conoce, boludo. Ayer jugó contra T1 y...
Igual, yo me pregunto si también es... O sea, pese a que Clone esté jugando literalmente a poldear y no buscar fights, también un poco es culpa de LNG que no se atreve a buscar la fight, porque capaz que si le sale mal, tipo, es como... Están jugando los dos re... Bueno, a ver qué hace. Le falta, no sé.
Algún día me gustaría vivir en tu cuerpo, Alexi, y ver cómo funciona tu cabeza. Sería esquizofrénico a mano por el
Nico, para vos que, o sea, es buen playstyle de Clone o también un poco culpa de LNG que cede, tipo, en el concepto de...
Estás cediendo porque tenés un Jax, una Sir y una Tristana, boludo. Está bien que ceda, porque tenés un Renate, una Syndra y... Bueno, acá está más o menos.
Pero tiene un Renate...
Está bien que ceda porque los tipos dicen, cedemos un poco, dejamos que se diviertan, vinieron al Mundial pobre. Después pisamos el acelerador, les rompemos bien el orto y nos la da vuelta a Clone y perdemos.
Basta que los dos tienen una combo para que esto termine en 5 minutos, boludo.
Sí, va a estar cocinándose la partida, va a haber una teamfight, van a morir todos de un lado y va a ganar NG, obviamente.
¿Ya sacaron Tristana mid de este mundial?
Sí, el boludo de Aria en Play.
We ain't getting berserker with the Umbral build, and that's something you know we haven't seen as much so
Pasa
far.
que, no, lo de él dijeron, tenemos que especular. Let's speculate.
Está en la bolsa.
Champi, comentario de color. Un comentario que me haga cambiar la visión de este game. ¿Viste? Pide perdón y saca la pausa.
Mirá, la partida sigue pagando lo mismo que pagaba antes de que empezara, tipo. No se movió ni un pelo, boludo. La idea de que gane Clone es del 20%.
We'll give you the update as soon as we know what the pause is. Earlier we had that pause, obviously it was some FPS issues.
En el apocalipsis.
Estación de tren.
Se quedó dormido ya.
Some big item completions are coming through. You know, Fudge completed that Shojin, so his second item has come through. We saw a second item just come in as well for Blatter. He's got the Lance Vow now. And over on the other side, Scout has his Nashers on top of that Leandry. So this is not the kind of vegan build that people like to call it.
Ahora, yo ni quiera dónde está el glaciar.
¿Qué pasó?
Te habías quedado dormido. Y se escucha en el micrófono como respiraba. Muteate.
El país de la pobre.
Ecuatoriano,
Y no sé, a ver, mostrame la verga.
¿Qué había pasado en Ecuador hace poco?
El nuevo presi.
El orto de Uruguay. ¿En Ecuador fue que mataron a uno o fue en otro?
Ah, eso, mataron a un presidente.
No, mira, estoy de bota.
Pero ese que se postulaba, ¿cuánto sacó?
Y 0, porque murió. No lo voté.
Nah, pero era top 1, top 2.
Creo que era top 3, boludo.
Quedó segundo, pero ya porque murió el que iba a ganar, porque ganaba en primera vuelta.
Murió.
Eso lo mataron.
¿Cómo que
Ah, ganó,
murió el
ganó en
Ah,
primera
pero,
vuelta, pero lo
pero,
mataron por la vida.
pero el trabajo de Riego es ser un candidato.
O sea, ganó en
Se
primera
murió en
vuelta
todo.
y lo mataron.
Se murió por casos naturales,
No,
murió de un
literal-
tiro en la
el
cabeza.
candidato que iba a ganar, lo mataron.
No, pero
Él iba a ganar en
¿cuál?
primera vuelta.
A ese sí que hablamos nosotros. O a otro más mataron.
Ese es el que mataron. Iba a ganar en primera vuelta.
El que ganó estaba tercero o cuarto, no sé cómo subió a segundo lugar.
Y Milei en unos meses, boludo.
Scale, no. None of
Casi
that.
pan.
It's going to be down to the execution, and Cloud9
¿Cómo
are
se
going to have
ríe
the
el otro?
opportunity.
And I think with, again, you know, huge options
¿Por
of
qué
their
tiene
own,
cara
right?
de
They've
que se
already
quiere
seen
morir
one
Gala?
point in trying to
Porque
put
Gala,
together
Porque
this game
un
already.
equipo,
Se quiere
pero
morir.
Fudge, I should say,
Gala,
to be more
dormí un
specific,
poco. Qué
you know, to
fachero que
then
es Hank,
tank
boludo.
mid was really proactive
Hank
against
no
a team
tiene
like
carita de
LNG that
Zeus,
does,
o
as you were saying,
os
want to
quería.
sit back a bit. I think, again, so many options for C9
no
is
tiene cara de
great to
Zeus,
talk about here.
No.
And ultimately, you know, Fudge, just quickly on this note,
¿Por
not the
Que
qué?
Gala
best
haga
spot
la...
either. Matches
¿Por
with
qué hay
Zipper
un borde
being built two
amarillo?
items
¿Qué
as well
ansiedad me da?
is also something we should note that this Renekton
¿Cómo que
is
morde
going to be
mal?
quite powerful running into the next
Borde.
fight.
So, tournament
Ah,
officials
borde
are now
amarillo.
reporting.
Es
Sven was
porque
having some
Juan
issues with
está
his peripherals, some
streameando y
keyboard
el
issues,
internet no le da
trying to
para
get that all
tanto.
solved out. We could see on screen one of the referees was
Ay,
talking to
saquen
Sven.
esto que me está
I've seen the players
encandilando a
getting
Nashi,
ready
¿verdad?
checks in chat, so I presume that we will get the official ready checks. We will be probably going
Qué
back
día
into
de
it quickly, but
mierda,
both teams
boludo.
have gotten
Dale.
ready, and we
La
are seeing that
chota.
it's unpausing now
¿Por
as
qué,
a
boludo?
game,
Está
so
piola.
we'll be right back to it here.
Boludo, el primero fue una garchada,
Aparte de
no
la
me acuerdo
comida
qué.
que nos comimos.
It's okay, guys. You needed that breather anyway. Go to the bathroom.
Dale, boludo, ¿cuántas
Come back
pausas va a
top.
tener? Dios
It's only
mío.
game 2. This is what I love about new format. Having the 8-game day in Swiss with the new format going full out is fantastic. Welcome back into the game.
Nunca más
Vamos.
organizo un mundial.
Okay.
Otra vez, puta
There you
madre.
go. Now you have
La
more
puta
time.
madre,
Go
se
and
sigue
sort yourself
jugando,
out.
che.
You know what? I will say,
KR Production.
in this downtime, the food here is OP.
Y
you know,
Tapia,
I'm
muéveme
talking
los
like a
hilos.
Velios on
Dale,
release.
que viene.
Otra vez.
Oh, God.
It's great. And the crazy thing about Korea is just you walk around in a street and there's about 20 restaurants. You don't know where you are. You don't know where you've stumbled upon. But all of a sudden, man, the
Throw a
options.
rock, hit some good food.
That's right. Every single time. I mean, you know, there's a mall near us that's got about 160 restaurants or something in it.
Yeah, it's crazy. So I did just get an update.
Please.
Sven again
Porque los
having
mejores
the
games son los
continued
que
issues
es
even
más tarde.
after the unpause and pause.
Yep.
So they are going to be changing
Que con
out his
tanta pausa
keyboard.
Fnatic
So
no
they're
va a
gonna
poder
get a new
usarlo.
peripheral for him.
Okay.
The issues are persisting, unfortunately. Obviously, you know, not the ideal situation for anyone. It can be frustrating for both teams. You know, have to sit in that pause.
Ay, encima sigue Matt
But
contra
obviously
BDS.
very important
Z,
that
va a haber
these things
BDS
are working
overployando y
properly
cogiéndose a
because
Matt.
Está para dormir una
the whole
horita.
year is leading up to this point, and it is just so important that you are
El Fnatic
comfortable that
Gun va a ser
everything is
lo
going
único.
I mean, more to the point, right? We talked about the potential upset
Fnatic
today that
Gun,
could lead to the 2-0
Gen
for
GT1,
either of these
G2
teams.
Weibo.
I mean,
O sea
obviously
que
the
recién
LNG
después del
Queen
partido
favorites
más
as
vienen los
LPL team
partidos
people
como para así
might
decirlo,
not
está
rate
para
North
verlo.
America as highly. I mean, I know they don't. Sometimes
XD.
is it wrong? No,
Y
no.
yo no veo razones para ver un Fnatic que va a
I was like,
morir,
where's it
pero
going
bueno.
with this? This is very
I was
generous
trying to
of
be
you.
optimistic, and I'm like, you know, I don't want to be a phony. I don't want to be a fraud. Okay.
I mean,
¿Qué hace,
how
amigo?
many international titles has LPL
Armando
won?
la
Yeah,
concha.
a few.
A few.
But
Encontraron
how many
los
LCS
cosos,
titles has the
boludo.
LPL won?
None.
There you go.
That's huge.
Yeah.
And
¿Qué crees,
also,
Ben? ¿Qué crees,
I
Ben?
mean, as
Preocupado,
well,
boludo.
Me
always
quedé
remember
preocupado.
SI team
Me
liquid,
encontraron los
semi-finals
scripts.
versus IG.
Es
That was
el
heartbreaking
malo
for me, but
principal
that
de la
was the end
serie
of
de
the
Disney
tournament.
de la
And then
temporada
everything else
1,
happened after
pero que
that.
la
That's
2
right.
es más
I
un
mean, they
antagonista
won, right?
gracioso,
Yeah,
boludo.
they
Licha,
won.
¿vos
They
creés
beat
que
the world
Milei
champion
gana en primera
IG,
vuelta?
and then Team Liquid rode off into the sunset. Never.
That's right.
Yeah,
Alexi,
that's what happened at
te
the
voy
end
a
of the
traumar, me voy a
Everyone
suicidar
on
enfrente
the
tuyo y
death
te voy a
group at that
traumar,
time was like,
boludo,
oh,
por
Team
hijo de
Liquid
puta.
were a
Sinceramente
real
no,
chance.
boludo.
Was it
Hay
G2?
mucha gente que está muy amigada con Massa.
Yeah, okay,
El Mo.
great.
Not
Yo
sure
creo
what you're
que se va a ir
referring
a...
to.
Oh, I
Creo que
love
va a
it.
ganar, pero en
Similarly to
balotaje.
Cloud9, you know, making it to World Semis.
O
And then
capaz no,
again,
capaz me sorprende y gana
for
en
some
primera vuelta.
inexplicable
Pero no creo.
reason, we just didn't play out the rest
Capaz
of the
gana
event.
Chiariti.
Yep.
Got to
Capaz gana
semis,
Chiariti.
you know, big success. Everyone cheered, and that
Córdoba
was
se
the end of it.
convierte en
I
Dubai.
remember what was crazy is like IG at that tournament was disappointing for me, you know, because I was casting LPL. I'm like, man, this team could be the best ever. Won Worlds, lost to Team Liquid, and then
Hay que ser down para ir a un concierto de The Weeknd. ¿Por qué te reí?
No parece la nada.
Está gratis en En HBO.
Pero si no fuiste vos.
¿Qué vas a un concierto de Weekend? Armate una playlist en YouTube.
How much you convey.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
I didn't plan on this being, an Azael pop-up session of a highlight, but it just happened. Veris didn't get any of
Qué
this
burro los
yesterday.
futbolitos.
Ah, qué rico cogí el momo, boludo, con Miriam Bregman.
2019
Ah, es verdad, boludo, no lo vi, boludo.
Viste que fueron a la Racing los futbolitos. El título del video se llama Conocimos el primer club grande de América.
¿Cuánto le pagan, weón?
De Argentina, pero bueno.
No,
¿Cómo se ven?
como diciendo que le tiraron el stream, boludo, maricón de mierda.
Oh, lo más peroncho que hay.
Alexis, agradezco que las selecciones son cada 4 años, boludo, porque bancarte todos los años así, no.
No tendría tanto chiste como el mundial.
No, pero es infumable, boludo.
Alexis, sí, en todo.
Qué rico garchó, mamá.
Y yo cuando lo tenía en la secundaria a veces tenía ganas de cagar la piña.
Es verdad. Sí, estudiaron en el mismo colegio, ¿no?
Sí.
Pero vos le llevabas un par de años,
Sí. Sí, pero lo veía a los recreos, boludo.
¿Por qué me olvidé de esto, boludo? De verdad. Qué random.
Íbamos a la misma escuela, mismo turno, pero
nunca pintó una charla ahí.
Era escuela técnica.
No.
Era escuela técnica.
Nunca le comiste a la hermana Alexis, boludo.
Esto se nota que van a regresar a la partida de cero.
¿Con una break? No, no creo.
¿Por qué no tienen dignidad los equipos? Dicen, me rindo, te doy la victoria, boludo. Y se van a rendir.
Vamos a la
Porque el que se
NBA.
rinde es solo.
Bien que me cae Kobe, bien. Mejor caster, host, relator, lo que vos quieras. De radio.
And then Jax going over to Zika. Those are two really powerful champions for their solo laners. And we literally had a segment at the beginning of the day. Scout was the best performing player yesterday on Azir as well. So I was definitely a bit nervous, a bit scared. But they have played out the mid game pretty well to set themselves up with some good footing for a possible win.
I think that
Mad Lion
C9's
BDS,
game plan is very topside focused this game, where they try to
Fnatic
get the
Gam,
try to play through the Renekton.
Ese va a ser una poro.
That we're very familiar. And
Shen-City One,
me
the concern that you
criogenito.
always have is that when you're hard committing in the
Shen-City
draft
One,
to basically trade sides of the map,
Q2
is that you
Weibo,
then make sure you don't overcommit on one
Que
side,
hay
you
que
don't
Juan
make
Domingo
mistakes and
contra
create
Lo
Billy
bien
Billy.
They're doing that
y
very
el
well.
Fnatic
They're able
Gam
to
me
get the
contó
early
bien.
herald, they invested towards
A
top,
las 6
they get
arranca
a
el
kill
meollo.
onto Zika. The game is very
Y KT
even. And
contra
while the
DK.
Renekton does have a lot of gold,
Gracias,
my
Manao.
question then comes to Kobe. Do you trust Fudge
De nada, aguante
to
KT.
be a
No,
carry?
I don't
No,
trust
why not?
Renekton.
Seguro.
It's not about Fudge. I
Oh,
don't.
he had us in the first half.
Oh, sentido.
And this is actually something 95% of Cloud9 fans will relate to. They don't trust Renekton.
No puedo creer que la última entrevista de Miriam Bregman fue con Momo.
Usually, especially if it's against Jax towards the
Sí,
later
Alex.
stages. But as you said,
Sí,
a lot
no,
of
es un
attention has
mogol,
gone
tío.
that way. The Herald went up there,
Igual
Clever went up
entiendo
there. They
que la
got the
última
turret dive
previo al coso,
in exchange for
a la
bottom
votación.
side.
Y la de Massa
They
también.
actually didn't lose anybody on the cross match.
Igual
play,
puede
even
meter un
though
coso
they
antes.
did let
No,
Zika get,
hoy
they did let
creo que
Scout, I
mañana
believe,
es
push
el
in an extra
último.
mid
O
lane
es hoy.
possibly get a turret plate there.
El
So
cierre de la
there
veda.
are some things, but
La
honestly,
veda,
this
es
is
el sábado.
it feels good to be
Ah.
on pretty close footing even.
Yeah. I would say it's the best case
Con el
scenario.
IFE de
Being taken out
Chatza,
full head, that
me
would
pedí
be
una
nice.
hamburguesa doble con
But my
papa,
question, of
con
course,
cheddar y
is
huevo.
the
Mejor
lens
dicho, ninguno
of
ningún candidato dijo nada de
Azir
K-pop,
scaling
¿no?
and Tristana that is scaling. Yesterday,
¿Qué?
just
Ah,
an
mira
Azir
en
that we saw,
general.
you said it
boludo.
already, giving over
Me
that
sale ese
Azir
video
without
ahora.
my preference. It still happened, and now you have
No,
this
mirá
game
la
state
misma.
where
Los
I
chinos.
think LNG are feeling quite in their element.
Well,
La poquita tan cuellón ahí,
LNG
Momo.
are a slow team. Historically,
Momo
full
de
staff, but
mierda.
when you cast them, you kind of get a bit of a weird,
Se
I don't know
devaluó.
what the word is, but it's so different to what he's used to casting
Yeah.
because they are just a slower team. So I don't think they're out of comfort, and as you rightly said, they are comfortably scaling. Their heavy investment towards bot side. Range is the big thing that they have going in their kind of
Mucha
their
risa
composition is
de
built around
Laje.
Azir and Tristana.
Como lo
There's always
ningunea
a very
Momo en la
terrifying
cosa. Dice,
front-to-back composition
Momo
to
jugará
have to
muy
play
bien a los
through. And
jueguitos.
this is where players like Fudge are going to
Lo
need to be able to
ninguneaba
find
ese hijo de
flanks.
puta.
Sven is going to have to
Lo
play
re
around
amaba
the
la
vision to be able
Momo.
to get onto that back line. that dive that this composition does have a lot of, it's going to be very difficult to execute.
Mañana
If they find it, then
sale
it's going to work
comprarse
out well.
2 cocas, porque el Fernet ya lo tengo guardado, que no me van a dejar tomar el domingo.
The pincer from him and Blabber to burn 3 flashes off of Zika, Tarzan, and Scout, and then get the Dragon for themselves. We haven't seen yet the ramifications of all those flashes being blown, but that is
Dale, boludo, tan larga la van a hacer.
for them. Obviously, I'm very high.
Uno de los peores Game Pass, ¿verdad? Que te lo dan uno que te genera expectativa.
It's Copium right now. Maybe it'll be Copium later.
No, is it called Cobium?
I got my own brand.
Después de esto, después de esta ronda viene la ronda 3, que vamos a tener mañana solamente a las 4 y a las 7, a las 4 de la mañana, 7 de la mañana un partido, que van a ser los ganadores. Después los que van empatados van a ser pasado mañana a partir de las 4 de la mañana hasta las 7. Y al otro día, el 23, tenemos los 2 últimos partidos, los 2 peores, de los 4 peores, perdón, a las 4 de la mañana y a las 3. Luego arrancaría la ronda 4 y arranca de la misma manera, un partido a las 4 y un partido a las 7. Listo.
Es buenísimo.
Y la última ronda, por alguna extraña razón, es a la 1, a las 4 y a las 7. Supongo que ahí ellos están los mejores de 3 o mejores de 5. ¿Qué era? ¿Mejor de 5 o mejor de 3?
Mejor de 3.
Mejor de 3.
Mejor de 9. Quedan 5.
Y después, bueno, ya avanzamos a la parte de los cuartos, la semi y la final. Que encima la final va a ser el 19 de noviembre a las 4 de la mañana.
Duele la cola del 19 de noviembre.
Con el hijo de comprar una skin de CSGO. Pasado. No, no, es buenísimo. Tener uno de estos en la familia es un recontra pijar.
No van a ser los cuartos y la semifinal, boludo. Todos los partidos, todos a las 5 de la mañana.
To bring something up in terms of LNG, you know, we say it often. I'm just going to say it again because I think it's great. LPL, most gruesome region to qualify for Worlds out of. Playoffs, the Gauntlet is, I think,
Posta
the
muerta las
biggest
palomas,
eliminator in
boludo.
all of esports in LPL, and specifically LNG. They lost
Si
game
usas
5
esto, sos un negro cabeza.
the next morning in the same stadium. They had to qualify to Worlds. They did in the end because they're here to face EDG. And the
Ahora,
key here
tras
is
su
also,
apoyo a Hamas,
you know,
por
in playing
abandonar a Israel a ganarse el video de Mia Khalifa. Si te pijas con esta, tipo ayudas a Israel.
Viste, por una buena causa.
why I am getting a bit nervous. I don't want to be a glass half
Como
full
gordo me
girl.
puede prestar 30.000 pesos, le devuelvo 50 el lunes más tardar. Yo.
Also, I don't have a horse in this race, but you know, I want to see a good
¿De
game.
dónde están los 500 pesos que te presté para la cámara, Alexi? Más te vale que tu clase la tome con cámara, hijo de remil puta.
¿Qué crees?
El 4 de noviembre vamos a tener récord de llamadas al 144.
La concha de tu madre. Alexi, ¿ya te la tomás con cámara?
Venga, sí.
Saca screenshot la próxima. Espero que cometa un crimen.
You don't need to, like, I love the way that you're just like, Vedius, I'm really trying to convince you here. And I'm just
Hermano,
like, I agree.
queden play.
I think that the game state right now is very, like, it could go either way, is the way I see it. Like, yeah, the longer the game goes, there's a world where LNG can definitely make it harder, but we'll have to see.
Yes, I do have an update for you. The tournament officials have determined that the instance of the pause took place at a game-critical moment, and they're performing a chrono break to a dead ball state. So we have a little bit of time.
I wonder where that is. Yeah.
Same. I don't know if we can get the moment before the pause.
Nah.
Production wants to do that, but
Mirá el
it's
setup
nice.
que se armó mi novia ahora.
The top and bottom trade plays,
Yeah.
where they
A ver
had
qué se hizo.
opposite side jungle dives for the top
Tu
side.
mamá.
Cloud9, they had
Recuerden.
Berserker live. Meanwhile, they got the kill on top side, Rift Herald on
Hija
top
de
side.
puta,
That's where
boludo,
they
lo
got the
paso
first
pasado.
tower and got that
Bueno,
extra
más
gold.
complicado.
That is also, though, where Scout got his
No,
extra minions in mid
mi
lane.
novia.
honestly don't remember the point at which it paused. I remember the game state, and overall I was like
Tiene unos
pretty happy for
Stitch.
both
Yo le
sides.
regalé ese
But
mozo a mi
I have
novia.
no idea.
We do
Seguro
have
que
an
sea
interview in the back
Wacky.
yesterday.
Pero
You were
está
talking
pateada.
to Tarzan, so maybe we can throw to that because that'll be good context for today as well.
Tiene hasta el monitor de streamer y todo. Es verdad, el diablazo.
No.
Oye,
And
sí,
we're
ni
back
Dumbo,
here
boludo.
in the interview station with
Loco, ese no
Tarzan.
estaba jugando.
LNG won their first game
¿Qué?
here in the
Las
Bolsa
bombas de
stage.
la de esta.
Lo más seguro
Thank you so
instalando
much for
el
joining
interview de
me
ella.
today. It's been since 2021, I think, that we didn't see you. How much of a different player are you now?
우선은 승리 정말 축하드립니다.
Bueno,
이번
entrevista
일
y
월즈에서
Ya
뵙고
terminó.
또
¿Dónde
오늘
sale
월즈
ese PJ?
무대에서
¿Cómo se
뵙는 것
llama, boludo?
같은데요.
Es
그
reconocido en
당시와
Corea.
비교해봤을 때 얼마나 다른 선수가
Los
되었나요?
Kuromi son todos esos.
Kuromi, sí.
Los My Melody.
Eso.
Lo sé por triple, porque cada uno es fan de uno.
Tiene un Sam's.
I wanna
Como el
say I
Hello
grew
Kitty,
a
es Hello Kitty,
lot
pero
in terms of
sin
the
que
game
diga
knowledge
hola
and
demonio.
also
Digo, está re
in
cool.
terms of
Tiene,
the
tiene
mentality.
fotos
So I've become a
tipo
lot
así con
stronger in
colaboración
those
con
aspects.
maquillaje y
So
después tiene una
I
foto
wanna
de
say I've
ella
become
con
a lot
ese
more
tab,
mature.
boludo. Está re
It's
tri.
amazing to hear, and you're the only remaining member
¿No
of
se
this
llegan a ver los
iteration of
iconos?
LNG back then. You guys picked up
Sí,
Gala also this
De...
summer. Tell me more
No, no
about
tiene el
LNG
LOL,
for the people
boludo.
who haven't been
Fortnite
following
tenía.
the LPL
No,
this
este
year. What can
terrorista
we
tiene
expect from
Windows
you guys
10
at Worlds?
todavía.
그리고 그 당시
Tiene
로스터에서
Discord.
지금 현재 로스터에 남아있는 유일한 선수가 또
Y
타자
después no
선수이고
no
이번
reconozco los
이제
nombres.
Acá
서머스를
viendo
갈라
él de
선수도
Cajedo y la otra
있는데요.
historia de
LPL을
Instagram.
찾아보시지
Que se
Para ver,
vayan,
ahí
que
se
se
ve
vayan
el...
todos.
LNG로부터 어떤 모습이
Fíjate en el
기대되는지
penúltimo.
말씀드립니다.
Ultra zoom, hermano. Ah,
A
es
ver,
verdad, puede ser, ¿eh?
a ver, a ver, a ver.
No, pero es muy rebuscado, igual sí.
A ver,
Tiene
chocale,
que ser
chocale.
Discord. ¿Qué es eso? Tiene leche, mirá, está leche ahí, boludo.
Ah, está hablando a mí.
말할 거 없이 든든한 딜러진이고 항 서포터도
En
굉장히
Discord. Nah, ¿quién sabe, boludo? Nada más.
힘이 넘치는 친구예요.
Sí,
So
es el
I
Discord
want to give
igual.
you guys a brief introduction of my team.
Círculo violeta.
Solid,
El
jungle,
padre de
mid
Lina de
Sí,
Moine.
AD carry,
El
of
padre de
course
Lina de
solid
Moine
and
decidió
support.
apoyar a
I
su
wanna
hija y
say he's a
renunció a su
strong player.
I
paternidad.
love the confidence. What I love the most with having you at Worlds here, Tarzan, is the Griffin reunion that we're going to have once again with so
Tiene
many
Discord,
players
no
of
hace
this
videollamadas
2019
sexuales, boludo.
roster being here at
Como
Worlds.
Lalito,
Did
¿eh?
you guys keep a good
No, es
relationship with
verdad.
them? And which one in particular are
¿Vos
you
viste
looking
lo
to
de
face?
Weekly, no? Te lo pasé.
그리고 또 하나 말씀드려야 될 게
No.
바로 이제 이번
¿No lo
월드를
viste?
통해서
¿No lo
이루어지는 그
viste?
19년도
Pará,
그리핀
lo
선수들의
vi.
또 재결합
¿Qué
많은
cosa?
분들이 기대하고
Ay,
있는데
lo de
지금도
Weekly.
좋은 신분
Te lo
유지하면서
pasé
잘
en
진행되고
coso,
계신지
¿no?
그리고
En
가장
Drive.
Ah,
궁금한
sí,
점이
sí.
있다면
Bueno,
어떤
que fue en Discord eso, boludo.
Ah,
Ojo.
en Discord.
¿No será el. ¿Cómo se dice esto? La leyenda urbana de que todas las idols usan Discord para eso.
Dios,
O
qué rica,
una
qué rica,
secta,
qué
boludo.
rica
Que
y
está
tan
toda.
fácil.
밥한번 먹었어요.
¿Quién
Yeah,
dijo que
it was
estaba
really,
rica
really
Fátima
fun to
Flores?
have a
¿Vos, Nico?
matchup against
Todos.
my former teammates from Griffin,
Hola,
and I
Licha.
wish it
Yo.
happens later in the stage.
Mira,
And
mira.
yesterday I had
Ah.
some free time, so I had dinner
Che,
with
pasa acá
Chovy and
también.
Lehans.
Oh, the reunion. Indeed, thank you so much, Tarzan. 축하드립니다. 인터뷰 감사합니다. Jisun, thank you as well. And you guys, back to you.
Debe coger como un
Thank
león,
you, Lore,
boludo.
from the past. Amazing. Dinner, eh? At least they didn't go swimming. Because
Sí,
in
coger
Europe,
como un león.
that
Ah,
leads to
sí.
things.
Pero
code.
no están los jugadores.
Who knows?
No, ¿y qué van a hacer
I don't
sentados
think
ahí
so.
8 horas,
We'll
boludo?
get back into the game pretty quickly. Of course, I think we should be close, even though I had a music video behind us. They get out of that once we get back into the game. Don't worry about it. I think we've exhausted kind of our,
well, I'm hoping that we get an actual look at where the game is going back to. They said they're working on
getting it now.
Getting the exact point.
So
that's
Ahí
really
volvió.
interesting. Okay. So this is what led to it.
Mata dos
And
Splinter.
it's a very dead ball right now. So I'm assuming we'll just go back to whatever this
Mata
is.
tengo hambre, le puso.
Great.
Mata tengo hambre.
Okay.
Todo lindo. Fueron 30 millones.
Come on, give us some insight. Cope.
The ball is dead. That's what the... Okay.
Okay.
Qué
So
mierda
we'll just go back
repetían,
to
boludo.
before they jump on Blabber, I guess.
Yeah.
Chrono Break, no.
I mean,
Ay,
No, ¿por qué Chrono Break?
Yo me paso el Dota, boludo, chao.
Posta, en el Dota ya no pasa.
The ball is
Tiene que bancar a los peruanos y no se entiende
Tan
nada.
viejo y tan poco actualizado que no tiene voz. ¿Por qué Chrono Break? ¿Por qué Chrono Break, hermano?
Que no diga, ¿cómo?
Pero ¿por qué está mal el Chrono Break?
Bueno,
Porque Cloud9 dijo, che, no quiero jugar más con Sven, boludo. Y
no,
dieron
posta.
el contrato a mitad del game.
No, posta hacen Chrono Break, me voy a dormir. No, ya está.
Chao, chao, chao.
Chao, boludo.
We've exhausted kind
Pero
of
hijo de
our
puta,
predictions because we
peor
know what the
sería si
champions are,
hicieran
we
un
know how they
remake.
play and what they do.
Explícalo
All we can do is
así.
believe
Chao,
in
chao, chao,
C9 and
listo.
¿Qué? Es lo
we can
mismo
parlay
Chrono
this
Break y
into a bigger,
Remake.
No,
Imbécil.
no es
so
lo
do we
mismo, amigo.
believe
¿Qué
generally
sí?
in C9? Are they
Chrono Break
emerging
vuelve al
as
mismo
kind of your
punto.
Chronobre literalmente puede retrasarse un minuto.
Emerging over the last
2 days?
Ah.
8 years, I think.
No, tenés down, boludo.
International flag
Remake es
of
remake, o
North
sea,
America
vuelto a
for
hacer.
sure.
Yeah.
For Cloud9, we've
Bueno, vengo cuando
become,
empiece.
No es
Voy
re
a
on this team a
laburar.
lot of times, and I will say
¿Pero
that
qué
once
pasó?
again,
¿Pero por
since
qué
we
hace?
did
¿Chrono
actually
Break
have
en qué
a lot of
punto?
good
Y ahí
scrim
cuando se
ratios
bugueó,
versus
amigo.
LPL teams, they actually
¿Pero
came in
qué
with
se
a lot of
bugueó?
confidence.
No
And
sé, no tengo
confidence,
ni idea, no le
you're
estoy dando
going
ni
to
5
need that
goles.
in these mid and late
Yo solo
game
quiero que
teamfight
vuelva.
scenarios, which is where the game is won,
I
especially versus LNG.
have skepticism around North America's ability to make good fights happen.
Just in general.
You said, actually, I remember yesterday you said in general.
Yeah, I
and
did.
you were like,
And I
no,
did.
it's actually only one
Well,
or two
because
teams.
He's trying to paint our whole
I mean,
region.
I'm just
Yeah,
because
with one
I mean, I
brush.
watched the semifinals, I watched the finals, and I was
But yeah.
I was
Don't put me-
disappointed in the fact that they like a
And
lot of their
that's
fights.
it. We have to go to the
I'm
casters.
just
Venice is
disappointed.
not like the
when
LCS.
Tarzan was
Go ahead.
mainly
Why does this keep happening?
on to Blaver.
Poor Venius.
It's
Sorry,
been
buddy.
keyboard
Welcome back to the
issues.
cast. Now, ladies and gentlemen, if you're just tuning in, League officials have Chrono Break back to 2035.
Oh, they're on
the Baron.
And we are back in. Thank you for your patience. C9
Volvió.
come back from the Chrono Break.
Volvió.
and hit the Baron.
Sig has no TP and they saw him bot. There
Ah, nada bueno, nada bueno. ¿Qué vas a aprovechar el Chrono Break, boludo?
Pero la AFA, ¿lo mainero qué onda?
Literalmente me clavaron un Chrono Break
Chronobre fue.
y entraron. El Chrono Break fue mental. Fue mental, boludo.
No. Adri Fanati. La partida estaba, no sé, tanto tranquilo en mid, el cronometrito al otro lado de cada, boludo. Nunca pasó eso, pero bueno. Nah.
Literalmente hicieron un fanático, boludo.
Pará, alto robo. Alto robo. ¿Qué se
Acaban de
ocurre?
robarle a LNG. Bueno, a ver, LNG tiene a Gala, eso también es un robo.
Alto robo. Harto.
Literalmente, pero volvieron literalmente al coso y se clavaron un Nashor, mataron a todos.
Joder, ¿en qué momento pasó esto en la partida?
Y eso fue, no sé.
Fue antes del...
Acá me estoy fijando.
Estaban intentando hacer el varón y justo cuando la Sejoni se había tirado contra
El cronobre, creo, bueno muchachos, preparemos la team ahora.
Nico, no puedes defender esto. Alto robo, le están haciendo.
En 2028 volvieron. Bien, los chinos merecen esto, por chino. Boludo.
Me van a romper el orto. Hoy día Galota.
A mí no me jodan, por favor, que el LNG gane.
No, pero igual, o sea, ya volvieron tipo, se pausó el game en el 2028 y volvieron en el 20...
Mierda, boludo.
En el 2044. Igual sí, o sea, tipo, seguro literalmente en el Chrono dijeron, bueno, volvimos, Baron, ¿me entendés? Tipo, es como una mirada de concentración.
Sacaron la pausa y no avisaron.
Ahí está todavía.
Puse R.
Está, Luca, Eduardo. Qué malo que Blaver.
Dios, me molesta mucho eso de Juan, boludo. Transmití boliche.
Después de partido.
The Dragon is spawning and he can't actually base. He has no time to do so. So we'll see. Can Cloud9 still get in there? He does have that Baron.
Miren la puta que hace.
He's going to try to
No
take
sé si
it
acuerdan de
away
eso.
and use that to heal up. They want to get that, but Gala is just starting the Dragon. They're just trying to force right now.
Estuvo re fachera esa rampa.
Igual sí, entiendo por qué pasa esto.
Referencia, no, referencia. Chiste, no.
Yeah, C9,
Fanatic Cloud9.
Fanatic 9.
Oye, cagaron esa colaboración, la sacaron del culo, pintó esa colada.
Pero vamos a hacer la colaboración entre los dos teams más grandes de la historia.
Nadie sabe qué está pasando, pero qué grande número 9. Cloud9 Bilardita.
No, Jumpy, no. ¿Quién es el presidente de Cloud9? Ah, Chiquitapi.
No, Jack. Tampoco fue Chrono Break que literalmente cagó el game.
Ay, Jumpy, eso te iba a decir. Jumpy, literalmente lo iba a decir antes. Se los van a agarchar igual, dejá checar. Mirá.
Mirá, ahí está, listo, ya está.
Venga, Lothar.
Matalos, ven, burro.
¡Ey! Felicidades, Juan, boludo. 2 kills de ese Juan.
¿Viste? Boludo, literalmente hay que darle estas cosas, estos pelotudos. Como... No.
Nah, qué orto que tiene Juan, hermano. 3
Para
kills
un
Fortnite. 3 kills tiene Fortnite, 2 de
todas las fechas. Otro penta, cogemos, ganamos el MSI, todos lloran. Busa queda callada. Somos el mejor equipo de la historia. Ganamos vos.
Qué buena patada, hermano.
Qué buen.
No, mirá esta boludo.
Le pegó así que todo.
Counter Strike, dije.
Mira cómo mata Gales B.
¿Cómo era la traducción? Contraataque global ofensivo.
Mira, global.
No, pero lo tiene que borrar.
That's brutal, and he loses both summoners off that as well. And now that means
¿Quién es la de carry del NG el año pasado?
Light.
at all. They didn't get the dragon with the Baron. They're now up against Soul. And Berserker just died and lost both summoners, so he won't have those summoners.
¿Cuál era el chiste? De que están todos los millennials del año pasado en distinto equipo. Yahoo, Weibo, Scout
¿En dónde está el Scout?
En NG, Ignite, en JG y Yagao en Pirimi, nada que ver.
They win the fight around mid. Berserker dies
Sigue
and
más plays,
now you're thinking Cloud9, you're probably in a terrible spot for this next fight.
Pero Knight el año pasado, ¿dónde estaba?
En el LG lo acabo de decir. Y lo acabas de decir vos.
No, Knight.
Ah, Knight. Y en Top
No estaba.
En Top Esport. Pero
¿qué?
Claro, ficharon a Knight y a Ruler. ¿Con quién tenían? Tenían a Yagao.
Y a Hope, que ustedes dos lo venían como mejor a selección.
Tenían a Yagao y a Hope.
Lo es,
porque se les conectó el mouse con Civil un día.
Tenía a Yagao y a Hope, ¿verdad, no? Pero antes de eso tenían a Knight.
Knight siempre abría el Wikipedia y cerraba un rato el orto.
Knight siempre fue de todo Esport.
Sí. Alex, pasa un año y se te mueren toda la neurona.
No, se me cruzaron los cables.
Pará, calmate.
And at the same time, Baron's going to be up before that. There's possibilities of trying to trade Baron for
igual.
Cloud9. They have
Cocinó bien.
LNG doesn't care. They can give up a dragon if they get a Baron from it or get something else from it. But Cloud9 has no options. They basically are forced to. They may actually try to preempt this by just starting up Baron again. I think they want to get the TP off Zika. I think there's potential for them to just start this on spawn and try to force the Jacks to respond.
And again, LNG as they walk towards it, trying to get that TP, but might lose the base in the process. Zika. It's unrelenting. 2 item Jacks as well, by the way, so turret damage going to be massive.
Otro Baron.
LNG have just grasped back the river somehow with 4 members.
Yep. Fudge had the base to answer, so Cloud9 we're confident to actually take that 4v4.
Bueno, mientras tanto.
They get the tier 2 on bot. Cloud9 starting to really feel the heat here. The Baron is now live. LNG
Dale, Jax, rompela toda.
They are in their comfort zone now. They don't need to do anything except just wait for this Infernal. Make sure that they have the setup for that Infernal. For Cloud9, there's a lot of pressure on them now. They know that Sven is in this area, and if he oversteps, could be in danger.
Wonder if they can do anything with the information that hung backed away. Looks like the timing's just not there, but
so many big purchases have now come through. Zonia's done for Zika. Zonia's done for Scout. You can see now the third item done for Blabber as well. He grabs the Abyssal. We have a third item in for Fudge there with the Black Lever. So everyone's seeming to finish up those third items. We'll see. Berserker has no time to go back, so he just wants a stopwatch, and so did MS. Here comes the TP. They're going to look for the deep flank.
It's a big one as well. Could be game-changing from Fudge. The factor there, but he needs to get jumping in on the sideline. Berserker running through. A king of 80 carries in North America. Down in China. Fudge helps out. Big shutdown. LNG lose a man, but trade one. Now Fudge targeted and Tarzan to finish the kill. Zika flashes, and the rookie from the LPL. should not be given jacks ever again. Scout on the Azir follows that same train of thought. As C9 it looked so good until it wasn't.
Cloud9 try to go for the aggressive play here, but a little bit disjointed. Bud comes on this super long flanking angle. They do get in the back line and take down Gala, but it took them way too long to kill Gala
Se
here.
ponía la alarma para el partido de SG contra T1. Me parecía hola y nosotros estamos en la cuarta pausa de Fnatic.
Ajá, literal.
But Gala just looks
Estamos en el
so
Team
long.
Liquid.
It takes so much time to actually kill him off. And look at MNS, he's just not a part of the fight. MNS was so far away. There's so much movement with both the guys
Que bien que está jugando
they can
Zika.
follow up on this. They can get in there on the back line. But Fudge was never really a part of the fight. MNS was never really a part of the fight, and that's the problem here. LNG just played it out so well. They kite back towards that top side. Now they have gotten the soul, and I think that's going to be all she wrote for this one. Cloud9 are still going to fight on, but within the matter of a couple minutes, it went from looking like Cloud9 had a real shot in this one to LNG just out-executing in back-to-back team fights, showcasing their prowess in these pivotal moments, now claiming the soul, now having a 5,000 lead. And they have all the cards.
You can't make a mistake against LNG. It's been said many times throughout the LPL year. But LNG specifically in those finals against JDG capitalized well. Here against Cloud9, the same again. The same against Fnatic yesterday in their early game. It's what makes LNG so dangerous. The Scout has to flash away, at least Blabber forcing out with the Glacial Prison. But the rest of LNG using the Baron buff and this hard push that's going to come from Gala to open up the base. Zika jumping in. I mean, Fudge has experience, but Zika has the LPL.
Yeah, absolutely. And just a lot of these champions now on Cloud9 have been well and truly outscaled.
Bueno,
Level 18
entonces
Jax,
esa es la partida más larga hasta ahora.
working towards his death cap. He's level 17. MNS is 2 levels down. Doesn't even have his third item. He's so far behind. Berserker as well, way behind the curve here. Cloud9 just don't really have the damage, not even to mention the soul.
They're trying so hard to kill Zika. He just thinking about jumping back in.
La partida más larga del mundial por ahora es la de Billy Billy contra KT de 45 minutos 17.
And then what do you lose because of it?
Exactly, you lose everything.
Well, Infernal Soul to boot as well. He jumps up at Berserker. That might be the last mistake you make here in
Que
this
los que hayan
game.
puesto 48
LNG
minutos,
moments away from being the first team to 2-0 here in the Swiss stage. To be on match point, as it were, to go to the best of threes. Zika has teleport. He bases away, trying to engage onto LNG. And Sven had a great early game, but no longer onto Gala. Berserker at least trying his heart out as he buys some time. Tarzan with no Sonic Wave, but Scout still
Me
fighting.
está troleando, lo puse con mejor calidad, hijo de puta. No, ¿qué hace?
But what is the cost? What is the charge? LNG still here strong as into the base. They're not stopping. They don't care. Ulti whiff. Scout dodges away. Blabber running for his life. It's a long haul here as Cloud9 look to keep them from thwarting their chances to move to safety. C9 getting bopped away though by Scout Azir, who gets 7 kills this time around. 18 kills in total in 2 days. Our MVP of the split continues to perform, and LNG moved to match point.
LNG coming out on top, 2-0. They'll move into the best of threes. As you said, they could be one of those first teams to advance from the Swiss stage. A really competitive back and forth game here. Cloud9 really looked good for a lot of it. You know, really did push LNG, taking that early Baron from there. Things were looking good, but I'm sure they really wish they could have everything after that back, because LNG in the 4v5 crushed them with the multi-prong attack when they try to siege the tier 2 mid. Then again, out-team fight them off of that long flank in from Fudge, where Fudge and MNS couldn't get involved. LNG were more coordinated, more precise in the 5v5.
Bueno, por ahora le voy
That's really
pegando.
where this game was decided. But it was definitely a close one. Cloud9 fighting down to the bitter end.
Yeah.
The Soul making such a difference, though. Even though they do kill off Gala, they had to give up Berserker to do it. And they just don't really have enough damage left in the tank to make anything happen after that.
It's a rough one, but ladies and gentlemen, we'll sit on that at least. Happy that C9 is sitting 1-1, have many more chances. We're going to go to a break, but when we return, of course, Europe has their own domestic rivalry to go towards with Mad and BDS after this.
Ay, qué pasa.
team against a king. Seeing against believing. A moment against a moment for the ages. Countless battles.
¿Cómo que tuvimos un tiroteo en un centro educativo?
The only thing capable of powering the game, the stage, the broadcast, and the worldwide spectacle we know and love, aka the Cisco Network.
¡Wow! No puede ser. Boludo, en el partido de Sarmiento de Junín contra San Lorenzo, a los de Sarmiento le robaron toda la ropa.
Sí, jugaron con la suplente.
Tuvieron que jugar con la suplente de San Lorenzo. Encima los pibes de la reserva, porque no fue el Sarmiento completo, fue toda la reserva. XD. Triste. Ah.
Welcome back. Close, but no cigar, unfortunately for
Después de las
Cloud9.
propagandas nefastas que hizo el gobierno, las personas rompieron las pantallas de la línea Roca y San Martín en los trenes.
Hey man, he's down here with me.
Take it and move on, okay? Now it's even more.
I was trying to be sympathetic. That's what I tried to be.
Algún día vas a morir Manabo y yo.
I mean, I'm sorry you had to find out
No,
this
no
way.
me voy a morir, pelotudito de mierda. No me voy a morir.
Wow.
Voy a buscar ser inmortal.
Oh my goodness. And then the flashback over into the three-person counter.
No, virgen ya no lo soy, lastimosamente. No pertenezco a este
That
grupo.
was after we got the freebie. Hung even donated a
Siga la
What
bolsa.
makes them so terrifying, right? This is how they made it so far in the LPL.
Mi corazón sigue siendo virgen porque todavía no encuentro a alguien que lo
I was
desvirgue.
scared of
No.
it and I believed in it for Cloud9.
Tarzan has
Observa
done
tu
this
cerebro,
so
yo
much
colega.
too for this team in their series versus EDG as well as him looking for the enemy carry, big plays to get them back into the game. And this one they weren't even really behind, but they had just sacrificed a kill into a 4v5 scenario. So.
Yeah, I know we're waiting for the interview because we will get to talk to Fudge actually, and it'll be really good to hear his perspective on why that didn't work out. I don't know how far we are off, but so close yet so far. Before I cut you off, you did get to kind of selection of fights in terms of kind of NA in general, but I guess pertaining to this game in C9.
Oh yeah, please do continue, Varius.
Well, I mean, when we get the clip, it'll actually be a great example because I think that something that I've seen from a few from the top NA teams is just that when they choose their fights and how they set them up, I think is often why teams falter because sometimes they get blindsided by the fact that they have this lead and they don't fully know how to utilize it properly. And I feel like that we saw a bit of a situation here where they fumbled control around the dragon, they tried to pressure mid lane, and then they ended up getting collapsed upon. And I think Cloud9 was in a great position. They could very well have won this game. Very minor mistakes, and I really do think they were minor, but that is what makes LNG so terrifying. They're great at finding these tiny windows.
They are, and we do have the perspective of Fudge ready.
Sabía que iban a hacer una mierda.
Pero pasaron como 80.000 pausas y era para un LNG Cloud9.
LNG Cloud9 hicieron una pausa cuando volvieron, estaban 4 rodeando el caos por algún motivo cuando nunca pasó, y LNG dijo alito y se los cogió.
Ahora cuál es
BDS más ahí. Así que no vamos a
Ahora viene BDS más adelante. Hicieron un chrono break, boludo. XD.
We never really used to punish summoner spells that much, and nowadays I
¿Cómo?
think we're more aware and we're punishing them way more. And I think that definitely helps a lot because that was usually the edge that they had.
Sí, hicieron un chrono break porque hicieron pausa. Después de despausar al segundo pausaron de vuelta, volvió a pasar otras 2 veces y ya ahí Riot empezó a mirar y dijo, no, chrono break.
Yo sí me hacía que había
Feels like you have good
pasado muy
info
pocas
to reflect
partidas
on
palabras.
and to think about for the next game, but to me it feels like most of the
Y
time when you
volvieron
play
en el
scrims and
tiempo,
officials,
pero
the pace of
supuestamente
the game is
volvieron en el
not the
tiempo, pero
same
según
and
lo que dijo
people play more or less
Alexis,
aggressively. Would you
pausaron
say
el
the same here?
game al segundo 40 y aparecimos en el segundo 50. Fue como, ¿qué pasó acá?
One health level, like level 3. Whereas on stage, obviously, it's a lot slower and people aren't as willing to take risks, which is just honestly more fun for me because I think it definitely is like the very small details is what wins the game. And I think that's way more fun in general for pro players just because it shows really high skill expression.
Yeah.
So I'm happy with how our stage games in terms of pace are going. I think they're going pretty slowly and we're not making too many individual mistakes. So I'm pretty happy with how we're playing.
And I think it echoes to what Blabber was telling me yesterday, the fact that this iteration of C9 to him seems different in the confidence you have for each other and with the level of play. And I mean, you guys have been playing international for years. Do you have the same sentiment here towards this?
I definitely feel as if all of our players are very individually like confident in their own like laning phase and they understand all their matchups. But also, I think we've worked very well together, especially during this boot camp, to get on the same page about how we want to play as a team and who makes the calls. And when someone makes a call, we fully commit to it. We don't just like one person does another thing and the other person does one thing. And I think we've gotten very good at just doing stuff as a team. And I think that definitely helps a lot on stage when making decisions, like, for example, the Baron play that we did at 20 minutes.
Yeah, just with the results you had. Last question, maybe the state of top lane. I know this is something we discussed at MSI. Doesn't feel like it changed that much since then.
It doesn't.
What do you think? And do you think it's going to change a bit? We see Aatrox a bit more now.
Yeah.
How do you think it's going to evolve?
I mean, I think realistically, just like bruisers that are strong at Herald seem to be really popular in the top lane. Just because, you know, fighting Herald is very, very popular amongst pro players. And if you don't have a champion that's strong in the early game, it can feel like, you know, the top lane is just pushing and moving and taking over the entire map. Realistically, I don't think it's going to change too much throughout the entire tournament. I think it's very likely we're going to be seeing the same champions. Maybe some extra like carry champions. Like, I mean, maybe people highly prioritize Jace or Rumble more. Especially the Korean teams, I know are very, very, very high on the Jace top lane, whereas a lot of the other regions aren't. So it's possible that becomes more popular, hopefully. And I know that some people are like practicing more Camille and stuff like this, but hasn't been on stage, so we'll have to wait and see.
Saj, well, thank you so much for the
Thank you.
interview and all the insights. Always great catching up with you. And good luck on the next match.
Thank you.
Back to you, Shaks.
Thank you so much. Yeah, more NHAs. Let's get it.
Cassante Jax Renekton. Cassante Jax Renekton.
Really good insight, and I think he spoke to a lot of things that we specifically were bringing up, and I think that's a good lead into the replays we have, starting with the Baron. I'm saying, I feel like we didn't get caught out of position. We had more of a control and a pacing and a visibility on them, and I think this is a good example.
I mean, this one was probably our peak moment in the game for Cloud9. They pick off the biggest threat. Scout is down, Azir is down, and then as Fudge alluded to in that interview, the whole team commits to the prospect of going for Baron, and they get even more for it, keeping them out. It was a bit downhill from here, but that was a very good display of what Fudge was talking about.
I love that he said himself, like, it really felt like that we had a great opportunity to win, and like we were all fully aligned with that, right? The second that they took that Baron, it showcased a level that we already talked about earlier, which is that C9 are showcasing great macro. They really are. They're making great decisions. They're finding good opportunities. It just comes down to things like this next play, because as we lead up to this, like, I was getting a drink of water and like, what happened? And you said, oh, unfortunately, jungler got chunked out, and then the Rakan ult was forced to use, and so then they ended up losing control over the dragon, and then we move into this mid pressure where C9 is looking to try and leverage their Baron to try and force down this tower, but they end up in a situation where with the Baron, they're trying to force something that they don't have full control over. They have information of these flanks, but they can see Tarzan, but they're not really doing anything to stop him. You've also got Zika coming in from the flank, and LNG are fantastic at finding these flanks. And just look at how amazing that is. 4 versus 5, they're able to find this incredible engage, take the Baron away, and suddenly flip the game on its head.
Yeah, it was one moment where Cloud9 actually were split in their focus, because half of the team, the backline, is trying to peel and get away from the Tarzan flank. The other half is diving past the tower. Then you don't have your other carry. You know, Kaisa is all the way up in the front. Meanwhile, everybody else gets Counter-Strike. Yeah.
And I got flashbacks to yesterday for sure, because the Azir all of a sudden, you know, he was scaling calmly, and then he got given a little bit of space.
No puedo creer que Finn dijo algo en serio.
Gold,
Si va para afuera chileno, jugaría en Furious.
See that it was just very hard to stop, but also I think just the coordination from LNG in that part when they really want to pull off the flank, C9.
I mean, again, the idea is really good here from C9. Unfortunately, LNG read and respond very well. They do lose their AD carry, but the second that he drops, there's not much left. You can see Fudge flashing onto Scout with very few options left to follow up. Berserker and Sven have already used their dive. M&S stuck over the wall, can't really contribute as much. And LNG are terrifying because of their team fight prowess. The fact that they can go toe-to-toe with a team like JDG, the best team fighting team in the world, showcases that in situations like this, it's going to take a lot, and I have nothing but respect for C9 because they did so many things right, and the ideas were so good. Ultimately, it just came down to the execution where they couldn't quite match up to LNG.
Yeah, those last 2 replays were under very different circumstances. The first one was really, really close. Good footing for Cloud9.
For sure.
Could have pulled it out. The second one, they were very desperate because of the last one and how much gold LNG got off that one. So they tried to make, you know, a proactive, you know, pick. They couldn't quite burst down Gala quick enough. M&S couldn't quite, you know, it's hard to follow up on a dash that goes that far with Kaisa diving in.
Here's a silver lining, though. They're in the 1-1 pool now, right? Next up is Mad BDS, so one of those teams is going to be in the 1-1 pool.
I like it. Another Mad Lions matchup.
Mad Lions C9, run it back, baby.
We'll take all the Mad Lion matchups you were willing to hand
BLG will take all the JDG ones, and you will take all the... I got it. Yes, before we close this out and move on to Mad versus BDS, some praise for Scouts Azir again. I think... You know, don't be fooled, it isn't just Azir, but it's definitely also Azir.
However, he did die this time.
Oh, yes.
Yep. Yesterday,
C9 delivered his first death of the tournament.
So, Cloud9 infinitely better than being able to kill him once.
So now it's like, it's 18-1-4 now, by the way. Because it was was 11-0, no, wasn't it 11-0-7? Sorry, yeah.
So now he's whatever. He's very good.
18-1-11.
That one, yeah.
For sure.
Huge credit once again to Scout. The man is having a phenomenal tournament. I think the beauty of this game, though, is it shows that LNG are beatable. Their early game isn't the most convincing at all times. They are prone to making small mistakes.
Petty.
Yeah?
It's just, I have trauma from earlier in the tournament, we see LPL teams play, sometimes even the LCK, and then as an NA or an EU, we get a game like this, and we get such a false sense of security. And then we end up losing the games all the time.
I'm not sitting here and saying that all of a sudden NA and EU can beat them. I'm saying
no, we gotta believe it. We gotta
Literally,
believe it.
What is the point? What is the point if you're not gonna believe that you have any sort of
true. You're right.
As an analyst, my observations are that LNG's early game has some weaknesses in it. It can be exploited, it can be taken advantage of, and this was true domestically as well. That doesn't mean, though, you still have to find a way to beat them in the team fight.
Kobe's right. We should be positive.
I'm just so happy for Tarzan, though, as much as we keep on doing all these graphics about Scout and his Azir. Tarzan is an absolute beast. He has so many of these, game-winning setups later on into the games.
You're right. And now we're going to see Sheo and Alyoya also. Mad versus BDS. We're about to head over to our casters. But yeah, a very important game. Of course, you don't want to move down to that 0-2 position. It's unfortunate. It's a team kill for EU. How should this go, Fetty, though?
Expectations based on the entire year should be mad. However, BDS have elevated their approach pretty dramatically since they've come to the World Championship. So let's see if they first pick Garen, because they never did that domestically.
That's true.
So we'll see how they handle Adam, as he's gained a lot of confidence.
Yeah, how is that possible? You get to Worlds and now you pick Garen? We'll see.
Adam made me a fan. I'm a big fan already. Pick that Garen again. Let's see it.
Pick it. Let's see. All right. We'll head over to our casters and get into that draft.
Thanks, guys, and welcome back. All right, EU versus EU time. We've had NA versus NA. I'm Mr. Erickson. This is Zale next to me, by the way. If you're just wondering, if you didn't know who he was, you're under a rock. If you don't know who I was, maybe
you're also under a rock.
I guess, yeah, you're under an LPL rock of some kind. Anyway, we've already had a regional rivalry today, Azale. We opened up the flavorful day with it. We are now up to another one, but the funny thing about this one is there's not much of a rivalry between BDS and MAD over recency. I know it's something we could discuss about over the period of the matchup, but it's just hilarious that, we're going through one that hasn't been seen domestically, maybe as much as the G2, well, definitely not as much as the G2 versus Fnatic.
Yeah, I mean, G2 just makes so many finals, right? Head-to-head, historically, MAD has 7-5 win-loss as far as the head-to-head goes. They are slightly favored there. The last time we actually saw these teams, in a major matchup was back in the reverse sweep in spring, where MAD was able to actually take that down. So yeah, ages ago, as you're saying. But these teams, definitely do evolve throughout their time here, and especially BDS coming through World Qualifier Series as well as the play-ins. I think has really had some time to develop that confidence. And it's always so interesting because European fans have so little faith in MAD, even though this team is so good domestically. And I'm just interested to see if MAD now can kind of get back to their roots, feel comfortable, feel confident, much like NRG earlier against TL. TL had a much better look on day one, but they got wiped by Energy, right? The same thing could potentially happen here for MAD. I kind of feel bad for them in a lot of ways because they get so much hate, but they are one of the best teams from the region. They constantly make it international. They have made it to quarters. They've won titles in the LEC, and they are deserving of credit for that. It's also interesting to see no Garen ban. Adam was not someone who was blind picking Garen in the LEC, but will he be willing to do it now because he's had so much success, so much confidence on it, or is he unwilling to do it because he's playing against a team that's very familiar with that style?
Yeah, so domestically, again, having that insight. I mean, also against Chasey rather than 369. 369 yesterday, the response is always tank. He knows that comfortability, that's what's going to happen with the playstyle, but Chasey, we know, is a lot more flexible.
Yeah.
And as we go into the Xayah to start things off, just a quick reminder, Sheo on the Vi there on the other side to engage options. Even pick options, especially LeBrov on Alistar. Something we've already seen many times, even throughout the play-in stage as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's already a lot of aggression here drafted on the BDS side. It is going to be Gnar locked in for Chasey. So there is the opportunity. Does Adam want to play one of his signature aggressive picks? Is he willing to take a Garen into it? You can maybe burst down the Gnar in midi, but it is one of those more difficult matchups. Gnar, is pretty stable. You can build fairly defensive and just kind of survive and slowly whittle away at that Garen. But one of the things that has impressed me way more with Adam on his Garen than his highlights, like when he has those big games, you can snowball, you can run over someone's Garen. People have done that. But what impressed me the most is when he has a laning phase that isn't going his way, how well he's able to affect the map, right? Because Garen from behind is such a meme, but this guy always seems to have an impact. He's playing with no TP, he's playing Ignite Garen, he's overwhelmingly making a big impact on that map, you know, even though he's in these bad spots. And I think that's been the coolest part about watching Adam throughout this event for me.
You know, I was saying yesterday on the desk, he's so unpredictable. That's the hardest thing as well, right? Like, there are teams in our competition that are very unpredictable. That's what makes them a threat. I think Adam individually is one of the most unpredictable players in such a good way here in the Swiss stage of Worlds. But as we soldier on with that Kaiser picked up, we're getting rid of engage options for Mad. The Jarvan away from El Yoya. It's what we saw yesterday up against Cloud9. Unfortunately, not too much success outside of the top lane gank, but still getting rid of a bit of comfort here with the Olaf versus Adam. We've already got rid of Darius. We're just taking the letters away.
Yep, going to be banning out the gods here potentially. It's also interesting because we just touched on the previous game in the Swiss stage. We haven't been seeing this lethality Kai'Sa. I don't know that we'll see it this game, but Crowny did play it multiple times against PSG in that best of 5 to get out. You know, he played it in back-to-back games in their reverse sweep there, you know, through that run to get into the Swiss stage. So I'm interested to see if he's going to go towards that. Renekton was by far the most played there for Adam throughout that regular season, everything. So he is going back towards a standard pick, but not something that he's uncomfortable with, not something that he hasn't been playing. This was kind of his default pick. 15 plays throughout the summer split, you know, compared to 7, his next most on that Darius. So definitely did play a lot of the Croc.
I just love the Korean casters popping off because God was banned with Garen in the end. The Renekton gets picked. It seems like they were disappointed to see his most pick. And I'll tell you what they shouldn't be disappointed at. The fact that we are getting a Bel'Veth in there. Now, Azael, time to allocate lanes, honestly, because there's a lot going on there, a lot that can still be flexed around. We know Bel'Veth can go support jungle. We know Rel can go support jungle. We know, especially needing a mid laner, that Niski's probably going to take that Lissandra towards mid. But again, a couple of questions to answer of Mad as BDS lock themselves in Nuke Azir.
Yeah, it is really, really interesting to see where they're going to be flexing things around. You know, I am definitely expecting it to be Bel'Veth jungle, though. You know, I don't. It's possible with Hilly because it could be Rel jungle and Hilly playing something crazy. I mean, especially because it's Hilly, you never know. But Elio has played the Bel'Veth jungle. He did play it once throughout the split. It is something that's, you know, seen in the LEC a decent amount, though. Yeah, is really well known for this. They have a few junglers that do actually splash in the Bel'Veth, which is a really fun pick to watch. We did see River bring it out actually against BDS. That game did not work out for them. You know, they ended up losing, but they got a big early lead. So it is one of those champions that really have to have a lot of pace in the game. You have to be farming constantly, really outpacing your opponents. I like the Lissandra, though, as an answer. I think it's really clever into the Vi. You know, you have this pick that is often very squishy that's diving in, and you can kind of just lock down and get that single target burst, get that first kill to set up for the Bel'Veth. You know, similar to how you're actually playing alongside of Viego, you want to have that upfront burst, get that first kill, you know, pick up, get those resets from the Bel'Veth where you can really start to go crazy. And playing towards that top side becomes really, really important with Bel'Veth because you get so much extra value from those Rift Heralds. So there is a strong top side for BDS, you know, with that Renekton as well as the Vi, but I think Mad are going to be playing heavily towards that top side as well, trying to claim those Heralds and set themselves up for success.
I mean, as you were saying, Adam could really take over games in many more ways than just winning the lane. So I think it's important to note that playing towards top side for Mad seems to be a calculated response into their approach into BDS today. Azael before was informing you that
Qué paja que Adam no haya piqueado algo
really
estúpido.
go back and forth throughout the regular season, or rather through recency. It was spring, the reverse sweep mentioned, but Mad and BDS, we're not looking them as historic organizations, much like the first and second seed of the LEC, not like the G2 Fanatics, but at least for one of these teams, at least for one of these back runners in the 3rd and 4th seed, they will be moving to 1-1. Another regional rivalry. Unlucky with the draw, but I guess, you know, we get to kind of create a new story with Mad and BDS going head-to-head in Swiss.
Exactly. It's the World Tour. We went to North America earlier, and then we went international, had a little LPL versus NA, and now we're headed over to Europe. So
Adam
you're getting
está
to go
perdiendo el chiste.
everywhere. Nice little kind of lying in wait for that ward. They're anticipating that and going to be able to take it out. It's not a surprise that Elio is playing in this area, though. Bel'Veth, the first camp for Bel'Veth is not one of your camps, it's actually your enemy Raptors. And that's kind of pretty much any time I play up against Bel'Veth, you know they're going to look for this invade. So BDS is fully ready for this. They have 3 men here waiting for it. And it looks like they're going to be down to scrap. The weird thing about this, though, and we saw this actually happen to River, when he picked it against BDS is it just ended up in a kind of standoff against Shio.
Yep.
And I actually think that's very good, for the Vi. It's the Bel'Veth that needs to make things happen. It's going to be a smite fight.
And it's one out by Elyoya, level 2 hit straight away. And look how efficient they are. Mad run in, straight away run out, and Elyoya now threaten the next camp.
Yeah, and I actually really like this because one of the things that GG didn't do is actually pull over their mid laner that early. They just brought both the solo laners, they commit to it, so it didn't become this weird dance. But Sheo didn't use his smite. So what he's expecting is he's thinking, okay, this guy might be on red, he might be on Krugs, I'm going to try to get over there and smite steal it, but it's already gone, so that really sucks. Sheo is so screwed off this, actually.
I mean, again, look, one CS, he has to go straight to red, but doesn't know where
It's brutal. I mean, you could see the emote spam kind of like ironically there. It's one of those things where he was trying to be really clever, and he just didn't have the timing right because his read is that, okay, he won the smite fight, I didn't use my smite, so I'm going to backtrack, I'm going to steal away this camp, he's going to have no smite, I'll smite steal it, I'll get level 2, his abilities may be on cooldown, and maybe I can even get a kill or get a flash or do something, right? But when you mistime that and you show up late, you lose both those camps, now you're starting leashless at 2.5 minutes, right? Like his first camp is done at 240. Elyoya is 2 camps ahead, is going to be able to power farm his jungle. He can cross down towards bot side and defend his bot side camps because Sheo is just way too far behind to really get anything done. And it's an incredible start here for Matt and for Elyoya.
And I think, again, reflecting on what we saw yesterday, I mean, BDS had a really hard matchup to open up Swiss stage. I feel for them a bit. Going up against Kanavi, falling a little bit behind the curve. Sheo's had some opportunistic moments to really find footing, but was unable to do so yesterday. And the point being that Elyoya, level 3 now looking to get that tempo continuing in the enemy jungle. Sheo's doing his blue, smite is available. Elyoya's here, might be pulling it out. And he will not indeed.
Yeah, and that's the problem, right? He didn't get the Krugs, he didn't get anything big here. Now he's gonna have to flash.
And he starts whacking away again. Bel'Veth in the trade. Sheo has to flash away, but he gets the summoner out. Elyoya holds his ground, and there's more Lavender to come for absolute free.
Yeah, that is just so good here from Elyoya. I thought he was going to cross towards bot side and just cover his camps, but this is even smarter because he knows that Sheo is going to move down. He starts leashless on his red so late, he's not going to have his 3rd camp done. There's just no possible way. So it ends up being this situation where he can't be level 3 to actually contest. Labrov trying to harass here, but the smite is available. So another camp going the way of Elyoya now. It is just so rough to be playing from this spot. And now Elyoya can take this scuttle, could even move up towards top side and potentially double scuttle if he wants to continue contesting, which is just such a brilliant start here. Sheo is so far behind, and I know you've seen those Vi games, we all have, where Vi gets behind, there's no fallback pattern to Vi. You just go in. And when you get behind, it tends to be those 10 death power spikes coming in pretty early.
That's right. No levels as well. You're even squishier too. You get nuked earlier on. I mean, Elyoya, you can see the difference. Well, at least we focus on the bot side now. Crowny low on matter here as Labrov still looking for that engage, but the Mad 2v2 is holding their ground as well. And we look across the map. I mean, this is the thing about having a jungle lead on Bel'Veth as well. I feel like for BDS, they have to pay a lot more respect than maybe they would have had to before because Elyoya will be so strong and he's going to start running the map.
Yeah, exactly. It's really tough because especially when this jungler gets ahead, you just farm so damn fast that makes it really difficult. And you see Hilly going in.
Engaged. Labrov has to flash away. A summoner down the bottom side as Mad's bot lane 2v2 is doing well as well.
Yeah, that is really big for them. Because while Mad had a lot of up and downs, they were kind of very inconsistent. When you look at them from spring, they're winning. You look at them in summer, the regular season, they were really kind of struggling. But the one big point of consistency I always felt was Carzzy. Like, Carzzy was V9 in some of these games where things were going bad, but they're going to look for a potential dive here. Adam is softened up, so they're not confident to actually commit to it, unfortunately. But Carzzy has just been such a big difference maker for this team. And when he goes international, he has also been great. He is such a massive portion of their team fight damage. He really can take over in that stage. And when Matt are setting him up for success, it often just means really good things for the whole team because he is so reliable for them.
And can I also just say, I've been told by about 5 different people that he's a really nice guy. So throughout my Korea trip, I've just been told about this legend. Carzzy.
Get that on the stat sheet. 36% TPM, 1,000 gold lead. Really nice guy.
Really nice guy. It needs to be said. Again, as we look for Roam's mid through supports, not even at the Rift Herald timing, but already the map is moving. As you can see, Sheo was trying to get in Elyoya's face, but what can he do? He tried to position topside for a gank, tried to invade himself. Sheo is still behind 30 CS at at 6 minutes of the game, Azale.
I mean, Sheo is going to farm up his wolves, but he is just dinging 4.
Level 6.
And Elyoya is 6. Yeah, he is so comically ahead. You know, he's the same level as these solos, and now Hilly is just going to keep invading. Lebrov could try to come, but Lebrov has no flash, so he's in danger as well.
Sheo, how do you get out of this one above and beyond and start knocking away with the Royal
Tranquilo, va a
Maelstrom?
perder este game. Le van a enfocar la carita de piteadito. Le van a echar la culpa a todo lo demás. Por más que lo vaya 1-0. 30 millones más. Va a perder el game, va a decir. Es que Adam. Ay, es verdad, Adam contra Yoya. Así me doy cuenta. Dale, Adam, cerrale el orto del
It's Hillison getting an advantage bot, re-invading with him at this stage. It's them now moving over towards the dragon, and he's just playing with such incredible pace. And the beautiful thing about when you're playing this style of heavy farming jungler is when you get ahead, you just tend to get even more ahead because you just start one-shotting the camps. You get stronger and stronger and stronger. And I just really struggle to see what Sheo is going to be able to get done in this one. He's got to rely so much on Crowny, so much on Nuke and Adam to really kind of bring him back in. And Crowny has been, you know, a guy who has had such an up and down year, you know, to kind of speak about that inconsistency. You know, when you look back to spring, he was incredible. And then in summer, it just really wasn't it. You know, Zeri became less meta. That was kind of his best champion. And he hasn't been performing nearly as well as he did in that spring. So Crowny really looking kind of have that return to form. Because when he is at his best, he's just an incredible team player.
Well, Lebrov might be caught out. We'll hold on that because Lebrov, he burned his flash before in the lane, and the 2v2 of Mad are coming alive. What a night and day difference from yesterday versus C9.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they came in with such a good plan here from level 1. They're executing well on it. They're winning 2v2. They're winning top, and now Nuke is just going to get pushed out. I mean, this is Hilly at his best, right? When he is able to get out of lane, affect the map, you know, when they win the 2v2, he is just unleashed. And now, going to be able to pick up that Rift Herald, and now the push is on. When you start getting all these little voidlings spawning out, it is so annoying to deal with here. And BDS is trying to roam to look to answer, but look at the gold difference. Like, that is ridiculous. He has 50% more gold than his opponent and a 2-level lead at 8 minutes.
8 minutes into the game, it's absurd. It is almost leading that 2K lead really for Mad right now. Bottom side set up. We talked about Kazi being the reliable threat as well. He's in a good spot with the kill as we look at how Lebrov ended up dying from bad timing.
That is unfortunate. Hilly was on the recall. They didn't have the ward, and Lebrov trying to do a sneaky play. He's making the assumption Hilly is on the roam, but Hilly stops the recall, stuns him up, and there's just no way out. He has no flash, and Karzi's playing Ghost. Karzi really does like to play the Ghost, and when you have that there, ain't no way you're getting out. You're just going to get chased down.
That's rough, but look, hey, for Mad, early game's great. And again, to highlight on what I was saying before, I mean, yesterday versus C9, there was one gang topsiders. I didn't even get time to talk today because Nuke has to run for his life because Hillesang lives mid. I mean, this guy's not even paying rent, but he lives here.
May I direct your eyes to the jungle itemization?
Ooh.
Thoughts? It seems to be a bit of a jungle item advantage.
Yeah, wonder why. That's still 30 CS, and
God,
I mean, Kraken already.
At 9 minutes.
Yep.
And his opponent, he's in the garage sale. He's looking for discounts. He's getting some coupons, hoping he can find some way to come back. But, geez, this is brutal for Sheo. He is now at least 6, so, hey, you do still have the ulti. You do still have some ways to contribute. And we'll see, you know, if they can actually find that, because at the very least, Nuke laning well. Is very stable in this year, you know, has a CS advantage. Crowny's still farming well. Adam has had that slight advantage on top side. So it is just mostly that big jungle edge over there to Mad. But if BDS can really combine on some good plays, hey, maybe it won't matter.
Maybe it won't, but for now, I mean, we're still singing the praises of Mad here. BDS, I was coming in today ready to talk about how they're warmed up, ready to go. I mean, they versed JDG, yes, but coming from play-ins, that edge we've seen from teams like DRX last year to compare, you know, BDS had been in the competition longer.
But it's just one of these things where when teams are playing in these regional matchups, they feel so much more comfortable, so much more at home. And I do think it's fair to say that Mad is likely a team that really kind of struggles from those nerves when they go international. You know, they don't
Ok, ¿qué mierda le está pasando a BDS?
Está invadiendo porque se le murió la mamá y dijo, voy a jugar al LoL.
But when you're playing against BDS, you've done it so many times. You know this team.
Well, above and below, starts it off as onto the turret. It's all about this Rift Herald that should get an easy charge.
Se van a colgar a Crowny.
Endless Banquet is misleading. It is about to end for the time being. Elyoya, by the way, 28 stacks on that Death in Lavender. Already so much as This could be the all-in, but Nuke gets out with turret plating. A small win
Bueno,
for
tranquilo,
BDS and
Heraldo.
get some gold back in their pockets.
Yeah, good buffer there as well from Nuke, just in the nick of time here. Does have the early mercs. It's a must-buy against Niski here, playing this Lissandra. You'll just get locked down 100-0, but Nuke's in a great spot, right? You know, he does have that individual gold lead, is 600 gold. Yes, that's not as much as the 1,400 gold lead in the jungle, but his Azir scales incredibly well, as long as you're not giving up a lot of deaths. Things are still comebackable. It's not going to be all gloom and doom for BDS, but you do kind of have to batten the hatches and just try to play it cool, calm, and collected. Try to make sure you're giving up the minimum, still maintaining farm, and maintaining vision.
And as you were saying earlier on, even though Sheo's so far behind, Vi's still going to do the same thing. Like
Qué paja que está
run
este game,
in,
boludo.
set up, get the engage. And we know that BDS, specifically yesterday, focused on this top side. And it's funny to say because I think this is the quietest that Adam's ever been, simply because of how far his jungler was behind, and simply because of what little BDS can do with no map priority, with this massive squid type thing running across Summoner's Rift.
It's tough, man. When you lose Prio, you kind of just have to turtle up. When your jungle is this far behind, every play feels like a bad play because you know that if Elio is there, you're going to lose the 2v2. And if your jungle is not even there, you're going to get crushed in the 2v1. So definitely have to be careful. But Sheo looking for plays. Nuke is in a good spot. But Hilly and Elioya, they spot him with the sweeper.
Oh, it's a beautiful lens. Hylissang right back into the same position, but it's countered this time. Lebrov's in, but a three-man Magnet Storm, and it's going to be banquet time in a second. Hylissang gets out, but Elioya still not able to get his damage down on his Kraken Slayer as Chasey teleports in, but as a mini-nah. That's like Arnold Schwarzenegger when he was 14. Mad running for their lives as BDS are getting something in this game. They're back, at least in some significant way.
Yeah, that is a great play from them. Unfortunately, the kill did go to Lebra, but they're getting active on the map. They try to look for this play. Carzzy, though, looking for Crowny.
Crowny, the root's there, instant cleanse, but is it enough? Hang on a minute.
3 flashes quemados al pedo.
Has just solo killed Crowny. Meanwhile, though, it turns to trade the defense of the play out.
Yes, se lo llevó Nuke.
Running in,
Corre, Adam, corre.
Meanwhile, on the top side.
No ulti on Renekton.
Now, finally, the Mega Narc comes through. Chasey versus Adam. It's been about Chatham, but now better be about Giga Chasey.
Chasey takes him down in the top lane. There's no flash, there's no ulti on Adam, and he gets punished in that spot. But Carzzy taking down Crowny. I want to see that replay, because Crowny actually went for the W to try to finish him off, but it was 4 stacks of plasma. I kind of feel like just one more auto instead would have killed him. I think he would have actually killed him with the final auto plus the plasma proc. And the delay instead on the cast time from the W kind of made the difference there. So it'll be interesting to see if we can watch it with more time. BDS say, make the call. We're going to turn here onto Hilly, and then this great counter engage from Hilly. Niski flashes in, self-ulti to immune. That is your ult, but it is already Hilly going down. And then we can watch this one more time. This was really, really close. It's hard to know exactly, but he has 4 stacks of plasma. I think the right call is one more auto. It's 300 damage, 1 auto plus the plasma stock. I think he has him. I'm not actually 100% sure, but I think he has him. And it's really close. It's one of those hard calls to make, but the W cast time there making all the difference was too slow. And Carzzy makes another big play, and then up to the top side. This was just an easy kill from Chasey. No ult, no flash, has the sums tracked. You said it. It was 14-year-old Arnold down in the bot lane, but that is Arnold in Terminator. He's looking jacked.
I mean, to be fair, Arnold when he was 14,
probably still really jacked.
He really was. I mean, I was watching a documentary recently. Maybe not the best analogy, but you guys get the point. It's still,
it's me in the bot lane, it's Arnold in top lane.
There you go. We get it right in the end. Look, it is still mad with this early game gold lead. They still maintain that to a degree. However, BDS have shown how they can come back into this game, and we also have an Azir. We also have a Kai'Sa who's gone Kraken there too. And when you look at the MasterCard lane economy snapshot that's just popped up, Nuke has a gold lead over Niski, so at least there's something to talk about from this red-sided team.
Absolutely, and he's actually the richest member in the entire game, right?
Wow.
He has slightly more gold than Elioya. It is very close, but it is a lead at the very least, and Nuke obviously going for a high damage build, did have that Leandry's already in. He's playing Conqueror, so you can always pretty much expect the Nashers to come in second. We'll see where he wants to go from there, but he is going to be able to put out that damage. Chasey in the side lane, though, is a problem, and this is one of the things, when you fall behind as Renekton, it's tough because Gnar, is only really afraid of you if you can get all in. But when Gnar gets ahead and you can't all in, Gnar just chips you down, always has pressure on the sides, and you have to kind of cover Renekton in these situations, which really makes it obvious where the Vi is, right? It makes it easier to track that Vi because you're pushing up, you're getting deep wards. And that is going to be problematic here for BDS because Mad can play in your jungle, can look for picks, can play through sides. I think they just have a lot more options, whereas BDS is really kind of more one-dimensional in their comp. They want to dive, they want to go 5v5, they want to make it happen.
I mean, every time that happens, further to your point, like, it's a 40 CS lead now, by the way. Shao's going to continue falling behind, and yes, we said the go button for Vi is there, but I think now we have to look at the context that El Yoya is almost second item here. Almost towards his second item, where Black Cleaver was just completed by Shao. So this Bel'Veth, ever scaling, endless banquet for a reason, resets in fight Azael, and we know that this team will fight well historically, but also compositionally. There's a lot to talk about how this 5v5 is going to go out.
Absolutely, and Ilya has as much farm as the top laners, right? And that is equating now to 37% free attack speed from that passive. So there's a lot of attack speed that he is building up here, and does have another Herald in pocket, so the push is likely going to be on again. They already have that top tower. Could just drop it and guarantee the bot lane tower if they want, or can hold it for mid. Definitely do have options here. But Alyoya really has run of the map, and as long as one other member is around him, Hilly's with him, or something like that, he doesn't really have to be scared of walking into the enemy jungle.
And I think on that point too, I mean, Hilly has been walking with him non-stop as Niski now going to join up in the frame, but Glacial Path not taking away his shadows, just trying to get his camps, but hello, my family. Look at that. Herald, 3 of her children, Elyoya. I don't know where Bel'Veth fits in. Maybe it's the grandmother, but that helps get the time down as shove me back. That's Hillisane. Down he goes. Nuke again. Seems like the carry to watch.
He really is. He's going to be the big hope, I think, for BDS in this game. He's the only one winning, and he's the richest person in the game right now. So Nuke having a great one. And Hilly, I got to say, it's a pretty silly flash, you know, from that position. I think it's very unlikely that he would get out, but he saw the blast cone, and I think his thought is, I can flash over, maybe if I get the blast cone, I'm going to get out. In that spot, though, especially with Dragon coming up in 145 and your team in such a strong point, I'd rather you die and have the flash for the engage.
Well, I'd rather see this fight play out first up. Meganar about to run out, but into Adam. Can he deal with this one? No minion wave there. Chasey. Oh, Kazi running in, flashed on. Shadow, welcome back as the feathers fly out.
Eres boludo, Adam.
Chasey gets the kill, but he made him work hard for it.
Yeah, he did. Maybe a little bit of sun in their eyes on that one. Chasey a swing and a miss on the first couple. Definitely made it look a bit messy, but Adam's too far behind. He can't capitalize, even though he played it about as well as he possibly could have from that position. You know, did get the ulti out of Karzi, and they are trying to play a bit of this split map, but Niski going to be able to TP up towards top, answer that, and Chasey, the push is on through sides. Does have a phage. I'll be interested to see, you know, what he's going to build as a second item. Is he going to go towards Hullbreaker and really commit towards side lane, or do they feel that they can just close this game out in 5v5? Because I think if you feel you're strong enough to really just make it happen in the 5v5, then you should just be building for that. And so here it is. He's trying to flash in, but Labrov is already behind him. It's really ambitious to think you're going to be able to get onto that blast cone. So maybe hurting now. I wish he had that flash.
Hilly, what's going on, brother? I tell you what, I might not be caster, but I do know that Hilly sometimes silly.
Yeah, brother Hilly making an appearance here as Crowny, they're behind him.
Oh, you're looking for the above and below, gets it, the Maelstrom's out, Beniski sets him in place.
Crowny!
Crowny gets out, using everything as Mad try to chase up a kill.
And that is actually so critical because Hilly just died, he has no flash, he lost his ulti, but now Crowny no wall, no sums. And it's going to mean Matt should be able to easily move in for this dragon here. Labrov even getting chunked down, and Chasey's getting that Meganar.
Sacar ganancia de las fisuras es mi pasión.
Solo taking down Crowny, who had nothing, and now it's an endless banquet again on the back end. While the bop away from Labrov won't matter because the nuke down from Chasey is massive. Have another one on the house because Mad are back in charge.
They are crushing through in this fight.
Yo merecían, me estaban queriendo retener los
cigarros. He dies. This could potentially be Baron. Oh no, he lost the red.
Hilly heard what I said about him. I am sorry. It'll never happen again. Shao is just like this game. Could not get any worse, right, guys? Right. Well, surely he gets out of this. Oh, absolutely not. It's going to be a feast for the eyes, at least for Elyoya, to pick up yet another kill. Slap him down. Shao, no way. No way. He's not getting out. He's not getting out.
Bailado todo.
Time. He dies in the end, but that was crazy.
Yeah, I did buy a ton of time at the very least, but he ends up going down. I mean, that's just Hilly in a nutshell, right? Hilly taketh and Hilly giveth away. This guy is so fun to watch. He's so aggressive. He's so confident. And that is what has made him a fan favorite for so many years with his time with Fnatic and now on Matt as well. And with the jungler dead, it is Baron o'clock. And Elyoya is going to be shredding through this. Carzzy as well. They have so much damage, and there's no way for BDS to challenge. They're already down 5K. And I think this is almost the death knell here for BDS in this one, as you're now massively ahead, have the Baron, you're already winning in sides, and now your 5-0 Gnar gets a Baron buff.
Adam almost caught out off the back end of that as well, but further to your point, 7,000 the lead. Hexgate's used to try and get picks from maybe a bit of extra greed, that above and below not connecting, but Elyoya, a level 13 Bel'Veth with Stride Breaker, is not taking no for an answer with the Baron power play, which has only just begun. He'll move up, he doesn't care about backing, and will take more from the map as Mad. We're talking about it yesterday, not proactive, not much going on, but hey, as they overstep towards the top side, Chasey about to drop down, Megan almost there, Elyoya, big knock-up, but it's simply to try and buy some time as the shutdown goes to BDS, but it's still Mad in the lead.
It is Mad in a heavy, heavy lead, but at the very least, Nuke, again, gets that shutdown, and he already has his death cap, so going very aggressive build, got a massive shutdown there as well, so another 1,400 in pocket after he completes that death cap. So if you're a BDS fan, you are praying for a Nuke that this man's back is really strong, because he's got some carrying to do, as it is now Chasey, who is, I think, almost taking the lead in total gold. No, just got passed again because Nuke did take that kill.
Hang on, speaking of the devil, Nuke with the bop away, looks for Elyoya, but he's out with his movement speed. 60 stacks of Lavender, by the way, he's going back in. Of course he is. The legend of Elyoya. I've heard about it only in whispers, but here today, they're turning into shouts. I was talking about it at the start of this show, at least you and I as well backstage. Mad criticized heavily. A lot of EU fans don't want to believe that this team's part of their region, but I think today, you need to bring that back. Everyone needs to apologize, because Mad are definitely looking like the third best team. And more so, looking like great representatives if they can consistently play like this.
Exactly. I mean, they really are showing up today, and they're showing us what they can bring to the table here. As this is, again, that previous play. Meganar charging up, Chasey going in. This is back to that earlier Dragon where Nuke got caught, and if Nuke goes down, there's just not really much of a chance to win the fight here. Labrov kind of caught between a rock and a hard place. Tried to make it happen, but it has just been all Mad all the time, it feels like, through this one. The lone bright spot really is Nuke, but it's just tough without that supporting cast. He doesn't really have any front line because people are so far behind. You look up at the top lane, and the goal difference there is just astronomical. It's, up above a 3,000 gold lead for Chasey. Adam is just trying to stay relevant as much as he can, but really, all Renekton this far behind is going to be offering is a flash stun, right? You're just going to be that setup, and you're going to hope that that's enough, because Carzzy is not playing cleanse. So maybe, just maybe, you can kind of CC him 100 to 0, make something happen.
Ulti out, Chasey doesn't even burn a flash. He didn't have it. He just jumps over, and he's out of there. Straight away, Nuke with a big resource to burn. With a minute left to Dragon, might hurt them a little bit.
Going to be playing towards that Dragon. Mad just playing through sides. BDS really doing what they can here. You have to kind of just overload one side of the map when you're this far behind and try to look for these 3v1s, 2v1s to try to find those plays. But the problem is Mad is pushing up all of the waves here, and they're going to take that bot lane tier 2. Chasey pushes in mid. You can see Hilly and Niski are bouncing back and forth in that bot side jungle quadrant, trying to create space. If BDS overcommits on one side, they will collapse, they will look for those kills. And Chasey back towards top side to collect this wave. He has his TP, so really, Mad is just in a great spot. And especially when it's Hextech Soul, you can't even really have that kind of cope of like, well, you don't have to worry about it. It's it's one of the bad ones. This is absolutely the best one in the game.
Oh yeah. Look, and while that's going on, I mean, BDS are trying to commit to top side. They're like, we're not going to pick up this Dragon. We've lost complete bottom side priority rather. And Chasey still gets out regardless. Sheho even stopped with his back. Mad trying to turn it into a longer play. But at the very least, dotting their I's, crossing their teams in terms of setting up for this objective is what Mad are doing so well.
Absolutely, and the Dragon is going to be a freebie here. Elyoya level 15 now. Still keeping pace, and in some cases even surpassing the solo laners in terms of experiences. Adam is still at that level 14. It's another Dragon here. And that is going to be even more attack speed here because those Hextech Dragons, each individual one is 7.5% attack speed. He now has 74% from his passive, so it's over 100% attack speed for free that this guy basically has. And when you're talking about that with Kraken, you get so much true damage coming through between your E and the Kraken procs. It is really, really tough to actually fight against this guy. And you become so durable even with these squishy builds with your E, because your E makes you so tanky. It's like you can't ignore him, you can't really focus him down. It's very tough to deal with a Bel'Veth that's this far ahead.
75% damage reduction, it's nuts. Again, you know, haven't seen too much Bel'Veth, but I just love that Mad had the confidence to bring it out here in this game when they're 0-1 down, when the loser of this, a European 3rd or 4th seed, looking like the 4th seed here, are going to be backs against the wall, start playing BO3s for their tournament life.
Exactly, and we already know that Liquid is down waiting, you know, in that 0-2 match.
Yes, they are.
So, you know, it could be another NAU match potentially. We know that either KT or D+ are going to be down there, so there's going to be such strong teams here. We'll see who else is going to join them, but both teams obviously trying to stay alive in this. BDS in a horrible spot. Mad now set up around this dragon. They have that massive dragon advantage, and they do spot that one ward in the back of the pit, so they should be able to clear that out. And they're just invading now into the jungle, taking away as much vision as possible for BDS. It is going to be dark and full of terrors here in their own jungle for BDS.
Lebrov with the knock up there. Kazi's still here though. Look at the feather position as Lebrov immediately with the unbreakable will, just simply because more members were there of Mad than they expected. So yet again, another ulti used just to try and get some evenness.
And that means both Sheo and Lebrov are basically a one-way trip. If they engage, you're both just going to die. These champions are so squishy. And Matt is just burning this down incredibly fast. Can BDS even get here in time?
I mean, they're going to try at the very least the last hand to keep themselves alive and move to a 1-for-1. Mad are not overexerting themselves on the Baron, though. They're not going to take it a flip. Look at top wave. Thank you, observers. Mad are playing with time so well. Look at the wave state. A bit of macro to throw that out there, as they're going to look at it once again.
Yeah, they see Crowning pushing up mid. He's going for that tier 1, so Matt is going to start the dragon again, pull him to them. Elyoya is getting low, though. He is tanking this up for a long time.
Oh, he jumps in Sheo a little bit early. Niski not going to get the
¡Chúpame la Joya! ¡Sos horrendo!
BDS keep themselves alive.
¡Chúpame la Joya! ¡Son malísimos!
Kazi has to get out the back of the pit, but Elyoya is
Te
down.
salva ahora.
No banquet for him. Adam gets the kill, but is quickly traded off as well, as Nuke is the shining light. BDS, all hail the mid laner as he flashes Vistas. Kazi with the big sidestep is massive.
No, qué mala jugó.
And I must pray now to Kazi.
Porque no aseguró la kill.
Kazi, huge fight there. Really
¿Cuál es
showing
Mike?
up,
Yo
but
burro de mierda,
that
hijo de puta,
dicey,
sin madre, me
as
muero
Matt
ya.
did not peel and did
Sí,
not
ya te
keep
fin.
Shea out of the pit. That is not what you want to be doing when you're in these situations. You're at a commanding lead and you're 50-50ing the Baron. The objective bounty is taken. They do win the fight afterwards, but yeah, just no one keeping Shea out of the pit. So pretty amateur play around the Baron there from Mad. And they burst down Elyoya, so Elyoya does give up that massive bounty as well. It's a pretty big swing, but Karzi is really the difference maker here. Flashes over the wall, is able to get the damage down, and then Nuke, looking for this big play, tries to chase, just barely doesn't have the range with the flash. If he got Karzi there, he might have been able to kill them both. Unfortunately, he misses, and that one hurts, as none of the Baron buffs get out alive. You get wiped off the map, and now you have to go again here in 1 minute and 15 seconds when that soul is going to be on the table for Mad.
I love Red Bull Baron power play. Nothing negative, of course, as you said, no one alive. 6.5, well, let's just call it what it is, 7k damage pretty much from Nuke on his Azir when we said he was the shining light this game of BDS.
He's dropping a Nuke.
We met him, yeah.
It's him and Karzi, right? It's those two guys just battling up against each other in these team fights. Elyoya was just so low, though, from taking up that Baron. You know, I was surprised that they flipped it. You know, they peeled off early. They clearly didn't want a 50-50, and then they just said, screw it. We're just going to go back to it, and they ended up flipping it. It did cost them, not that much, because they were able to win the team fight afterwards anyway, but, you know, the shutdown on Elyoya, the objective bounty, plus the Baron gold itself is obviously very, very nice. And we will see, can BDS get out here, because they have no vision in the bot side jungle. Literally nothing, and nothing in the river either. It's so hard to get in there.
At least the control ward spots him out. That was an angle for a 3-man route down. Set up with the glacial path. Easy access to end this game once and for all as Soul Point's coming up, but Sheo looking for an angle. Hilly not going to find it. Glacial path is there. I know, Observer, I know. I'm waiting for it as well, but the trigger not pulled. BDS now have to walk into river while Mad hold the line of scrimmage.
Yeah, it's all about creating space for Nuke. That is going to be life or death for BDS. If they can get Nuke to be able to free hit throughout this whole fight, they have a chance. He has death cap, but look at Chase. He's on the side, and he is charging up that Narbar.
BDS have come so far for this point. Glacial Path not taken yet again. Elyoya is going to be the strong jungle dragon. Indeed, it opens up. But Hilly, you are not silly. You're in charge. And now with you launching them back, BDS still trying to find the fight. Man somehow getting bursted down.
Qué paja.
Look at this.
Ay, son horribles, boludo. Como si gapea el yo ya llego. Qué desastre. Pero el Smite no se lo borra nada. Ay, perdió el LOL.
It all comes together from the early game. A couple of hiccups along the road, but Mad moving.
Me va a Celestina, pero chupame la pija. Chupame la pija. Ahora le va a tocar un coreano, se lo va a coger y todo. El sorteo es injusto. Qué broma,
Something to be really happy about here for Mad.
Un día más sin la Ristin, de cara dura.
Knows that they can get it done here against BDS. Has got to feel good. They came in with a really strong game plan. The level 1 was beautiful with Elyoya, Niski, and Chasey. 3-man invade towards those Raptors. They push off Sheo. They win that Smite fight. And then when Sheo tries to backtrack to contest at the Krugs, but he's too late to do it, it just meant that Elyoya got so far ahead. They're able to re-invade on bot side because he missed out on that camp. Sheo's not even level 3. And Elyoya was just everywhere from that point. Hillsong and Carsey got an advantage in bot, and they're grouping up with Elyoya. They're invading, and they're just snowballing this game. And it ends up with that Flame Horizon in jungle, 255 CS to the 151 over from Sheo. So a jungling masterclass there from Elyoya. Yes, the Baron flip was a bit silly. They do end up losing out, but that's kind of the one blip on the radar there for Mad. The rest of it was really calm, cool, and collected stuff. I mean, they're playing through sides well with Chasey. They're stacking dragons. It's a really strong game from them.
I mean, again, Elyoya from the Jarvan with one impact topside to nothing, to then playing Belveth out of his mind. It's a big on jungle game. Congratulations to Mad. But ladies and gentlemen, after the break, we'll continue the Swiss stage with GAM Esports facing off against Fnatic. But first, let's check out some footage of yesterday's action, thanks to the Oppo Cam.
Bringing in a new roommate to save money, is that the plan?
Say hi to Glenn from work.
Yeah, I think I have a much better plan. We switched to my plan from Verizon.
That is a good plan. Glenn?
Get my plan starting at just $25 when you bring your own phones. Plus, save when you add perks like the Disney Bundle. It's your Verizon.
You guys can go, okay? I can just match.
Yeah, no flash fire, okay? Go,
Yeah,
go, go.
and Ali. He's dead, no? He's dead, he's dead.
Nej.
Good job, Chelsea.
Hvor deep, ja. Hvor langt var I der? Ja. No flash, vel?
Nice. Come to me.
Oh, look. He's dead, he's dead. Okay.
Nice, guys. Azir. Okay, bot and bot. Let's go, guys!
Fight here.
Holy we played the game, guys.
Yeah, they played the game. They did. It was like a team kill, so I feel bad cheering for either win, but really good for Matt, of course, that they get into that 1-1 pool. I'm here with Veri to talk about the game because we might get Pad, of course, who is now standing by to coach or is coaching Matt currently at Worlds, to join us. But there's a lot of logistics involved, and a lot of people want to talk to our players and our coaches after the game, so we hope we get him. And if we don't, we can still run through the game as we saw it.
EU experts going to run you through the EU analysis,
and
it feels like
good.
Third seed versus fourth seed. Expectations were that Mad would come in as the favorites, but I don't think we quite expected the level of dominance from Elyoya. Right off the start, we saw him come in with a very aggressive jungle style, and it was crazy. We know that he loves the Belveth, right? But historically, he hasn't always had the greatest of performances on it. But his team played around him beautifully. The way in which they used their early priority, the way they worked with each other to guarantee this early invade meant that Sheo was kind of left wanting in the early game. He had very few options to be able to turn things around. And while he did what he could to try and get back into it, ultimately he just wasted more time. And look at this relentless pressure that came out from Elyoya, and look at the mini-map as well. The movement from the laners every single time. Hylissang right there to support his jungler. Just fantastic performance overall to really set up Elyoya to be the carry.
Yeah, it's such a big difference when you see that, you know, when Elyoya is in his element, able to exert that early pressure, when he is on the same page with Hylissang, and we've said it a lot, and if you don't watch the LEC, you may have not heard it time and time again, so I'll say it again. But obviously, jungle support synergy is one of the most important things in League of Legends competitively overall. But this team, it's so streaky in terms of when that shows up and when it doesn't, and I think that's what kind of leaves us wanting, I think, in terms of this Mad roster generally this year. But here you do get a look at, when it is working, how it exactly plays out.
Yeah, exactly. It's a team that often they have a very clear identity. The question is, does the meta allow them to play into that identity? And this is a great example of them doing just that. Elyoya can be a massive carry jungler. They built a composition to enable that, and they executed upon it perfectly. The hope now is that they can do that against the other teams internationally, because they have been struggling. This is their first win, well, since 2021.
That sounds right.
Maybe even last year. Maybe they got one win in play-ins. I can't quite remember, but it's been a while since they won a game internationally, and it's unfortunately against another European team. So the pressure will be on Mad Lions, and it definitely got chaotic in the mid-game. There were moments where I was sitting there questioning what exactly was Mad doing. There were moments where Hylissang was doing some Hylissang things, but we did see some great playmaking for them. And if we jump into the next fight, you'll see here Mad Lions collapsing on them in the mid lane. And this is where we actually saw a great play from Nuke, where he gets a really good ultimate off, but the rest of Mad Lions are still able to make it work in the way in which they respond. And in particular, Kazi with his solo performance on the bot side of the map, it just worked out really in favor of Mad overall, even though BDS do a great job of finding a way back into the game.
Yeah, I think we have eyes on Pat. He's going to join us right now. Hello, hello, hi. You can grab that headset. Perfect. Perfect. Hello.
Hello.
Hi. Welcome. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Was it a sprint? I'm sorry. I know it's far, actually.
Yeah, I already went into the other hole.
Oh,
but it's
yeah.
fine.
It's quite a ways. Hey, we were just looking at some of specifically the early game. You can do it up just a little bit. Out of Yoya specifically, we were saying how, you know we can do this. It's just that we haven't seen it that often. So how do you feel overall with how Yoya has been doing this World?
So I think our bootcamp leading up to Worlds was super good. We were scrimming different Asian teams and we were performing really well doing the bootcamp. Then we arrived at the hotel, and I think there was some tension building within the team that then eventually led to a loss yesterday. Obviously, it was also not our kind of draft. But last night after the game, we had a really nice open the back kind of session. And I think that led to especially Hilly and Yo-Yo going in today with fire in their eyes. We saw those connect together, and we didn't see that yesterday.
If I may, I've heard this a few times. So it's good that you know how to deal with it, but that is also then the question. It's unfortunate that it then, happens during that first game, because you probably saw C9 as a beatable team, as you should. I think that was from either side the same case.
Yeah, for sure. I think C9 was beatable, is beatable if we end up meeting them again. I think that honestly, the players could have executed the draft better. I think that personally the draft that I ended up doing for them was not a draft that was like suiting us. Like, it didn't facilitate Niski in a good way. It gave Kasi a counter pick that wasn't a counter pick that made us play aggressively around him. So I think honestly it was just PG draft.
Okay. Of course, we know that there's the situation which you knew this was happening for quite a while with Mac. You made all the arrangement beforehand. How is it working now? How much are you in communication with him as well?
So Mac and Orome are working from home and are doing a wonderful job. Like, since we get our opponent BDS so late in the day, it's borderline impossible for us to create a proper scouting report after like a 14-hour workday anyway. So Orome and Mac, they do that while we are sleeping, and I wake up and magically there appears a scouting report on BDS on my desk,
Yeah.
So I think we're doing a good job of utilizing them, and I think Mac has done a wonderful job of prepping me for this role. So I think I'm doing okay.
I will say, from day 1 to day 2, you do look completely different. But I do have to wonder, how much do you feel the pressure is getting to you and the organization? Because I'm sure you're no stranger to a lot of the fan sentiment. There is a lot of pressure coming down onto the Mad Lions in terms of their representation for Europe internationally. What are you guys thinking? What are you guys feeling?
So I think that the pressure got to me a little bit on the first day, because there was a bit of a shake-up in the draft compared to the things that we had prepared, and I think that got to me. But I think outside of that, it kind of feels like you go into Worlds and the expectations aren't particularly high for Mad Lions. So I think in that regard, there's not that much pressure for me to come here as a first-time head coach in that. I just have everything to prove and kind of nothing to lose, because the expectations are so low.
Yeah, okay, that's a good way to look at it for sure. I want to pull up the updated Swiss bracket. Of course, we only have one other match that was played, but you'll find yourself now in the 1-1 pool. I hope you're adjusting to the Swiss system well, by the way. So for now, if the draw was right now, you would get either NRG or C9. How do you feel about that?
Great, wonderful. I want a rematch versus NA. I've lost to NA 3 times now, and
what's going on?
It's just unacceptable at this point.
Mad's record is actually 1-6 versus North American teams.
Yep. Yeah, I think there's a bit of a circle jerk happening in EU in general, where we put NA down a little bit.
Yeah.
I don't think they're horrible. Obviously, in that case, we are more horrible.
Yes.
I think the C9 especially have really clear fundamentals, and a lot of the traps that we end up pulling off versus EU team, they are much more disciplined. So I think you saw that yesterday in us playing a bit of a draft that wasn't super comfort, but also just C9 respecting when they had to do it and not falling for some quick plays or hiding in bushes. I think they're a solid team.
So we don't always get this perspective, but we do have one team fight that we wanted to bring up, and we were hoping that, especially from your perspective, because you also get to hear all the player comms, what are you thinking as a coach, and what are you thinking? This is the final fight from your guys' side. How did it run through from your side?
So on this side, honestly, this has been some of the struggles that we've had in the past, playing games like this, is just realizing when we have a numbers advantage on some part of the team fight or the map. And I think here the comms were so clear. If you Hilly and Yo-Yo here are exactly on the same page, and when those two are on the same page, using their abilities on the same screen, there's nothing enemy can do. It doesn't matter if it's BLG, C9, JDG, it doesn't matter.
I hope we see that then. Also, if it plays out, for sure. Absolutely. Hey, now that we have you, we are going to go into our next game. It's Fnatic up versus GAM. Fnatic had a bit of a false start as well versus LNG. Also a small intro, actually. We have a throwback, right, Verius, for GAM versus Fnatic?
Because fun fact, for those fans that may be fresh, this isn't the first time that GAM and Fnatic have met internationally. 2017 was when GAM really made their debut on the international stage, and it was one of the fastest level 6 Nocturne ultimates we have ever seen. This gank in the bot lane, I mean, many EU fans will remember it, and it was a one-sided stomp from the side of GAM.
Pat is even laughing.
I remember this. I watched this live, and that was crazy. That brought the GAM hype to Worlds.
It did.
That was like this version of Gam back then. Like I was so hyped, and ever since I've seen it, I've been so excited. And anytime you have Levi on any team, you know stuff can go really wrong for anyone.
Yeah, absolutely. And I guess the question is then the hype started, and I feel like it's died down just a little currently. So what are your thoughts about this specific matchup versus Fnatic?
I think if Mr. Matic Brasta Humanoid does not get one of his favorite control mages, we can have a game on our hands.
Okay.
If they give him Orianna, I think it might be a little bit rough.
Azir, perhaps Victor, it might be a little bit rough. Fetty, what do you think?
I mean, I think that I want to see a better performance from Razork. Yesterday, it felt like he felt hamstrung to force something through the top side of the map, and when it didn't work out, Fnatic kind of fell apart. So I'm hoping that just like Mad, we see a different version of Fnatic today. They're able to come back to the drawing board, and this can be a great way for them to get back into the tournament.
Okay, awesome. Appreciate it. Good luck, of course,
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And we'll head over to our casters.
Thank you very much, and welcome back to the casting desk. The arena is filling out slowly, and we know as the day goes on, it'll only be yet a warm-up to getting towards those LCK and LPL matches rather coming up a little bit later. But first, Fnatic versus GAM. Azael, you're telling me a fun stat. You should tell us right away what's going on with the rivalry.
Yeah, I mean, LEC versus VCS is probably a lot more competitive than most people would think. It is in LEC favor, but it is 11-6, so fairly competitive. The Vietnamese teams have been able to take quite a few games off of the LEC teams over the years.
Yep.
This has been one of those regions, I think especially because of their explosive playstyle. They're not one to just kind of try to play a slow macro game where they get outclassed. They're generally going to go aggressive. They're going to try to make things happen. That is the reputation of the region, is kind of mini LPL. And I think that has allowed them to pull off quite a few upsets, 6 in total, out of the 17 games against the LEC.
And I think especially when you look at Fnatic especially, I mean, they can run over games with people like Razork. We know Humanoid is a big star carry rather as well. So this could get very explosive, very fast as we get into pick ban for our game number 4. Straight away, Poppy off the board, which seems to be respected more and more by the hour.
Absolutely. I think it is an incredibly strong pick, especially when you're looking at most of the meta picks. In top lane, in jungle, even in support, it's all champions with dashes, right? And Poppy really just shuts that down. It denies the playmaking that you're looking to make. And GAM is a team that likes to go aggressive, wants to have that playmaking. So we'll see what they are going to be able to get done here. Kiaya, definitely one of the big carries for this team, especially in the VCS. You know, he was that guy who was their best laner on the team, really was able to make things happen.
Oh, yeah.
And I feel like Kati is really the kind of main carry as you're getting later into the game. Slater and Pallet, you know, they're a new bot lane for the team since MSI did actually come in, you know, replacing the former bot lanes. There have been some changes there. Fnatic as well, if you haven't seen them since they've been international, obviously a lot of changes, a lot of new players coming in. Or even if you were just watching the LEC playoffs, it was Wonder playing top lane because Oscar, I believe, had broke his hand or at least had a hand injury where Wonder had to swap in. So, you know, both these teams have had kind of that shifting roster.
And remember, it was one series that we saw Oscar in as well. The rest was Wonder. That's what makes it so crazy. The fact that Fnatic's top laner has hardly played in recency. Now on the world stage, I mean, it was a big ask yesterday against LNG. He wasn't too bad. He actually played the laning phase really well against Zika.
Really well.
I feel like he's one of the standouts of Fnatic. So hopefully again today we get to showcase him a little bit more, as this is a classic. So far, we've got the Rakan, Kaiser on the other side, but Humanoid on Azir. I feel like that just goes hand in hand.
It's like, hey, that Azir is looking pretty good when Scout played it.
Oh,
so
yeah.
Gonna be grabbing it for himself here. Humanoid, really one of the big stars of this Fnatic team. This guy is such a good laner. We were talking about this live when we were doing the Diaphoria episode. You know, Vedius was really giving so much credit to Humanoid and how good his laning phase is. Really looks at him as one of those guys who can go up with the absolute best players in the world as far as that laning phase is concerned. He's had some really big performances international when he's got there. So Fnatic is going to be counting on him to make something happen, because this is not a match you can afford to drop.
Yep.
GAM, let's just be honest about it, is the team that every single team that was 0-1 was hoping to drop. That is considered to be the easiest matchup that is available. Doesn't mean that you can underestimate them, but that is still that preferential matchup. So Fnatic, having gotten that, really needs to make sure that this is perfect, that they close out this game, no mistakes. You do not want to be dropping to GAM, because I feel like if you lose that, your confidence is going to be shattered.
And also, I mean, you could have another regional rivalry, right? Could verse BDS.
Yeah.
Could verse, again, we talked about it, between
Liquid,
D+,
KT.
Who is it going to be? That's the problem. That's why at this 0-1 stage, you don't have much leverage left. And we've been talking about it all day because it is so damn important.
And I think that's kind of the beauty of this format, is that day one, I was sweating watching the LCS games. It feels so important. Day two, you're like, oh my God, if we lose, we're screwed, you know? So it just feels like the importance of the game ramps up so fast. Similarly for GAM, you know, they really want to represent their region well. They battled through play-ins against a really tough cast of teams. I do feel like Loud has really been getting better and better. PSG obviously was incredibly strong as well. You know, so GAM is able to come through a tough play-in team, and they want to get something done here. They want to show that they are good enough to compete against these upper teams. And I think Fnatic, again, you know, as much as it's always funny, right? Like, because we always talk about this NA versus EU matches where all the NA teams are cheering when they draw the EU teams and all the EU teams are cheering when they draw the NA teams. I feel like it's probably pretty similar here for GAM. Fnatic is one of the easier matchups that they could have hoped for in this 0-1 bracket as well.
True. I mean, drawing an LPL or an LCK team, you'd be like, well, that's a little bit harder to ask. So right on the nose there, Azale, is just quickly, I want to highlight 3 jungle bans have been taken away here in our second phase. Least in the final one from Fnatic, and against Levi, I mean, no surprise.
That's just classic.
Yeah, it really is. We've seen him in the international scene for so many years, and taking away a champion with agency here in the jungle just seems like the right choice.
Yeah, absolutely. It is definitely something that makes a lot of sense here. You know, we are expecting this Cassante to go up towards top lane, but of course it can be flexed towards mid, but it's not something that I recall. I'm gonna actually double check, but it's not something that I recall seeing Kati play throughout this year, and yeah, he doesn't really have any games on it. So it's almost guaranteed going to be going up towards that top lane unless it's going to be a bit of a pivot. But because he is such a big team fight carry for the team, him being on the Cassante, I don't really think would make that much sense for their style. So you do have Sejuani, Cassante up on the top side. Yes, Oscarinin is on this Renekton, which does have a lot of lane power. But anytime it's melee plus Sejuani, you've got to pay so much respect over. And we got to see what is going to be the jungle pick here. Is it going to be the jungle Rel for Razork, which would be signified by grabbing this Renata? There's obviously a lot of dive over on the other side, so I actually love a flex pick like this. Renata, I feel like, has been criminally underrated this whole year, and a meta that has been dominated by dive for a long time. This champion is just a nightmare to deal with. So it is going to be Nautilus. I'm expecting it to be the Rel jungle. Occasionally, we've seen over this year some Nautilus jungle, but it's definitely not very popular. We saw it pop up in a few different regions, but really, you're expecting it to be the Rel.
I don't know how Fnatic, how crazy they're feeling today, but yeah, at the very least, look, Razork on something that can set up his team. At the very least, as GAM, they finish out their draft with the Jace going towards mid. I know you talked about the flex potential, but as we're expecting Kiaya in that top side on the Cassante, what are your thoughts?
On the Cassante versus Renekton, I do feel like it's a pretty skill-based matchup. I think that it's Renekton favored, but I do think that you can have opportunities to get that in. And to me, it's more swung by the jungle matchup, right? The fact that you have that Sejuani up there, that should be a winning 2v2 for GAM. You know, if they are going up against Oscar and Razork, they should be winning. So, you know, you have to see how well they're able to coordinate. I'm also interested with this last pick of the Jace. Are we going to have a different style of Kai'Sa build? Like, is it going to be AP Kai'Sa splashed in? Is it going to be something different? Because otherwise, you are basically full physical across the board. And I also do think when you go that lethality into Nashers and you have the upgraded W, at least you have 2 forms of poke. And to me, 2 forms of poke is so far superior to just having the one. When you only have like solo Jace or solo Ezreal or whatever, it doesn't ever feel like it's enough to kind of push it over the edge. Whereas when you have that secondary form of poke, it really can make a difference. So I'm interested to see, you know, are we going to get that kind of lethality style into Nashers? It is Hail of Blades, so I'm expecting that we will get that. There's also the outside possibility of going more the full AP. I think that build's pretty dead, so I'm not expecting it, but I do think you always have to kind of keep that in the back of your mind, at least hybrid.
I just wish Pickham's also had, you know, how many hybrid builds are we going to get on one champion? Because all people had to do with pick was Kai'Sa, and it would have set us up for success.
Easy dub.
Yeah, the 4th build dead, you say.
Bueno, arranca.
On the table. As we do have a bit of a pause to get us into this game, so we're a little bit delayed running into this one. But our 4th game of the day, I'll tell you one thing. Fnatic versus GAM might not go the way people expected.
Me gusta mucho la compo de GAM.
Of the EU 2nd seed, but GAM made it all the way through here. As Al talking before about
la compo de Fnatic es para trolear, pero van a ganar igual, parece.
After losing to Loud to open up,
Tiene muy bueno para TF.
Is a really big thing. There we go. Don't worry.
No Ezreal.
We're
Red
okay.
jungla,
safe for one game. But, you know, just looking back at all the Kai'Sa games the game has actually played, you know, Slater played 3 different games of Kai'Sa and 3 different builds to actually talk about what you're talking about, right? It is
Un
the
fan de
Storm
Europa
Razor Rage
pidiendo
Blade
por
build
favor
that he
que
was
no
going for,
piquen,
then
es
he
real.
splashed into AP with Nash's Zonias. Then we had just the standard kind of on-hit lethal tempo Kai'Sa with Kraken Slayer and to Navori, and then his most recent one, you know, was a really good game for him, that final game against Team Wales, where he was going lethality into AP, right? So he did go for that quick lethality, and then splashing into the Nashers as well as going to Zonias. That seems to be the standard build. People don't always need to go in towards that Zonias. Sometimes it's just like a death cap angle or whatever, but obviously when you are playing hyper aggressive, it's so much value to have that Zonias when you're diving in.
I mean, especially when you look at this comp as well. But a side note, coming back to how you're talking about this poke, I mean, we know GAM plays so aggressive in the early game. We know that GAM, one of our faster teams for sure, not just because of the region, but because of GAM themselves. And if poke comps get ahead, if they really rush into games, it's really hard to stop the momentum. Who gave behind the scenes?
Baby.
Behind the scenes assign. What an absolute legend. If they win this, though, I mean, as you said, Fnatic are in a bad spot. It'd be a second EU team at 0-2 that joined BDS, who just got off that loss against MAD. It'd be 50% of your teams down in the, I was going to say lower bracket. I'm not sure what to call it. The 0-2.
The Gulag.
The Gulag. That's it.
Gotta fight your way out. Try to look for the respawn back into the upper bracket.
And it's so hard, as you said. I mean, you then have to start prepping BO3s. And BO3s, you have to play 3 of them as well if you want to make it up. 3 BO3s, that's a lot more prep than what I'd call our group stage, our Swiss stage.
Yeah, absolutely. It is very, very difficult to play from that type of situation. So both teams desperately wanting to get that win today, trying to avoid the 0-2. We are on pause. We are in game for game 4 here, day 2. Worlds 2023. It's the new Swiss stage. I have been loving it so far. It has been an absolute pleasure to captain these games with you.
Oh, man. The pleasure is all mine. You know, yesterday, starting with Vedius, I get a bit of the flavor of the EU. I had the taste with Chronicler. You had to deal with another Aussie.
Tastes like Britain.
Yeah. And then finishing off with you, sir. I mean, not only a pleasure, but the fact that we started with the LCS versus LCS, I think was just the perfect way to open up day number 2. Now, of course, going into the VCS, their number 1 seed, one of the 2 teams outside of BDS to make it out. With Fnatic going up against them. Again, you already talked about that all-time record, but we know that Fnatic have high expectations. A lot of fans here in the crowd that have come out as well. We know that this team is largely about Razork, how he controls the game, and gives that agency to Humanoid, who is playing with particles. What is happening with Azir? This guy, he's got an LED light show going on at the moment.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen this skin. Have you?
No.
I feel like I've never seen that skin, but to be fair, no one plays Azir in solo queue.
Okay, well, just a quick reminder, while we are looking at that fun light show, one of those disco balls you buy off, reminder you can earn exclusive League of Legends rewards like icons and emotes by logging into your Riot account and watching on lolesports.com. It's easy. Sit there, chill out, and enjoy the show. Ladies and gentlemen, just a quick note. Still don't know what the skin is, but it's whack. It's absolutely wild. And while I was talking, I know level 2 acquired here by Fnatic's bottom lane, and GAM have to back away.
Kind of, this is completely off topic, but kind of matching the graphic behind the players.
If
you look at the player cam, there's all those little floating red balls that look like sparks and stuff.
But Azir's not the world skins, Renekton. So,
yeah, someone's going to tweet us and tell us, like, I can't believe you don't know the skin. You even play League of Legends.
You don't know skins.
And it turns out I play way too much League of Legends.
The last time I played Azir was when I got to play 1 game on the Korean server in 2019. So,
the last time I intentionally played Azir was never.
Intentionally. It just happened.
Hey, ARAM sometimes, you know.
I've been told
I didn't set out.
Elderwood Azir.
Yeah, I guess there must be a chroma. I've definitely seen Elderwood. I guess I just haven't seen these chromas. Some of the chromas look actually very different.
Yeah, they're really cool. I mean, honestly, you can't pick from the crowd, but ultimately, Humanoid with his skin is playing well in mid lane. Some good trades against Cuddy already. You can see that Jace at half HP. So our star player looking pretty good here is up in the top.
¿Por qué Casante estaba tan roto?
Wave against him for now. Doing pretty well in CS actually.
Absolutely.
Against him.
Has the HP advantage here.
Mira highlight nomás.
Levi coming through that lane as they are going to get him tagged, but
O sea, lo único que estuve viendo, o sea, dentro de todas las partidas es Casante ulteando y después de ultear ahí sí, hacia el orto. Pero más de ahí no.
Che, Manao, anda a ver si llueve.
Levi, I think, is just going to make the assumption
¿Cómo?
that he does have a smite. He's not actually going to look to contest, so Razork will be able to grab it.
Gives priority to Humanoid to continue
Y le
pushing
estoy
up
boludeando,
this
amigo.
lane as well. And just cross down for double. I mean,
No te había entendido, pero bueno, pasa que justo cuando hablaste pasó un bondi. ¡A la mierda! ¿Qué es ese daño? ¿Por qué Ren tiene tanto daño en la jungla?
It quickly becomes a 3 versus 2. Make that 4 versus 2. Razork's a bandit and Gam, just like we said.
Literalmente se farmea a los bichos de la jungla de la manera más pelotuda posible.
Not only did they see everyone from Fnatic walk in, they saw Humanoid leave, and it's not after that unleashed TP. He can't TP and
Uy,
join
qué
the
grande
fight.
que es Levi. Y qué grande que es Palet. Lo recontra traquean.
That was really close. It did cost both Slater and Levi his flash, though, so now they would want to be getting more, want to be zoning them off, but they're not going to be able to do it because Razork is heading
Cállate, Juan, cállate.
But it's another rough start here for Razork after
Si Juan no está hablando.
was a tough one for him yesterday. Gam out to that early lead. And it is Kati, who you were saying and you were pointing out, he was losing all those trades against Humanoid, and now he's given that first blood, which is really, really helpful. And he was also given double buffs, which is going to make your laning phase that much nicer. Do they see the animation? I don't play enough Rel to actually know if you see the animation on someone you stun in the bush. It didn't seem like they reacted at all, so I'm going to give the assumption over that they don't see the animation, that there's not an indicator. But with a lot of champions with skill shots like that, there is some sort of an indicator if you actually hit someone in the bush.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure if it would have been possible for him to spot. But either way, they do not recognize that he's there, even though they did stun him up. And it means Pallet finds that great engage, and Gam strikes first.
And one in the bot side, too, to get the double summoners. As you said, Slater burnt his, Levi burns his, but now, for the time being, there's one gentleman down bot side in Noah, who is going to be a little bit isolated until he gets that level 6 point. That's coming soon, at the very least, to highlight, but so far, Pallet has been very, very busy on this Rakan.
And Kati has to be careful because it's level 6 on the Azir. They know that Trimby is around here, so you have to respect that Tarima shuffle. They haven't had eyes on Razork in a long time. Who's actually still having some really good pace in this game, pretty heavily up in farm. Pallet has been spending so much time roaming that he is level 3. It does, of course, mean that Slater gets more solo XP, so that's going to be feeling pretty nice. But Levi also looking to spend a lot of his time ganking here, and is going to start up this early dragon because they have push on bot side. I think they suspect that Razork is up on top.
No necesito la posibilidad. Empezar bajándote los pantalones ahora mismo.
So they definitely seem to have sussed it out.
Where the wave is at, Kiaya won't let it
Ah,
crash
ni
in.
lo
Very
pienso.
smart play with the all-out flash
No,
available.
eso no se piensa, se hace.
Hard to work with. Razork can't do a thing while Gam
Y
uses
obvio.
pressure bot side and just take the
Por algo
first
soy
dragon
maestría
of
7
the
con
game.
Warwick.
Early game going exactly how this team functions usually. And Gam continue to play the first 10 minutes, 15 minutes of the game quite well.
Yep, looking good here.
Ahora entrega la
Only 7 minutes coming up on into the game. Obviously very even. They did get that first blood, but it is the farm advantages that have made the difference to keep the gold. Even when you're looking at top, jungle, mid, is that laning edge that Fnatic has been able to build up. So even though they got that first blood plus the assist gold, they've made that up all the way through farming. Kiaya just trying to push this out, but he's just being shoved away on by Oscar, and he's not really getting any trades back. Or if he does, it's like not really equal whatsoever. Oscarinen still hasn't even based, but
Bienvenido a la bulimia.
it's kind of in a tough spot, even though he has the additional 700 gold worth of combat stats.
Great to see it from the player who's been out for quite a while due to the hand injury, and I think more importantly, it wasn't just against Kiaya, it was against Zika yesterday as well. Great laning on this same Renekton in the Jax matchup, so I think Kiaya right now suffering from the success of this top lane who's come back in form as Razork is trying to get in position to find something. Bot side, Slater, you're right, won't find it. The Magnet storms in and Fnatic strike true. It's Noah who succeeds and now definitely well and truly on the board.
Doing a good job, getting down to the bot lane, committing the flash, committing the ulti. Razork gets that kill. Has really been farming well here, keeping that up. The kill as well, going to Noah is massive. Levi
Creo que voy a empezar a jugar Real
Scuttle is going to be starting up the Herald on top side, trying to get something back, but it's that missing flash for Slater that really does punish him. That is the cost of them committing to try to actually kill off that Fnatic player in the bot lane on that earlier gank. He committed the flash, so did Levi. They didn't get it, so that is rough. And now, a bit of an oopsie there as they were juggling the aggro, and it does leash back.
I mean, the problem is the fact that it's not down. Fnatic can now get here. You're exactly right. Levi over the wall, zoned out. Oscarinen is so strong on that early game Renekton. I mean, that is just a massive mistake from GAM.
Yeah, that is really, really rough. I think they would have been able to finish it and get out. Yep. And unfortunately now, they lose it on the bot side kill. Fnatic has time to base, go top side, and get that as well. So Razork is way ahead, despite actually getting first blooded, giving up that kill. He's still way ahead of the pace as far as experience, as far as gold. He's up almost a full level over Levi, as well as the additional camps, and now that Herald gold to boot that they can still use. So we'll see Kiaya going towards that Iceborne. Both top laners have now based, and we can watch this one more time.
Yep.
You know, they knew that they had Tri-Ward is already pinked. He sweeps out that bot lane brush. There's no wards there. Slater not able to react, not able to get out. It's an easy kill despite the missed hook there from Trimby on the follow-up.
And I was sitting here being like, it was a good early game from GAM. As you highlighted before, CS leads were already making it competitive as
no sabía que voy a hacer
my mind. He's running into Fog of War, at least for the jungle gank, but 1 versus 2 Renekton ain't afraid of that as Razork here to save the day. Welcome back to my team, brother. I don't abandon my top laners, but Kiaya slices and dices, and he ain't even playing the Renekton. The blades are out as Budget Irelia now looks for a flip back. The Notova strikes aren't out as Razork. The aggro's not drawn in. Levi tanks it, but it's still a kill for GAM.
A great kill on the top side. Levi gets in there, sneaks through those lane brushes. That's why the lane wards in top lane are so important, but it's so difficult. If you don't have help as a top laner, it's impossible to cover all the lanes of approach, right? You can't put a lane ward and a river brush and the tri brush, all these different spots, but now
Trimby.
Caddy's here though.
Buddy has to get out of there, you're right. Caddy changes the landscape of the fight, but Slater repositions and takes him out. Noah's trying to turn this into an even trade, but Pallet stays safe. And that's another one for GAM.
And Slater just going aggressive as soon as he has that Umbral Glaive. It's such a cheap item. You spike really, really early with this build. It is Humanoid pushing up mid lane, getting a plate, so there is a cost to it, but Humanoid will be pushed back. They drop the Herald, so they get a lot of plates off mid. 3 in total, I believe, taken in that exchange. I think Humanoid had already had 1 earlier, but it is going to be, heavy AD, and you can see the respect for that paid by Humanoid. He brought that Seekers, and here is the play one more time. Oscarinen, was looking for an aggressive play of his own, and this is where it looked like there was a little bit of confusion. I think that Levi wanted to back up, but Kiaya went in, had the nice W buffer, scoops him back, and then is able to go all out and sets it up. So Levi does re-engage. They make the play happen. Here, Trimby trying to get aggressive. Just didn't expect the roam from Kati. I think they thought he was on a base timing, or maybe not the communication that he could have actually been moving down towards bot, because he's clearly missing from mid and had been for some time. But it's a good aggressive move there from Kati, and ends up getting his team another kill as Slater now on the board.
You highlighted it so well. It's the Umbral Glaive, isn't it? See if Slater can use it here in the upcoming play. Our observers, spidey senses are tingling.
Yeah,
Lo que jugó
is showing mid, and so this means they know he's solo bot. Levi is moving down, and they do spot it now, but the Hex Flash coming over the wall from Trimby is a little bit too late to capitalize on it, unfortunately, and now Pallet's here, and Levi's here. Trimby is kind of by himself, but I'm not sure if they want to commit to the play.
Guess not. I mean, again, Pallet could have. As top side, we look again, there's the all-out.
Uy, ahora le van a hacer un gangbang.
We look towards mid as well. Who's going to get the solo kill? Who's going to get the fight? Instead,
Salí de ahí, pelotudo.
What Kiaya solo kills Oscarinen in the top side under his turret. Everyone loves Cassante.
Bueno,
trade across the map.
bueno, Kiaya ya hace lo que quiere.
He had the earlier Mythic. Oscarinen was still on components. He didn't have that Gorge Drinker completed until he died. So he just goes for the all-in, knows he has the better buy. Levi in the area, but they are clearly too late, so will not be able to continue stacking up those dragons, but now going to look for a fight here. Here they go!
Gage up to the back, Pallet messes so, but still gets quickness. Noah untouched on the backside, but it's Trimby tanking up as Levi just wants that engage. He's already ultied out as the feathers stop the play from happening further, but Fnatic's bottom lane aren't out of the woods yet.
Hunting too.
They're going to try and stay under this turret. As you said, Kati wants to get down, but Razork's interrupting him as well. So in the meanwhile, Trimby and Noah say, look the other way, we want to get out of there, but Pallet won't let them interrupt it from Trimby. You're right, but Noah, as he flashes away, it's Slater who rolls on in. Fnatic's bottom lane half are dead, but Humanoid's now joined in as Levi's getting tagged down, but there's not enough damage yet, and Slater knows it, running forward with the Umbral Glaive. It's not enough. Ignore my last comment, they say, as Fnatic's mid lane is still fires. He's the Jace, and in the early game, he reigns supreme. Humanoid flashes away, but this is chaos.
Bien, bien, bien. Tan concha de su.
Así no me gusta.
Típica de región
Dale, Gam, con toda la violación.
Humanoid just flashes forward himself, creating that space from them.
No, se olvidaron de ser, se olvidaron que son vietnamitas, boludo.
Va a subir el Teuro, Genji. Yo ya me voy poniendo vaselina en la verga porque me voy a masturbar hasta que se me queme el choto. Como penales ajeno, pero eliminatorios.
And then I'm not sure if we're going to go into a world. Now we're going way back ahead into the future as we're time traveling back and forth here. Slater had the ulti, but he wasn't in range, so he actually had to flash to ulti in. Pretty heavily committing there. Humanoid comes down on the roam. I feel like they could have just fought it out from the start. I think they didn't track that Humanoid had no ulti, is what I feel like this was. Because I think that had they just straight up fought from the beginning, it would have gone a lot better for them. They kind of waffled, and then Slater's like, well, I can't get out, so I'm going to fight. Kati here, watch as he actually flashes forward to finish off Humanoid, and then Humanoid just goes in aggressive to actually create that space. He just slides past him. But then Kati, great job there, finds the angle onto Noah. Razork unable to block that shock blast.
Oh, let's do it again, eh? Look, why not? I know him from the LPL.
Oh, here comes Razork. They're actually getting flanked on the flank.
Not expecting the Callus. You're right. Who's really flanking who? Who's the ambulance going to be called
Noah.
for? TP
Everyone's
from
here.
Fnatic. As Noah runs on in, he gets ultied out. Levi, beautiful, but Humanoid swoops and boops. Dagda would approve. As Fnatic have already found the opening kill onto Kati. They're now playing front to back with Trimby rolling up, with Noah rolling in, with the shutdown rolling out. Gam are sent packing as Fnatic bring them to the charge.
Fnatic crushed that fight. They have the TPs. And Gam was trying to set up for this tower dive, but they just spent way too much time doing it. It was so obvious that they were going to be going for this play that Fnatic had more than enough time to actually come over and preempt the play. Kati is separated from his team. He gets engaged on and burst down. And then even after that, Oscarinen gets to go to bot. And you're seeing the MasterCard lane economy snapshot, but it's kind of lying to at this point because Oscarinen is actually ahead now as well off of the kill plus the TP bot and taking that tower. So Fnatic in a great spot off of that play. Gam had been very competitive up to this moment, but that one is definitely one they want back.
Well, they're going to try and find this pick to at least equalize somewhat, but Levi not going to risk it, not enough information on the map. And it's funny, like, we're highlighting Gam as this early game team, but once again, Fnatic relying on Razork, Humanoid as well, coming in clutch, and on Azir, it's like the scout theory, right? He's in charge. You don't want him to be on this champion. And Fnatic are going pound for pound with this early game from Gam.
And here it is one more time. Oscarinen chunked down, but they were spotted, and they knew they were spotted because they've dropped the pink on that blue ward, right? So they knew that they had been spotted.
Está jugando Noah.
Before he goes forward, that was just a really big misstep from Mugati. He is walking straight forward into a Nautilus, gets hooked up, CC down, can't move, and with him out, all Gam can do is run, and it doesn't just cost Kati his life, it costs Kiaya his life as well, and it's a shutdown over on Noah, who out of nowhere now has 4 kills and is really getting rich. He's going to be closing in on that second item, and sure, Slater has 2, but his are a lot cheaper.
It's again Slater's early game that's now been transitioned over to Noah. I mean, Oscarinen had a good early game too on this Renekton. Might not have the kills behind him, but he's still a threat. And I think I'm bringing this into the conversation because the support staff of Fnatic, we did look at the poke coming through, but remember there's a Bruiser, there's a couple of tanks, mainly Razork, of course, on this rel. And the fact that Fnatic have a bit of a lead, maybe the front line starts becoming a nuisance here for Gam.
Absolutely.
Who have gone lethality.
Absolutely. I mean, you're going to see efficient item purchases. You know, you're going to see tabbies getting bought up. Trimby has tabbies. I already talked with the early seekers from Humanoid. They're going to be, you know, not just like fully stacking armor, but they're going to have armor, and it's going to make the lethality that much less useful. Is Kiaya in trouble?
Jump in from Razork. Picture this. It's a magnet storm. North and south react. And opposites attract. Levi's out as the feathers fly down. The follow-up from Razork. Like a razor, he shaves his way through the enemy jungler as Fnatic are opening up mid lane. And all of a sudden, this early game is swept aside. We move into the mid game, and Fnatic will not tolerate failure against Gigabyte Marines.
Fnatic are just taking over in these team fights. Their setups are better, their engages are
Me
better.
gusta que no hay Oscarinen se desvirgue.
Who are not paying enough respect to the amount of CC. It's Nautilus. It's
¿Qué fue lo que le pasó a Noah en la mano?
Qué país de mierda.
O sea, no me digas romper si no es romper.
Ah, no, nada.
No, a Oscarinen.
¿Qué pasó?
O sea, fractura posta. ¿Y cuánto era eso? ¿Cuánto es una fractura de mano?
Una, un mes y medio.
¿Y hace cuánto fue?
They end up losing
Ya
both
está
their mid
bien,
lane
ya.
towers and the fight. So out of
No puede
nowhere
recaer, ¿no?
now, Fnatic with a
No.
5k lead.
A menos
This
que
one was
se clave una
really
paja mal
close
hecha.
about 3-4 minutes ago, and now GAM are getting run over.
And this is the
Para,
difference between the
hacer
play-in
levantar
stage and the Swiss stage, right?
la
The
salud del
competition gets
jugador.
fiercer. You make a mistake, you're punished for it, and games get rolled
Ah,
over.
si tienen
It's like
Ocarina,
what we
sí
saw
llegan a la
yesterday
final.
from BDS and JDG. BDS made a mistake, JDG
Sí,
capitalized, and of course they're different opponents. But you look at Fnatic versus GAM, you look at a major region versus a minor one, or intermediate, depending on your perspective. And the difference here right now is really showing in the mid game at the very least.
It's not about the size, it's about the quality.
That's
of the region,
right.
You know?
That's right.
That's about how you use the region.
That's right.
We're going to see what they're able to get done from here, if they're going to be able to come back or not. But Fnatic definitely on a roll now. And you talk about not being used to these teams that are just going to kind of run you over. I mean, that's something that everyone really has to deal with.
Okay, jumping in. Okay, it's nice, but Humanoid says no. Look at me and all my friends. Shields are up as maybe topside they can find Oscarinin, but in the 1v2, he's out as well. So the rest of Fnatic are converging in. Slater flashes away a shattering strike that threatens and simply stares back. And Fnatic again getting away with a bit of murder here.
Yeah, they're looking good here. They commit the double ulti onto Humanoid. They don't even get him to flash. He just ultra response, but Oscarinin way too far.
In. Cardi's going to punish him. I feel like he might die, but it is Renekton moments as the order, the range there. Cardi flashes in and shut down. Meanwhile, the rest of Fnatic are getting split apart. Kiaya with a punishing ult onto Razork, but he's a tank. And Humanoid almost takes out squishy version of Cassante. This Humanoid is also looking for more trouble, but GAM already out of there.
Good solo kill, though, from Kati. It's the second, if not third time that Oscarinin has been solo killed this game. He got solo killed by Kiaya. Now he gets solo killed by Kati as well. So definitely punishing well. And you can see that GAM, can match up in some of these individual skirmishes and individual fights. But I think it's the greater team coordination from Fnatic that is making the difference. They play the map better. They set up the map better. They're more coordinated in the fights. And it feels like that is really what's telling. Because GAM was able to stay close throughout the laning phase here. And this is just straight disrespect, honestly, from Oscarinin.
Yeah.
Like, you don't need to clear that wave. That is 3 minions. You're walking up at 30% HP. That is a really bad death from him.
Again, Azael, as he dies here, Fletcher's match, and not only a bad death, but a shutdown given over. So moments like that are how GAM get back into this game, and how GAM start taking control back from Fnatic. Things still look good for FNC, but for now, the picks over the wall to Humanoid, but trying to take him down is such a mission. 3 members up there, but the TP from Oscarinin, the rest of Fnatic converging in. GAM are going to regret this play, and with Oscar's return to the stage, it's a big old g'day from the top laner of Fnatic. A triple kill over to the Croc, and FNC will not go quietly into that 0-2 night.
Fnatic crush him. GAM looked for a pick there onto Humanoid, but they couldn't chain the CC.
Okay, Slater trying to bring it back. Humanoid flashes. His turret saves his life, and Slater was moments away from a pick, but staying alive and on to the Baron, it's still all about FNC.
Yeah, Fnatic are going to get it all. You can watch this one more time. They committed so much on Humanoid. Pallet flashes. Levi misses the ulti, though. He needed to wait. Your support is hard engaging there. That's where it's not that he can't throw the shield shot. You just have to communicate. You have to coordinate. If he waits till Pallet finds the R knockup, like that is guaranteed. Your R flash knocking him up. And then you throw the Sejuani ult. Humanoid dies before being able to ult. This is a very, very different fight. But when you make those slight errors, these players are going to crush you for it. Humanoid survives, he disengages, everyone piles in, Oscarinin gets in the back line, and Fnatic just shreds them.
Well, once again, with a Baron in hand, feel like we're going to start talking up an EU team. 1,300 already in the Red Bull Baron power play. And look, Dragon in 40 seconds too. That'll lead to Soul Point, and you expect Fnatic to have it with how this game's just transitioning.
And we saw the win probability powered by AWS. It was looking very heavily favored towards Fnatic, and I would agree with their assessment on that one, as they are now, a good, 6,500 ahead. They have the Dragon advantage. They have the Baron. The power play not really meaning much right now, as Kati has just been able to kind of farm up some of these towers, but now Humanoid responds, and good look for a play.
Looking for it, Oscarin's over the wall as well. Kati knows he has no way out. Humanoid almost dies, but Kati's burning down on the wrong side.
Over the wall, maybe?
It's all about the range, isn't it, as Oscarinin looks to take a solo kill of his own. This guy has been out for far too long, and he wants people to remember his name. Kati's in the wrong direction. Humanoid makes it out there, and you know what? I smell meat crikey! It's another double.
Yeah, they're taking the base at the same time there. Conti could have just finished his base, but elects to actually go for the kill. And now Humanoid's here, he's TPing in, and I think they can.
It's all in with the rail, shattering strike on top of the Magnustorm. The feathers are out, Noah is free, firing Cam all of a sudden.
Se viene
Losing in under 25
la madre de todos los games.
Kiaye in the Casante won't be unstoppable for long. And Europe raised the flag high. You've beaten the VCS, you're gonna move to
Apuestas, me chupo un huevo lo que pusieron en el play. Eso es por el juego y lo que sea. ¿Quién va a ganar? Según Genji. Pueden votar lo que quieran. Para mí gana el grande de Corea.
Para mí gana el segundo más grande de Corea.
De casa.
Potentially could be running into Cloud9, who lost. Potentially could be running into NRG. That 1-in-1 bracket is starting to fill up, so we know there are a lot of teams kind of in the mix there. And honestly, even though GAM was very competitive in the early game, it looked like a pretty back and forth game. Fnatic outclassed them as far as how they play the map, as far as how they set up the team fights, as far as how they executed and coordinated on those team fights. I think it's, again, a game that is a bit of a confidence booster. Yes, it is one of the easier opponents, but it's still really important to kind of get your feet under you, get a win here on the stage at Worlds, and use that as a building point to try to propel you forward to hopefully greater success.
And I think after yesterday especially as well, right, against LNG, we saw that the early game wasn't really there. We saw that Razork got sent behind. Today was really important because matching an opponent that can be so deadly in the early game, that can run over teams like GAM, was really important. I think a vote of confidence for Fnatic and for the fans really as well.
Absolutely, and GAM on the other side now unfortunately are 0-2. So they are going to be in the elimination BO3s down there with, we know TL is going to be down there, BDS is going to be down there. Those are the others down there at this point. So we are waiting for one more to kind of fill out that little side of the bracket. But it is going to be really scary now. You know, you definitely don't want to be the first team out. You don't want to be picking up no wins here at Worlds. And going 0-2 means you're immediately into the elimination BO3, which is such a tough spot to be in when you work all year long to get here.
We'll have to see how GAM fight their way out, but ladies and gentlemen, that's it for us for today. If I get my words together, I'll throw it over to the analyst desk to break down that game.
Yeah, you cast a phenomenal game, so we understand. Don't worry about it. I heard Azil talking about kind of the pool, and right now, if you take a snapshot of 1-1, it looks great. You know, we've got NRG, C9, Fnatic, and Mads. But the games that are about to come are going to give us
the loser of BLG JDG? Yikes.
Loser of Gen GT1.
Yikes.
Exactly, but we'll see indeed. So, Fnatic walks away with the victory here. I think we should say that they were favored going into it, but it wouldn't be the first time that we see a team that's supposed to win stumble, especially against the
Backstage, when we're watching these games, you were so nervous, just waiting for it to happen again. Flashbacks. Yeah. Yes, you.
It was, yeah, a bit of a chaotic game to start things off for sure. I was a little bit worried myself. But Fnatic, they very quickly found their confidence. They came in with a draft that definitely looked a lot more like Fnatic. And I remember seeing Humanoid Azir, and I was like, oh, good. Humanoid Azir. I'm happier than I was yesterday, that's for sure.
Like a nice supportive blanket. You know you've got something. And then he also got he got a lot of gold early on in these skirmishes too, because while the whole game was really scrappy early on, and it looked just kind of chaotic and bloody, he was a consistent winner early on. Him plus Noah, you know, when you're getting the money on the carries then. Exactly.
Also our Oppo player of the game, Humanoid, and in the videos that we're going to get with the video, did you say videos twice?
You want some videos on your videos?
Yeah, I do. I love that. Just double it up. But I was going to say, we're going to see all those instances in which he was able to rack up that gold.
I mean, great performance, as we mentioned earlier, from Humanoid. Day one did not go the way that Fnatic wanted. Scout really did have Humanoid's number, and as the casters were saying, this is a great opportunity for them to regain that confidence. And Humanoid, he was kind of living with very low health bars pretty consistently throughout this fight, and throughout this game. Gam really struggled to find that kill onto him, but Humanoid continued to step up throughout this game.
Yeah, the flash was good, and then re-entry there with the Azir dashing back in. This one was a little bit of a donation from Gam as they stepped a bit too far, and this is where Fnatic really started to lock it down. Beginning was a lot of chaos, a lot of kills for both sides, but once Fnatic got that one, they then kind of refocused there on objectives. And we're able to push Gam out here.
Good focus, I think, and I think the danger and often that we've seen in the past in playing teams that are willing to be scrappy is that you lose sight of the goal sometimes in these skirmishes, but they didn't let that happen.
Yeah, Oscurin got a little loose with some of the plays there as well. A little loosey-goosey, yeah.
Confidence game then in the end. I mean, I don't mean this disrespectful towards Gam. I think when Fnatic felt that they were in the driving seat, that is when these things happen. But again, you can't let them happen too crazily.
Well, I mean, the other thing is like a lot of, I mean, as an EU analyst and a lot of EU fans, we're very critical of our teams right now. We're looking at them and like there are a lot of things to pick apart from that Fnatic game and definitely things that we want to clean up. But the positives to take away are we needed a confidence win. We needed to come into today with more victories than losses, which so far 2-1. I'll take it.
You definitely had the draw on lockdown pretty good.
But now that as we move into the 1-1 group, you already talked about it, Shox. That current group looks great from both EU and NA's perspective. It's going to get a lot scarier in the second half of the day. But
this is a historical
let's just agree early on. We'll play each other.
It's looking good for us right now. That's all I'm going to say.
Does someone have a screen grab of this historical moment of the peace between
it's the It's the classic. The West is going to be really good. The West.
The agreement of 2023.
Got it.
Will go down in history.
Exactly. Until tomorrow, that is, when we see the matchups. In any case, a win for Fnatic. Unfortunate for Gam, they will now go into the elimination best of threes. But we're going to take a quick break because now we're going into the winners of yesterday. Gen.G versus T1 up first.
Ain't afraid of that as Razork here to save the day. Welcome back to my team, brother. I don't abandon my top laners for Kiaya.
Caddy's here, though.
Buddy has to get out of there. You're right. Caddy changes the landscape of the fight, but Slater repositions.
Yeah, go. Guys, play together, play together. You stop them, you stop them. I can block it. Yes, yes. Guys. Oh, okay, it's fine. I'm fed up.
You can go, I give you speed.
We're going on Cassante, we're going...
Sell you, money.
Careful, Kaisanoa. Cassante here, Cassante behind, Cassante... No.
Ganas.
But I have Seekers, they don't do damage, I told you.
Tap, light it, open it 같아 넓히 우리 반대로 맘에 약속해 이 순간 영원해 이대로 너를 향해 빛을 내 이렇게 네가 바라는 대로 꿈꿔왔던 그대로 전부 보여줄게 whenever whatever 이제 내 곁에만 머물러줘 지금처럼 나를 바라봐줘 언제나 우린 함께 할 거야 별해는 아름다운 이 밤 조금씩 물들어가 벅차올라 이루어지길 너의 소원 난 나에게 말해 들어줄게 거친 바람 나고 흔들리지 않아 손잡아 이루리 이루리라 이루리 이루리라 모두 다 이루어질 거야 너를 느껴봐 우린 원해 원해 what else 어두운 밤 속에서는 빛을 찾을 거야 이루리 이루리라 두 번 다시는 오지 않아 다른 세계로 너를 던져 더는 멈춰있지만 never 너의 맘을 내게 보여줘 나를 믿어 저 하늘 위로 날아올라 이루리 이루리라 또 다른 세계로 나를 느껴봐 우린 원해 원해 what else 어두운 밤 속에서는 빛을 찾을 거야 이루리 이루리라 나에게 보여줄게 What's your play?
Genji won their first game here at home in Korea, and I have Walls rookie Pace with me to talk about the journey
Nah, la
so far
puta
you
madre,
had
está
this
eléctrica,
year.
nada,
Thank
deja,
you so
boludo, vas a
much
seguir
for joining
durmiendo.
me. 안녕하세요. It's still so hard to believe that you're a rookie here at Worlds, especially thinking of the trajectory of your career so far. How much stronger do you feel now compared to when you began for Genji at the beginning of the year?
ahora empieza el
우선은
verdadero
승리 정말 축하드리고요. 인터뷰 감사드립니다. 페이지 선수의 정말 이런원 업적을 고려하면 페이지 선수가 지금 월드를 처음 치르는 신인이라는 게 믿기지 않을 정도인데요. 지금의 페이지 선수와 이제 젠지를 막 합류했을 때 페이지 선수를 비교했으면 어떤 게 조금 더 강해졌다, 나아졌다라고 생각하시나요?
저는 모든 부분에서 강해졌다고 생각하고 근데 아직 갈 길이 멀다 생각해서 더 보완하고 열심히 준비하고 노력해야 될 것 같습니다.
I think I have become stronger in every aspect possible, but I still think that I have such a long way to go. So I just want to keep working hard and keep grinding.
And I hope you get the grind that you want here at Worlds. Would you be able to rank yourself here among the Worlds ADCs?
그러면 지금 월즈에 참가하고 있는 원딜들 중에 본인 순위를 매기자면 혹시 몇 위 정도 드리고 싶나요?
세 손가락 안에는 될 것 같습니다.
I would say top 3.
All right. And looking at the year that you had with Genji, winning everything pretty much in the LCK, what can we expect from Genji here at Worlds when you consider the training that you had?
이제 젠지가 사실 올해 LCK를 제패하고 이번 월즈에 왔고 지금 경기력도 굉장히 좋은데 올해 월즈에서 젠지로부터 어떤 모습 기대해봐도 좋을까요?
MS 할 때 좀 되게 아쉬운 모습 많이 보여드렸는데 이번 월드에서는 꼭 LCK에서 보여드리던 모습을 그대로 보여드릴 수 있도록 노력할 거고 기대해 주시면 감사하겠습니다.
So last MSI, I know our performance was pretty disappointing, but this Worlds, we're going to showcase the LCK Genji level. So I hope you guys keep supporting us.
And it's going to get even more interesting considering the fact that you're playing at home here in Korea. On your rookie season, the first time at Worlds, what makes you the most proud about representing LCK here on home soil?
아무래도 이제 또 한국에서 개최되는 월즈인 만큼 의미가 더 클 것 같은데요. 이렇게 한국에서 진행되는 월즈에서 LCK를 대표한다는 게 어떤 의미고 어떤 자랑거리라고 생각하시나요?
일단 한국 팀들 중 LCK 팀들 중에서 대표로 나가는 거니까 일단 대표로 나간다는 것 자체가 일단 되게 자랑스러운 일인 것 같고 근데 이제 또 대표인 만큼 또 책임감을 가지고 열심히 해야 될 것 같습니다.
I mean, representing a single region as a whole means a lot and gives me so much pride. But at the same time, it gives me a lot of pressure and responsibility to do well. So I will keep working hard.
Well, I hope this pressure is going to help you in the long run. 인터뷰 감사합니다. Thank you so much. And Jisun, thank you so much as well.
Oh, nice.
Thank you so much, Lord, Jisun, and Pace for the Verizon Game Day interview. Welcome, guys, back to the world stage. I'm Valdez, with me is Wolf, and we're getting ready for basically just an LCK matchup, Wolf. We got T1 up against Gen G, going head-to-head. This one's going to be a banger.
It's going to be a banger. It's the 10th matchup of these teams this year. We just heard from Paze, of course, and it is going to be a pretty important matchup here, going up against Gumayusi in the AD carry matchup. Paze, a rookie player this year. He has huge shoes to fill in Ruler, one of the rivals he has at this very tournament. You think about some of the AD carry greats of the LCK who have conquered this stage like Bang. Paze might be able to do it early here. He's on track. Fairly weak MSI performance from him, but he's looking to bounce back in a big way.
Yeah, I think he's just starting in his career. He's trying to make his name for himself. Gumayusi has been around for a bit longer and is trying to challenge Paze in this one. Definitely going to be a place to look at for this game. We saw Gumayusi playing the Ashe in game number 1 up against Team Liquid, and already able to show some of his great performances here on the stage.
Yeah, I mean, it was often Keria who picked up the Ashe support to be the Arrow role, but Team Liquid, really fell prey to T1, setting up these single picks with Ashe Arrow, whether it was Keria playing the support Ashe in the past or now Gumayusi playing it. When it's Sejuani Ashe, it's a combo that teams absolutely should look out for here for T1. They are so clinical at just how quickly they can capitalize on these mistakes when the arrow comes through, grabbing a flash there. Here, look at how fast they're able to react here. Summit decides to go in here to try to peel for APA, and this was a deciding moment at what was ultimately a very close series between T1 and Team Liquid.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm sure for some of the NA fans out there watching this one is going to sting a little bit, but hey, they really challenged T1 and they made a pretty interesting game at the end of the day. But now, these two teams that we do have on the stage, 1-0 so far after their victories, and they're going to be looking to kind of take the 2-0 LCK title because the other two LCK teams not able to take wins.
Yeah.
And so there's only going to be one team at the end of today that ends up with 2-0.
I mean, there's a massive crowd here for these two teams. They are the fan favorites, and they have such a storied history between the two of them in terms of how many times they've played against each other, not only just this year, which will be their 10th matchup of the year, but also across, multiple international performances. You see they played against each other at MSI as well. And this is 2023 head-to-head here. And it's very close between these two. You go for the spring season, looks very T1 favored. Of course, going into summer was much more Gen G favored. But Gen G has gotten the better of this team in grand finals now 3 times in a row. So Gen G in the important matches has come up big. But it's a rare best of 1 we'll see between these two teams. That's not a format we have in the LCK. So it's pretty exciting to see how it's going to go when it's just one game here on the line to try to push you to that 2-0 scoreline.
Yeah, it's definitely a lot on the line, and even outside of 2023, even before 2023, these two teams oftentimes met in finals, and generally it was T1 that was getting the better of Gen G, who often sat in that second place spot. But as we talked about, Gen G on the rise. They are the ones that are the favorites. They are the first seed from the LCK for a reason. And so, as you mentioned, we're going into a best of 1 now. What does it mean for these two teams to prep for just this one match against their rivals that they played against so many times? You got to imagine the mind games are going to be going kind of insane for this one.
Absolutely. Since SK Telecom's rebrand to T1, these two orgs have played against each other in 84 games. That is how much they've played against each other because they often go far in the LCK and international events. And the scoreline currently sits at 44 to T1, 40 to Gen G. That's how close these two teams are. One of the biggest rivalries in LCK. Now, as the draft begins, let's take a look at what the priority is going to be here, because the LCK has looked very different in terms of their priority to what we're seeing from the LPL teams and the Western teams as well. You and I were talking about this before the show. Renata Glass very likely to be taken away from Keria. That holds true already.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of point picks when it does come to the drafts between these two. The Vi going to be taken away from Peanut. I do wonder if they target him again. The Poppy definitely on the minds of a lot of people, not just for Peanut, but for a lot of other players here. Wei picking that one up and smashing it with the Poppy. But not a lot of support focus outside of the Renata just yet. We were considering maybe Rakan and Alistair to be banned away, but not just yet. A lot of target picks from Genji onto Gumayusi.
Yeah, the Poppy you were talking about there is going to come out here. This feels exactly par for the course, because Peanut has been the stronger of these two junglers so far at this tournament and got the better of Gumayusi, or rather better of Owner at the end of the LCK as well. Now, they'll prioritize the Xayah here over the Alistair, over the Rakan, knowing that on blue side, they'll be able to pick up either, whichever is left available here. So they'll get that power pick. The question is, will Guma now pick up the Kai'Sa here in return into what has historically been somewhat of a soft counter matchup? That Xayah looks like the answer is yes.
Yeah, Guma's definitely got a pretty nice champion pool in terms of what he could potentially pick here.
Empezó el modelo
Just
mundial,
going into
el
a
resto
best one,
interior
something
Z,
consistent, pick up the Kai'Sa. The Xayah has been prioritized just a bit more than the Kai'Sa, and you generally like it in that matchup, but the Kai'Sa going to be the choice here for Guma. I was thinking maybe they go with the Draven or something like that. But not to be the case, is Orianna as well as going to be locked in here for Faker. I mean, it's definitely a big pick.
It's a big pick. Faker's Orianna coming out
Hoy
here.
se mete uno que
I'm sure we're going to get lucky enough to see in this series.
lo boté,
This will,
toda la
of
plata.
course, leave Delight the opportunity to pick the
Hazte
Rakan with
uno,
Xayah.
mamá.
Won't be taking the
Y
Alistair here in
no
this
pagó una
first one.
mierda.
The pre-existing
Pero
synergy
tuve que
between
jugar.
these two champions on the bottom side. One of Delight's best picks, even before Alistair came on the scene.
Gana T1 y
even
gana
when he was on.
JGO por
Freddy
5.
Creon in the past. It was one of his most iconic champions, and he gets to pick it up here. Now, will we see Chovy lock in the Azir here in this first phase? It has been so incredibly impactful in this tournament for engage, for disengage, for trying to get some lane prio. Chovy, one of the world's best Azir players here. It would be great to see two of Faker's iconic champs as well, but they'll prioritize the Rumble.
Yeah, that's very surprising. I don't know, Wolf. I was with you on this one. I think the Azir, with the amount of prio we've seen and just how strong Chovy is on this pick, maybe you pick it up. But no, it is going to be the Rumble. So that's really interesting going into this next half, as it does look like Keria is just going to pick up the Alistair here for this lane. We talked about Rakan and Alistair for our Korean support. So Rumble coming on in here, and that Azir immediately, they didn't waste any time to ban that one.
Yeah, no surprise there. Doing a little bit of a handshake on the supports. The Rumble's still a bit of the question mark here, and it makes me wonder if we'll see T1 decide to take away a Jarvan here from Peanut, because the existing synergy between those two champions and the Xayah. Jax will be removed here, and the focus is definitely on getting Doran a matchup he wants here in the top side for that Rumble pick.
Yeah, it's just pretty interesting, because generally Doran has been kind of the guy that sits back and he's the role player, and he'll play pretty much anything the team requires him to play, and you know, they'll try to get that big
Diablazo, ya empezó esta cagada, amigo, no dejan ni prepararse una lechita.
But not the case here. They're trying to get him some
La
room.
Choco.
Silas going to be banned away as well.
Choco,
Pick that one up.
Silas,
a long-time pick for him.
And Silas just so incredibly impactful with Alistair on the
Oh,
board.
listo, Gumayusi tiene que jugar
Always
Kai'Sa, mira, ya se ganó.
Early Drake or Rift Herald fight with this pick. Once you get level 6,
Ah, no lo
you steal
ocupa.
away the Alistair ultimate. It just becomes so difficult to take
no.
that Silas down. Orion ultimate
bueno.
also fantastic for Silas, so I do like
El
this
sindicato de
choice
putas,
quite
¿no?
a bit. It'll be a Lee Sin they actually take away here from Owner. It's one of his best picks historically, hovering over 90% win rate for most of his career on this pick.
He's insane.
He's insane.
He's actually ridiculous on that pick. So I don't mind it. You know, Lee Sin has kind of been edge. He's been moving his way in here at Worlds. So definitely take away one of Owner's best picks. But that does leave the Rel, which has been a big game changer for many.
Otra vez
of our
Faker
games.
jugando
And there's such
la
a great
Oriana de
amount of
mierda.
synergy as the Jarvan will actually be considered as well as a bit of a takeaway here from Peanut. There's a lot
Oh,
of
se
synergy
viene
between Jarvan as well as Rel for the
de
Orianna
uno
setup. You put the
Oriana.
ball on the Jarvan,
Viene
it
acá,
goes in, you have the follow-up ult, you have Alistair there,
Lo
and you
lapé.
can set up a lot of pick
Johnny.
potential, especially with the Kai'Sa follow-up. So now let's see
Johnny,
what is going to be the
Johnny,
choice
Johnny.
for Genji. They may just simply take the Rel, which also works for the equalizer.
Nah, no le di un
Peanut
Diego
looking
Pino,
for a
por
Viego
favor,
pickup
piquen
here
Poppy,
to
gata
look more
baneada.
of a front-to-back,
Juani le han dado.
focus one target down transform style.
Johnny.
Oh,
Johnny,
yeah, Wally.
Y yo lo dije, Sí, impresionante.
What's
Lo
going
escucharon
on
primero
here,
en la
Wolf?
prensa.
Okay,
No,
this
no, no.
Akali's going to be
Está
picked
yendo acá.
up on the side of Gen G, and you'd have to imagine that goes into the hands of Chovy here. Maybe a pocket pick to try to deal with this Orianna we've seen many times.
It does become really difficult to
No,
try
no,
to
no, 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 no.
No, listo, gracias por introducir.
No, que no, pero amigo.
Lo dejaron
Check
cocinar, boludo.
Check PayPal, amigo, check PayPal.
Gracias. Me van la cuota de uno ahora.
No. Vino check PayPal, amigo.
Vino históricamente fue de T1, eso explica por qué se fue garchado en 2015, 2016.
matchup we saw a lot in the latter half of the LCK summer season here. A matchup Doran very comfortable on both sides of here. We'll see if he ends up taking the teleport or the ignite in this matchup.
Cada cuando casi intente one-shotear al Atrox que tira la tercera Q toda la vida.
Amigo, si se gana con este draft de mierda, ya está, amigo. Está frío el mundial, lo único que voy a decir, boludo. Está servida la tercera, amigo.
Bueno, nada, tengo
A lot to say about the top rumble and certain summoner choices. That would be Huni if you guys have watched the LCK. So would love to get his thoughts eventually. But it's very interesting, you know, like I was saying before, these two LCK teams at best of one. What do you bring out? And I feel like Gen G, they had like a really good standard start, and then someone flipped a switch, and then they went with all these kind of crazy picks. So I'm very curious to see how it's going to work out, Wolf.
Yeah, definitely a curveball here with the Akali into the Orianna, one where he thinks he's going to be able to pick Faker. Faker was caught out a lot by Team Liquid. Akali a pick that can be very punishing, can be very threatening, especially if the ball is placed elsewhere. You can get around the Orianna and pick her very easily if Faker's playing greedy, especially inside. So I think trying to punish some of the mistakes we did see in that first game from T1.
It's definitely going to be really important. Whereas on the side of T1, I mean, this is just really standard, right? You got a very fantastic front-to-back team fight-oriented composition with the Orianna and multiple ball carriers. So we're going to be getting into this game right away for Gen G versus T1 as the fan chants begin, Wolf.
Está re dulce este chocolate.
¿Qué tenés? ¿Todo o
Massive crowd here
Buenísima, le hizo por avisarme.
Pero ¿quién puta dejó cocinar a Pino, amigo? ¿Quién puta le dio un encendedor y una hornalla?
Todavía Nesquik, Arevalo te iba a decir.
Nesquik, pero le puse mucho azúcar.
¿Cómo le vas a poner azúcar a la chocolate?
No, a mí no me gusta, es muy dulce, yo lo pongo sal.
Le pongo pimienta, ¿vale?
Team Liquid definitely gave T1 run for their money. But in this matchup here, anything goes. We have seen this go both ways so much. And
Grito el semen
I
ahí.
myself, I think when you look at T1's draft here, it's definitely one that you know is stock standard, you know is very strong. It's very meta. Gen G threw a bit of a curveball here with the rumble top.
No, la skin de Chovy.
Está bien.
Así como lo ves.
Al papá, boludo.
Sacale nos cachó el año pasado.
What the fuck, boludo. Le dice a Faker, mira hermano, la skin de nuestro padre.
Qué grande, Pino se hizo un campamento con Kha'Zix sin morir, boludo. Yo más de lo que espero de este chabón, boludo.
Bien Juan, bien Juan.
No, streamea, gorda.
Para sacar las cosas de YouTube como una ventana emergente, que se ponga
como... No sé si se puede hacer. Capaz sí, alguna versión, pero...
Ramito lo vemos Juan.
No, se está muriendo la tremenda Juan. Está muriendo la tremenda Juan.
Miren, si está un microsegundo atrasado, no me rompa la bola, no lo miren por otro lado. Te paso el truco de no estar mirando otro stream y mirar este, ¿te va? Míralo de acá, papito, tanto te cuesta, boludo. Decilo, ¿te cuesta?
Pedilo. Lo tienen que pedir. Nah, pero ¿por qué Space no sacó la skin del papá de Gumayushi, boludo?
La del mismo, si no tiene.
De su hermanito mayor, boludo.
Del clon.
Te mueve la cámara en mod.
Está perfecto, es que la total.
Igual sí, para mí.
Para ver a Dora matar a Top a Seu por 19ª vez en el año.
Ojo, se lo querían al Joey.
Al bicho.
Me quemé los dedos.
La mejor runa del juego, boludo, revitalizar. Defensa sacada.
Ojo.
Yeah, Doran not getting exactly what he wanted there. Now we're going to have a Scuttle Crab attempt here from Owner. Of course, they have tons of bio with Faker getting an insane trade early. And of course,
Pinut. No, si no tiene PRI en ninguna de las dos líneas.
Sí, yo soy generación de...
could take this one away. And that Ibid probably already come out big. Delight going to try to come over here and punish, but Faker very wary of this.
Yeah, I mean, there's only
¿No
so
viste
much
que se paró Honor y festejó, boludo?
enemy support is also going to come
Festeja
down
lateral.
into the mid lane. Come up, I
Festeja,
should say,
yo
is
sé que
now
no.
carrying this
Fue
series.
crava,
Got a
amigo.
combo going as the rest of Gen
¿Qué
G is
puta hace
trying to
de
come
light,
out and
amigo?
punish this, but it's actually T1 who are
¿Qué
now in a
puta hace de
3v2
light, amigo?
situation.
No, Gen G lo tiene, dijo T1 en LSK nomás. Posta que salen al mundo real y T1 es el padre.
Sí, vamos. Boludo, ¿qué va?
Eso es una mierda. Pero la LSK no llega nada.
¿Qué poronga hizo de light? Ahí me explica.
Alex, dale, decilo. Para mí que está en apuestas ilegales y apostó que moría. Dale, Alex. La conclusión de todo lo bien cuando pasa a correr.
Igual, no es extrañable, boludo.
Estaba metido, ¿viste?
Tranquilo que están los padres de uno.
Delight solo debe cobrar más que toda la LCK entera, más o menos, por eso me tiene.
No pasa nada, que son 600 de ahora.
¿Qué es ir 1-1 en Suiza?
Esquivamos a LNG, amigo.
Denny, empezás a hacer tu ruido y te juro que te desfiguro la
Amigo,
voz.
esquivamos a LNG.
Pero que tenés frío.
Tengo frío.
LNG, ¿cuál es que?
Escúchame, la copa no nos va a ganar G2. Ve qué poronga hace de light, amigo. ¿Alguna habilidad, flash, algo?
And this is just a numbers game. You are not going to win without pace here. There's nothing you can do. There's just way too much damage output here in Chovy. Just
NT, amigo, kill para Faker.
Maná, si no vas a hacer un comentario suspicaz, mejor cerrar la verdad.
Suspicaz.
Escenario,
boludo. Desayunando un escenario, gordo.
No, ya empezó Denny, Denny me chupa un huevo que ibas en una favela. Cerra el orto.
¿Qué?
Favela.
Vos,
A ver.
sí, haces ruido de que sos un pobre nene africano.
No, fue canon.
Nada, ruido dije, estúpido.
¿Qué
Ahí
ruido?
ves. No.
¿Cuándo? Yo no soy, boludo.
Son mis fantasmas, perdón.
Mataba de la vez.
Mandado convendiendo.
Ojalá le roben y lo escuchemos en vivo. Dame todo, plum, muere.
Cagaban a tiro, amigo.
Muere un fan de T1, mientras está viendo T1.
No, ¿qué hace Doran, amigo? ¿Quién puta?
Ay, Honor.
No, malardo.
¿Hasta dónde llega el fanatismo? Un fan de T1 muere al mismo tiempo que T1 muere en el...
Menos mal es horrible, T1.
Amigo, ¿vos viste el flash de Honor?
Es horrible, Honor. Honor no es menos que Grell.
No, aguanta, explique por qué te odio.
Amigo, Honor no es más que Yukirin con Brian.
Kukirin.
So basically flash trade here plus dragon for Gen G.
Yeah, definitely pretty necessary after the way that first play.
Tranquilo, muchachos. Faye lo tiene bajo control. El hermano en Zuliun tiene todo bajo control.
¿Cómo que se hermano?
Mira la cara.
Igual autista.
Igual de lindo.
Si no, como nunca alimentó como siempre.
Ojo.
And a little play down on the bottom side of Flash away at the same time.
Play
But we got
foul.
looking for the solo. He's just
Desmetía,
gonna
desmetía.
No. Ah, qué mierda juega Pinut este game.
Yo dije, ve, por...
A mí se confundió de sí, no se explica.
¿Cómo que Razor se hizo? No, ¿cómo que Blair se hizo 2 kills pero Razor no se hizo 3?
Escúchame, escúchame. Kanjon nos cogió más fuerte y ganamos igual. Aparte de skill para Honor, amigo. No pasa nada.
Toda la kill que saque.
Mientras no la saque Zeus a la kill, amigo.
Igual es la cucaracha arca, Nico. De la nada va a pegar.
Mientras no la saque
Se me
Zeus.
hace tan inútil casi en este parche. Y más
A veces
inútil,
más inútil Kha'Zix, no porque sea inútil el campeón, sino porque está jugando Pinut, ¿viste?
más inútil si el pelotudo no guarda.
About as basic as it gets, but it's the knowledge of the timing that Peanut would be there. They're both level 5. He knows he has this window. It's not even that risky here for Owner, but he comes up
Pero
with
tenemos
a
la copa objetivo, amigo. Un dragón, un heraldo, Tsuki.
No, yo te dije, tenés la copa más importante, hacer que More tuitee que tiene miedo, bro.
Nah, ¿en serio tuitea eso?
¿No viste? Tipo, se quejó del sorteo, boludo. Cuando después siempre boquea. More, boquea y cuando le toca con Genji dice, ay, no puede ser. Y ahora gana y dice, siempre quiso enfrentarme a Genji.
El verdadero igual.
Después estoy yo basado que en 2021, cuando me tocó Eduardo, dije, vení, me cogió y dije,
qué rico.
Dije, si pudiese elegir de nuevo, lo elegía de nuevo. Dije, totalmente con la máscara llorando atrás.
yo contra DG, yo también, boludo. Yo después de que Danguano rompa el culo por 19ª vez en 2020. Qué rico. Quiero más. La 14ª la vencida. Yo full fan de Bilibili.
¿Qué hace?
Ojo.
Diciendo, bien, esta vez sí le ganamos a JG. Después le pierdo. Yo ya lo dije, para mí gana JG, pero si hay un duelo que va a ganar
Va a
Bilibili es
ser
este.
el besto bueno, amigo. Después del besto bueno para mí, eu confío, amigo. Confío en la vineta.
La vineta.
La vuelta viene papá.
Claro, juégate ya, amigo. Te vas a jugar tu papá, boludo.
Literal.
No, es verdad.
Y yo, ojo, boludo, el tipo al que le dejas MSI servidos en bandeja de plata.
And will be looking to challenge more now that he's completed that first mythic item. And yeah, I mean, just trying to get some of that. Look at that.
Juega Chris también, que te cogió en la final.
Does not care to just eat a shuriken because he knows that Chovy cannot put on any pressure.
Juega Light, que nunca te ganó, pero esta vez sí. Pero va a ser la primera vez.
But yeah, nice block there. 20 CS up currently is Faker's maintaining that early
como
game
Chris
lead.
saca
Now Owner is looking for an opportunity.
Tiene que ganar, es verdad, tiene que ganar Genji porque sacó a Kali y es el champ que puse que más win rate iba a tener. Porque pensé que le iban a sacar 6-7 veces y iba a ganar todo.
Y bueno, lo van sacando 6-7 veces, boludo.
Pará. Chovinetti. Mirá la de abajo, nada.
O sea que falta que
Mirá lo
Genji
que estaba la de abajo.
Yo de Genji como la de abajo, amigo. Capara de T1, viste, estaba festejando que estaba aplaudiendo el flash, amigo. Copa flash.
Bueno, Chovy nos mintió, le sigue pesando el mouse.
¿Qué le sigue pesando, amigo?
Que cambie uno lo más ligero, what the fuck.
Uno con agujeritos.
No, qué hizo de puta. No, no,
The lead is massive and the damage is going to start really stacking up. The Jarvan's massively ahead. He can continue to put pressure
tenemos un laburante kiosquero en la llamada.
on the Rumble. And it's really
Hola.
difficult for Genji to now sail through the mid game when T1 have the perfect
Obvio.
mid game composition.
¿De qué más hablar? ¿De qué más hablar? Vas a hablar.
And it's that lethality Kai'Sa that's going to
¿Dónde
be
es tu
so
kiosco?
powerful right now when they don't have a traditional
En
frontline
Boedo.
in this composition.
Boedo.
That is worrisome here for Genji.
¿A cuánto está de tu casa?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the amount of burst damage for T1 when
Hora y... Sí, 45 minutos a 1 hora y 10.
Viste, no es la hora que te vos, Denny, te falta calle.
Dependiendo de cómo esté el bond y eso.
Oye, esto es
¿Por qué no te quedas a vivir en el kiosco?
¿Cómo?
Quédate bien en el kiosco.
Lo haría, pero pasa que ya está ocupado.
Por los lincheras.
El encargado vive acá adentro, boludo.
Bueno, hacete su señora, boludo.
Ya tiene, es una de 17.
Está bien, está bien.
Está ahí.
Vamos.
Y él es paraguayo.
El paraguay, sí. O sea que es travesti. Estamos igual.
Mirá, voy a serte sincero, la cara es más o menos.
Ojo, Zeus está haciéndose la mítica build de Apamen.
No, bien. No se lo va a completar.
Hablando de APA, Tadeo, ¿qué estabas haciendo jugando en T-Liquid? APA jugó tu Syndra, boludo, según Alex.
Qué
Ulti. Quemado.
No puede ser.
Grande, Doran.
What the fuck.
Si Genji le llega a andar con casi que se vayan todos.
Le dijo,
que se vayan
muy
todos.
buena tu espada de Doran, pero mi anillo de Doran es mejor. Re complicado.
No, borra, amigo, pedilo, Nico, pedilo.
Encima, pero viste que ¿a quién le ganó con casi en 2017 en ese? Al Gang creo que le ganó. Que se hizo con un 15-0. Vino ya había picado casi en 2017. Cuando estaba en contra meta. Y tipo, en el SI cuando jugó contigo no justamente.
Pero es un boludo que se
No, era en ese meta era casi sin y ¿quién más era?
La mítica partida fue con Coso.
No, ya sé, pero me refiero que en una partida pidió casi y estampó igual.
Vamos a ver algo interesante.
Se jugaba Lee Sin casi game, no sé.
Estos se están farmeando, así que match history.
No, vuelta, había hecho un penta, Doran ahora.
Da, machi.
No, vieron que se retiró. El conche su madre de...
Nunca jugó casi mogólico.
¿Dónde sale ahí? Esa verdad que yo no.
Bueno, nunca jugó casi, ¿sabes?
Grace era.
Mentira, Denis, si vos te morís, pasa lo mismo que siempre.
¿Qué vale más? ¿Una Oriana o el Saya?
¿Qué vale más, muchacho? ¿Ganar un partido en fase de grupo o las 3 copas? 3 LTK.
Sacaron 2 asesinos, no, peruana la build.
And Joby definitely pretty far behind, but once the Sakali gets, 2-3 items, still going to be able to blow people up.
Porque hay que ser disrespecto, Alex, escuchame, si ganamos con esta comp de mierda, quedan full desmoralizados, entonces cuando nos toquen en semifinal y nos vayan a romper el ojete ya están desmoralizados, ahí piquemos una compo de verdad.
Just love to fight over, they can't resist. Wolf, they must get it, and of course they just want to get that pressure on the
pulvida con todo el squad al lado.
Bueno, pero tiene a Doran. Adiós,
yo el roll canon. Se vale usar la R, ¿ves? Estaba leyendo la habilidad, dice Sasha salto y se hace invulnerable. Ya entendí, Nicolás. ¿Cómo que Sasha te hace invulnerable?
Vamos, Shinji, de puta madre.
Se lo roba el...
Solo los apoyo porque están contra T1. Cualquier equipo que le gane a T1 me hace feliz. Equipo de mierda.
Como cualquier persona bien.
Igual equipo de
No, Peanut.
Sí, es 6 lados de la en la época de pandemia, si un jugador estaba aislado por COVID y jugaba casi sin contra, por más que esté con equipo, ¿le hacías daño extra? LOL 4D.
Pedilo, amigo, pedilo.
Qué paja que la vi.
Pedilo vos que vendiste humo con
Amigo, ¿qué culpa tengo yo si pican casi estos hijos de remil puta, boludo?
Y que algo bueno.
Le dan casi a los TP Poppy, boludo.
Otra vez, va a ganar, Gigi a base que Doran haga eso.
No, upa.
Mira.
Dale, Doran, esquivate.
Para, tranquilo que... Sí, la juego bien. Juego bien, Chevy.
Hermano, Faker va a vender con eso toda la vida.
Está, boludo. Come, solo quilea a Dora, boludo.
Uno por uno. Lástima aquí.
Yo solo digo, Chovy se llevó shutdown.
Faker
¿no?
la Shockwave.
K la jugó bien, Alexi K como no la jugó perfecto porque no es plata
Chovy la
esto.
jugó perfecto, Chovy la jugó perfecto. Que la jugó para los gente fue Dora.
Tiene mejor setup. Genji,
Oye,
ahora.
mira, Faker no tiene flash para el próximo Drake.
No tiene vida.
Estamos en
fin.
Soul Point.
De verdad.
¿Vos para el alma? Nah, pero es alma de viento, la puta que lo parió. Una buena, por favor, te pido.
Lo van a traer, lo van a traer.
¿Cómo se nota que está arreglado el juego, boludo?
Está arregladísimo esto para T1.
El árbitro está favoreciendo a T1.
Le pone la Team Liquid, equipo de NA de Devi, le pone a Genji, el hijo de T1. Está arregladísimo.
Vamos a ver, boludo, en la siguiente ronda, a T1 le va a tocar G2 o Wave, boludo. ¡Ultra
No, es simbólico, es simbólico, es simbólico.
Ah, también esto flash.
No, Pace es simbólico.
Le van a poner a Tijuana un equipo para que le rompa el oro.
Otra. Otro.
Mi abuela cuando pasa la repetición del gol, boludo. ¿Otro? ¿Otro de Messi?
Mi abuela viendo la Summer de la LSK, Genji cogiéndose a T1. Otro. Bueno, una torre por...
Tenemos el macro, amigo, tenemos el macro.
Lo único que veo es diferencia de macro. Al menos lo tiene más pulido. Igual está
Que perdió la mid lane Genji.
No, pero la mid le habíamos perdido cuando se murió el muerto de Pace también.
Y que está por perder la otra de mid también es Genji.
Sí, eso es bueno.
Instamupa de Alexi, una más.
Al menos el macro lo tienen pulido.
Nah, se van a morir los dos, se van a morir los dos.
Sí que le pegó a Dora, boludo. Sigue, es un bot, Pino, boludo.
No, ¿cómo vendiste humo con Pino, Tadeo?
Me culpa que el hijo de puta lo pongan a jugar casi, amigo. No te pese Juan,
Estoy seguro que lo pidió él, boludo.
Lo tiene que pedir el Pino, amigo.
Y para mí, casi sí lo tienes que pedir, la verdad.
Para mí cuando piden un pick raro le escriben a Tadeo.
Amigo, no le corto el back.
Tenés escudo,
No, tenés escudo, no dije nada.
Será bobo. No porque el juego está arreglado para T1, dice T1 vaquea siempre.
Obviamente.
Vaquea T1 y tiene la ulti de Kale. Y cuando se van cae y hace daño.
Tadeo va a ser la típica contra More, lo va a bloquear.
Estaría bueno un champ que la pasiva sea que el back no se puede cancelar.
Qué pasivo de mierda, la verdad.
Boludo. Le vaqueas en la cara, boludo.
No puedes cancelar el back, pero tenés back mejorado al menos, boludo. Tenés perma...
No, boludo, que no se puede cancelar vos. Que no te lo pueden cancelar pegándote y eso, estúpido. Bueno, pero
decime cómo mierda encajas eso en un kit de habilidades, ¿no?
No sé, se me ocurrió eso. Después que armen el kit alrededor de eso. Chúpeme la pica, yo pensé eso. Es como Syla, boludo. Estaría bueno que robe ulti. ¿Qué hacemos con lo demás? No sé, poné cadena. ¡Ojo! Siempre la misma situación. Sí. Déjà vu del déjà... No, le
Ahora sí la fue, ahora sí la fue.
Otro déjà vu, boludo.
Déjà vu del déjà vu.
Chovy después de pegarse la Faker, tuve fe.
La de Akali que tiró a Chovy parece mundial de roles, porque no lo vi.
Te voy a preguntar, ¿por qué poronga Doran tiene 158 far?
Porque está farmeando.
No sé por qué no tiene tier 2 en mid.
¿Cómo hizo para llegar?
Qué ulti. No, mentira, juego era de Faker, el mejor jugador de todos los tiempos.
Nah, le tira el coso mientras lo shockwavea. Calidad. Seca estaría orgulloso.
Cuando sos el GOAT de la mid lane, boludo, matar a Faker es fácil,
Enzo.
boludo.
Si gana este game, rompe T1, boludo.
Nah, T1 no se rompe. Son malos de por sí, ¿no?
No se rompen estos hijos de puta, boludo.
Se va a vender todo el equipo.
Siguen viendo por más verga, es lo peor.
Bueno, alguien tiene un número de un sicario en Corea, tipo, le vamos, le rompemos la muñeca a Faker, la free mundial.
A Faker, justo, boludo.
Amigo, vos viste lo que daba pena a T1 sin Faker, boludo, porque se peleaban Honor y Keria. Porque quiere arma quilombo en el vestuario, boludo.
A la mierda. Llegó, ahí dice como.
Llegó los barra brava de T1, boludo.
Llegó el arma en el vestuario.
¡Vino! Se muere Pino. Todo chelo, dijo el Pino, boludo.
El grito pegó. El grito de Pinus, boludo, ahí.
No. Salgan, Dios.
Yo solo voy a decir, Face en esta partida hizo 200 de daño.
Mejor que...
Más que Kumayushi en las 3 finales juntas, ¿no? Pero bueno.
Mejor que la partida de Belko de Arevalo.
Después de esta partida en el vestuario de T1, la concha de tu madre.
El cocinador de carne.
Pino lo van a matar, amigo.
En el vestuario T1 está lleno de aire, boludo. De relajantes sexuales.
Yo viendo cómo NNG cómo JDG se deja ganar para jugar contra Generación Gaming. Cagamos.
Van a matar a Pino.
No, de la
Matan a Cali.
¡Ojo!
¡El mono!
Agarró bien de Light, Y yo recontra bien de Light. Boludo, agarró a Gumayushi con 1 de vida.
The Light, el GOAT, amigo. The Light, el GOAT.
Gente a la que vi hacer eso con Rakan. The Light,
Yo,
Me llega con eliminar.
The Light, el GOAT, amigo. El mejor support de la historia, amigo.
Me llega por ahí.
Mirá lo que hace The Light.
Para mí que de Light le tiró un llamadito bien,
No, hasta que Shenji esta vez.
Doran casi se muere ejecutado por la torre.
Arevalo. Tadeo, yo que vos lo saco a Alexi porque estaba por decir la mufa máxima.
Alexis, por favor, cerrá el ojete. Por favor, Alexis.
Pero no es mufa por este partido, es mufa por este torneo.
Por el torneo, ya sé.
¿Qué vas a decir, Alexis?
Yo solo decir, Genji tiene cosita de Samsung porque en ese mismo Bush se quedó traumado T1.
Mira la cara de Guma, mira la cara de Guma. Mira la T1, mira la cara de Guma.
Sí, lo voy a ganar.
Me acabo de dar cuenta que son las 6 de la mañana, me van a echar del edificio.
Ah, rompieron la Kiria, nada.
Hay edificios en Tucumán, avanzaron bastante. ¿Cómo
No, boludo, es una carpa de 2 pisos, boludo.
Ponete Federa.
Dale, Chovy, peleale 1v1. ¿Qué puto Chovy o le gusta la verga? ¿Por qué no pelea?
Porque son 2, pelotudo.
¿Y por qué no pelea? Sacale.
Seca la pelea.
Hicieron
Sí, la pelea va a ser una doble.
Una verga, tío.
Que de paso se
Cuadrazoleaba de scout.
¿Apostaste que T1 ganaba?
Sí.
Man, yo agarré... O sea, Genji pagaba por 4, pero yo agarré 2.50.
Decime que al menos
4,
pagaba.
Esta es mi última. O sea, yo aposté con el primero y si gana esta ya tengo la 4.
¿Cómo me cagó Razor? ¿Cómo me cagó Razor, hijo de remil puta? Ganó Fnatic, pero no hizo 3 kills.
Este va
Quería estar con la gana.
No me acuerdo, lo peor que lo vi. ¿De Juani o no?
Hijo de mil puta, ¿por qué me quieren Juani?
¿Quién? Sí, se fue.
Aprende de Pino, va 1-2-1, no hizo una puta mierda. Pero juega un campeón de verdad.
No, Pino es como Jala, boludo. O sea, parece que no hace una mierda, pero es el que se lleva la marca.
Claro, amigo.
Claro, si todos que se la van a Pino. El tío de Flicker gastó flaco.
Pino le bajo torre, no sé si acaban de ver, boludo.
¿En serio?
No. Se come la shot, güey, bajo torre, boludo.
Qué capo, boludo. Otro gordo super de 100 kilos. Quiere ganar el mundial para salir una skin más que se vea su wife.
Es tu momento, Alexis.
¿Qué sacaría cada uno de T1? De T1, de Genji y vos, Tadeo.
Doran, Atrox.
Nah, pero vos decís que saca Atrox seguido después de...
Yo no puedo ver a Pino campeón ya.
No, Doran, Casante o Atrox, Pino, Poppy, Chovy Ari.
Nada, pasa que Poppy no te
Es verdad que Ari no tiene quinto.
Chovy Ari sí que la
Ahí
pelea.
la palo.
No, Saila ni en pedo.
Si saca un Galio.
No.
Ah, sí, un Ari tiene pintaza.
Ari o
igual con la pelotudez. Nico, con la pelotudez, con este formato, eliminan la posibilidad de jugar juegos de mierda para sacar tus skins de mierda, boludo.
Veis Saya o es real y.
Sí, verdad, que carajo, verdad.
Veis Saya o es real.
Hable con sentido, Alexis.
Ganó el LOL, boludo. Alfa de mierda.
Ese no lo mataron.
Encima no le pegó piña, hijo de puta.
Este, boludo, se llevó la marca de 3, boludo. Luego lo critican.
Ey, ¿quién fue que quería el mejor support del mundo?
Yo no.
Yo hincha de uno.
2021.
No, 2021 mejor support del mundo era Meiko.
Le cabió gente móvil.
Qué raro mencionaste a
Miguel sacando picks de mierda para.
A mí que era buena. Era bueno.
El año Prime de Mingo. ¿Qué iba a hacer? ¿Y de quién? Dios, ¿quién?
El Prime de los
Este mogólico, ¿de la quién? ¿Qué saca?
¿De la Rakan? O...
Ya hay dos de Rakan.
Bueno,
es más, ya hay dos, ya hay una de Samsung y no sé si se puede.
No, yo ya creo que cuando se empezaron a repetir las skins, ya perdió la mística, tipo. Si querés sacar 10 skins de Rakan porque todo el mundo le gusta Rakan, hacelo.
La única que prohíbe es que no puede haber dos Rakan del mismo equipo. Pero claro, Samsung no sé si es lo mismo que Shenji.
¿Y lo de T1 qué pasó? Nico.
No, boludo, no pueden haber dos Syndra T1, por ejemplo.
Nico.
Bueno, si no de Light, ¿cómo se llama esto?
¿Sabes qué temática van a
Lulu
escoger?
Walter.
¿Qué?
La del tigre.
Está bueno,
Diablazo la
La
temática
del tigre puede ser muy buena o muy mala, boludo.
A la tigre me corto los ojos. Igual sí, supongo.
Amigo,
No.
las skins doradas. Las skins doradas.
Que jugó Doran, hermano. Pero van a perder la TF.
No, van a perder, boludo.
Van a perder por igual.
Gana Shenji. Toma, bien fue que.
Tenía que bufarla.
Bien, la ganó Juan.
Muchas gracias, Carly.
Gracias, Carly.
Voy a pulsar a T1.
El otro dándose cuenta que no tenía
Sí,
que
otra vez patate T1 y te cogieron, boludo. Nunca más pusiste esa organización de mierda.
Muchas gracias, T1.
Suiza.
Ganan con casi, boludo.
Murió Coca, Nick Daboom, Laspic,
More.
Black-bajo se
Bestauro.
Dale, empezá a bloquear en el.
Bueno, pero por eso.
Pará, boludo, yo no voy a boquear.
¿Qué hace Honor? ¿Qué hace Honor?
Bien.
Bloqueas el amor, dale, papá.
Apuesta siempre.
Qué ricos amigos.
Ese gordo,
Qué rico se mueve Tiwa.
No
La ganaron.
No lo barreo de más de Dick porque es buenísimo.
Los hinchas de T1 puteando al draft.
Sí, la temática tigre o... ¿Cómo se llama el tigre de Gala, ponele. Re caliente.
Esa Coca-Cola.
¿Qué día es? Mira lo que mide, Pino también.
Caga risa, Pino no sabe cómo ganó.
Ganamos, boludo. ¿Qué pasa acá?
Está buena esa.
Bueno, muchachos, fue una pena. La próxima jugamos con. Ganamos, Pino.
Oye, está re ávido, boludo.
Pino estaba tabeado viendo YouTube, estaba Pino.
Tenía el picture in picture en el LOL, boludo.
Gordo de 200 kilogramos pasean poronga para Seúl. ¿De Light o Nico quedó preso por degenerado en gol? Dale miedo, se llama jugar el Rakan, amigo.
Se viene el G2, wey, vos. Alexis, vos ya se está rompehuevo como así, te juro que te mato. Tenés que tener, boludo, tenés que tener una media entre hinchar y no ser mongólico.
Esta vez no la aposté, pero siento que...
Pero no podés hinchar solo cuando le apostás a favor a G2, boludo. Se supone que es tu equipo.
Quiero quedar G2, pero me da miedo este huevo, porque no...
Imagínate, amigos, ganamos un 4 contra 5. Imagínate si jugaba Pino también.
¿Verdad? ¿Quién ganó? ¿Clowney o LG?
¿Quién será?
O sea, no me fijé, ¿no? Pero pero seguramente.
El equipo grande gana,
Yo solo digo, hasta el minuto 20
estuvo perdido igual.
un poco peleado.
Falta huevos G2, Bilibili JDG y... Venga, qué rico. Uy, se viene pornografía infantil. Ya, Juli.
Yo voy a ver ese KT de cada ahí.
We should
Me voy
get
a
right
poner
into
ahí la
that draft for
tarjeta.
T1 then, because Gen G, they definitely came into this draft with some confidence.
Yeah. I mean, the first thing
Muchas
I said
gracias,
when I
muchas
see the
gracias,
draft over
Keria,
Gen Z,
muchas gracias, Keria.
these guys are like these guys actually see that I don't see, like which is like
Ahora hay que ver que lo
which is like they
hay que proteger a los T1 porque seguramente los fans ahora van a salir a querer matarlo.
they had to constantly keep fighting, like not making mistake in Oli, even though
Bueno,
they
ahora
did make a mistake Oli,
mañana
but
nos
the thing
comemos
is, like,
el
it didn't
3-0
really
de
matter, 'cause,
JD
like,
Gaming.
how they make actually the comeback. It was crazy.
I mean, it started out nice and standing. You're like, oh, the Zaya and Rakan combination. That's really good priority.
Hacen el sorteo de quién le toca después de todo esto, ¿no?
Posta, igual, ahí, si así los enfrentan entre sí, ya podríamos casi asegurar que hay una probabilidad muy alta de que tengamos un occidente, al menos en los cuartos.
Por favor.
Ganó Fnatic, ganó Mad Lions, ganó Energy,
T1 was doing really
ganó
well at the
Shenji,
beginning of this game. You know, the Orianna was working out, and in general they were doing well. So how
Falta
did they,
Weibo
you think,
G2
lose track of the game?
I mean, yeah,
¿Quedan
you're
dos
right.
games nomás?
Completely, like,
No, quedan tres, ¿no? Falta otro. Ah, que el KT PK.
Quedan 3 games y después ya está, después ya vienen las eliminatorias en sí de la fase de esta fase.
Los playoffs.
De los playoffs. Se va a jugar primero los 4 equipos que van 2-0. Después van a jugar los 3 que van 1-1 y después entre los 2. Pero diferentes días.
Ojo, me llega por el que hay probabilidades de que uno pueda quedar fuera del mundial perdiendo contra G2 y contra Fnatic.
Oh, sí.
In the Dragon, even without the teleport top laner, and then still don't give up anything to T1 on the outside and get a surprise kill as well.
Yeah, Doran is interesting, right, to watch. He does well versus Zeus here.
Doran se sacó el anuncio de Doran de la
And it's like also happy, also a little sad that I can't be there as a playing Rumble. But anyway,
get in there. I believe in you,
bro. If I was there, the Rumble's already.
Bueno, te digo, ¿qué se siente levantarse y ver esto?
It's all good.
It's all
Y se
good.
siente rico,
And every
¿no?
second counts, and thanks to the reliable Cisco network.
Encima está Shox, amigo. Esperen, ahora vengo, boludo. Voy a poner una foto de Delight y una de Shox y masturbarme.
Encima está con una ahí, viste, con una remerita ahí, toda cortita, colores.
I thought it was like really good for T1, but the thing is like Gil like actually didn't
Bueno.
single he's concentrated and like he turned around.
Ah, la cosa es cómo va a quedar la tabla, a ver. No, con esto tenemos Shenji y LNG. Sería, si según las predicciones podría ser G2, o sea, las mías, ¿no? Sería G2, Juan Domingo.
Got some leads for Faker. You know, they had the early play around mid lane as well. But man, once it took off there.
Quedó Juan Domingo, LNG y Genji, LNG, G2 y Juan Domingo. Estarían matándose para ver quién va a ser el 3-0. Qué lindo. Eso sería muy lindo. ¿Te imaginas un LNG, Genji y un G2 JD?
Igual que Bin Yuji, no para, no te estaba prestando atención todavía.
They're doing really great. But the thing is, like, I think like these
ahora con Shenji y LNG,
por favor,
los
que no
dos
toque
están, ya está, quedaría G2 JD si es que ganan los dos y ahí se hace el sorteo. ¿Te imaginas ahí un...
Por favor que no toque G2, por favor que no toque G2, por favor que no toque G2. Por favor que no toque G2, amigo. Por favor.
Bueno, pediría G2 si es que llegan a objetivo.
Boludo,
¡A huevo! ¡A huevo!
Si pasa eso, técnicamente después el sorteo con los otros que van...
Amigo, por favor, Alexis, comprás perder contra Weibo pero romperle el culo a T1. Alexis, comprás perder en 15 contra Weibo pero romperle el culo a T1. Compro.
Cap se saca una calle del culo y de la nada se hace un penta.
Oh.
Speaking of LPL top laners, after the break we will continue with our featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz G2 Broken Blade versus Weibo Gaming's The Shy.
Uy, qué lindo que va a quedar la tabla.
And a little play down on the bottom side of Flash away at the same time, but we got Owner looking for the
Si gana KT, queda con T1 en RG, Mad Lion.
Hermano, no.
Nada, perdimos, amigo. Quiten el la win, amigo.
Guma will be able to flash away from this one, and there's the ultimate just ticking down. Yeah, Faker in a lot of trouble here. Chovy on the chase. It's really difficult to get away from this. Akali, he hits the shuriken. Delight is a bit caught out, but he is recon, and now he's going back in.
Nah, ese Bush está retraumado para T1.
That's going to be the Kaisa just gone in this fight before it even began as Chovy just running down the top side alongside
Sama, Humanoid y Scout tienen el MVP, what the fuck.
Featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz. G2 is
¿sabes qué era parte divertida de la TF que hace el engage de Light? Que ganan sin usar ulti, lo único que ultea es Doran. Porque Pain ultea, Chovy ultea y Pinot ultea.
For the first time since 2019, the Shy is back on the international stage, and he wants to raise the trophy in his home country once more.
Ahí arranca, ahí
The
viene.
way of that momentous occasion is the ever-confident Broken Blade. G2 have gotten their taste of
Lo dejé bajo un
victory
trámite.
in 2023, and BB is determined to make sure it is not their last. With a win for either side, the quarterfinals will be in sight. Can G2 rewrite the narrative and fell another Eastern giant? Or will the Shy be their world ender once again?
Rompanle en el orto. Destruyan a los créditos sociales.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Iría capeado pa'l carajo.
La 7 está.
Otro día en la oficina.
Man, ¿por qué los fancitos de T1 están excusándose de todo?
No sé, amigo, ya se están excusando.
Estoy escuchando a... ICA, literalmente.
Mi corazón quiere jugar contra J de Gaming, mi cerebro no. Mi cerebro pide por aperito que no toque G2 o Wave, amigo.
Qué rico, agarré ese 250. Ahora necesito que haya 2 inhibidores en G2 Weibo. Ya está.
Ojalá sea.
Ojalá sean los 2 inhibidores de G2.
Mira, yo se lo voy a decir. Prefiero J de Gaming a LNG, porque LNG me da más miedo.
Sí, LNG.
LNG me da más miedo que JDG. Compro J de Gaming, me cago en las patas si no toca LNG. Porque yo confío aparte que en J de Gaming, Ruler va a wintradear.
¿Verdad? ¿Qué país tiene el código de 1? Estados Unidos, ¿no?
Estados Unidos, creo.
Porque hay gente de Estados Unidos que está escribiendo.
Welcome back, everybody, to our second bout of games in the 1-0 pool. This time it's G2 Esports up versus Weibo Gaming. And what a wonderful desk I have for that, Verius. And of course, Hysterics as our LPL representative. We said it already, our featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz is the top lane. Broken Blade versus the Shy. This is such a cool matchup, I think, overall, Hysterics. And talk us through the Shy. He's back at Worlds, but what can we expect of him?
We can expect, I think, ultra pace, just to quote someone out there. I think the biggest thing about the Shy at the moment is he's really ramped up. People will remember through the start of the year, even heading into summer, the Shy was a bit back and forth, a little bit inconsistent. You get into playoffs and then more importantly, regionals, and the Shy is back to consistently kind of winning lane. Yes, it's not always the cleanest gameplay, but I think we are getting near peak the Shy as we once remember.
You had this prep, didn't you, Hysterics?
Great memory.
Why have you got to bring this back up?
How nice is it? How good did this feel?
You know what? The good thing about this is that none of the members on this G2, I believe, are on the current G2.
That's good.
Oh, I thought Caps was on that roster, but great.
It's Perks, right?
Yeah, no, you're right. We're fine. Yeah, no trauma. We're all good. We're totally fine. Not a problem.
I mean, Caps also has memories from the Shy.
Yeah, he does. Yeah, well,
let's not talk about
that. But I mean, Broken Blade is going to be his opponent. Now, I've been really optimistic with how he's been looking at this World Championship. Even you yesterday acknowledged like his great depth of champion pool, the fact that he's laning incredibly well. I think that right now the Shy is going to be a great test for him because, I mean, he had a good showing against Kana yesterday, but the Shy is someone that I have to agree with you, does seem to be coming into his own form.
And maybe that's why I'm a little bit worried. Like, I have to be completely honest here. Confident in the Shy, but Broken Blade will test him. I know it's only a BO1, so maybe it won't go too far off kilter. But when you consider Broken Blade's champions, you think of things like the Yone top. Man, how does the Shy deal with it, and what form is he going to be going against this legend?
And overarching in this matchup, also G2 versus LPL overall, Worlds and MSI, 11 wins, 24 losses, 6 wins, 30 losses. They seem to have a problem with LPL playstyle because I think, of course, G2 also loves to play a skirmish-heavy style, but it is very hard to out-skirmish fight an LPL who is so adept at it and can recognize all of the windows to fight. Is that the correct assessment?
I think it is because I know G2 are very adaptable. What I really love about this team from the LEC that you guys have represented so many times is the fact that G2, you never know which lane they're going to play through, and I think that could potentially pose some problems to the LPL. However, a lot of the top LPL teams here, including Weibo, are adaptable, as you've already seen out of Weiwei so far in this tournament.
I think it's a great summary, yeah. One of the big reasons why I think G2 could get the edge over LCK teams was because sometimes they could be rigid in their approach and their champion picks, whereas the LPL was often very willing to. Quintop is not something that would surprise the LPL, right? Like, they are more than happy to go toe-to-toe with G2 when it comes to creativity, so I'm excited to see what they pull out today.
Me too, and I'll remember what Jad said yesterday. If we, as EU representatives, want to have G2 be a real contender, this is a team you have to beat.
I believe G2 100%. I'm predicting them to win.
You don't.
Of course I don't. I mean, even though I said I'm a little nervous, I still believe in Weibo.
Well, there's one person who I really want to know who he's rooting for, so let's see. Kadril.
Now, a lot of people have been asking me, hey, Kadril, whose side are you on in this matchup between G2 and Weibo? Now, it's a really tough question. You know, it's kind of like watching your family fight against your lover. You know what I mean? Yeah, me neither. But family is blood, okay? And blood is thicker than water. And because I'm a long-term European representative and a long-term European fan, G2 is my blood. And I would never support Weibo and the Shy over a European team, especially not our best team, G2. Now, speaking to my new friend over here, Kellen, he's the new good luck charm of G2. It's called Kellen, for those who don't know, because he gives them free wins, which is quite nice. And we came to the conclusion that it's always bros before way bows. Okay, so let's go G2.
Thank you, Cadril, for that
Juan.
breakdown. There was something.
Mira lo que acaba de preguntar Benny, boludo.
Did you see?
I don't think G2 has an undershirt as part of the jersey. I think that we're gonna have to zoom in on that a little bit because I think he might actually be playing both sides. I gotta say that's a little bit suspicious what he's got down there. And also, like, I have to say as an aside, calling out Kellen like that, I thought you were a big fan of his
at all.
Renata Glass back in the day. You know, I mean, come on, Kellen, you were a big fan of Kellen before. That's not nice. That's a little bit inappropriate.
Times change, and well, you can play both sides for this one. This one should be a really fun matchup, though, Wolf. Jokes aside, I mean, this is G2, the best team from the LEC. We got Weibo Gaming, the 4th seed, coming in from the LPL. And to be honest, you and I looking at the matches for today, we thought this one could be the most even matchup, just like the shirts that Cadril were wearing.
Yeah. You know, it's hard to decide who's
Dos
going to be the
inhibidores,
one to take the
G2,
advantage.
por
We will
favor,
see
pierdan dos
Hansa
inhibidores.
get his Draven denied.
Hagan dos
It is the
inhibidores.
second most played
No,
this year. He's
tampoco
played
le
so
pido
many
mucho.
games of it.
No, igual, a ver, si gana G2, no hay chance de que lo ganen en un push. O sea, que
No,
tipo,
lo van a ganar en 3.
We'll see on the other side.
sí, siempre G2 hace mid, abro mid, abro bot y top. Y bueno, o bot y mid, la presión bot y mid, trato de cerrar o voy a top y saco un tercero de ser posible, tipo para cerrar. Nunca, G2 no es de cerrar pushando mid. En todo caso, Weibo, o sea, si G2 juega mal una teamfight que la presión está en mid, chao, Weibo te lo cierran en un push.
So I'm kind of glad that we saw these two bands just to see what else he might play. A lot of Draven, a lot of Kalista, obviously, but even some Neela, some Kai'Sa thrown in there. Also the Senna once. So let's see what he eventually does end up with. But for now, as you mentioned, on the side of Weibo Gaming, looking for what they will go for. The Orianna, generally, you know, a control mage doesn't have a lot of.
Ah, ya empezó el draft, boludo, avisen.
Trying to shut it down with some hard engage here. The Vi and the
Diablas.
Kai'Sa is being
La
covered
le
right
banearon Draven al toro, boludo.
Lock the Kai'Sa
Weibo tiene Lai
over the Rakan
y Gigi
here
tiene
for
Adelaide.
late, and it will get locked in. Azir hover might be a little bit indicative of what we
No, la
might see in
versión
that third
suprema,
slot.
boludo.
You definitely don't need to get it on R1, R2, just simply because they've already locked in the mid. They can't deny you that pick. You can get some additional
No,
information
¿cómo se quieren
first.
tomar a Jique?
Let's see how the response is going to be
Por
here now.
favor,
For the
denle
side
strong
of
side a
G2,
Tishai,
yeah, gonna
por
hover
favor,
caps his
denle
favorite.
strong
Hasta
side.
qué buena acá.
He's already got
Qué
the
buena
Orianna
camisa.
locked
Por favor,
in. They'll match
no,
the
banearon
Kai'Sa with the
Ram,
Xayah
puta
here.
madre,
And because
ya se
Rakan is
perdió.
still open and available, you have given both
Por
now
favor, no le
to the
den
bottom
mucho
tier
Rakan,
of
Rakan,
G2.
Rakan,
I expect they'll take it.
Yeah. You know,
No,
I was hoping that
sí,
maybe
Mickey,
something
banco,
No, Rakan,
a bit
Rakan.
off the wall, but
Banco el Rakan de Mickey, amigo.
O sea,
Sexo.
acá depende. O sacrifican la jungla o sacrifican el support.
Rakan,
Bien, bien, bien. Tenemos la seta más de juego de la historia, pero bien, boludo. Ahora,
Así,
se ha baneado
nice,
una
nice,
secuaña.
nice, nice, me gusta. Vamos, Weibo drafteando bien.
Now, you will lose the
Sí.
Alistair
Aquí
here
le
as
hace
Weibo
counter
if you
a
decide to lock
Orianna.
in Xiaohu's
Por
Azir.
Va, en realidad
The
es un
expectation
matchup
is
skill.
so high prior right now, so
Ahora,
valuable.
ahora, que no le den un
Xiaohu's a
campeón de gancho a
fantastic
Chris.
Azir player, so he is gonna
Que
look to
no
lock
le
in
den
his
Nautilus
most
a
played
Chris.
here in the LPL.
Que va a banear,
I mean, you know you're going to lose the Alistair, but there's still
Rel.
some viable supports left over here. You can play in this
No,
composition.
no van a banear Rel, van a
We'll see
banear
if G2 are gonna put that
Nautilus
focus on Crisp here in the
y...
second
No,
part
en
of the
jungla van a
draft,
banear
or if they want to
Diego
give
y van a
Broken
banear
Blade here a
y
little bit
Iver.
more power, try to focus away the
No,
Shy.
¿para qué va a banear a
But banning
Nautilus si
against the
literalmente
Shy
Saya
with his
se pasa por
eclectic
los huevos
champion
la...
pool, pretty
No,
tough
pero
to
hablo
pull
por
off.
Rakan, Gil.
Yeah, I mean, I'd say for both of these top laners, it's going to be pretty
En todo
interesting
caso
to see
saca una Rel
exactly where they do
o un
go
Alistar.
with some of these bands.
No. ¿Por qué se me
Waiting
quiere
on the
Alistar?
first one here from Weibo. Will they
Nautilus,
get that top
Nautilus
laner,
Kai'Sa
or
está
maybe
muy
take
roto.
away from that already a little bit shortened jungle pool, but
Déjame
no, it's just going to be the
parche.
Renekton. A stock
Season
standard one
8.
there for Broken Blade. They're going to take that one off the board already.
Yeah, that's going to get
Let's
locked
go,
away
Genji.
here from Broken Blade first. And now let's see if they're going to pinch Crisp
¿Ves?
a little bit. Obviously, the Alistair, the Nautilus, those are the two big picks you're looking at with
tengo
this
ganas de comprar un
composition.
mouse. Voy a
Follow for the
optar
Vi,
por
or set up for the Vi, and then
por
the
un
Emperor's
Razer
Divide
ahora.
from
Cómprate el
Xiaohu.
Viper Mini.
Very
ya está.
simple here to keep the focus
La
on some
misma
of those
bota.
picks that are going to be
Yo lo
high
tengo.
value no matter what in
Ah,
terms
bueno.
of how this comp can front to back
Watch.
or look for pick with the Vi. See if they
que
want to go for
compré
another
el
lock
Dead
away here. It's going to
Adder.
be that Lee Sin
Ah, no,
with
pero
the
es
Orianna. This
con
could be a very deadly duo in the mid lane here.
Entonces cómprate el Viper si quieres un
Very
cable.
well versed on. So I think this is a great ban. Let's see if that Alistar's going to get now taken away here from Weibo. There's a lot of follow-up. You can use the Alistar to set up the Vine, then the follow-up comes through from Light on that Kai'Sa. Azir can shuffle in. This seems like a no-brainer. Take that top-tier support pick away.
Well, it is going to be the Jax that does get taken off the board here. So maybe with that Renekton gone, you know, trying to give themselves a better chance and not just leave the Jax to go over. As now thrown back over to Weibo Gaming here. Let's see if they do go with another pick for that top side, or if they want to wait for a counter pick, as the Cassante has been kind of that blind pick that everybody is going for, and especially with Jax off the board, they're going to pick that one up.
Mickey, you know, you never know what you're going to see here in terms of his champion pool, but he's already locked in the Rakan. I got scared there for a second. And with these hovers, don't talk about the hovers, Wolf. Don't talk about the hovers. Not entirely sure what Hansam was trying to say with these, but see what we're going to see for Broken Blade here. Obviously has the counter pick. And Yone!
The Yone Rel. The Rel left up, and the Yone comes out here for Broken Blade. This one already just got
Yone para acá. No, para Broken Blade. Nah, le dieron un Wixide al culo de Teja y se perdió.
You put the Rel ultimate down, the Orianna ultimate follow-up, you've got Rakan, you've got Yone ult, and the Feathers as well. And rather than going for the Alistar pick here, it looks like Crisp is going to go back to an old favorite here, the Leona, in order to look for more single target damage. This is going to be a battle of G2 has a composition that can combo you in any fight. It's extremely simple. If you've got set up on an objective, it's extremely difficult for Weibo to enter. But G2 relies on their composition working together. It has to be a 5-man unit to win 5v5 team fights, whereas on the other side, Weibo have great disengage with this Alistar. They have a little bit of peel with the Leona, and their single target blow is actually insane. So it's going to be difficult for Caps to side lane in the late game, for example. They need to be aware of Weibo Gaming snowballing this out of control.
The Azir here for Xiaohu definitely going to be something to look towards as
no, Chris cada vez parece más mujer.
What the hell have you ever accomplished? T1 is an award-winning team with honor, respect, and prestige. You have none of this. You use hate for T1 for clout and views. It's pathetic. You bullied a minion and borderline criminal. I don't care what you said. You are sad.
This matchup, G2 versus Weibo Gaming, though, pretty interesting one.
El fan de T1 menos dolido.
Head-to-head in this best of one Swiss stage definitely feels like a fresh new
quería decir un copy-paste y no, no es
2018, we talked about some of the history for the Shy at Worlds, his history with G2.
Bueno,
and
ahora
this
a ver,
was one that we're so
el
lucky
mejor mid
to
laner
have this early on in the Swiss stage. I think a matchup that people were absolutely looking forward to here. And Weibo Gaming, this is going to be a bloody game, one way or the other, because it's all combos, all fighting for G2 when it comes to late game objectives. For Weibo, they have to try to look for those single targets. It's going to be a good one, Valdez.
Oh, it's going to be a banger. You just know from the second you saw this matchup. Let's jump onto the rift for this game.
Todo el año saber de que la screen de G2.
G2 up against Weibo Gaming.
En este habla no salió nada.
Team is going to end up 2-0 on the day.
Caíse para mal.
Right, these teams did both win their initial matchups.
Después de me va a tomar la chocolatada.
Pretty dominant win.
Ahí está. ¿Qué acabas de hacer con la boca?
¿Qué hice?
Un ruido. Te lo marco cada vez que hagas ruido, ¿verdad?
Bueno, dale. To move out of the Swiss stage.
Ahí está, lo acabas de hacer. Sí, se escucha.
Está re perseguido por Sunet, hijo de puta.
Me pueden culpar. Escuchen conmigo ustedes. Tengo las orejas con lince ahora mismo.
Might be looking to take some quick trades early on. We'll see how much that affects this early game, especially against this Orianna that has been kind of taking some big wins in the solo 1v1 matchup so far.
Broken Blade going to come over here and look to disrupt Weiwei here on his red buff start. Slow him down substantially, but won't be able to get much from it. Will, of course, drop a ward, get some additional information.
Yeah, I think it's a pretty good idea. Just in general, I mean, Weiwei has been such a immense force in these early games, and just trying to get a read on exactly where he's starting is going to be good. Now, we'll have to wait and see how much this affects this top lane. This Broken Blade is already getting bullied a bit here by the Shy. on this Casante, which has been a big success pick so far here at Worlds. A Broken Blade pulling out the top Yone. This is something we don't see too often.
No, certainly not. Punished a little bit here by the Shy because obviously Weiwei
Le dieron el único
transfers that
campeón a Chris que
information
sabe
over.
jugar.
Level 1 here on the bottom side for Ansama. They're just going to have to back away. Big trade for the side of Weibo
Let's go,
Gaming's
G2.
bottom lane. Just,
Los ve, los ve, los ve.
Biscuit, he'll
Sí,
be
lo vieron.
okay.
Pedí, lo pedí.
Be okay.
Gotta respect that level 2.
Yeah. And I was just going to mention, you know, on the top side, the Shy looking to punish Broken Blade, harassing Weiwei there a little bit, gets a nice push, gets level 2 first, and we'll see how this matchup shakes out, but down here on the bottom side, it's going to be a problem.
He's going to be spotted. Mickey X going in pretty early on. Does get the flash and the ghost out of light, so still a big win here for G2 on the bottom side of the map.
Yeah, not much Weiwei can do about this right now either. He's going to come over here, see Ike on this blue buff.
Che, Karsa está en
We're going to have a little bit of a smite fight.
Just a little bit of a head-to-head. We have it in the mid lane as well. One is going to go over to Weiwei, and now we
No, pero en el Lima hacemos así los smites.
Weibo Gaming gets the flash out of Yike. Mickey X is going to walk this one out as well.
Karsa está en...
But it is
Karsa está en
very
Corea?
much the bloody game we
No.
expected. Now,
Corea
nobody
no.
dies here, but
Wey, ni en pedo para acá. Es como...
Amigo, que Karsa se juegue un game contra, no sé, Kentucky contra un equipo choto contra T1, boludo, que Karsa se consigue un game y le den la esquina a Karsa, amigo.
Pensá entonces que...
Nah, tenía que haber jugado contra NRG, entonces.
A ti se dejó perder para sacar las skins, me dijeron. Como... Vamos a trolear este game para sacar las skins.
No. Es peruana. Digo,
Just barely out of range was Yike.
You mentioned the trade that Caps was
amigo,
looking
es
for earlier.
el
He
main
has
de
the Airy version
Jake,
of the,
amigo. Un personaje que anda a caballo.
Ends up getting a lot more damage done in that scuffle earlier, trying to relieve that pressure as Weiwei, meanwhile, going to continue to further his farm lead
San
right
Martín
now.
caballo no andaba, pero bueno.
Raptors away with some of that mid-prio.
Mula andaba
Mid-prio is
eso.
so important here in the Swiss stage so far. You can get so many incremental advantages from this, and Yike unaware. Will be scouted out here
Muy
by Mickey.
copy-paste, amigo. What the hell have you ever accomplished?
Too late.
Yeah, Mickey's, you know, he's just going to say hello.
No, amigo. Te Shy. Sexo. Dios, Yahoo.
Will be okay. Still holding on to the teleport. Probably just going to clear this one back away and get back into lane. Mickey already
Voy a gaslightear gente de que Weibo es el mejor equipo del mundo.
For many different reasons. We see this a lot in the LCK as well. Just big time roaming supports, level 3, level 4. Already Mickey is trying to make his presence known here on the map.
Hasn't come up with anything too big just yet, but get some additional information. See, of course, returning to lane now is Xiao, who's going to crash this wave, and Caps is not backed just yet. Has a Doran's ring, so can hold on to a little bit more mana here, clear that additional wave as best as he can, and he and Yike going to have those backs synced up. Top side here, level 6, very close. You see they're getting closer to hitting that one right now. Broken Blade has an advantage here. Weiwei on the top side of the map with that back for Yike. See if any action happens there. It looks like it is.
Yeah, a bit of action. You know, Yone putting his face
Amigo, no están gankeando a Te Shy.
generally does.
Si no gankean a Te Shy, se gana fácil.
Generally, you want to be doing stuff with it. You don't want to just sit back and farm. So, like to see
Dale,
how
Weiwei,
proactive
pone la
he is
cartita.
being in that top lane as we're taking a look at the XP. And level Caps the first one to hit level 6. Broken
Verdad,
Blade
yo no puedo decir Waku Waku, se fue Waku.
As well
¿Cómo
right
que no?
now
Waku
as he
Waku.
returns to lane. Level 6
Corra,
here,
amigo,
tough to hit.
pedilo,
The Shy
pedilo,
wants to
amigo,
potentially
pedilo.
pull Weiwei out of the jungle, get some additional information about where that Vi is. As, you know, the level 6 timing for Yone into a Casante is not an all-in timing, but level 6 very strong at looking for a pick, looking for objective. Even a roam here, potentially. As he is going to hide that he's here. Coming down now, Shahu has shuffled, though.
Yeah, absolutely. We want to take a moment to present our featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz.
Nada, le dieron el mejor campeón del juego de Shy, no hay chance que gane
Shy. Obviously, two
bueno, se le gana a Shy.
seen for quite a while now, and just getting even spicier, I think, with some of the picks. You know, maybe not the Casante, but
Dale, ¿en qué momento le
Shy back on this one and Broken Blade, see if he can challenge him in this
¿Cuál puede ser la
featured matchup.
G2? Pasa que ulti de así ya fue la del año pasado.
Posturing around this dragon
No va a haber nada.
Matan todos menos a Light. No, matan a todos menos a Light. Light se coge a todo uno vecino.
Una Q de Te Shy, amigo.
Puede ser. Levantando todo. ¿Qué, Alex, vos?
Sí, para mí lo de Casante que se ultee y se viera todo.
¿Será de Shy primero en tener dos G2?
Actually collapse onto this one. Light eventually does make his way, and this is a very slow dragon that is going down right now, and already They're going to get that poke on Salma, and immediately G2 just going to back away. It is one singular Cloud Drake, but that is the first objective going into the hands of Weibo Gaming.
And Xiaohu is able to just kind of keep Caps at bay there, and the threat of this
Y este dato,
shuffle is so great.
todo el que tiró el primer nexo tuvo el 100% de las wins.
Up here, a bit of a trade once again. The
¿Pero
shot
qué
eats a bunch of
Dato de color.
He's looking for it, I think. Caps coming up to the top side as well.
Cualquiera que haga 2 inhibidores.
Going
Bueno,
¿por
que
qué
haga
dijiste
2
vamos?
inhibidores en la partida.
No, no, yo que dije.
¿Pero por qué dijiste vamos?
That G2
No,
and
no.
those solo laners were considering a play onto the top side, but, you know, diving they can be risky business.
¿Pueden disfrutar de LoL y dejar de gritar por un Drake, boludo, antifútbol de mierda?
¿Qué disfrutar? Mal, amigo, porque literalmente están matando.
Cortito.
Tú te quejabas de que veíamos de que los apostadores veían los partidos. Bueno, apostar sin ver los partidos. Ahora te quejas de que los apostadores vean los partidos.
Sí, no, y lo miren por la apuesta de mierda, no. Alexis te interesa poco que gane Geo.
No aposté nada.
Entonces, ¿quién crees que gane?
Estoy más tranquilo. Quiero que gane
¿Quién quiere que gane el hincha de G2? No sé, boludo. Como que
No, justamente, boludo.
Yo,
no estoy como el game pasado que casi
Porque habías apostado, hijo de puta.
Sí,
No te puede cambiar, no puedes estar más o menos tan tranquilo porque apostaste y jugaste tu equipo, hijo de puta.
Level 5, hermano, no sabe nadie.
De chiquito tenías carencia de plata,
No,
Alexis,
¿qué
algo,
mierda
sos
ese
un
güey?
ludópata de mierda, ¿qué onda? No, qué grande K.
No, las quedo así.
No, que, ahí está, la Gedosiña, Yahoo. Sí, sí,
Todavía no, amigo, eso no es G2.
muy poco para hacer G2.
Qué bien Shaika, amigo.
Era, hizo bien ya.
Ahora que lo voy a putear a Lucas, boludo, por pensar que Perks es mejor.
No, posta igual. Lo dije, lo sigo diciendo, este G2 es el que a mí no me gusta. Misteriosamente está es el que más.
Misteriosamente es el que tiene una persona de color, amigo.
No me gusta este G2, pero literalmente es lo más cerquita que podríamos llegar a estar del 2019.
¿Cómo sabés si te gusta o no? Si no viste un game en el año.
Ay, hijo de puta, no me gustan los players, huevónico.
Si no viste un game en el año, se estaba jugando la final y estaba jugando al LOL. Si no sabés cómo juegan. Hijo de puta.
No, a ver, lo de G2 tampoco saben ellos cómo juegan, ¿no?
Bueno.
¿Y cómo juegan, según Nico?
Me chupo huevo, yo no tengo que hablar porque yo no opino de G2. Pero este tipo dice, no me gusta cómo juegan.
Claro, me gusta cómo
y
juegan.
a mí chupo huevo G2 y lo peor es que lo vi todo el año.
Yo estoy habilitado para opinar de cualquier equipo de Corea nomás, boludo, de China. Ponele.
Agradecé que ganó Shenji, porque si no se te sacaba el privilegio este.
Se me sacaba la credencial, amigo. La credencial de opinamiento.
A borrarlo.
Lenny puede opinar de todo lo de la segunda división de Argentina. Lo de Furio. Sí, digo Furio, ¿no? Sí.
Sí. Lo mejor es en. Lo mejor es en.
No juega en Chile, Furio.
No, ahora somos los mejores en Free Fire.
La Premier League del LoL.
En Free Fire.
No tiene la cartelera que tienen otras ligas.
Es mejor ser bueno en algo en nada.
Hijo Nico.
Mejor sacando sus campeonatos de torneos de la bolsa.
Y del LoL también, amigo, tenés dos.
Bueno, cuenta como torneo de la bolsa.
La maturidad
en la bolsa o la LVP.
Lo que jugó Weiwei, lo que jugó Caps, lo que jugó el peruano.
Xiaohu with what looked like a great flank, but I think it overforced
Nadie
Weiwei,
dice lo
giving
que jugó
G2 the
Mikix.
opportunity to turn things around. Now they find
Dice
themselves
Nacho
with a pretty
también
healthy
que
gold lead, and the
tiró
moment
la,
G2 are in a gold lead,
tiró la W encima de la ulti de Caps.
So welcome, gentlemen. It's a pleasure to cast with you both. Yeah, I'm really excited to have you up here. You're our G2
A
person.
mí me estás viendo al live que formé. Bueno, viste un game, en serio.
Here we go into the fight.
Disappears right at the right time. G2 are winning Minius here.
No, cierren el estadio.
Crisp is just gone as G2
What the fuck, no se murió.
easy
No
picking.
estuvo ni
Here
cerca la
with this
primera
turret,
kill
Weibo
de...
Gaming trying to get something up on the top side with some pressure, but G2 another big proactive play.
G2 just continuing to put the
Chris
pressure on
literalmente
here, one
parece
small
cada rato
tempo
más
advantage,
mujer
and it's
cada
hard
vez
to
que
take
veo.
more and more off of the map, grabbing
Toda,
plates
amigo,
alongside
toda.
grabbing Crisp,
Sí, toda.
and that gold lead is
Hansama,
exploding
toda.
now, still 1500.
Al
Look at the
campeón
CS
mundial
difference
toda,
here
amigo.
between Hansama
A
and
la
Light
ex de
Desire
Hansama, toda.
about to come online. Yeah, I mean, G2 doing a
Fueron
great
a
job
hacer
so
la
far.
finding these small advantages. Of course, it's not ballooned anything too extreme, but the Dragon spawning in 10 seconds, a lot of resets coming through from them, meaning that the next objective that they're likely looking to contest is this Dragon. But you can already see Weibo back on the map, ready to set up that vision. Xiaohu with the push in mids. Caps does, of course, have the teleport, one CS off that level 10, but Weibo in a much better position for the time being.
And the Kraken Slayer's picked up here for Hansama, so he was able to, with that additional gold, he picked up Bobside Shy.
Looking for something here, or at least the Shy is looking to punish perhaps. Who's going to win out in this one? Broken Blade has to go back, and meanwhile, that Dragon you guys were talking about is going into the hands of Weibo Gaming down on the bottom side.
A mí lo de qué dragón va a salir, me parece la peor poronga que crearon jamás en el pique.
This is going to cost them a lot of control on the bottom side of the map.
I mean, right now, it's looking pretty good for G2 with no major objectives on the map to play for. They're starting to look for these outer towers. You can see G2 with Yike mainly focusing his attention towards the bot side of the map, wanting to try and secure this outer objective so that they can actually unlock that bot lane and maybe even move them top, move them mid. If an opportunity arises to get more plates, those will be falling off within the next minute. Caps with his TP in mid, maybe uses that pressure to then rotate down towards the bot side. They've kind of abandoned top at this point, but they know that Broken Blade is just going to continue to pick up farm and be this kind of split push threat later on. Domestically, we often saw him go for the hull breaker and be this split pushing.
Dale, Hansama, hermano. De reaccionar.
No, otro que no sabe usarla. No. Si capaz, Hansama, amigo. Si capaz, Hansama.
Sí, la de reaccionar no la subo.
Y bueno, amigo, pasa que estaba viendo jugar a Pace, amigo. Al chivo, boludo, al GOAT. Al sucesor de Ruler, amigo.
Como dijo Pace no flashó, yo tampoco lo hago.
He's got 9 now, and he is in the death chamber because he overextended into this very aggressive Crisp.
Really nice ult from Crisp. Caught Hansama completely unawares, doesn't have the cleanse available. He should have just ulted that out of respect. But with Weiwei in the area, the fact that he was able to survive this long is very surprising. Mickey with a really good 3-man charge.
Yo creo que le quería dar la kill a Chris. No, Chris. Pero se activó la R para que no mate el Ignite.
Double goes over to the Kaisa. That lethality build has so much damage, and it's going to get even worse here.
Va, igual en ya se estaba muerto igual, ¿no? Seguía la ulti de
and Weibo are looking to take out this top side turret. You can see the Shy, currently the biggest lead they hold.
¿Y ustedes, vaca de violines?
Brian, ¿no tienen que laburar vos?
A las 8, estoy
Brian, rey te more, que se culiaron a Tijuana, amigo.
Pero, y sí.
Se los culiaron feo, amigo.
Ay, los muertos, eso, boludo. Te agradezcan que no perderlo contra Team Liquid.
Aquí lo chambeó Brian a las 8 y pusieron a las 7:30, ¿vale?
Y bueno, y por eso estoy desayunando. A las 7 me levanto.
¿Cuánto te queda el laburo, boludo?
Nada, son literalmente menos de 5 minutos. No, al fin viernes, así que ya está, último día de laburo de la semana.
Pero, ¿qué
Brian lleva una semana laburando, amigo, empezó a laburar el martes. Brian empezó a laburar el martes.
¿Qué está trabajando?
Carpintero. En una carpintería. Además, ¿puedes llevar el celular por si acaso? Porque imagino que sí.
¿Por qué no llevarías el celular?
No lo lleva al pedo.
Madera.
Sí.
¿Pero por qué no llevarías el celular, boludo?
Y tú lo llevo, ¿para qué lo veo yo?
Mira si te pasa algo en el laburo.
Le da un ataque de down y prácticamente
agarra... Mira si tu jefe se va, boludo, ¿qué hace?
Nada.
¿Qué hace? ¿Laburás, boludo?
Le da un ataque de down y piensa que el celular es madera y lo comienza a martillar.
A mí me pasaría eso, boludo.
Mal. No sé. Bueno, se supone que hoy me pagan, creo, así que... Nah, voy a comprar mercadería. ya está.
Comprá lo que sea, boludo, pero comprá. Comprate latas de atún, boludo. Qué poronga hace este Shy, amigo. Qué poronga hace este Shy.
Literalmente gastaron todo por The Shy.
No, pero amigo, el value que está sacando de Giles. 17 ulti, 4 flash. Amigo, tiraron 2 flash.
No, 3 ulti.
3 ulti. Y el equipo, amigo.
Y luego los otros se quedaron viendo nomás mientras le gastaron todo.
Por favor que Broken Blade no se arme el ítem de support, boludo.
Espada rota.
Nada, el este que... El manto lo caso. Ah, no, tío. Tendría que haber ultiado a Caps Insta, boludo.
Aposta que nunca entendí la ulti. O sea, la gente que usa Casanti sabe usar la ulti, tipo...
Muchas gracias de Shai, muchas gracias de Shai.
Está haciendo tiempo para el drake, amigo, está haciendo tiempo para el drake.
Alta ulti de Chris, hermano.
Bueno,
¿Te diste cuenta que Chris había esquivado el combo pero se metió adentro?
Sí. Pero
Qué malo
alta
que
ulti de Chris, literalmente se iba atrás Chris.
Para LB Mao, ¿en qué equipo juega?
RNG.
No, LB Mao está en un equipo de China como suplente para el mundial, pero no sé en qué. LB Mao está como suplente en un equipo de China. Está como suplente de Bilibili. Está registrado como suplente de Bilibili.
Pará, tiene 2 kill Mickey. Loca, pasaron por mí.
No, Brian, pasame lo que cobré, tipo lo apuesto en el LOL. Te lo duplico.
Yo le aposté el progresar ayer, boludo, ya te conté.
Hermano, por favor, activa la E. Bueno, igual, no es reaccionable era eso.
Lo peor es que yo le creo a Lazy porque a mí me pagaron el progresar ayer, boludo.
No, a mí también.
Me pagan el progresar, te digo, pero está flag, boludo.
Alteraldo.
No sé, amigo. Yo nomás estoy recuperando mis impuestos, boludo.
¿Vos te anotaste en los cursos esos de idioma?
Nah,
Está bien
ni
pedo.
pedo.
Me pagan hace 2 años, pero porque mi vieja estaba en...
No, el de progresar, digo, sí.
No me anoté.
Nah, sí, bien pedo.
No sé, acá me pagaron, o sea, no hice ninguna actividad. El final, me llegaba un mail que tenía que rendir el examen final, tipo, era todo asincrónico, ¿viste? No rendí el final, me dijeron, bueno, hacer recuperatorio, loco. Hice recuperatorio, que era un examen parecía elemental de inglés. Lo probé y me dieron un título, de momento.
Me dieron un título. Educación argentina.
Y encima me pagaron 12.000 pesos también, extra, boludo. Muchas gracias más.
Chats, amigo.
Bien feo que podía hacer eso.
No, Brian, porque capaz que vos desaprobabas el examen.
Te tenés que notar, no hacer nada, haces el examen y después...
No, pero ya debe haber repinchado eso.
O ni eso, porque creo que cuando hacías el final te decía que tenías que haber hecho las actividades, pero si desaprobabas, te mandaron un mail que decía, bueno, como no te conectaste en toda la cursada, te damos una oportunidad más de hacer recuperatorio y aprobado. Eso fue lo que hice.
Es el verdadero. Cobraste todo el año, no hiciste nada, pero tomá, haces este examen y te damos todo como prueba.
Vos metés 2 finales por cuatrimestre y cobrar progresar, no vaya mucho, nunca más lo facultad.
No, para mí deberían pagar mínimo 25 luquitas para arriba.
Mal, amigo.
¿Qué querés? Está pagando 20.
Mal, amigo, que Chatsa me lo suba antes de irse, boludo.
Ojalá entre en balotaje más así, duplique el progresar, boludo.
Mal, ¿no?
Que ponga 50 luquitas de progresar masa, gracias por el IFE masa, igual voy a votar a mi ley.
Tranquilamente podríamos haberle pegado un aumento corte ayer, así tipo re antes de las elecciones, tipo full comprado todo totalmente, igual que hizo la última vez.
Sí, hizo las cosas, pero después se vio, literalmente el progresar vale
Están flipeando
$20, boludo. Cuando hicieron el aumento valía 20, 25.
Tranquilo, es para repetir la cabla.
Amigo, yo se lo voy a decir, Wei es el mejor smiter de China.
Es para repetir la cabla contra DK.
Le sacaron ulti a Hansama.
Sí, se le
sacaron ulti a Hansama.
Y sí, boludo, si 32...
Ay.
Qué mal que iniciaron horrible los de... Iniciaron horrible, pero de alguna manera ganaron la TF.
Toda la vida G2
Por
haciendo la
favor,
G2.
por favor, que en el sorteo no toque contra Weibo. Por favor, que en el sorteo no toque contra Weibo.
¿Qué pasó? ¿Que la pechó?
No tenían daño, no llegaron a hacerse el
No sé, hicieron un setup horrible de Baron.
Les faltó daño.
No, hicieron un setup horrible de Baron. A Hansama le forzaron la ulti muy early.
Quedó en 4K.
Para, quiero ver qué hace, quiero ver por qué ultea Hansama. Ah, por eso ultea Hansama.
Pero después lo soñaron re bien, boludo.
Lo soñaron bien, pero tipo acá inicia Roger, encima inicia, digo, Weibo inicia horrible.
Vamos.
No, Brooklyn es horrible, hermano, con Yana.
Amigo, Wey inició para el ojete, le inició la rel. Y el boludazo de Light se encerró, pero no sé, ahora faltó daño.
Para mí el haber dropeado el Drake, para mí es ceder el alma y jugártela.
Nah, ya ganó. A ver, ganan el alma acá y ya ganó, wey.
You know, despite
Momento
the goal
feo.
deficit that Weibo had earlier on in the game, I mean, this is really going to be the most
errores,
important fight right now because this is a Cassante with Mountain Soul.
Es que fue muy malo el setup de Baron. O sea, tenían que haber dropeado el coso una vez. Cansamos por ir a la ulti.
En condiciones de ganar a teamfight, puede.
Man, Hansama. No
Hansama está
para
jugando
de
horrible.
comerse las R, Leona.
No, esto me da de vu el Bilibili KT, boludo. Ese Cassante da miedo. Bien, inicia Jike.
Amigo, ¿qué hizo Jike? Jike falló el engage. Jike falló el engage.
Mataron al Chris, pero mandan al peruano.
No, mirá lo que hizo. Mirate Jay cómo lo agarró a Caps, amigo. Sexo, boludo.
Es lo que tiene ser papá de G2.
Bueno.
No, amigo, ¿qué está jugando Weiwei,
Otro mundial que se confirma la paternidad de China sobre Europa.
Dos inhibidores, por favor.
Nah, se tenía que mostrar.
Amigo, ¿qué está jugando Weiwei? Muy sexo, amigo.
Igual Weibo para mí está jugando muy bien.
Está jodiendo. Weiwei.
Creo que Weibo
Vamos.
sí.
Individual de Boy, individual de Mix. Baby, imbécil, pushea. Nah, esto va a acabar en un push. Esto se acaba en un push.
Yo creo que Weibo está mucho mejor que Bilibili.
No, pero hermano, Broken Play es el lleno de Dennis.
Pero huevo, no juego contra nadie difícil, boludo.
Sí, boludo, Weibo le pusieron a KT, que es el segundo mejor equipo de Corea, boludo.
Weibo, pelotudo.
Pues, bueno, por eso, Bilibili le pusieron al segundo mejor equipo de
Huevo,
Corea.
le
Este
pusieron
equipo
a
ganó para
Energy y al hijo de puta que
Claro, quedó y Energy.
KT debía haber ganado si Amy jugaba bien, boludo.
Nah, ¿en serio?
Sí, para mí que Aiming jugó. Amigo, Aiming jugó horrible, están jugando Legends y BDD solo, boludo. Mirá que tiene que estar mal para que juegue BDD solo,
Eso sí, KT es el segundo mejor de Corea.
Alexis, déjame cambiar.
Mira, antes del mundial a mí KT me
En Ombo
parecía.
5 cambia, porque KT se la chica el chinchón.
A mí antes del mundial, KT me parecía el peor equipo de Corea, pero ahora T1 está en la mierda, T1 es horrible y TK, bueno, tiene una Kelly nomás.
Pero what the fuck, un mundial donde ningún
Por favor, que
chino
no
la
se acabe
posea.
en un push de beat. Por favor.
La van a enviar en un push, amigo.
Sí, la van a enviar en un push, ya está, se renota.
Primera vez
todavía se puede flipear el de igual,
Primera vez historia que los 4 chinos van a llegar al main stage, hermano.
¿Qué sí, pelotudo?
Digo, a los playoffs.
No.
¿Qué cosa?
2021 no llegaron los 4.
No.
Llegaron los 4 de Corea, creo.
¿Llegaron los 4 de China en 2021?
Llegó Rogue llegó.
Es verdad.
He's been so good at this pick. It's been so relevant, obviously, this year. And Broken Blade also someone who can start fights off.
Ah, claro, como los muertos de LNG se quedaron afuera porque perdieron contra.
Pero siempre
perdieron el tiebreaker
se
contra.
muere de cáncer en los grupos.
No, LNG era el que se quedó afuera, el que tenían al muerto de Crying de mid.
No, boludo, era Icon el
formato se hizo
beneficia. Estaba con papá.
Tampoco ni hace tanto, tipo.
Nada, sí que hubo
El cuadro principal, con Shin-Chi, Malayon y Tilly.
Sí. Va, igual eso fue mala leche porque tendría que haber pasado Team Liquid, pero Team Liquid le tocó justo contra el único equipo que les podía ganar, que era Gen.G, boludo.
Están en los boss 3.
No, pero 3 o B5, no sé, siempre me olvido.
Somos 3, pero LNG ya tiene 3 checkpoints, por así decirlo. JG tendrá que confirmar.
Mañana son los B3, ¿no?
Sí, de los ganadores sí. De los 2-0. Mañana, o sea, ahora se confirma si JG o Bilibili tienen 3. ¿Cómo se llama esto?
JG, Bilibili, entre todo LNG y Gen.G.
Huevo si gana, que prácticamente ya ganó, se confirma que ya tenemos 3 chinos con 3 checkpoints, tipo de bot 3. Yo creo que, o sea, ¿cuánto hay que tener que perder 3 bots?
No, para mí Bilibili no va a perder todo, boludo, o sea, no hay chance.
Por eso digo,
va, a menos que Bilibili tenga muy mala suerte y le toque algo
este
como
formato beneficia
le
quitan el debuff que tienen los chinos en el O1, boludo, tipo, porque estás obligado sí o sí a jugar de 3.
A mí me sorprende eso.
¿Qué pasó?
La ganan igual porque no tienen daño. Ganan igual porque G2 no tiene daño, ¿no? Pero qué mal que...
No, el flash de Crips, hermano.
Bueno, fue para pegarle la Q antes de que salte, pero lo
Amigo, pestañé, encontró la aguja en el bajar.
No, no pestañaste, hijo de puta. Estuviste hablando de que Weibo ganaba.
No van a flipear nada yo de vuelta. Estos hijos de puta le hacen caso a la cabra.
Weibo va a decir...
No tiene un Hansama, pero tiene flash.
Ojo.
Bien.
Alex diciendo, y seguramente Huevo porque es lo más probable, acaba de perder Huevo. ¡Ojo!
Ojo,
Light es horrible, hermano, Light es horrible.
No, encima está en el central en un minuto.
Alex diciendo que ningún chino le iba a pechear, haciendo que pechee un chino.
Ay, hermano.
No le quite mérito, quedó la concha de tu hermana.
Lo matan. Le saco todo el mérito, de toda tuya.
Están todos vivos.
No, la jugó.
No, pero
no, porque lo quemó. Sin base, ADN Roger.
Bueno, pero salen en 40 y el ancestral setup del ancestral.
Jake no llega al
rompan una torre y rompan 2 inhibidores. No, esto se va a apoyar un push y ya está.
Un push a ese punto.
¿Cuánto falta para
a no ser a Juan que G2 saque ancestral, que lo dudo y se van a ver.
Pasa que Jake no llega al setup, amigo.
Se llega.
No,
Jake no llega, o sea, no llegan a pelear el río. Tipo, tienen control del río.
No llega.
No llega en 10 segundos.
No llega a pelear el río.
Sí llega, vas a ver.
Literalmente Chris ya acaba de ganar el río. Chris ya ganó el río.
Los peruanos tenemos un secreto, la paloma peruana, llega.
Amigo, ya le ganaron el río.
Sí, pero no importa eso.
Pasa que no podés fechequear contra... No podés fechequear
contra... ganamos el río. No, mira mi kicks.
No podemos fechequear, poder sea fechequear.
No podés. Bueno, sí, poder pueden.
Ahora están en igualdad de condiciones, tipo...
No, boludo,
el timing.
Sí, pusieron 2 pings en el pit en vez de 1.
Amigo, están 5k de oro abajo todavía.
Pero...
Ahora sí que va a ser eso en una sola.
A ver cómo capaz Yahoo se coge a tu equipo, Alex. A ver, ADN Royal. Ahí está. ADN Royal.
No.
Ahí está, la G2 Light solo contra el mundo, los mata a todos. Yo te dije, te la calié. A ver. ¿Es la cara?
Pero ¿cómo mierda ganó esto G2?
¿Quién hizo todo el daño, amigo?
No, lo hizo todo Hansama y Caps. Hansama hizo todo el daño.
Hansama se comió el combo,
no se comió el combo, se comió la R.
Igual.
Tiró la R.
¡Una puta torre!
Les hizo, pero le salió bien.
Se murió con ulti.
Les hizo, pero no impactó en el...
Me acabo de dar cuenta, pero... Broque, no, ¿cómo se llama este hijo de puta?
Esta fleque de la
tenía una puta bota hasta ahora.
¿Qué puta se Chris,
Esta teamfight para analizar generaciones futuras,
Fue literalmente creep playa para adelante, hijo de puta, caradura.
Pero literalmente...
Y acá no sé qué hace TJ, boludo, pues lo deja re solo a Light también, no le hacen pila a Light.
Ah, pero si Light tiene una leona, ¿qué play va a tener Light?
Pero acá, TJ no le hace pila a
Ah,
Light.
sí, igual el Light no jugó la teamfight.
Porque no tenía maná, boludo.
No, se quedó sin maná.
No, es verdad.
Ciegos ustedes.
Si no tiraba Q y
Si
W.
tiraba Q, agarraba el reset del Tractor y lo mataba todo.
Miren a Hansama, se come todo y esquiva todo.
Ahí,
la rompió Caps.
Amigo, Caps me metió una formation, boludo.
¿Vieron? Oriana es el mejor pick.
Alex, cierra el orto, hermano.
A ver, o sea, no miente Alexis, porque Oriana sí es un...
Oriana es mejor, Oriana
No miente, pero cerrá la
No miente, no, o sea, Alexis por fin dijo algo que es verdad, ¿no? Pero cerrá el objetivo igual.
Rompan un objetivo.
Oriana y Sasha son los mejores picks en su posición actualmente en el meta.
Tiene Rabadón Caps.
Lo hice la estadística y también el porcentaje de win rate que tienen esos dos.
1.30, rompan un inhibidor, por favor, se lo ruego. Si rompen un inhibidor y Huevo quiere ganar la partida, tiene que romper otro. Vamos.
Igual que yo siempre tira dos, así que ahora va a tirar este y llega...
Por favor, te lo ruego.
Ya tiene 2 torres de típico.
Si gano esto, es mi desayuno.
No puedo creer que dependan su alimento del huevo, boludo.
Amigo, yo desayunando después que gane más el domingo.
Yo desayunando el lunes por la mañana cuando mi verde está 1500.
Si gana masa voy a tirar cohete, boludo. Ganamos. Ganó la pobreza. Va a ser el mejor año de mi vida hasta que explote la burbuja de la puta tubería Alexis y tengamos...
No, boludo, va a ser, amigo, va a ser...
No.
Sí.
Nah, está, murió.
¡Yo juego muerto de mierda!
No, qué rico.
Papá no le falta ese respeto.
¿Cómo me cago G2?
Nah, ahora Lucas va a estar contento.
Váyanse a base.
Alexis bufando a Weibo, boludo, es increíble. ¿Estás grabando, Juan? Como dijo Weibo que ya está en 2-0. No.
15 segundos,
pero
tienen que jolear, ahora tienen que jolear una wave tienen que jolear.
Váyanse a base.
Te están agarrando al aire, Gané porque puse que pasaje, he ganado.
No tiene.
Ay, hubiese hecho Perfect Daisy, lo mogólico.
Murió Cachama. ¡Vamos!
DJ cocina.
Bueno.
Caps cocina. Caps también cocina la banda. Amigo, DJ está cocinando.
Lo que jugó Caps.
Sale yo.
Boludo, lo que cocinó la defensa.
Amigo, ¿qué jugó DJ?
Le gana con la remera nomás.
Está yendo a suicidarte ya, amigo.
¡Ojo! ¡Era doble TP!
No,
No, se cansó el TP. Está Caps.
No,
pero Caps tira. ¿Tira Caps? No llega. No
llega. Ay, ¿por qué le cancelan?
No llega, dice el mogólico. Dios, no, qué tenso que está esto.
Bueno, ahora se va a quedar.
Por favor,
Tienen que ir Baron.
Amigo, fue buena el intento de TP igual.
Pero se lo cancelaron a Broken Blade.
Sí, se lo cancelaron a Vivi, boludo.
Si no se hacían,
Me fui 20 minutos a hacer
te perdiste.
¿Qué mierda pasó, boludo?
Todo.
Así ganas cagado, boludo.
O sea, mirá lo que hace el animal de TJ en esta TF. Amigo, mirá lo que hace TJ en esta TF.
¿Cómo no entendieron eso,
Amigo, es una locura lo que juega TJ acá, boludo.
¿Cómo no entendieron eso?
Porque tienen al GOAT de la top lane, wey, amigo, por
Ay,
eso.
no, ya está, NG2.
Mirá lo que juega TJ en esta TF, amigo.
A ver. No, qué éxito que es que...
Te digo, vos viste el game, hijo de puta, están re
Sí. Qué pechito dije, eso.
Amigo, pero es una locura lo que juegan estos tres hijos de puta. Esta TF. Amigo, es una animalada lo que
TJ en esta TF. Es impresionante el gameplay que están desplegando.
¿Se le acaba el dragón acá?
Pará, cachate el TP de Broken Blade.
Tenés que jugar como si fueras el mejor equipo del mundo.
Mirá cómo te pega Broken Blade, boludo.
No, Dios mío, lo tiene que pedir.
Lo tiene que pedir,
Boludo, ganaban ahí.
Ah, mira, si Broken Blade vaqueaba.
La ganaban.
Sí, la ganaban si Broken Blade llegaba a tepear. O se iba caminando directamente.
Pobre Dylan Falco, boludo, yo creo que lo utilizan los Falco.
¿Qué le pasa,
Dylan Falco de Taferi. Y Dylan Falco de Taferi.
Dale, un inhibidor más, por favor.
Ojo, te responía el de arriba, mira.
Yo celebré más que Cap no rompiera el nexo.
Ah, Weibo hizo Baron.
Sí, boludo. Vos decís que yo también te ayudo.
Se pierde acá.
Ay, sale ancestral de vuelta.
No. Ojo, Caps.
Lo
Si
lo gana.
No, ¿qué hace? Está contra una B, papá. Te
Ultia, güey.
Es un tarado. Una cosa
está muy...
Le sacó la ulti.
Bien, baiteó.
Le sacó la ulti a la vía, mira.
Le sacó la ulti a la B, esto.
No,
Hansama.
Hansama siendo Hansama.
Uy, no, es un troll.
No. Hizo un loli por este loco.
Hizo un loli. Qué mierda. Uy, lo que están jugando los pibes.
Que jugó Broken Blade, ¿no?
No jugó Broken Blade, amigo, lo que jugó.
Sí,
Rompa por bot.
Lo que jugó Broken
Blade dijo,
amigo.
yo soy el gamer su.
Rompa por bot, haz el inhibo. Nah, ya está, perdí la
Qué
apuesta.
mufa que es. Alexis entendió el meta que no va a ganar el mundial, boludo.
¿Qué meta? ¿Qué meta?
Ustedes estaban carritos. No.
A Def esto no le pasó.
A Def le pasaba.
A Def le reseteaban el healing.
Lo que jugó Broken
Lo
Blade.
que bufó Alexis.
Oh, me paren de Scorchen, se viene la tercera.
¿Por qué se enamore?
Bebé,
hermana, ese inhibidor como me baiteó.
Toda mía, yo me fui a ganar.
Toda de Alexis, amigo, que dijo, amigo, ya están los tres
ahora
chinos,
explotó
con tres match
Alexis,
points.
se va a meter a la moto de G2, es hijo de puta Alexis. Cuando tú eres el juego.
Soy el papá de Cap, el único.
Hágalo, ¿te imaginas que el papá de Cap muera y sea el sacrificio y gane el
No. El papá de Cap quiere levantar esa copa más que Cap.
Bueno, ¿qué queda? Queda un macho nomás.
No, quedan dos, los chinos y los coreanos.
Los chinos.
No, Cines.
No, lo que jugó Broken Blade la última TF.
Ya están dados los brackets, tipo. El que perdía. El que perdía contra esto va contra T1 ayuda a esa
Sorteo en cada ronda.
Por ustedes, chicos, a decir.
Maybe Weibo able to get a push off with the Baron. Not and Hansama able to beat it out there at the end. He waits until the exact moment.
Literalmente con Alexis se cae en la mufa.
Otra vez quedó combatiendo un game
Amigo,
prácticamente imposible, boludo. Me quiero suicidar.
Amigo, tráiganme a Weibo y a Genji.
¿Cómo te dejo trajeo?
No, posta cine.
Se me está haciendo agua a la cola.
Lo que jugó Bebé, boludo. Este hijo de puta.
La bebecita Bebelín.
Este hijo de puta estafó a TSM.
Se hizo pasar por jugar.
Igual la verdad ganar es cuando Sasha le baitea la última a Weiwei, boludo. Ahí le ganó, boludo.
Sí, más. No.
Ey, igual ustedes vieron lo que hace Xiaohu en la última.
Que el chabón hizo todo bien hasta que se come la WK y se muere y pierde el ángel.
Jugó en su máximo potencial. No mueren de huevo. Otro super win tradeando, boludo.
¿Qué dice?
Absolutely. Well, that was insane, and guys, we have even more on the way, but we're going to toss to a break, and when we come back, we will be talking with Broken Blade afterwards to see his thoughts on how that game.
Debería haber una antítesis de
teclado de texto, le da como Hall of Fame y poner los mejores comentarios.
Quedó, faltan estos match, este ganó, este ganó, este ganó, este ganó, este no ganó. Gana KT y gana. Acá ganan los chinos, acá ganan el chino, acá gana el chino, chino.
Ya estoy viendo el delight grabado en la copa, man. A la mierda.
Estaba re esquizofrénico.
El chabón menos delusional, la mierda. Le habían ganado a dos equipos medio pelo, amigo, ya está.
Tadeo, si se enfrenta a G2, sí, para mí.
No, hermano.
Amiga, la cogida que le van a meter a G2, boludo.
No, para mí G2 se saca un game, no va a perder 2-0, ni en pedo.
Boludo, para sí, un game puede ser, pero boludo.
No le va a ganar ni en pedo, pero va a sacar
no vamos a trowear como Weibo, boludo.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Igual G2 está jugando mejor de lo que esperaba.
Me está sorprendiendo mucho el nivel de G2. Aunque igual están troleando, tipo.
Igual, yo suelo decir, están siendo muy gochi las partidas.
¿De qué? Del formato.
Sí, porque somos uno ahora.
GTG Billy. Ahora,
se viene la venganza de. Mentira, van a autenticar la paternidad por 14ª vez.
No, ojalá pierda JDG, así se van contra T1 y lo
No,
ahí.
es verdad, JDG nunca. No, pasa que estás matando, o sea. Yo creo que le puede ganar a Billy. Bueno, dame la chocolatada. El meta está hermoso, boludo.
meta de... A mí, yo te juro que odio a Saya y a Kaisa con toda mi vida, ¿vale? Es una poronga ver a los dos putos ese de mismo siempre, pero meta de Saya y Kaisa, god, amigo.
Cómo me cagó ese inhibidor que no es español, la puta madre.
¿Lo cuenta? Sí.
No cuenta. Porque no, no cuenta porque no lo rompieron.
Porque no respondió.
No, pero te cuenta si jugaron a tirar el mismo inhibidor.
No cuenta. Literalmente G2 hizo imposible. Ganó con 3 inhibidores up.
Es verdad. ¿Cómo ya esto? Pero, o sea, ponele que revivía el inhibidor, ¿no te contaba?
No me contaba porque tenían que romperlo para ganar.
No, pero tú ya sé, pero si revivía el inhibidor, iban y lo rompían, a eso es lo que voy.
Claro, ahí me contaba. Porque rompían 2.
Sí, claro, yo pensé que...
Pero creo que no les daba el tiempo para romper Nexo.
Sí, llegaban. Tipo, va Vivi con la E.
No, ¿por qué lo rompieron, por favor?
Está 2-0.
No, igual Broken Blade jugó Gochi ese... No, ese game no. Jugó bien Gochi esa última TF.
Vivi jugó bien las últimas 3 TF, o sea, la de Ancestral, la que remontan, y esta última jugó muy bien.
Igual el que carreó ahí fue Caps.
Caps igual está jugando.
El GOAT, amigo, el GOAT.
Te hablas de un mundial.
Por favor, Alexis, no hagas esto, por favor. Por favor, te lo ruego, no hagas esto.
G2 está en el pick del anime.
No está en el pick porque no fue clean la partida. Si hubiese sido clean las 2 partidas, diría que G2 se encuentra en prima, boludo.
Por favor, te lo ruego, no hagas eso de nuevo.
Lo podría llegar a decir en el caso de que mañana le ganemos a Shinji, ponele, o a JDG. Me veo en la voluntad de pajear, pero no va a pasar. Tengo esperanza de que G2 pueda llegar a semi. Y si le toca un buen bracket, a la final. Pero parece que un buen bracket es omitir a JDG. Omitir a JDG Shinji y el NG. Tipo que se toque.
Esos 13 mates titulados.
Básicamente estás pidiendo a Huevo y a T1, boludo.
Sí,
Sí, la verdad que sí, boludo. Mejor
que no llega a la final para comerse un 3-0 de Papá Ruler, de Papá Gala o de
Papá Pace.
Commiserations!
Claro, preparar una
Me acabo de dar cuenta, pero
Genki
Genki literalmente ganó con un
In
bar.
all respect, a team that can put it to Weibo like that, a team as chaotic as Weibo,
No.
deserve my full
Sí, ganó con
respect.
un bar.
'Cause honestly, I was so
Porque yo
confident.
puse
Claro,
más
sí,
de,
sí.
yo puse
Oh, here's
1.5
where
y
Weiwei
me
takes
dice
it
que
away.
ganó solo
Then
con
all of a
uno.
sudden G2
No, sí, lo se tompieron.
And Weiwei smurfed.
Terminó el game como minuto 22,
His
¿verdad?
buy was immaculate. So many good plays. Stealing the Baron, getting inside, killing Broken Blade, getting the E smash through to kill Hansama. Go ahead, Shox.
You looked happy.
Yeah, it was sick. But anyways, here's the winner interview with Broken Blade in the Verizon post-game interview. Hey, we're back on this side of the studio after I don't even know. After what, BB? What did we just saw? What did we just see? What was that? Are you okay?
I'm okay. It's a very stressful game, obviously. It's the second game that we played was very stressful. This one was more stressful than the one we played yesterday.
Definitivamente esto es League of
I'm very happy that
Legends.
we came out on top. Good learnings.
Ahora viene
How do you
mucho
even take
sexo, amigo.
learnings from a
Billy
game like
Billy.
this? Tell me what went wrong.
El
Because
mejor-
you felt like you had the situation in your hands
El mejor
and then
MW1 que he
everything
visto en
started
mi
going
vida.
crazy,
Diablazo,
cast
tuve
backdoor,
todo.
fights after
Lo que
fights
jugó
after
Broken
fights.
Blade con el
How
Yo.
did you make sense through all this madness?
Weiwei jugando solo,
I mean,
boludo.
it's hard to explain it really. It's like we were just playing in the moment. I mean, we're really laning phase was going well in all three lanes. I think we were winning every lane. We had pressure in every single lane. It was very great. And then I think something bad happened on the bottom side.
What the
which
hell have
does
you
happen
ever
sometimes, right?
accomplished?
And then,
T1 is an
and then the
award
game was
winning
not
team
in
with
our favor
honor,
so much
respect,
anymore.
and
And then they won
prestige.
another fight.
You have none of
then
this.
the notorious G2 Nash. Let's not talk about that one.
We'll talk about that one soon.
But at least shout out to Dylan Falco for this draft where we have a lot of tools, you know, to come back. Usually Azir and Kai'Sa are like the champions where you really hardly get on them. But in this draft, we have a Yone, we have Orianna ult, Rel flash ult, Rakan flashing in, and it was just very beautiful to play out this comp.
You mentioned the Nash. I want to talk about this, but more importantly, the neutral objective setups for G2 in general, because that's something you've been criticized for at MSI. It seems to be an issue yet again. Is it something you're trying to solve? And if so, how? And why do you think you're struggling so much in this kind of setups?
I mean, I think it's not that we don't know how to play around the Nasher. I really don't think so. I think it's more so that there's a lot of nerves. I can feel it. Like after the play is over, we're like, oh, we are very excited, you know. And obviously, we I don't know. It's like we're playing in a moment, and then we notice, oh, this was very bad, guys, you know. And then usually we calm down. That's at least what happened in the last two games. When we throw at Nash, somehow we're just winning the game. So maybe we just have to throw at Nash. Good, seems like a good recipe right now, but we'll definitely be looking to fix that.
I think people don't realize how difficult it can be to stay calm and collected in situations like this, and of course it can get a bit hectic sometimes, which it did, but you seem to have all the right questions at least, and you're working on them, let's say. I want to touch on something that Romain told me just before we went live. You were supposed to have a night block against Weibo last night, and then you drew the team, so you had to quickly adapt onto that. How did you prep against the team?
Obviously, we kind of know a bit of what teams do or what teams play a lot, and we were gonna scrim them, but then we drew them, and then it was like, oh, now we have to prepare against them instead of actually just scrimming against them, which in the end it was kind of exciting, you know, because we played against both fourth seeds from LPL and LCK, and for us it was our first like challenge, you know. It's like, oh, if we can take these teams on, we can take the bigger teams, you know, and I think we are very good at preparing.
¿Qué puta pasaste, boludo?
Again, shout out to our
Custom
staff
2,
for
la
that.
venganza.
I think we have very good scouting. We have.
¿Qué es todo, boludo?
I think the draft was very nice.
El Excel de las Custom 2.
Ojo, se mejoró.
So when it comes to last minute preparation, I think I'm not too worried.
En cada ahora están los links para que vayas de una donde quieres ir y no tengas que bajar como un enfermo.
Thank you so much for the interview.
Thank you.
Congrats on taking this one once again. Please take it slow next time, like for the fans at least.
We'll see.
¡A la mierda!
Back to you.
Cotizado, MVP.
Thank you so much. I was thinking we have a bunch of replays and not that much time because I was thinking about which ones to use because we have one of the failed Baron and I think for learning causes it's like really important.
Y bueno, ahora está metiendo unas estadísticas más. La partida, que si la ganaste y la perdiste. Y abajo está la fórmula para contar tanto las partidas como las partidas ganadas y el win rate y el número de partidas pasadas.
¿No hay alguna función en Excel que sea para sacar el KDA, pero tipo, o sea, evadiendo la división por 0?
No hay. La mejor manera es simplemente cuando el KDA perfecto lo insertas manualmente.
Right, watching it again, immediately noticing Broken Blade's ultimate backwards, peeling off the Vi there and killing Weiwei, who had been so big, and then being able to turn and completely protect Hansama. I love this team. You can tell, not only from these reactions, obviously, but also Broken Blade talking about
todos los totales están en sus totales para cuando los filtros no me vuelvan mierda.
Having these problems in setting up these Baron flips is that they get so excited about the game. They care about the game. They love the game that much that even on this world stage, with the entire world watching, they still can lose themselves in the game sometimes and flip it, and they only calm back down and focus after they've lost that big lead and like, you know what, all right, everybody back to business. Now we have to come back and we have to actually force our own win cons from behind now, and they get to stages like this.
I mean, stages like this that I felt like should have been Weibo turning the game from there again. We had so many moments like this, but this base defense was so clutch, and I'm here to defend Weibo because Weiwei, the Shy, and Crisp, especially top and support, especially this Leona, this Cassante, played this last fight so well, and you can see diving between aggro, CCing, clearing the waves. It was so clutch from Weibo to actually keep the game going from this point.
The Shy living there, getting back to the fountain to heal, and then double teleport in with Xiao here to cut off the escape. And you mentioned Crisp. Look at him right now, going straight for Broken Blade.
This would have been the end.
If he doesn't stun Broken Blade, that Yone with lethal tempo for sure is going to be enough extra damage with caps to finish the next.
Esta es la última TF, hijo de puta.
And then they return to
like I have two play-by-play casters on the desk. I love it. It's so nice. And then what you were saying there about G2 and what you were also painting in terms of kind of G2's record versus LPL teams in general and then versus such a scrappy team as Weibo, I think it's important, very important in the context of the goals that they have for this tournament, that they have now 2 games. I don't think you should brush off that Baron, of course.
2 clean wins.
No, but that you get get put behind and that you have to be put in the positions where then you have to take those 1% plays.
I mean, 100%, especially against a team like Weibo. Like, they can throw any game, they can come back from any game as well. As you even saw towards the end there too. Like, this game was so scrappy and it highlighted how Weibo can really push a team into an uncomfortable position. But I'm just more impressed that G2 can bring a comp like this together when Weibo's was kind of built to dissipate and spread out G2. This required a bit of coordination when you're running against Azir, Cassante, things that separate so well.
Oh yeah, a
Pero si no me equivoco, porque tú de mañana empiezas 2 horas más tarde.
¡Diablazo!
The Orianna mid lane,
entró en mamahuevazo.
in isolation, focusing on this champion, but when you have it with a carry that has backline accents like a Yone, they have so many options. Mickey had really big engages, so did Yike, and then if they don't hit with either of those two, they still have the extra coverage.
¿Vio el game de G2 o...? Recién se levantó. Viste, despliegue de gameplay de League of Legends.
Pero viste la estompeada que le metieron a Timón.
Igual, que Weibo pida de inmediato una DC, boludo.
Huevo pida de inmediato un midlaner, boludo.
No, se jugó bien Yahoo, like
¿Qué porra? ¿No viste lo que hizo en la última TF Yahoo, boludo? Que me chupe la poronga Yahoo. Yo lo banco Yahoo, pero porque es... Porque es papá de cosas, ¿no?
9,000 gold, over 9,000 gold, and a mountain soul.
Wow.
And they came back.
It's so sad that I'm actually seen this before. Weibo have done this before again. Like, they've had great games against JDG, but they've also flipped games in the regular season too. So this is not new for me.
It's okay.
I'll take that. Thank you. I've needed that for a year.
No, I mean, I've seen situations in the past where in a very close game, the first seed out of Europe ended up beating the Shy in a very important game, and that gave us a lot of hope going
¿Cómo lo
into the
dejo?
tournament. But
¿Lo
we're
dejo
not
con
going to talk
120,
about that.
con
What I do
60
want to know
filas o lo
is that
extiendo a
if
120? No
Cage,
creo
how
que
did he
se juegue
experience this moment? And of
60
course, he had
tan
a G2
rápido.
jersey
En partida,
on
sí.
the
No.
whole time, right?
Déjala ahí, después extendemos.
¿Qué están haciendo? ¿Qué están haciendo?
That
Lo
is insane.
estoy haciendo un
Apparently, this
Excel nuevo.
happened
¿De
during
qué?
G2's throwing
¿De los
at
custom?
Baron.
Interesting.
O sea, uno que está mucho mejor que el anterior.
Lo que habrá pagado Gedo, hermano.
Porque como si son alérgicos a la...
Lo que habrá pagado la win de Gedo, más que seguro pagaba 5 o 10.
Yo creo el problema... ¿Llegaremos a las 250? No, ¿verdad?
No.
Porque la función de contar sí a partir de los 250 me deja de funcionar.
I do want to look forward a little
Nah,
bit since
deberíamos
we
más.
have you here also, because
¿Y qué?
BLG versus
¿Qué pasó
JDG
ahí?
is up next, and you know everything about that.
I do indeed. I mean, I've experienced throughout the entire year.
Ah, que
It's
se
just
te
a
borra.
weird matchup because for a lot of people that don't know the LPL, don't know our first and second seed, this is a new brewing rivalry. People
Ah,
remember
lo
the
que pasó
RNG,
de
the EDG historically.
Nico,
That
vamos
was
a
like
ver
that domestic
Echi.
rivalry that went
No me rompa los huevos.
But
Para que
BLG,
termine.
JDG have kind of taken that throne a bit in previous years because we've got so many star players, our best players in the LPL in these 10. And more importantly, this weird kryptonite that BLG have against JDG, or rather vice versa, 0-7. BLG have never beaten JDG in a best of 3 and a best of 5.
No te ensordezca, no me ensordezco, me voy abajo, estúpido, estoy diciendo cosas. Después vemos lo que estúpido.
Ah, pon eso.
No, no, no.
Very short, boludo.
No.
That's right.
Prepucio, pucio,
Ben would take him all day. Again, fun matchup there, but I will say, you know, best of 1 hasn't crossed paths yet. So I'm really weirdly optimistic, thinking that you can't go past 0-7 today.
Ah, I see.
Yeah.
We would like to see it, and we don't want to see this matchup again in Swiss. I mean, I think that goes for everyone, but I'm sure it's going to be an absolute banger. Talk to me about possible exit.
¿Qué es mejor? ¿G2 con el guión, LNG o Juan Domingo?
Anda, venga.
From BDS, a carry up in the top side.
Alexis mufó a huevo, pero como jamás antes se había visto.
Ben is the X factor in this team. Your gal will support him.
Sin código de mierda, boludo. ¿Qué te hicieron los huevos, boludo?
Yo cuando vi que G2 mató a 2 en mid, dije definitivamente Alexis dijo algo.
Alexis dijo
¿Para cómo que tiene que ir a hacer los dos? Prueba contra Energy.
No, cuando G2... Ah, sí,
Tiene Nico, ya me... Tiene Nico, pero contra él.
Sí, contra él, sí, correcto.
Bueno, no muerdo, hijo de puta.
Literalmente Alexis comenzó a decir, no, van a pasar los 4 chinos, ya con esto tienen 3 cupos asegurados, cosas así.
Sí.
Lo tengo grabado, lo tengo grabado.
Qué pedazo de hijo de puta, Alexis, ¿verdad?
A ver, yo creo que las 100 filas está bien para los pendejos de Enzo y de...
Hoy se estrenan las Custom 2, ¿verdad? El regreso.
No. A ver, también ahora va a haber 2 canales, Custom y Custom resultados. En los resultados solo se ponen las imágenes del Blitz.
Por fin, boludo, por fin, la simpleza, lo bonito de la simpleza.
Y
bueno, vamos a ver cómo Home se gapea una vez más tácticamente de atable.
Y hablar que eso era el de Custom, pero los pendejos hablan por ahí, así que tengo que hacer otro canal para eso. Y bueno, y ahora en el Excel voy a meter todas las imágenes del Blitz.
Me pregunta cuándo juega Fnatic, ya juega hace 3 horas.
You know these guys so well. You played against Hizari so many times. It's like, okay, we're just gonna take it away this time. You know, expend a ban, and we'll focus on other things. Which means generally, when you have these teams that go head to head,
Lo interesante va a ser el sorteo. O sea, imagínense este escenario: KT termina 0-3 después de perder 2 partidas contra Garen de Adam. Listo. gana el LoL.
I think with blue side here for JDG, if you don't ban the Zaya,
A mí miedo.
A ver, este hijo de puta no puede piquear serie en este meta. Dale, pedilo, Ruler, pedilo, por favor.
Pero si no, ¿cómo va a sacar la skin?
La verdad, banco.
Ruler va a sacar skin de Ashe si llega a ganar esto, boludo.
Otra, no joda.
Skin de Sasha, tiene 2.
No puede sacar skin Ash.
Se puede.
No, sí puede.
No puede el equipo, el jugador, por lo visto, creo que sí. No tiene
La mía de Ruler. La skin favorita de Ruler es.
Ya va, ¿cómo que no puede el equipo? Porque no puede el equipo.
Vino violador de nene.
No, mira el que labura en la guarda.
Análisis del día pasado y de este. Ya.
Está en el jardín, seguro, boludo.
Me gustás mucho. ¿Querés ser mi novia? No, ahora sigamos con la clase, dale. Y se para y empezar la clase.
Está cagando la pala, no como los otros de acá. Los de mierda. Uy, pero diablazo.
Radio, hermano, se le escucha como radio.
Paco FM.
Está en la franja de Gaza, boludo.
Está bien que vayas en una zona pobre y esté pasando masa por el lado, pero tampoco para tanto.
Ahora. Ahora se escucha bien. Antes parecía audio de las Malvinas pidiendo ayuda.
Ah, es complicado. Todo. No sé, un modo de mierda.
¿No te suicidaste vos todavía, Paco? ¿Qué pasa?
Ah, sigo aquí vivo, Nico. Sigo aquí vivo para tu desgracia.
Definitivamente se viene el mundial de G2.
Literalmente, pongan el porro que se viene.
Ah, porque entro a charlar un rato con ustedes porque estoy más aburrido que la mierda y recién me acabo de levantar para ganar G2 el mundial. Mira nomás.
Bancame, para Paco, venga. Ahí te pregunto, dame un segundo.
¿Viste el mundial o no, hijo de puta?
¿Soy sincero? El único mundial que vi en los últimos 10 meses fue el mundial de Argentina y nada más.
Muchacho.
Ah, ¿se jugó el mundial de fútbol al final?
No sé, yo no me fijo en torneos de segunda. Eso lo veo
Para mí, JG tenía que considerar esta partida como la partida para piquear los picks que quisieran tener requiem del mundo. Literalmente, o piquen y pierdan, total. Es intrascendente.
Me gusta.
Amigo, el árbitro toda.
Sí, lo viste. Mirá que
Dios, linda.
cara de sueño tiene un olor a chivo 13-9.
A él, amigo, toda.
La cara del chivo.
Mariposa, como no sé cómo es que se llama.
Menos mal que Vine es bueno en el LoL, amigo. Qué feo que.
Hijo de puta, hice la pregunta y me dejaron en visto.
Hacela de nuevo y te dejamos de nuevo.
No se escucha.
Cosa que no se te entiende una chota, amigo. Para eso ya no es eso porque no modulas directamente.
Con este modulador, pero en la vida real.
Amigo, consigan una cremita para la cara 369.
Definitely BLG saying, okay, you know, the cards are in your hand right now. You got to make the decision for us.
I mean, Bin has, been known for such a wide champion pool. He likes to play carries, but 369, I think, obviously much more known for his tanks. He's 14-1 on the Ornn, one of his best picks, one that you, again, because of the
Porque él que no se
regional
cocine su
rivalry
afelio, boludo, lo único que pido.
you know you want to take away from this guy. It's not a shocker here. Let's see if that Cassante that's left open with the Gwen.
Dijo la palabra Damon.
They're a little bit suspicious about
Yo veo más
potentially
una Ashe
something
que
weird
una
coming
Gaia.
out. Save counter pick, while also looking for either the Ashe or the Kaisa here, both going to be great following up on this Vi or setting up the Vi with the Ashe arrow, but Elk will ultimately decide on the Kaisa.
Yeah, and if you go for this lethality Kaisa builds, you get a hook, somebody's gonna die, right? Like they're going to try to blow this up.
¿Qué Kaiser final? No, qué hijo de puta.
Está Open Rumble, hijo de puta.
In terms of, okay, there have been a couple of top
¿Para qué quieres Rumble contra
This
B?
is something you can blind in this current meta, but I'd be curious to see what Ben has in response to this.
Una Kali, nice.
Yeah, and interestingly, the
Picante se la dio
Azir
Chovy.
is also available. Renekton and Azir always paired
Banco
together. As looking for a Kali potentially.
Yo veo más
here, at
Lisandra,
least
aunque
teasing
no
it.
es imposible, pero veo más Lisandra.
Kind of a tough one to pick up. Vex, an old favorite. He's
Déjame
gonna
esta
lock it
lilla
in
jungla,
here. And
Pepito.
this is so much backline access here. If you can hit the Vex.
A mí no entiendo el draft, la verdad. ¿Cómo que Renata contra Blitzcrank en medio?
Great damage. Seems like it's a no-brainer to pick the Cassante here in this composition. Gives you a great front line. But this Vex is something we just simply have not seen in this tournament. It hasn't really been meta for a very long time.
Yeah, I mean, I'm
no se
piqueó
Cassante, muchacho, hay match. Hay game, no me da.
Otro 5000 de vida, 300 de armadura, 300 de resistencia mágica, una velocidad invulnerable.
The bottom lane here, I think, is going to be so pivotal in how it plays out in the 2v2 because both Renata and Blitzcrank have some really strong timings. The handshakes can be quite deadly if you hit the Kaisa, so Elk's positioning needs to be very crisp. And you know, Elk is a player who either dominates lane or gets crushed. His inconsistencies have often cost BLG major series. The difference in his gold difference in a win and in a loss is actually over 1,400 gold. So when he's winning hard. When he's losing lane, he does fall quite substantially behind, and they rely on him. With the Kalista Renata, it looks like Ruler and Missing had a plan to dominate that 2v2. We'll see if the Blitzcrank can actually throw a wrench into those gears.
I like where you're going with this one. The gears and the wrench with the Blitzcrank. It's all coming together, Wolf. As
ojo, it's coming together. Se están viniendo todos.
To come together here on the stage before this matchup we have seen so many times in the LPL and even internationally. We'll have to wait and see. Will BLG finally be able to get some revenge, or will JDG continue the story of the dominant older brother here that you were talking about, Wolf? This is going to be, I hope, yet another banger that we have set up for this second half of today.
I think no doubt it will be another regional rivalry. We had Genji
Soy yo, cada vez salimos menos gente al aplauso sanitario de las 8.
Matchups. The winner will of course take that 2-0 advantage. We won series away from moving out of Swiss. So this is massive. The competition
La
is
veo,
fierce. You do not
tengo
want
que
to
ver
fall
cuántos
that
regionales se pueden dar.
Well, here we go, Wolf. Game number 3 for us. Let's see how it does go. The second to last of the night. Chemtech is going to be the first dragon. And we move on in. JDG versus BLG.
Si paran del mundial ahorita, G2 sería campeón del mundo. Yo no digo nada.
Some of them, you know,
¿Por qué?
Some fans
porque era primero.
No, el NG también.
Pero el NG empieza por L y G2 empieza por G.
Una skin de Vex JK está buena por los puntitos acá de la J y de la G, que son como los... Tipo, puedes poner el JK en la cara de Vex.
O sea,
muy peruano, muy peruano.
No, esto, pero los puntitos estos.
El perdedor de los coreanos se va a enfrentar o a GAM, o a BDS, o a Liquid.
Y pierde.
Was very popular on release, but some changes came through as we're gonna see
Nada, impresionante, miren esto. Podríamos tener, vamos a ver, LNG Juan Domingo, Billy Weibo, Cloud9 NDG, Fnatic Malayos, T1 DK, o sea, lo mismo, puro regional.
Y ya eso confirmaría un occidental en...
De la nada, T1 Fnatic.
Uy, un T1 Fnatic estaría fresco.
¿Por qué hablaba así? ¿Por qué hablaba como cubano?
Como cubano, ¿cómo que cubano?
La verdad que sí, es muy cubana esa mierda.
Fresco no es cubano una mierda, Dios mío.
¿Y cómo sabías eso?
Centroamericano, son todos la misma mierda, vos si lo distinguís sos un mogólico.
¿Quién es más pobre?
Beneco, ¿y cómo sabías eso? Se nota que es
Mira,
cubano.
literalmente las palabras, así las palabras que se utilizan en el dominicano y en el venezolano es lo mismo, así es lo mismo.
¿Quiénes son más pobres, los cubanos o los venezolanos?
Los cubanos. Y tiene esta partida, yo quiero ver los coreanos. Joder, ¿qué me importa el 10º BLG en su Juan Domingo de este año?
To making that happen in top 8. There's the handshake at level 2, just trying to get as much damage as they can here, and that's going to be a plate they grab.
No.
Looking for it.
Yeah, trying to go for that very early play. We also saw on
¿Cómo se llama? ¿Hoy día todas las Kaisas perdieron?
Todas las Kaisas contra Stasas perdieron.
Diablazo.
No, boludo.
Diablazo a mi amigo.
Face no jugó Kaisa.
A ver quién juega hoy.
No, jugó Saya.
Ah, verdad, jugó Saya.
A ver quién
Claro,
juega
si
bien
no ultió el hijo de remil puta cuando le
Vamos
iniciaron
a
el
ver
medio.
quién juega bien atado.
No sé, ayer empatamos contra el Colón.
Just a stats update for you guys. Knight has played Vex 11 times. He's 8-3, but he hasn't played
Ah, no, hoy es la por
since
bracket.
spring
Hoy es la por
2023. It
bracket.
was only once. It was probably one of those niche games I was talking about earlier. So we'll see again. Just
No, se van a coger a Talon.
Vamos. Papá de Liqui te va a coger.
¿Contra quién juega Talon? ¿Contra Liqui?
Sí. De verdad. Yo estoy convencido que los autores del Dota están amañados.
Sí, sí lo están.
No puede ser que por séptima vez consecutiva toque Gaming Latos y justo después Liquid. Ya estoy cansado.
A mí me tocó Liqui y luego Gaming Gladiator, no te puedes quejar.
Para mí los sorteos del Dota no están amañados por el simple hecho de que para mí Valve diría, sí, los amañamos a propósito, pero corten ni
¿Cómo que Liquid? Atiende mierda que te tocó Liquid.
Me tocó Liquid.
Nada, para nada.
Sí, me tocó Liquid y luego Gaming Gladiator.
Ah, sí, Liquid. Ah, bueno, lo mismo, pero bueno, haber ganado, no era difícil.
Ah, bueno. Vos no le ganó el Liquid en tu vida, hijo de puta.
Pero ¿quién le ganó al mejor equipo del mundo? Exacto.
Claro, no le ganaste a Liquid.
Pero yo solo voy a decir una cosa. ¿Qué pasó con los otros peruanos? ¿Qué pasó con Visco, la Costa Bestia?
Para, el que confía en Visco hay que ser muy enfermo mental. Nadie confía en Visco.
Yo viendo como el mejor equipo sudamericano ahora es Kate.
Ah, que Starson Bazookas.
Y bueno, por eso los brazos.
Cuenta como sea.
Sí, cuenta como sea.
Veneco, ¿sabes cuál es lo peor? Es que si gana el G, se enfrenta Talon contra G. Literalmente los mismos machos que se ha visto en los últimos dos.
No, te estás equivocando.
Sí, en los últimos dos Majors literalmente era Talon versus
G. No vas a Talon, vas a LG de 9 pandas.
9 pandas, hijos de puta.
Bueno, well, esto definitivamente es copa para Tundra.
No, es para Liquid lo va a ganar. Confía que Liquid lo gana. Como se nota que varios equipos dropearon todo, pero todo para ir al TI.
But Kalista does get pushed in as we see Missing leaving the lane here. Ruler will catch this wave as we see a faster rotation.
Mierda, ya son
here,
6:30.
and on. Potentially looking for something up here, but we're still a ways away from that Rift Herald.
Yo dormí todo el día, así que no me pasa nada.
XD, Dota ya está haciendo lo del LoL, no está... Aún no metió todos los datos del premio, apenas van por 3 millones.
Yo vi 10 millones en el Game Pass, así que serán 13 ya.
No, ¿y esa mentira?
XD. Ya va. Esa skin de Blitz no estaba prohibida, yo me acuerdo.
Ya la fixaron.
Pero ese gancho.
Yeah, Flashless loses a ton of health here. Is going to
Flash?
available to get back up. It's not going to be exactly what he wanted to have happen here. Now the wave kind of against him here, so some of that CS deficit that he had against Elk is now going to be shored up quite substantially. We see a rotation down from Knight. He's got ult, of course, and can engage from a long way away, but will be spotted on this.
A ver, nació en la profundidad del Imperio Inca, sos vos, Facu. Facu hace años se fue. Bueno, que la paloma mensajera se lo mande.
Qué retrasado mental.
Y vos siempre no.
Nico, tu mamá es prostituta y tu papá se fue hace años.
Nada de eso, hermano. Estaba reguardada, alta escrita.
Ah, no, JDG confirmado paternidad ahora.
¡La puta!
Ojalá gane Bilibili, amigo. Ojalá gane Bilibili.
Pone, Alexis, pone, confirmado paternidad, por favor.
Por favor, si gana Bilibili, literalmente sería un JG versus Iván. La posibilidad existe.
Y que lo mande 1-2 y que le toque Gami.
Es verdad, nos conviene que gane Bilibili para evitar a JG.
Uno en suizo y es el último mundial con formato suizo, boludo, por la colecta de firmas.
¿Qué hizo?
Confirmamos. ¡Ojo!
¡Ojo! Nah, el mejor equipo del mundo. El mejor equipo del mundo.
¡Qué bien que la hizo Messi!
El mejor equipo del mundo, chavales. El mejor. Preparen la corona.
El peruano Plata, Bangkok Mao diciendo que hizo.
Preparen la corona que JG
Sí, me había olvidado que tenía
Saludo. Le complicó más contra Vidia que contra Bilibili.
Sí, el enfermo de Enzo falleció.
Ya mi causa, muchachos, ¿cómo están?
¿Cuánto tardaste? Media hora.
Sacaste en media hora, gordo.
Fue porque llegué y estaba el subte y dije listo. Y luego llegué y tuve que correr el bondi. Cuando les estaba gritando, cuando volví a la entrada y les grité G2 el más grande del mundo, ahí estaba corriendo el bondi.
Otro fan de G2.
Nada, y Rol el tirán sacando.
Pero el Jumpy, yo siempre fui fan de G2.
El coso de Genji, boludo.
Está diciendo Genji voy por vos.
Ya tenemos dos.
Alexis.
No, Alexis no es un fan, Alexis es un mufa de mierda.
Alexis, ¿qué vas a hacer si G2 gana el mundial?
Qué lindo que. Que es J Ruler, ojalá la final sea JG G2, ganó el eSport.
¿Qué vas a hacer, Alexis, si gana G2? Dale, no iba a dar pregunta.
Gente, pregunta. ¿Qué prefieren? ¿Mundial Page 2 o que Tibón se vaya en el formato suizo contra el Garden de Adam?
Pero una cosa mala contra una buena.
Las dos cosas.
No, yo no voy a poder soportar escuchar a Adam.
Es que me quedé sin batería en el auricular. Si G2 gana el mundial, me tatúo el icono de G2, boludo.
No, si gana G2 mínimo te ropas.
No tatuamos.
O sea,
no tatuamos.
literalmente dice,
Me tatúo
y el otro dice, no, mínimo te rapa.
Me tatúo el coso de G2 en la ham, boludo, no sé.
En la cara.
Uno de ustedes es diabético.
Mi tatúo Delight en la chota, amigo.
No, sería gracioso que Alexis empiece a ser como el de Oasin que se empezó a tatuar las cosas del Libertadores.
Damwon 3-1, es que
1-0 Damwon, 2-0 Huevo.
Nico, auspicia esos tatuajes.
Gam 1-0, T1 1-0, J de Gaming 2-0.
No, pelotudo. 1-0 Damwon, 2-0 Huevo.
Fuera en cuartos contra Mal Lions.
3-0 Genji.
Fuera en cuarto contra Vidia.
No sé, igual, ¿dónde se tatuarían un icono del equipo, boludo?
En el pecho, en el corazón.
En un lugar donde no se vea.
En una parte del cuerpo que no sea mía.
La mano izquierda. En la espalda, boludo, en la espalda.
Igual, no, Nicolás,
que diga, de Rayar hasta la muerte.
Que diga de Rayar hasta la muerte.
El Don Ramón.
El Don Ramón es buenísimo.
De Rayar hasta la muerte y TikTok le cambiaba el nombre al equipo.
Que diga, vamos Lata, se tatuó Jumpy.
No, pata, el mejor equipo del mundial, boludo. Qué buen equipo.
Nicolás escondiendo el tatuaje que dice Cloud9 2-0,
Amigo,
G 2-0, Vitality 2-0.
El pick del anime evolucionó al Prime, boludo. JG está en su prima, boludo. Emanan sexo por donde lo vea, boludo. O sea, es un equipo inganable, boludo.
Mira, definitivamente solo Man Lions puede parar.
¿Alguno de ustedes tiene un nick en el LoL que se llama Diabético?
Solo R7, pero como quedó afuera, nadie puede pararlo.
Te lo buildea todas las partidas el gordo. No, pero amigo, estoy viendo a Crispon, boludo.
Al único equipo que le veo ganando a JG
es
Genji, boludo. La final del mundial va a ser JG Genji, se va a ir a quinto mapa, boludo.
Por la final, Fnatic llegaba
Una pregunta. ¿Por qué Día 369 solo tiene unas malditas botas? ¿Por qué no
quiere? ¿Necesita algo más?
Según mi teoría, Como se sortea todo y no hay un sistema de puntaje,
Ahí te pregunto,
en los playoffs se va a sortear y no va a haber pools. O sea, puede tocar un JG en 100 primera.
No, no puede, estúpido. Los 2-0 van con los 0-2. Los 3-0 van con los 0-3, estúpido.
No, pero te queda disparejo, pelotudo.
Queda disparejo, pelotudo. Se
¿Cómo
hacen el
mierda?
counter. Adicto mental. Pero no podés quedar 3-0 al pedo, quedas 3-0. Para
es
eso.
así. Los 3-0, los 3-0 van con los 0-3. Mira a lo todo imbécil.
Con los 3-2, amigo, con los 3-2.
Con los 0-3.
Hay 3-3-2, mogólico.
Y se enfrentan entre sí dos pelotudos.
Es lo mismo, es lo mismo.
No,
ya va, ¿cómo que 3-3-2? ¿Qué andas hablando?
La única regla es que los 3-0 no se pueden enfrentar entre sí.
Alexis, 3-0 vas contra 2-3. Contra 3-2, Dios.
No necesariamente.
Alexis,
se juega así el
tanto te gusta el
Se lleva
counter.
jugando hace 10 años así el counter.
Yo lo sé, estúpido, está todo el día. ¿Viste, coño? Mira, me compré esto. Soy ludópata.
Los dos primeros escogen entre los 3 últimos y ya después.
Bueno, lo gracioso es que podría haber un G2 Fnatic si es que Fnatic sale del grupo.
Los dos quedan 3-2, ponele, o 3-1, no importa. Sí, puede dar un juego Fnatic. Y va a ser buenísimo porque no va a morir todo, porque va a ganar el más grande de Europa. O sea,
Ay, por fin pegó algo. Ay, pero no van a hacer nada.
Chris en la partida anterior, lo que jugó. No, hay un en dragón que tiró una ulti que estudió los 5 y se gana el dragón.
Sí, que estudió uno. Ah, no, estudió 3.
Estudió a uno.
Estudió a los 5. A los 5.
3. Estudió 3 y ralentizó 2.
Posta que.
¡Ese gancho! ¡Pasó entre medio! ¡Pasó entre medio!
¡Ojo, no!
El mejor equipo del mundo. El mejor equipo del mundo. Mejor equipo del mundo.
No, el gancho, el hook de cannabis.
Amigo, la escogida que no va a meter JG en mi la puta madre. Que no traiga, que no toque contra el NG, por favor, amigo. ¿Se acuerdan lo que decía?
En términos de producción humana, Juan Domingo es el mejor equipo.
Bueno, listo, le voy a apostar $30 a que JG no gana el mundial, boludo. Apuesta JG va a ganar el mundial, boludo. Son sexo.
Yo solo voy a decir una cosa, el último equipo chino que vi sin parales terminó contra G2 en cuartos, así que...
Pero...
Sí, pero ese equipo chino solo jugaba para la botlane, este juego.
No, juega bien ese equipo chino.
Sí, en este caso no. Pero si Topi por pasó a...
Lo único que tengo que decir es que posta que odiar o no que no te guste JG es que no te guste el LOL, boludo. Este es de Liga de la Leyenda.
No,
mira, a ti no te gusta Juan Domingo
da
porque
gusto
juegan bien.
ver
A mí
jugar a JG.
A mí no me gusta Juan Domingo porque son un banco de China, no somos lo mismo.
A vos no te gusta Juan Domingo porque juega, a mí no me gusta porque no tiene ninguna causa penal de que le pegue a una mujer.
Apuesta que LOL.
Yo solo voy a decir, da igual si Juan Domingo gana el mundial.
Es como el tiki-taka, es como Barcelona del tiki-taka, boludo. Culto al
Barcelona el
fútbol.
tiki-taka está sobrevalorado.
Ay,
No.
estoy escuchando.
Sí, lo está.
Para mí es como el
lo diste un Real Madrid.
Mira, Alexi, aquí entre vos y yo hay una diferencia. A mí me gusta, a vos te gusta J Gaming porque juegan al LOL. A mí me gusta porque hacen llorar a los fans de Misaka.
¿Y hablas?
¿Cómo que la solo el dragón? Si básicamente todo el daño fue de Juan Domingo.
Gracias. What the fuck, un random dijo que me parezco a Grab.
Se puede morir Cannabis.
¿Qué? Se puede morir Win.
Está buena.
No.
Nah, revivió, boludo.
Ey, ese otro es un diablazo, ¿no te seguro?
Banearon Calista, pregunto yo.
Calista malísimo.
Calista permaban todo el mundial. Lleva permabaneada todo el mundial.
Pero si la piquea de role, ¿qué hace? Bueno, el role es horrendo.
Calista no lleva permabano en la mierda.
Todo el main stage sí, boludo.
Mentira. Calista ni siquiera está en top 10 campeones.
Ay, me cago en Canavi que puse que iba a ser el de más pool y sacó Charman los 2 games.
Calista tiene la friolera de 15 bans. El campeón que tiene más bans es el árbol mamahuevo, seguido de Oriana.
Los pibes escuchando la entrevista de JG cuando sea campeón y sea el primer equipo en tener el gran slam diciendo así es, nosotros éramos el of Legends. La música de fondo.
Escuchame, no van a sacar el Grand Slam porque Boy te lo quiso
No.
Scream contra Weibo. Bueno, eso va a ser Ruler contra Jin al final.
Me acabo de dar cuenta una cosa, ya sé cuál campeón va a salir de los 3 goles.
¿Cuál?
Tristana.
Puede ser.
Confío en Nafiri.
Nafiri ni sé si está habilitada.
Nafiri sí.
No debería dejar que vote por Nafiri si no está habilitada, lo mogólico Riot.
A ver, Liquipedia dice que no está habilitada.
Pero ¿para qué me dejan votar entonces?
Pero Liquipedia sale que sí está habilitada. Yo no sé en quién creer.
Está habilitada.
¿El Liqui que va 0-2 o Liquipedia? Que no perdió su game.
Porque aunque sea verdad que Liquipedia es el más cercano al LoL, Liquipedia tiene justificación porque sacó las normas.
Mínimo de leerse el rulebook.
¿Cómo que el libro de duelo? ¿Qué tenía que ver?
Libro de rulebook.
¡Ay, pegó un gancho!
Boludo, le esquivó el gancho sin verlo. Tipo, lo baiteó y lo
Ya, ¿cómo que el rulebook no es el libro de duelo? Qué mentira.
¿Cómo que Ruler no escribió su autobiografía de cómo ganar un Grand Slam?
Epílogo de Pace.
Te escoge campeonato mundial, el primer campeonato mundial de Genji o
de Genji.
el Grand Slam de
Genji.
De Genji.
Mira, Ruler se fue de Genji.
El mejor equipo que produjo China en toda su historia.
Una pregunta, una duda. Con esto Juan Domingo, ¿qué tan cerca estaría de ONG si gana el mundial?
Tiene que llegar a cuarto.
Sí, se acerca bastante, se acerca a mi tobillo nomás. Bastante.
Porque a ver, aunque le sacaría ya.
Por eso es el único que no quiero que gane, boludo, porque van a estar la pelotuda que es más grande que nosotros, no. Infumable.
Ya son más grandes que ustedes.
ONG tiene la ventaja que tiene.
Pará, Costa, pará. ¿Qué hiciste, Champi?
No, pará, me olvidé de que tienen 3 M6, de verdad.
¿Qué dijiste, gordo peruano?
De que tienen 3 M6.
No, antes, ¿qué dijiste?
¿Qué problema hace Ruler?
¡Oh! ¡No! ¡Que no reviva, que no reviva!
Vamos, de Roger. ¿Qué Costa, hermano?
¿Qué dijiste, Alexis?
A ver. O sea, si solo fuera el mundial.
Aparece ya.
A ver, si solo fuera el mundial, ahí te diría, coño, es que es mucha diferencia, pero es que también es MSI, o sea, son 2 MSI de diferencia y un mundial de diferencia. Aunque claro, ONG le saca son 3 títulos.
Le sacamos 2 MSI, si gana el mundial le sacamos solo un mundial, le sacamos una LPL, le sacamos 20 años de estar vivo que ellos ni existían.
¿Tiene 3 LPL?
No, tiene 5. Nosotros, tiene 4 y nosotros 5.
Pará, pero JG nunca se fue a la B, como vos.
Nosotros tampoco.
Sí, se fueron.
No, Roger no llegaba nunca.
Nah, ya va, ¿cómo que 4? No, Juan Domingo solo tiene 3.
Tiene 4, el de la Spring de 2020, el de la Summer de 2022 y los 2 de
verdad que
¿No lo ganó Erigi? ¿Era Summer 2022?
No, fue
2021.
Fue 2021, exacto. Alto fue como una menos.
Tienen una menos. Tipo, hasta esa, nosotros y Edward éramos los únicos equipos con más de una LPL. Y ahora hay uno que tiene 4. Ojo.
Outplayado para el Sonia.
Nice es el que más ganador, de la LPL en toda la historia.
¿Cómo?
This is
Night, top sí, ya lo es.
Mierda.
No, pero en general decía.
En general, no.
Sería los.
Cuenta,
o sea, ¿están contando los playoffs únicamente de la LPL o está comprando todo?
Estoy viendo algo aquí.
Nico, ¿quién es el que tiene más Ahí está, eso. No.
Yahoo y estas que. Estas no porque son robadas.
¿Quién tiene más LPL? ¿Quién tiene más LPL? ¿Roger o Edward? Edward por uno.
Edward por uno. Mirá, 6 estos burros, pero son 6 robadas, así que 0.
Pero
Nosotros
cuenta
5
todo.
y estos 4. Y después todos estos 1, 1, 1.
Estaba hablando y tenía el micrófono muteado, me quiero morir.
Cuenta todo.
Si esto no es el League
Spring,
México
Summer,
tiene.
Playoff y
México
todo.
tiene.
Si esto no es League of Legends, el League of Legends ¿dónde está? Ey, son conscientes que
México tiene 6, México tiene...
Si esto no es League of Legends, League of Legends ¿dónde
Porque la
está?
primera
boludo?
ni nacía México, vos lo eran de 2013. De 2014.
La de 2013 la ganó Invictus.
Si esto no es League of Legends, el League of Legends ¿dónde está, boludo?
Una cosa, Nicolás. Para evaluar si la constancia en el LPL contaría los top 4 históricos. ¿Cuántas veces han salido top 4?
Avísenle a Billy que era más importante.
Igual yo le digo de broma.
Nah. Cannabis.
No le sacan tanta diferencia a cuando
sin mundial. ¿Es el tercer grande JG?
¿De qué?
¿O es más grande Invictus?
No. Invictus es más grande por el mundial robado que tienen.
No, es que a ver, no, mira. Bueno, sí, Invictus por ahora es más grande sin mundial.
Para mí no. Para mí sin mundial es más grande JG que Invictus.
Es que mira, te voy a decir la cantidad de top 4 que tienen los equipos de la LPL.
¿Desde cuándo evalúas top 4?
Nico, bueno, sería, a ver...
¿Sos consciente que a G2 se lo van a agachar mañana?
Yo digo que top 4 en la LPL es
LNG, Genji,
JG.
Mirá, el que tiene más campeonatos, Edward 6 veces. Y se ganó, tiene el récord de 3 de esos 6 consecutivos.
O me dices, Nicolás, que top 4 no es un buen signo.
Sí, para mí sí, pero vos nunca lo hiciste eso.
Encima, el que tiene récord de matches es Edward también.
Para constancia sí.
Para mí, mañana.
Por ejemplo, para Invictus y Fumblu tienen los mismos títulos, una LPL y un mundial, pero para mí es mucho más grande.
Sí, pero a ver, es diferencia. Invictus tiene 4 top 4 más.
Por eso, y es más viejo.
Invictus tiene más historia, boludo.
No, pero mira.
Y aparte jugadores.
Invictus tiene la historia iniciada de la LPL ganándola.
Claro.
Mira, ahí te digo, Edward Gaming tiene 13 top 4. Ajá. ONG tiene 11.
Mañana se lo cogen a Mañana se lo cogen a
Hay solo 3 top 4 diferencia entre ONG y Juan Domingo.
Para mí mañana es una prueba, es la prueba de fuego de G2, tipo, no espero ganar ni un pedo. Lo van a coger, pero si sacan un game ya me siento seguro para el boss 5.
ninguno de los 3 equipos.
Yo lo veo bien a G2. G2 a semi llega. Va, no sé, pará.
Depende de bracket.
O sea, si le toca contra T1, Kitty Rolter, sí.
Bueno, pero ponele, yo creo que al que más chance de sacarle un game es a Genji por estilo de juego. Después LNG y a JG ni en pedo le saca un game.
Mirá, boludo. El que tiene en la LPL, el peor de los peores, o sea, el récord de lo peor es Victory Fight.
Victory Fight, 1-18, no sé, 1-17 y 0-18.
Tiene de los matches que eran de singles, tiene 16 matches en contra, contando 2020-2021.
Si JG gana el mundial, es top 3 de China.
Sí, eso me estás cargando, hijo de puta.
No, mira, así te digo.
Yo admito que me peleen que es más grande que Rosal. No lo voy a admitir, pero admito que me peleen.
Pero, escuchá, para mí yo creo que si gana este mundial JG, yo lo pondré en la vitrina del top 3 mejor equipo de la historia.
Yo lo que no les perdono es que les dije, si Roya gana un mundial es el más grande de China, sin discusión, y ustedes decían, no,
amigo, sí, Roya gana el mundial, sí. No, para eso sigue teniendo. Para sí tiene 3 MSI y Eddie China tiene MSI.
Sí, que tiene uno.
Tiene MSI en 2015.
Bueno, acá tiene uno.
Ajá, mira.
Sí, pero ganaste la final jugándole una a LeBlanc, boludo. Así cualquiera gana.
Aquí está lo de Juan Domingo, Juan Domingo está en la LPL desde 2017 y desde 2018 tienen buenos resultados, sacando desde 2018 un top 4 mínimo. Es decir que 2018, 2019, 2020, 2021, 2022 y ahorita 2023 son 6 años de buenos resultados. Así que no podemos decir, no, Juan Domingo es un equipo nuevo que no tiene resultados. Sí tiene.
Juan Domingo está de 2017, ¿estás seguro?
Sí, lo estoy viendo aquí.
Sí, el rot de mierda con Loken y Cleed.
Desde la Summer de 2017.
Desde la Summer. Sí, de la Summer, sí, porque la Spring no me aparecía y yo dije, ¿qué?
Y su primer resultado bueno fue en la Summer, en los playoffs de la Summer de 2018. Después en 2019 sacaron un subcampeonato contra IG.
En 2019 lo mismo contra IG.
En 2020 ganaron
la y perdieron la Summer y los playoffs de Summer, los dos contra Top Esport.
¿Cómo se devaluó todo?
Se puede decir que su peor año es 2022.
2022. No, 2021 fue peor año.
2022 Summer, la subcampeón contra Top Esport. Y después de ahí ganar.
Hoy sí cumplieron el horario, boludo. ¿Qué onda? Ayer estaba re atrasado el horario.
2022.
Porque ya no tenían que presentar los equipos antes de cada cosa.
Playoffs de 2022.
Mira, EONG tiene 5 campeonatos, 4 subcampeonatos, un tercer lugar y un cuarto lugar.
Es pechito.
Juan Domingo tiene 4 campeonatos, 2 subcampeonatos, un tercer lugar y un cuarto lugar.
Repetí.
RNG es pechito.
Básicamente la diferencia en
RNG es pechito.
La diferencia en constancia entre EONG y Juan Domingo son 3 títulos, pero EONG le saca 5 años.
¿Cuánto tiene que dar, boludo? Uno.
RNG tiene 2 subcampeonatos del mundo, o sea.
Claro, es que
eso pesa también.
Eso pesa.
No, sí, o sea, bueno, internacionalmente.
Hinchas de Royal. Yo, hincha de JG, Villerson. Ahí tenés.
Yo soy hincha de JG.
Listo, matamos. Royal, el más grande, boludo.
Igual, es que extraño Invictus, extraño la esencia que Billy es un equipo trucho, boludo. Usan la indumentaria blanca y arruinan el legado de Invictus.
Nico, ¿Royal descendió?
No.
Nico, ¿cuántos subcampeonatos del mundo tiene Royal?
Ninguno, porque ganamos todas las finales que jugamos.
Ajá, bueno, entonces se puede decir que decirnos Juan Domingo automáticamente es más grande que ONG es simplemente absurdo, pero tampoco se puede descartar si ganan el mundial.
Hay dos que yo siento que están muy infravalorados por la historia en los últimos años, que son World Elite y
No, World Elite es una mierda. World Elite
me chupa la poronga, amigo. World Elite es el equipo más sumo que conocí en mi vida.
A mí me chupa huevo, pero me caen re bien World Elite y
OMG, pues.
Nunca hizo nada. Esa es la definición.
No, OMG,
No, ni pedo top 3. Yo no digo top 3, pero digo, en los 7 grandes entran, eso. Junto a Top Esport.
7 grandes.
Vamos a hacer 5, muchachos, 5 grandes.
No, de China, estúpido.
China solo tiene 5 grandes. Edo Gaming, EONG, Funplus, Invictus y Juan Domingo, listo, los demás.
¿Y LNG? El actual campeón.
Mínimo para un grande tienes que ganar un título internacional. En Corea se puede, en Corea hay 4, T1, Genji, Dragon X y Downward.
No, pero pará, boludo, y War Elite en el World de 2017, que ganó la Copa Respeto.
La Copa le sacamos un campeón del mundo.
¿Viste?
Igual una cosa, vamos, esta sí es. ¿Quién es más grande? ¿Dragon X o Downward?
No, Downward. Pero de lejos.
A ver, vamos.
Downward.
Me vas a vender de que viene desde Aimee.
No, miren, así.
No,
Dragon X que tiene. Dragon X tiene un mundial.
Bueno, muchachos, creo que encontramos por qué los fletaron al Papu Gómez de Argentina.
Ajá, bueno.
Se acaba de comer suspensión de 2 años por doping positivo.
O sea, la pregunta sería, la constancia.
Pero ahora se penaliza mal,
para
doping.
compensar 7 años de diferencia.
¿Cómo se penalizó? ¿Así?
Pero ahora ¿cómo ya esto se?
Simplemente el mundial más corrupto de la historia. Claro, porque Papu Gómez influyó demasiado.
Claro, Papu Gómez jugó de bien ese mundial, amigo.
¿Por qué se
No, bueno.
Downward arrancó en 2017.
No, ahora el mundial de Argentina se va a desvalorar porque Papu Gómez está dopado.
Porque Papu Gómez.
Eso
es que nosotros lo teníamos becado.
Downward, si no me equivoco, es el equipo más constante de la historia. Creo que es el único equipo de la historia que ha llegado a 4 cuartos de final de mundial seguidos.
A ver, como constante también lo tenés a Excel, siempre fuera de playoff hasta este año.
Como constante lo tenés a Detonation.
Bueno, Dangon es una constante jugando bien.
Como que constante.
Yo, si Damwon mete cuarto con Kelly, para mí es el más grande de Corea.
Es que es eso, tienen que... Este ya es su quinto año en Corea primera y es su quinta clasificación al mundial.
¿Cuántos equipos ganaron un mundial con Ghost de ADC?
2019 arrancó Damwon.
Lo mismo que con Gumayu.
2019 arrancó Damwon, quedó quinto.
Damwon, esto es muy ADN culé, boludo, pero Damwon viene de abajo, se hizo solo, boludo, no lo compró.
¿Cómo que ADN culé? ¿Cómo que ADN culé?
¿Cómo que no? ¿Cómo que no lo compró nadie?
No, Mogólico, cuando se hizo grande lo compraron, pero...
No, Damwon...
Se hizo grande pico y pala, eso.
No, sí, Damwon efecto Leipzig.
Si Damwon compró el roster de CJ en tu...
Ya va,
en la B, hijo de puta.
En la B.
Sí, es que vino de abajo, pero ¿cómo que ADN culé? Que tienen que ver los...
Que le suman puntos porque boludo.
A ver, no te voy a mentir, eso es que viene de abajo también, pero... Sí, Damwon es el tercero Corea y Dragon es el cuarto.
Damwon hizo la carrera de...
Originalmente es el rebranding que le dieron a Mirashi Gaming, que había avanzado de las Challenger. De la Challenger Series a la primera.
Este equipo tiene un mundial y nosotros no, me quiero cortar la hueá.
O sea, mayo 2017, Mirashi Gaming había clasificado a la escena Challenge y se cambió el nombre a Damwon.
¿Qué onda, Beril, boludo?
No se cambió el nombre,
Sí, lo hice la bio, boludo.
Al mismo tiempo, ¿qué onda, vale?
Lo hice la bio, el 28 de mayo de 2017, Damwon se registró con el roster de Mirashi Gaming que había calificado para la Challenger Scene. O sea, absorbieron a Mirashi Gaming y se hicieron cosas. Y arrancó en 2017 con Paran, Crash, Try, Berry y Hoy.
Aquí ni culpa está mal.
¿Cómo se desnuda Jokes, boludo?
Navi also in that game, by the way.
Ya se desnudó Delight.
You're right. Every game I'm trying to give credit to the junglers.
That's fine.
Delight.
That's fine, but they don't
Y acá terminemos el debate. ¿Quién es el más grande?
El Benito me lo el micro.
El que levantó el cheque o el que levantó el MSI.
Fanatic levantó el cheque, amigo, yo no.
El que levantó el MSI.
El que levantó el bidón de agua.
El que levantó el bidón de agua, amigo.
No, mira, te voy a decir una cosa. Básicamente
encima Damwon son los que mandó a CJ Entus y a Kundu Gaming a la B.
Mira, te lo voy a decir así, bastante fácil.
¿Están o eso es? No, falta.
¿G2 qué?
No,
G2 con 5 años menos. No, G2 con 4 años menos. Tiene más títulos de Europa y mejores resultados internacionales en mundial. Bueno, pero ese mundial es muy difícil de contar.
Sí, que no habían chinos ni coreanos, yo sé.
O sea, ni siquiera los Juegos Olímpicos de Uruguay están tan mal. Pero una cosa, hablando de los Juegos Olímpicos de Uruguay, los Juegos Olímpicos 28 valen más que el Mundial 30 Uruguay. El Mundial 30 Uruguay es una basura.
O sea que contamos de la Season 2 para adelante.
Sí.
Listo, Taipei el primer campeón.
A ver, realmente si quieres, no es que el mundial no cuenta, claro que cuenta, pero ¿vale menos que un MSI más o menos?
No, sí, el nivel es más grande del MSI que ganó Segundo. No sé, la final fue contra la Team Liquid, pero...
Porque es que no te voy a mentir, si el mundial hubiese crecido exponencialmente te diría, bueno, es que fue creciendo y eso, pero no, para el siguiente año el mundial literalmente era 4 veces más grande.
Pero pará. Vos decís que menos años, bla bla bla, ganó más, que es verdad. Pero también, sacando que no ganó, ¿no es más histórico Fnatic justamente por ser de la Season 1?
Y bueno, a ver, mira, ese mismo argumento Va para Dragon X Down One.
Ya sé, yo no digo que sí, yo pregunto. Sí, y para mí eso le suma puntos a Dragon que viene de antes. Pero para mí, incluso contando eso, más grande Damwon, eso.
Pero es eso, o sea, cuando tienes tantos años de diferencia, pero aún así te igualaron o te superaron, ¿qué tanto vale esos años de diferencia?
No, ¿qué leo? G2 viene de una liga horrenda. Gen.G al menos tiene competencia en su liga.
A ver, no se está equivocando ahí tampoco, o sea...
3-1, 3-0, 3-0, 3-0, 3-1, 3-0.
Me está diciendo que el Fnatic de Oscarinin es más competencia que eso. Además, te sacaron en el MSI, perdiste lo importante, imbécil.
No es para todos.
Igual le ganó todo lo que hizo
¿Viste lo de Sandro Tonali?
Por ejemplo,
y después me decían
ese mismo argumento también se puede utilizar para
cuando usa el argumento de las apuestas,
que es que el Aston Villa es más grande que el City, el Arsenal y el Chelsea.
Y sí, y lo es.
¿Y la mentira?
Y la mentira, y lo es.
Que el City sí, que el Chelsea y el...
Que el Arsenal, mira, que el Arsenal claramente más grande. Es que no hay punto de comparación.
Vos también se lo patarías.
Y es que bueno, también hay que sumarle otra cosa, el dominio que ha tenido G2 sobre Fnatic, literalmente.
Que en el historial, boludo, lo tiene de nieto.
No, literalmente.
Esa es otra, esa es otra. DK no lo tiene de nieto a Dragonic, lo tiene de ancestro.
Amigo, DK lo tiene de hijo a 31.
31 también.
Sí, pero hay una cosa, Dragon X ha ganado con Damwon en la liga, ganó el mundial con Damwon ahí. Fnatic solo ha ganado 2 legs con G2 vivo y G2 le ha sacado todo.
After, of course, a mishap at Baron as well. So, what do you take away from this game?
I mean, I think that, you know, if you are D+ Kia, it's one of those things where this was a game that
igual ahora con las nuevas vainas tengo que hacer un nuevo top de mejores organizaciones, la puta madre.
B10 primero.
¿Quién chota es la tercera organización más grande de los esports?
La más grande es Teta 1.
No, fue generación de videojugadores.
La más grande es Team Liquid.
La más grande es Team Liquid, la segunda...
En eSport en general.
De eSport en general, la segunda más grande es G2.
No, la más grande es...
La más grande es Team Liquid, la segunda es G2, la tercera Cloud9.
La tercera es Astralis.
¿Hablan en serio de equipo? No, ¿qué importa el counter?
No, en general.
O sea, a ver, Astralis solo existe en counter, más nada.
Astralis solo existe en counter.
Roya, boludo, tenemos equipo de Dota.
Sí, que van a ganar un torneo.
Teníamos ni idea, ni puta idea.
A
Solo vi un game y me prometí no ver nunca más.
A ver, la organización más grande de China es Invictus Gaming. Y después viene Dual Gaming.
No, y Funplus, ¿y Funplus dónde
Rusa.
Nah, Funplus.
Bueno,
pero ni siquiera la más grande de Rusia.
Pero es que Funplus tiene mejor resultado en Valorant que Dual Gaming, pero menos constancia, pero a Dual Gaming le saca mucho en LoL. Esa es la diferencia.
Para eso. Mejor org de Europa, Liquid.
Liquid seguido de G2.
DNA.
What the fuck, ¿qué están diciendo?
Hasta G2 es difícil porque a G2 lo que le falta son títulos mayores, pero es que en tan poco tiempo ha ganado tanto y ha sido constante en básicamente todo menos Dota.
De DNA, Cloud9 no Face.
Para mí si sos malo en el Dota también te suma punto como organización.
Después tienes a Fnatic.
No, tiene moco. No, qué asco.
Fnatic es la definición de copas.
No es un moco,
Sí,
boludo,
sí.
es un...
Fnatic.
A usted tampoco. A mí no me gusta el stage, tipo, el lugar donde están jugando, boludo.
Está bien, no sé, es vuelta a los inicios, boludo. Está como
ya empezó esta cagada, no, esto es que su LG, ¿no? Y mierda. A ver,
empezó esta cagada, minuto 20.
A ver, Fnatic.
¿Cómo que minuto 20?
Fnatic son copas polvo. Tiene títulos mundiales de casi todo, pero todos son de antes del 2010. O sea, literalmente, ni había pasado el Mundial de Sudáfrica.
Gente de Cristo, man. Mi novia no nacía todavía.
No ganan en Counter desde 2015. En LoL, bueno, es 2011. En Dota fueron una vergüenza. El único juego donde les ha ido bien recientemente es Valorant, donde han sido el mejor equipo por lejos. Pero no ganaron el Mundial, que es lo importante. Después tienes a Bill Genius, que Bill Genius también lo mismo, le ha ido bien en todo menos LoL.
Genius es diablo, boludo.
Mundial de Valo, medio de... ¿Medio de CS?
A la puta,
No.
yo arranqué
No tiene medio de CS. Vitality también, Vitality tiene de todo menos LoL.
¿Por qué se ríe así el boludazo de cubo?
Nah, hay que analizar.
Cerra la boca, amigo, te va a entrar un mosquito. La cara de muerto que tienen estos tipos, amigo, ¿cómo se?
Ah, bueno,
no está el suplente de Kelly, amigo.
Y bueno, algo con lo que ustedes están más familiarizados. Top de LoL. ¿Cuáles serían las más grandes de LoL?
T1,
D1, D2.
T1, EDG, Genji, en ese orden, T1.
No, Genji todavía no.
O sea, EDG más grande que Genji.
Tiene, a ver, 2 mundiales, pasa que tiene un MSI, pero tiene más liga, EDG que...
A ver, sí, tiene más ligas, pero Samsung tiene... Ya va, pero no...
Tiene un mundial más.
Solo tiene una liga más.
Es verdad, es cierto que ganamos 3 seguidas.
Solo tiene una liga más.
Claro, bueno, sí, entonces T1 primero, Genji segundo, tercero DG, cuarto Royal.
Samsung es el equipo, si no me equivoco, es el equipo con más top 4 de la historia.
DLSK 2003. A ver, DLSK las 3 son 6 en 2013 y 2014, las 6 veces quedaron en top 4, en 2015 fue un asco, 2016 las 2 veces quedaron en top 4, 2017 2 veces en top 4, 2018 queda una vez en top 4.
El mundial me refiero.
El mundial
Genji tiene 6.
Top 4, 2014, bueno, 2014 por 2.
2014 por 2, 2015 3.
No, 2015 no, 2015 no, 2015 no, 2015 no.
2016, hijo de puta.
Ah, 2016, 17,
17, 21 y 22.
21 y 22.
6. Creo que la única organización que tiene más top 4 es T1, que tiene 13, 15, 16, 17, 19, 21, 22. Tiene 7,
tiene uno más. T1, sí, tiene uno más. Renga que teño lo empatamos.
Sí, Genji está más cerca de T1 de lo que parece.
Un mundial y, bueno, unas cuantas LSK, ¿no?
Está un mundial, 5 LSK y 2 MSI.
No, 4 LSK.
4 LSK y 2 MSI. Ajá. Primero T1, segundo Genji, tercero el Gaming.
Cuarto Royal.
El cuarto sería Royal.
Son 3 MSI.
Exacto, son 3 MSI.
Bien, estoy feliz que ahora sí Aiming tiene una de sí,
pero
el cual no va a dar pena, ¿verdad?
Es lo mismo, es lo mismo, burro.
Es que valga
entró el Goal.
No, sí, el cuarto es Royal,
En este mundial Sasha tiene paternidad sobre
Ahora la pregunta.
Y a ver, sale counter de Kai'Sa.
¿El quinto quién es?
DK.
Yo tengo 2 candidatos, DK y G2.
G2.
El pick con más presencia es Oriana, hermano.
Damwon solo existió 2 años y murió.
¿Cómo que 2 años? Llevan 5, llevan 5.
Siendo top 4 mundial, amigo. Mira, DK tiene un mundial y una final de MSI perdidas. G2 tiene un MSI y una final del mundial perdida.
No, Sasha tiene, escuchen esto. Sasha tiene 80% de win rate, solo perdió 2 games.
¿Qué fueron?
Entonces solo jugó 10 games.
No, bueno,
eso en el main event, tengo que traer el play-in. Y Sasha en el play-in.
No, pero bueno, el play-in no lo conté.
No lo cuento porque lo juega R7 en el play-in y da pena, ¿me entendés?
Diría eso, Damwon quinto, G2 sexto.
Kai'Sa, Sasha tuvo 19 games donde ganó 13 esos 19. Para tener en cuenta que jugó SEO con Sasha y perdió.
Pero ahora que lo pienso, ¿Oriana tiene 100% de presencia?
No tiene.
¿Quién? ¿Oriana?
No, tiene 95, 98 por ahí.
No, en el Play no, pero ya tiene...
No, en Main Stage. En Main Stage,
Main Stage tiene 100. En Main Stage tiene 100.
Es verdad, Oriana tiene 100% de presencia en Main Stage. Diablazo.
Qué bolas.
Lo que tengo que buscar.
Nah, igual, posta que el mejor pick de este. A mi criterio, el mejor pick de este mundial es Saya. Después viene Oriana.
Los que más presencia tienen son Oriana, Kalista, Saya, Asiri y Mokai.
¿Y cómo va la...?
Para ver, el campeón más jugado es Kaisa. El campeón más jugado es Kaisa y el segundo es Saya. Y el tercero es
a ver.
Yo decía presencia,
Bueno,
¡Para Def! ¿Por
sí,
qué?
señores.
Porque está roto.
A ver mi bolita de cristal.
No está roto. En este Power 6 no tiene aumento. Este 6 tiene el aumento.
No está roto.
No importa, sigue teniendo un daño estúpido.
El campeón con más presencia es Kaisa. Pero ahora Saya la igualó con 10-10 las dos.
Lo dejaron cocinar
No piquearon la puta madre, no piquearon
Bueno,
no puede
piquearon
ser.
Sasha y piquearon Oriana, así que agrega eso a las estadísticas.
Lo dejaron cocinar demasiado.
Saya es el mejor win rate. Pero la pegué eso. Tipo. Es el win rate más alto en bans. ¿En bans quiénes son? Kalista se está metiendo en bans misteriosamente. Nadie la tenía en cuenta.
Ay, Handai, Martínez, Jamie Thomas, Mooney, Willox. Esto es un dodge tremendo.
Amigo, yo solo voy a decir, no van a ver una cosa más horrible que el Renekton de King.
¿Quién tiene el mejor KD actualmente?
Ruler seguramente.
Hansama, 9 de KD. Después viene Scout con 9 también, Ruler con 6. ¿Dónde está Gala? Gala con 5. Ah, no, nada que ver.
Amigo, Scout tiene 29 de KDA.
No, 29 tiene Scout, le re.
Chovy 27, Missing y Canavi 23.
Chovy 27, Ruler 23, boludo.
De Light 12-5. Palafox tiene 10.
Poco se está hablando de que Ruler está en pija, boludo. Igual, ¿se dieron cuenta que exceptuando Canavi, el resto no repitió campeón?
Bueno, tampoco es como que Genji jugó con alguien, entonces dejen de inflarlo.
O sea, yo creo que la estrategia de JDG es clara, tipo, van a piquear todos campeones distintos para que nadie lo
J de Gaming y LNG sí jugaron contra equipos buenos, boludo.
Viene, póngale porro.
Por favor, que no nos toque contra J de Gaming mañana.
Pero si ya está sorteado.
No, pues no está sorteado, sortea más tarde. Sortea cuando termina todo. Después de The Game se sortea.
Yo por favor quiero que JDG le toque LNG.
No quiero ver otro Civil War, a ver, yo quiero ver...
¿Para qué? Bueno, entonces que toque Genji JDG que se caen a piña.
Pero no sé, sí, prefiero que se caigan a piña y que pierda Genji a ver otro torneo doméstico, boludo.
Hijo de puta, no, pero si quieren un Genji G2, ya pasaste, boludo.
Y bueno, otra cogida
Ojalá seas Genji G2 y ganes G2.
No le voy a decir, yo mañana le apuesto a que G2 saca un game, boludo. Va a ser magia G2.
Imposible, weón.
¿Por qué imposible? Igual la diferencia de esos tres equipos, para mí G2 está en un escalón debajo de esos. Y JG está un escalón por encima de los otros dos, boludo.
Pasa que Luca dice casi me da un infarto, pero... ¿Infarto de qué? Bueno, si los tres equipos son horribles. Los tres equipos son el terror de cualquier...
Bueno, o sea, la probabilidad es altísima de que de esos tres equipos dos estén en... O sea, para mí no hay chance de que al menos dos de los tres estén en semis, tipo JDG y Shinji o JDG LNG.
Pero ahí van a estar los tres en semis, pero bueno.
Es obvio que esos dos van a estar en semi. Tipo, para mí le hubieran dado el boleto a la semifinal y...
Bueno.
Yo tengo miedo de un best of 5 contra LNG.
No, tú tranquilo que Chovy hasta ahorita no jugó un BO5 en World War.
Chovy se cae la pata, el lobo.
Chovy está jugando bien, porque antes estaba jugando, tipo, el año
si
pasado jugó para el ojete.
Se cagonea todo.
Chovy siempre jugó mal en el mundial, pero hasta los best of 1 lo jugaba mal. Ahora está jugando bien, lo veo tú, Juan.
Ahora sí, se le enfrió el pecho a Chovy.
Chovy se cagaba encima, boludo.
Bueno, yo hice un sorteo falopa. Yo hice un sorteo falopa y me salió JD contra LNG y G2 contra Genji.
Por favor, no sea JD contra
No, pasa eso y los Team One se van a quejar, así que mejor no le conviene Riot que pase.
Me da una gana de que gane KT acá y vayan contra T1.
Sí, sí.
No, yo prefiero que yo prefiero que vaya DK contra T1, porque KT contra T1 nunca va a ganar.
No, los Best of One los hicieron mierda.
Nada, pero esto se importa, esto se importa.
Es que tiene que no sé, que no sé quién es peor, si Kelly no quería ahora.
Estuvieron debatiendo.
Sí, estoy debatiendo quién es peor, si Kelly no quería ahora.
¿En qué quedaron?
Desactiva el buffo Dragon X, como lo hizo Pyosic.
Sí, no tiene ADC, DK, boludo.
Mira, si a KT le ganan con Six, que se retiren de LoL.
Ay, qué rico que va a estar este mundial.
Por fin un mundial.
Si ya sos el candidato número 1. Hijo de puta, pero Alexis, ¿hace cuánto juega mundiales G2? ¿2016?
Sí.
7 mundiales para aprender a usar la mufa a favor de G2. 7.
Mimo, tocará ver Toaru.
¿Qué número?
Pregunta express. ¿Cuál es el equipo más grande de LoL sin nada internacional?
¿Sin nada internacional? No,
Exacto.
tiene una MSI.
No.
Misfits.
Detonation.
Sin nada internacional.
Sin nada.
PT Rollster, boludo.
XD.
¿Quién, boludo? Top eSport, no sé si vos.
Top eSport, War Elite, OMG,
KT.
A ver.
Rock Tigers, les cabió.
Es verdad,
KT, históricamente mejor que...
Rock
tiene 2 seasons nomás, gordo pelotudo.
Y son mejores que todos los...
Amigo, en 2 seasons ganaron más que KT en toda su historia, boludo.
Mira.
Además, en 2 seasons le ganaron a KT.
En mi opinión, el equipo más grande sin nada internacional es Cloud9.
Puede ser.
Es verdad, puede ser.
De 2017.
Cloud9 2 veces llegó a semifinal y después no hizo nada más.
2 veces.
¿2 veces?
Sí,
Eso fue mucho.
Season 1, amigo.
Ay, no, eso fue TSM.
Ah, no, será TSM, es verdad. Es verdad.
No, no fue TSM, tampoco fue TSM.
A ver, sí, el Season 1 fue TSM. Pero es que Cloud9 tiene la Copa Constancia, la Copa casi siempre llegamos a cuartos. La Copa tenemos mucho título.
Si KT pierde esto, ojito con irse un 0-3 KT, boludo. Desde la... Nah, pero desde la LSK no gana un game, boludo.
¿Cuándo fue la última vez que KT ganó algo? Cuando ganaron a Genji, ¿no?
Creo que la ganaba Hanwha. Después perdieron solo que jugaron.
Cerralo. Sí.
No puedo ver esta mierda. Aló.
Claro.
Yo digo que es ese, que es Cloud9.
No, mentira, KT quedó top 4. Se enfrentó creo contra T1 y...
Me calenté, Flash Wolves.
Bueno, si siguieran existiendo.
Si Riot no hubiera matado la LBS.
Me calenté algunos.
Copa Constancia.
KT hijo bobo de T1.
Jugador más grande sin título internacional.
Chovy.
Bueno, sí, no era difícil, ¿no? La verdad que no lo pensé mucho.
No, Mem no tiene nada.
Bueno, me dije jugador grande, boludo.
Voy a decir, dije Cleveland, pero el pendejo no le metí.
Gala.
Sin no tiene nada. Ah, no, sí, ganó el Sin, no que nada. Viper.
Viper tiene mundial.
¿Cuándo?
Kylie-san.
Cap tiene un MSI.
No cuenta.
No, es verdad, Kylie-san no tiene.
Ya hay que este mes hasta que gane el mundial.
Envejeció rápido el mundial de Viper. All of my homies support
Cuenta que él sí es el peor campeón del mundial, no puede perder tanto bien campeón del mundial.
No, pero ese mundial,
Pero
amigo,
tiene,
eran
saben
todos
lo
los
que es
equipos
levantada del
buenos.
mundo. Che, puesta que.
Pero yo sé, pero
Nico,
cuenta,
ey,
¿Sabe qué juego? Por eso dicen que soy un mal campeón el equipo.
Amigo, ese fue el
está
mundial con
está
más
un top 2
nivel.
de este mundial actualmente.
Chupame la pija, no hay chances.
Amigo, todos los equipos contra los que
No,
Yo lo mandé como el mejor mismo, Gólico. Y sí.
Ese Dual Gaming.
Otro equipo frío, ¿no?
El Fenway está jugando una locura, boludo.
Ese mundial de Dual Gaming jugaron bastante bien. La final
Amigo, la final fue la mejor final de la
La
historia.
final puede ser, pero
¿qué digo?
RK y Edward ganaron la copa.
No,
Hicimos una final de mundo. El mejor
Pero amigo,
Y nadie se enteró, y nadie se
amigo,
enteró,
¿vas a
y nadie
decir
se
que
enteró.
GG no era sexo en ese año también?
No, una mierda de que la final de Dragon X
igual,
fue mejor que la de Dango.
La ruta de Edward fue buena, la ruta de Edward fue muy buena.
La ruta de Edward fue buena. Cuarto Hanward.
Remontada 1-2.
Amigo,
Power Spike.
La ruta de Edward fue buenísima.
La final de
Shenji y Down,
La final de One Direct fue buena por narrativa, pero en nivel fue una mierda.
O sea, la final de Dragon X T1 tuvo dos estompeadas patéticas.
Tenés momentos históricos como los robos de varón, la última teamfight.
Momento histórico que se llama Game 5.
Pero fue malísimo en nivel.
Mira, sí, o sea.
Pero a mí no me importa es divertirme.
La Q de Lux de Keria.
La final del mundial del año pasado solo se recuerda Game 5. El resto, nadie se enteró que
Yo me
existió.
acuerdo Game 2 donde dijiste esto ya lo ganó T1 y literalmente
Mira,
verdad.
Literalmente la final tuvo tres games buenos y dos games excesivamente malos. El de Edward Gaming Danwon fueron 5 games puros, sexo, pelea, buenísimo.
Volvió la esencia de la bolsa. ¿Cómo olvidar cuando en 2020 las partidas aburrían para el carajo y nos poníamos a analizar la historia de los eSports?
La linda época donde Edward no había robado un mundial.
Ay, me da pena ese Down, boludo, que perdió contra Dragon X.
Aparte de los cuartos contra Royal, o sea, Royal se pegó la trogueda de su vida, ¿no? Pero tuvo sexo también, no acuerdo.
Es que los cuartos para mí fueron la mejor serie, pero siento que estoy muy balanceado.
Amigo,
está cegado por
Amigo, la
semifinal.
A lo que yo voy es que Royal fácilmente le ganaba a Edward y ganaba el mundial.
Sí. Aparte ganaron en el MSI, o sea.
Que no ganaron ni
a Jay le ganaban caminando.
No, Royal no le ganaba a Jay.
Sí, Royal le ganaba caminando a Shenji.
Chuchi van a ganar con Craig, no.
Le ganaron a DK que estaba invicto en todo.
A DK le ganaron en el MSI, pero creo que en pero DK hubiera ganado el mundial para mí.
¿Y cómo no van a ganar ellos con Rascal Jester en todo, boludo? Contra Papaya. Hasta que boludo no se adaptó rápido al meta de Jace Graves, boludo.
Es verdad, el meta era una mierda.
No, eran dos picks en top, en ADC era Lucian o Fortune,
Yaku mataron porque jugar Jace tipo para un loco que nunca, o sea, tipo no es lo mismo un hijo de puta top average asiático que está jugando Jace.
Amigo,
la serie Dragon X Edward Game no compite para la mejor final. La serie Dragon X Edward Gaming compite de Dragon X Danwon. Edward Gaming compite en la mejor serie de la historia. Fue buenísimo.
Costa, sos venezolano y no sabes nada de LOL, cállate.
Es verdad, fue buenísimo.
Lo que le faltó al Edward fueron momentos.
Dijo la frase.
Que es lo que sí tiene.
Para mí sí le faltaron momentos, porque para mí la semifinal.
A ver, no. Sí, mira. No vengan con que no tuvo momentos. Sí tuvo momentos.
Te digo algo. La final de coso de Dragon X tiene Feria Yotando, al negro Lil Nas, tenés todo. Y la otra tenés una presentación grabada y los presidentes de Riot estaban en la premier de Arcane. Mirá lo importante que fue esta final.
Es verdad que, mira, es verdad que
fue una falta de respeto de Riot a su propio equipo. No.
Mira, la única razón por la que según Ike no tiene plays, momentos y narrativa.
¿Cómo que viene mi nominación del mundial?
Qué grande Khan, qué grande Khan.
Te juro porque se muera Wave. Te lo juro que no es por eso, le tengo bronca y odio, pero yo trato de ser objetivo. Porque para mí es más injusta incluso, pero fue buena por la play de Aphelios y todo. Pero la final de DK, para hacer una final mapa, quinto, o sea, hasta quinto mapa le faltó. Si vos me decís que son los cuartos de un MSI, son perfectos, pero no puede.
Mira, tú literalmente cambias Idle Gaming por T1 y todo el mundo estaría hablando, no, la mejor final de historia, todo el mundo te estaría diciendo, no, cuando Gumayushi con el flash esquivó la E de Syndra Showmaker, cuando vino Kani y hizo un flash con Gragas que ganó el tercer game que estaban perdiendo, te la harían
Igual, tampoco puedo hablar mucho la pena porque la vi una sola vez. Y no la pienso nunca más.
Si Faker hubiera jugado a la semifinal en vez de BDD, amigo, esa sería la semifinal más recordada de la historia.
Bancan que la final de 2021 perdió emoción de ¿cómo se llama esto? De ambiente por ser en un,
no había público,
cuadrado, boludo.
En un stage cerrado y que básicamente el teaser de la final fue promocionar al Cali.
No. El teaser de la final y de la semi estuvo muy bueno.
No, pero yo me refiero a los jugadores, tipo cuando ganó Edward parecía que hubiera ganado una Scream, o sea...
Porque no había gente.
¿Y por qué no estoy cerrado? No había público.
Para mí
pero sí fue público, fueron todos los hinchas de Edward.
Eso es lo que se perdió. Eso es lo que se perdió en 2021.
Mira. Si quieres, Nicolás, ahorita vas a poner los highlights de la serie para que veas todo lo que pasó.
Bien pedo, no más.
No, nos vemos la serie completa, ya fue.
32 minutos dura. Bastante.
Esa serie está...
Si van a jugar un motivo, ¿qué van con Jax?
Esa serie está al nivel del Clone Night War Elite, del T1 con
No me la fija. El single es más grande que toda esa serie.
Sinceramente.
Una mierda.
No, agarren a John Macker.
El sigue de 5 grande.
Lo que pega,
confirmamos que la peor final del mundo.
Gracias,
Tienen daño, tienen doble AP de pokeo. ¿Por qué se tiran de cara estos muertos?
¿Dónde lo estás viendo?
Hizo el truco de Enzo.
No, muchacho, te muteo en el mundial.
Yo también voy a mutear a Alexi, ahora si sigue peleando.
Pero si yo no spoileé, boludo, si estoy viendo estoy viendo con vos, Hollywood. Estoy viendo con vos, el que spoileó fue Yanka.
Yo estoy viendo la transmisión.
Te muteo porque me da pena, boludo. Sos un
¿A quién le dijiste?
A vos, porque spoileaste la Shockwave. Me quedé pensando que Shockwave.
No, pensé que le tiró Shockwave a la Sir.
Acabas de decir que te hiciste el truco denso. Acabas de admitirlo.
No, pero lo tengo timeado el tuyo para poder verlo en 2K. Pero yo pensé que la había ido.
Gracias.
Cerrado.
Solo lo único que te voy a pedir.
No sé quién lo muteó, pero gracias, boludo.
A ver,
fíjate, ahí le tira a BDD el coso, pensé que lo iba a ultear.
Dijiste la Shockwave. Y ahora pasa la Shockwave.
Bueno, no sé. No la vi, boludo.
Mierda, me enteré que tiró alta Shockwave para tirar Shockwave. Yo tiro la bolita de arena ahí y se me vuelve, boludo, porque se queda fuera del...
Yo estuve viendo la partida de T1 contra Sensi. Las Shockwave de Fake fueron horribles todas, boludo.
Te juro, yo juego Oriana, tiro la bolita porque nunca pega rango. Los juegan los profesionales quieren 50 kilómetros la cuba de Oriana.
Ustedes no sé si vieron
quién es un pajero. Me apuesta, ¿quién es un pajero?
¡Cerra los gente, Alexi, la puta que te parió!
Te putean tucumana.
No, pero ahí se lo dijo a tiempo, ahí se lo dijo bien en la transmisión.
Ahí se lo dejo a tiempo, what the fuck.
Es atemporal, lo puedes decir siempre.
No, me da igual, es temporal, no, quiero que cierre los gente.
Cuando Alex diga otra cosa, se está adelantando.
Quiero que cierre los gente, pero porque lo cierre en general, no por la tele.
Bancan...
No banco, cerrar los gente. ¿Vieron ayer en la última TF contra Liquid? Faker literalmente tira la bolita, se sale del rango y se tira la ulti encima. No le pega a nadie.
Hay una en la sesión donde le tira la última TF, le tira la ulti a Cali y a Cali le queda con AR. Y no tira a nadie la AR. ¿Cómo se grabó la Oriana de Faker?
BDD o seca.
Pará, cuando Oriana estaba recontra fuerte en 2017, acá le estaba revolcada, ¿no?
2017 no.
Aparte Cali, aparte Oriana no estaba jugando.
pero ¿por qué?
Seca, seca.
O sea que Seca, la prima de Seca está re buena.
A la mierda.
Vidito, jugadores que merecen mundial.
Qué mal entra aquí.
Vivi, Cap, Cap lo merece mucho más que Vivi. Bueno, Vivi llegó a alguna final alguna vez, nunca llegó a una final Vivi, ¿no?
No, semifinal nomás.
Por muerto.
Ya va, Vivi, no, 2017.
La gente en 2019, 2020, ¿por qué King no juega un mundial? King ahora que está jugando un mundial, malo de mierda, por Dios.
Pero King no fue en 2018.
¿Quién era el que respaldaba aquí en el hijo de puta?
No, Tommy Barreto. Tommy Barreto.
No, Barreto no lo banca aquí, no me
Tommy Barreto era el hater número uno de King.
Joder,
Un tipo que siempre da el sí que
¿Cómo se llamaba el tipo ese que bardeamos el año pasado o el antepasado?
Alexis.
No, uno que era de Facebook.
Alexis.
Alanis.
Coca.
Amigo, al que va.
Ah, cuando el alter ego de Costa.
Nada, gente, en el grupo WhatsApp hay un tipo llamado Toby.
Me molestaban porque también seguía a la LMS.
Costa cuando era modo Beneco Maduro, boludo.
Fue ayer que Toby decía, no, el draft de T1 fue peor porque Ashe explora ese café, Dios mío, lo que le llovió.
Ashe. En el meta actual Ashe es mejor que Afelio.
Exacto, por eso el tipo decía, no, Ashe no va a ser
Afelio es
El tema de Afelio actualmente es que necesita pil y no va a jugar a Afelio si está jugando Leona.
Afelio no tiene daño.
No, literalmente la definición de Afelio es ¿por qué vas a
Afelio necesita pil? El problema es ese. Igual te puede mandar una Wixie nomás y que se quede farmeando oleadas, pero...
O sea, ¿por qué jugarías a Afelio? Si literalmente aunque lleguen 6 ítems, Kaisa va a hacer más daño en todos los...
Kaisa con un Draktar en la mochila.
La única manera que Afelio es igual el daño actual de una Kaisa o de una Saya es que tenga 700 chakras ahí cargados y que no se mueren los primeros 40 segundos.
Ojo, le quitó 5 de daño cada uno.
Dale, creador de show. De gapa.
Amigo, pueden guardiar atrás, Cana le va a saltar a Billy, se van a comer la poronga de su vida. Amigo, y el que graba el observer, por favor, ¿me puede dar visión al observer?
No, ¿qué graba? Bien lejes, amigo, qué lejes.
¿Por qué el que graba no hace nada?
¿A dónde porongo el tío? Puso igual, ¿no?
Su capo.
¿Cómo podéis perder los dragones si estáis por delante en toda una composición de polvo, de verdad?
Porque se comieron todo el poke.
Porque se comieron el poke.
Porque se comieron todo el poke y apareció el enfermo de Cana por detrás y le tiraron toda la ulti y no le pegaron ninguna.
Es eso, le tiraron todo a Cana y Cana ulti ganó 700 de resistencia mágica porque Jax...
No, saltó un guarda, amigo. Porque no ultió Cana, ¿vale? Sigue teniendo la ulti.
¿Qué no lo escucho despacio?
Nah, qué buenísimo el win probability del match de G2 contra Suning. Suning llegó 100% y perdió.
Suning.
No quiero justificar a T1, pero quiero pensar que los tipos nunca se acostumbraron al cagadero que hizo ellos, que el meta mundial pasado a este, especial con los camiones, todos los ítems. Dios mío, la duración se fue sabático.
Va a ganar de KO. Ahora
¿Sabes qué está bueno? Que todos los días hay sorteo, ese también está bueno.
Eso está divertido.
A ver.
Y pues no sabes
le da un plus que no tiene ningún mundial, boludo. Está bueno.
¿Creen que T1 debería hacer cambios? A ver, cambios para T1.
Por favor, amigo, por favor, que
Igual, si T1 sale campeón de este mundial es un milagro, porque el meta no es solo malo, es horrible.
Cambios en T1, dejaría la voz. En top, definitivamente One.
No, a Kiria lo tienen que rajar a la mierda, boludo.
En la jungla te vuelve a Benji. Y de mid te pongan a
El
Belly.
de RX.
Amigo, para mí el único que...
Super Tomalinga.
Volver y listo.
Yo voy a decir, para mí el único que se tiene que quedar es Zeus, porque Gumayushi merece equipo mejor y Keria tiene que jugar en la LLA, boludo. Honor directamente que vaya a jugar en Furio, boludo. Honor directamente...
El nuevo refuerzo para acá.
Honor directamente a Furious, amigo, ya ni en la LLA, boludo, va a la
La
Liga de
mierda,
Chile, boludo.
banco, estoy.
No, no estás,
Que vaya a jugar in-houses con More.
Datazo que nadie preguntó. Todos los equipos que mandó se no tienen una G.
JDG, LNG,
G2. Nosotros tenemos 2G, somos la G superior.
Triunfó el gaming.
Tienes 2G.
Triunfó el gaming.
2.
Literal, triunfó el gaming porque quedó Gamers 2.
Gamer, literalmente, JDG. Generación Gaming. Gamer
El
2.
el LNG que es el Link.
Royal Never Gaming Up.
Pero si ya tienes una G, ¿por qué mierda?
Para Intel Gaming Sport... No, Intel Kingdom Gaming Sport Club no tiene 2G. No.
Diablazo.
In la va a cagar en cualquier momento.
Y la novedad.
Sí, la cagó varias veces, boludo.
Están comiendo el
Porque no
poke,
metieron
tienen una
prestación
manera de
cuando pudieron. Qué
disparar.
troleada que pegó, por Dios.
Tenía flash y cronómetro. Se mueve igual.
A ver, mira, aunque sea otro león, no fue el mayor troll de esa partida. Eso fue Hansama.
De Sai.
No, Hansama.
Qué malo que es Hansama, qué malo que es.
Papá de Bang.
Ahora se viene, como decirlo, la fase de Rapage 2. Ver si puede ganar los mejores de 3.
No puede,
A ver.
en mi caso, no puede.
A ver, si puede clasificar teniendo en cuenta que es muy probable que le toque un equipo de Occidente rival 2-1.
Ahora es cuando nos toca el NG y echamos al NG.
No, pues. ¿Qué equipo hay en Occidente?
No, pasa.
Le puede tocar Fnatic, le puede tocar más, le puede tocar
LNG está
Fnatic.
mejor que Genji. LNG está mucho
No,
mejor que Genji.
no
Sí.
sé.
Le puede tocar
Se
NRG.
enfrentó a T1, hijo de puta.
Hay 4
Y el
equipos
NG a
de
Energy,
Voy, te combate uno. El
Sí,
calambre en la
hay
mano.
Le puede tocar T1, le puede tocar el ganador de este match. Le puede tocar. ¿Puede haber rematch? ¿Puede haber un Weibo G2 otra vez?
Sí, puede.
Sí, hay rematch acá.
No, si no, es imposible que haya. Lo retrasan al máximo los rematch.
No,
¿Qué
pero
pasa
por ahí.
que ¿qué rayo? La más italiana, hijo de puta.
G2 huevos se puede dar en el 2-3.
Exacto. Es la única alternativa que se da un G2 Weibo es que en el 2-2 haya los otros 4 equipos también hayan jugado entre sí.
Dato flash cañón.
No, da igual, el sorteo es un sorteo, pero digo, tipo, no van a hacer una excepción diciendo, no se
Aparte,
puede volver a
siempre
enfrentar.
hacen que el público mueva, tipo, ahí sí que
No, o sea, así hacen, por ejemplo, si sale G2 y después sale Weibo, dicen, bueno, Weibo por el siguiente.
Como
Bueno, pero eso lo tiene que dejar antes, ese grito.
Tenés este Pevi.
A ver, porque no... Busquen cualquier formato suizo, van a ver que no hay rematch.
Además que están 2-2.
Este capo no me interesa mundiales.
Aunque rara vez se da que se vuelvan a encontrar en un equipo.
No, por ejemplo, en el Counter no hay rematch porque usan el sistema de puntaje. Acá no es sistema de puntaje.
¿Cómo que sistema de puntaje?
Sí, tiene el formato suizo tiene sistema de puntaje en
Bien
el.
tirada, le doy 10 puntos.
Bueno, al menos se lo
Fíjate que hay
llevaron,
unos puntajes en las tablas. Kelly es el peor support en la historia de Corea, boludo.
No porque está effort, live, vista.
Yo solo voy a decir,
Snowflower.
Yo solo voy a decir,
porque
Escúchame
está
una cosa,
tilteada, se vaya a la mierda.
Live llegó a una semifinal del mundial. Kelly no va a pasar.
Están tilteados estos tipos.
Mirá, ¿cómo está ahí? Paso en general, no sé cómo funciona el puntaje, pero por ejemplo.
yo solo voy a decir que juegazo, que Wellington tenga la W a Bluetooth. Juegazo.
Chura, macaco.
Soy el canal.
No hay nada que me moleste más en este juego que la W, que
Sí, boludo, que
a Bluetooth de Wellington.
¿Cómo lo van a matar, boludo?
ADN defensa, boludo. ¿Qué hace? Metilo. Si quieren empiezo Dragon, dijo Kelly, boludo.
Areo le soporta, Areo.
Mira ese Bluetooth, papá, mira el ni Twisted Fate tiene un CZ con tanto rango.
Esa es la
El
Leona de
sumo
Jumpy.
suplente lo de DK, ¿no lo trajeron a Mundial? Enfermo.
Ahí tenés, Costa, el BU, ese es el, ¿cómo se llama? El Butch Holz,
Solo diré que mientras el grosso weón andaba inflando al Nunching de Kelly, los verdaderamente basados veían a los malos de mierda de Bro con Delight.
Banco.
Bueno,
Era yo.
gracias KT. Muchas gracias KT. Nada, igual, la puede perder KT.
No, una cosa por detrás y jugando.
No, tienen a Sasha, o sea, tienen
Es que
la
para
mejor
mí
combo de
Jordan no
juego.
fue el problema, boludo. O sea,
Y para
no
mí
fue la
tampoco,
solución, pero nunca fue el
ganar,
problema. Pero Kelly sí es el problema.
Pero Kelly me estuvo con Deogdan.
No, sí, perdón, sí.
Literalmente
Kelly era el problema y Jordan no era una solución.
Literalmente Kelly era el cáncer, boludo. Hubieran traído. Ey, si hubieran traído.
La Jordan y traen a una DC peor.
Ey, si hubieran traído a Beryl. Lindo roster.
No sé,
Si traían a Beryl yo estaba cagadísimo, amigo.
De pregunta si Bell quería ir a DK.
Nah, no se
Bueno. Lo que vale. ADN Griffin. ADN Griffin.
Amigo, los dos mejores Alistar del mundo.
¿Quién tiene ADN Griffin King?
Legend, boludo.
Legends, pelotudo.
Alexis, ¿quién estuvo toda su vida en la frica, hijo de puta? A vos te sacan de T1 y no entendí nada.
Bueno, gracias KT por hacerme ganar una cosa.
Ojo, KT decidió no enviar e intentar trolear el game.
ADN KT.
No, Areo de coach.
Es la costumbre, ¿viste?
Enviado, no, hay que flipear Nacho.
Buena conectando el juego.
Griffin es el semillero del mundo, lo hicieron de
para las stats, amigo.
La academia del LOL, de grande.
La cadena de brillo.
¿Tú sabes por qué este Six no sirve? Le falta matemas.
No vio
sabes la
custom,
diferencia entre fútbol y nada.
Por algo las custom vale más que el mundial.
Las custom cambiaron el meta del mundial.
Yo solo voy a decir, los veces que tienen costa, tienen
¿Cómo que pego
0%
Corky? ¿Cómo que Luden? ¿Cómo que Luden?
Los veces de costa tienen 0% win rate, Baru 0% win rate, R 0% win rate,
Jory contra Burgo todos los días.
Y la verdad, Legends estaba buscando el highlight.
Meta de LOL. Meta las custom.
ADN y
Oh, vaya.
los dos mejores alistas.
¿Cómo te
vaya,
meta de las customs? Si en LOL no.
Yo creo que si sacara si siguiera sacando los datos de los champs, seguiría Kog'Maw, Brian, Yone,
Me encanta.
Yori,
No,
Nautilus.
mi equipo no va al
sí.
mundial por el super y correr mi puta. Digo, ok, mucho por DK porque es el equipo que más me gusta de lo que están. Va a perder por culpa del super y correr mi puta, es increíble.
Me da una re pena, boludo.
Que se suicida, Kelly.
Yo me que está jugando las custom, boludo. No se va a tirar ni en pedo.
Guardando KDA.
Está guardando KDA. Anatema con el
Amigos, le hace daño negativo ese Six.
ADN venezolano.
Denle las cadenas de Anatema ese Six, amigo, porque acá de plano los últimos tres no le hizo daño.
Valoremos a KT, pero posta Kelly le hizo un favor, boludo.
Hay que verlo contra un equipo con 5 players acá.
Contrate uno para que se achiquen y pierdan.
Y pero Antiguo le mata miedo, boludo.
Bueno, no, pero Antiguo también hay que verlo jugando contra 5 players.
Paternidad, KT, boludo. Todos los matches se lo cogieron a KT, boludo.
Dale Showmaker, dale Showmaker.
Showmaker, please do something, por lo menos suicidate como tus compañeros.
Nah, qué hizo,
Ojo, la vuelta. La vuelta Showmaker.
Ay, mirá.
No, por lo menos perdiste KDA.
No lo perdimos porque sigue con una sola muerte.
Lo boicotearon
la cara Showmaker.
Nah, puesta Sasha. Yo no entiendo por qué no se banean a Sasha. Hermano, mirá lo que hace ese campeón.
Yo me quedé diciendo, a ver, pasen el Blitz.
Pasen el Blitz.
Pasen Blitz.
Cuando le hagan MVP a Def y Def porque
mejor contra Ram o BDS O Team Liquid.
Sorteo.
No, mira.
Team Liquid y
Liquid
pierda.
les gana, amigo, Liquid les gana.
Ahorita es cuando Gam saca el Prime y dice, es el momento de dejar a alguien fuera del mundial y hace el mejor videos de la historia.
Bueno, se viene.
El comeback más épico de la historia de
What the fuck,
Mi
cierran
cara
todos, salió campeón del
cuando
mundo,
Giga
quedó.
Marín se elimina Decay utilizando el bug más raro que has leído.
Igual Damwon no va.
Ojalá jueguen algo raro, no juegan estándar y los hacen mierda.
O sea, a Damwon solo le puede tocar
todos
Giga
globales
Marín,
con
BDS o Team Liquid.
Exacto.
Pero se respeta eso.
Y ya sabemos que cuando le banean los campeones insignia, Adam y su Redstone son una mierda.
¿Quién juega mañana?
Los dos,
Los cuatro primeros, G2, Senji, JD y
ZZ.
Para ver cómo G2 se come un 2-0 y el otro match ZZZ.
Nada, yo estoy hay 3 equipos que están ahorita que no me toca Juan Domingo,
No, apuesta que Juan Domingo fue el que más
Mira, si el emparejamiento JD Gaming Genji y G2 LNG, los dos chinos van a pasar 3-0.
No. Sí, LNG le va a ganar 2-1 a G2 y JG le va a ganar 2-0 a Shenji.
Pero, a ver, si se soltó este amañado, como se está sospechando, porque a ver, 5 encuentros de una misma región, por Dios, te quedo 2 o 3, pero 5. Van a emparejar a los dos equipos chinos y individual con G2, porque hay un chino y otro de otra región.
Pero ¿por qué está mañado?
No creo que el sorteo esté amañado.
Está mañana. Está en el momento en el que le dicen al público que mueva las pelotitas, ya está, boludo.
Esto no es la Libertadores, esto no está mañado.
Esto no es el chat GPT de la CUT, ¿no?
Yo viendo el chat, necesito el meme de Napoleón. Yo viendo cuando el chat GPT me pone a Arevalo, a Tadeo, a Denis.
Se
acabó.
Shenji está tercero junto a LNG, que estaría quinto junto a Billy y pondría... No pongo KT, eso sería la distribución.
Necesito hacer una plantilla de Napoleón. Pasen imágenes viendo el vacío. Listo, se acabó.
Me da más miedo Arevalo el equipo que Shenji.
Me da más miedo Arevalo el equipo que JD.
No, Arevalo, es que verga, Arevalo posiblemente es el jugador más inconsistente de la historia. De la bolsa. Del LOL en general, del LOL.
Bueno, que en un buen día
Recuerda cuando jugaba Flex y le ganó un Grandmaster para luego perder con plata.
Es eso, el pendejo te puede sacar o el mejor rendimiento de toda la historia del LOL o el peor rendimiento. Dios mío, no voy a superar la partida contra el Grandmaster. Mira cómo se ganó.
Arevalo es un ser indistinguido. Ustedes lo guardean, pero es el más inteligente de la bolsa.
Arevalo contra el mejor ult de todo las. Listo, 2 solo kills y acabo de ver. Arevalo contra la Irelia de cualquier random de la bolsa. ¡No!
No, pero la Irelia es una realidad.
Esto es un nuevo, te va a decir.
Nicolás ganqueó mal,
Amigo, miren la puta que es general.
Arevalo jugando contra un tanque y con su lado.
¿Qué más fue esa parte? No se les echó. Bueno, eso voy a decir 8 de 8. El único que sabe de LOL acá.
Re orto, Arevalo. Yo también me voy a pegar 8 de 8 si no me troleaba BDS, boludo.
¿Por qué no te confías en Adam, pues? Porque confías en un cáncer.
¿Por qué deberías comprar la mierda de Mad Lion, boludo?
Voy a buscar la partida de... Voy a buscar la flex.
Bueno, yo tuve casi perfect.
A ver.
Ramiro Marra, ¿qué es esto, boludo? No, utilizando la energía. ¿Qué es esto, hermano?
A ver.
¿Vieron que el dólar está falsificando el
La
precio?
encontré. Dios mío, es que es absurdo.
Madre, puse Team
¿Por qué
Liquid.
están dos Karinin? ¿Desde cuándo Karinin juega en KT?
No, es que es MVP de ese partido, pues. Creo que no lo pasó muy bien.
KT acaba de fichar a Karinin como support para DK. Digo, DK.
KT fichó a Karinin como support para DK.
Sí, le dio pena y se lo fichó a ella.
Gracias por...
¿Ya le imagen?
No. Ahora viene el Royal.
Ahora viene el Royal contra
Racing.
Siempre confié, hermano. Nunca lo dudé.
Sí, vas a tirar un. No vas a poder aguantarte la gana y vas a tirar un pick del anime 2 y vas
No, si le ganamos, si quedó hasta el tercero, lo puedo llegar a decir.
No,
muere quedó.
Cambio,
Cerrá todo, Alexis. Yo solo te lo voy a dejar así de corta. Cerrá el orto.
Amigo, ¿qué mierda le importa una entrevista con el muerto de Oscarín?
A mí, ni siquiera eso le importa esa entrevista.
Compré dólar a 1000 y está a 1100, ganamos.
Ay, que uno le toque, no sé, que le toque con Rock Tiger Prime, boludo, y pierdo. Me cago horrible. ¿Cuál es el que le puede tocar a uno? Sí,
El escenario posible que JD y Genji se enfrenten.
¿Cómo va a ser el sorteo de los cuartos?
El sorteo de los cuartos y cuando termine esto.
No, me refiero al emparejamiento. Tipo,
los dos, mirá,
el counter, los equipos que quedan 3-0 frente a un equipo que queda 3-2.
No, para mí no es así, para mí
los gente, Alexi, no sabes una mierda, sos
G2 contra KTM, Genji contra Fnatic, JDG contra Cloud9 y estos dos que tienen el mismo juegan entre ellos. Bueno, lástima, hubiesen tenido mejores scores. ¿Qué crees, tío?
Yo creo que el primero y el segundo lo ponen a lados opuestos y listo. Pero más
yo banco lo que se reveló. Los dos 3-0 opuestos y el resto random. El resto
random. No, el 3-0 tiene que tener un premio.
Queda dispar.
Justamente, el 3-0 tiene que tener un premio porque si no,
el premio es estar arriba en el bracket opuesto al otro 3-0.
No hay ningún premio ese porque te perdés, te ponen contra LNG en la primera y ya perdiste y te chupa un huevo que esté el otro en el
Alexi, fuera de joda, Alexi, soy retrasado mental.
Sí, no,
acuérdense lo que les digo.
Alexi, ¿cuál es el deporte mejor hecho según vos? La NBA. Literalmente la NBA es eso, mogólico. 1-8,
no hay forma de medir entre el tercero y el quinto, el rendimiento.
No bardeas a los playos de la NBA, pelotudo por eso. Siempre lo mismo, el primero con el octavo, ¿queda disparejo? No, porque vienen los hijos de puta de los hits y se cogen a los mogólicos estos. Y no, boludo, primero contra octavo. Y bueno, y si disparejo, jodiste, no hubiese quedado último.
Para mí el futuro del LoL está en hacer un
Encontré, Dios mío.
Dos formatos suizos, boludo.
Suicidate.
Encontré la partida, eran 3 Master, y el mejor org de las. Dios mío.
Mejor org de las,
Mira, lo que se supone que va a hacer, va a quedar 2 equipos 3-0, 3 equipos 3-1 y 3 equipos 3-2. Para un ejemplo, en el medio de París, Vitality jugó contra Into the Bridge, que quedó 3-2 y quedó 3-0, y Face Clan, que quedó 3-2, enfrentó a Heroic, que quedó 3-0. A eso me refiero. Uno en brackets paralelos, o sea, que si ellos ganan su respectivo encuentro,
estamos diciendo, pero el retrasado mental de...
Acá dice pool es que no está sorteado, no se down, es la pool. Obviamente.
Ellos usan el Butch Hall Score, lo del CSGO.
Alexi, cerra el orto, me hace un favor.
Que también se usa el
LNG, Genji, G2 contra JD.
Mañana juegan la serie de los winners. Impresionante.
Mañana ya tenemos.
Amigo, hagan el sorteo.
Yo creo que el problema de Riot es que
es que no te banea la cuenta.
No, es el de sortear cada ronda. Porque si vos hubieras hecho un sistema de puntaje. No, pero
pero fracasado, y si JG pierde los dos primeros, ¿qué?
No, burro. Existe un sistema de puntaje en el counter en el cual el seed 1 tiene como 3 puntos positivos y el cuarto seed tiene un punto. Entonces, si el cuarto seed le gana al primer seed, le chorea los puntos y ahí se va armando la jerarquía. Entonces, no es sorteo, sino que es por
Lo que
puntaje.
clavaron 2-0 son los primeros seed, bueno, salvo NRG, que lo suplanta el NG.
Bueno, pero a lo que voy es que no haría falta sortear cada ronda si tuvieras un sistema de puntaje que te lo acomoda automáticamente. ¿Entendés?
Ajá, ¿y cómo vas a hacer un sistema de puntaje en LoL?
Y lo que digo, las pool, si un pool 3 le gana a un pool 1,
Que jueguen custom en vez de bootcamp, jueguen las custom y ahí haces el puntaje.
y lo mismo para los del play-in, o sea. El pool 1 tiene, no sé, 4 puntos y el pool 4 tiene 1 punto. Entonces, si el pool 4 le gana al pool otro, le chorea los puntos y listo. Y ahí va armando un sistema de jerarquía.
Me puse a leer el rulebook para cerrarle el ojete a Alexis, como dijo Yanka.
¿Qué dijo Yanka?
Lo que dijimos nosotros.
Y Alexis, pelotudo.
Pero ¿por qué usa el sistema de puntaje? Down de mierda.
Alexis, te voy a romper la cabeza.
¿Cuánto querés apostar?
A tu novia. Te doy mi casa y vos tu novia.
Mi casa.
Yo mi casa, vos tu novia. ¿Te va?
No.
Bueno, no sé si no querés apostar.
Me acabo de leer el rulebook para que Alexis cierre el ojete.
Pero no está ese sistema acá, te estoy diciendo que...
Acabas de leer el rulebook, hijo de puta, ¿dónde está?
Pero ese sistema está en el CS, no está en el LOL, mogólico de mierda. No está.
Acá está, estúpido.
No me pregunté qué página, porque tardé media hora en encontrarla.
No, ahora callate, no digas ahora eso es verdad, callate.
A ver.
A ver, disciplinaria ya.
A ver, pará, poné sorteo primero, poné sorteo.
¿Cómo que no podés decirle chino de mierda?
Poné el sorteo primero.
Sorteo, boludo.
Uy, mi amor.
No, el árbitro.
Está re peruano, boludo.
No, ¿qué le pasó a Medo?
Está re...
Uy, mi amor, esta, ay, por favor.
Le faltó creatividad, Rayo, de poner...
Vamos, la tía.
Hacer una tipo dorada a las primeras.
No le pido nada a Dios, amigo.
Para irte cogido. Para irte cogido. Ahora reflexioné bien y el que más chance tiene de ganarle un game es a Genji, boludo.
Es a Fnatic.
No, amigo, primero Alexis dijo que el que más chance era JG, después dijo el NG.
No, era el NG.
No se entiende una, amigo Alexis, no se pone de acuerdo.
Y todos sabemos que el mayor rival de G2
se viene.
El mejor rival de G2 en la pool 2
Fnatic contra Malayo, T1 contra KT, Weibo contra Bilibili, LNG contra Juan Domingo, Genji contra G2.
Va a haber un BDS Gam y alguien que lo mandó, Dios, pobrecito. De casi no la tengo.
Liquid, ya no podemos quedar 3-3, queda 0-3.
Queda 0-3 y el mundial que viene queda 3-0.
Acá donde Liquid le van a hacer bien y miran la cama.
Durazno el árbitro,
Ya dura la cosa.
El disparadero no
siguen vendiendo opio.
El tipo tratando de no hacer ningún movimiento en falso para que no lo acusen de hacer trampa.
El verdadero, acordándome para que haya
la mano y en vez de agarrar esta, tenía que agarrar esta y le agarra la teta de la tipa.
Mira, este tipo no pasa el conocimiento de que no eres un robot. No lo pasa.
Arranca la primera bolsita.
¿Es Wendy? No, Wendy.
Agarró la primera bolsita del 2-0.
Ese es G.
Quedó.
No.
Alexis, decí a cuál querés y a cuál no querés.
Quiero a Genji y no quiero JDG.
Listo. Bueno, tócale.
Nadie quiere a JD Gaming.
Nadie quiere a JDG. No van a hacer el amor si nos toca JDG.
Alguien en el chat, porque alguien en el chat puso que Baroco estaba promo.
Por favor, que sea JG.
Prepara el orto. Prepara el orto, Tadeo.
Igual a los coreanos les están dando los duelos más fáciles.
Es verdad, eso es verdad. Bueno, yo yendo a apostar
Se
un game
repite
de
revisión de otra final de China porque concha tu madre hay que reventar todas las finales de China, no se puede haber un duelo entre regiones.
Yo yendo a apostar un game de
Es para
G2.
guardarla para el Best of Five.
Yo yendo a apostar un game de G2 y la victoria de JDG. Carita de millonario, carita
Yo te lo digo, vayan a triples y ahí está todo puesto. Si quieren saber cómo va a quedar, porque ya le pegué al
Probablemente
triple.
termine 2-1 porque al final quedan 2-3
Triple,
rounds.
boludo.
Uy.
Mirá, boludo, lo que tuiteé. Genji G2, LNG. En el orden. Ah, no, mentira.
No, casi. A ver.
Eso ya no cuenta, eso ya no cuenta. Mal
Sí que cuenta.
No, porque no está el orden.
Mira, yo hace años que no reviso los triples, así que si alguien le pone Erabyte a los que son, lo agradecería.
Y acá que le pongo con.
Plumi, es Plumi.
Es Plumi.
No sé, yo estaba pensando.
Es verdad, es Plumi,
porque yo dije que el equipo Guayana llegaba al mundial. Llegaron al mundial y dije, voy a dar los triples. Y después busqué en el grupo y lo dije en el grupo WhatsApp.
No está mezclado, eso está arregladísimo.
¿Viste? Yo
T1.
Igual yo creo que lo
Energy.
Energy T1.
Mira, amigo, sale Clone Knight y está arregladísimo. Sale Clone Knight y está arregladísimo.
Si sale Clone Knight va a ser meme. Si sale Clone Knight va a ser meme. Si sale Clone Knight.
Por favor.
Fanatic.
Mal.
¡No! ¡Bola mierda! ¡Más Lion va a quedar 2-1!
Más Lion bolas calientes, más Lion las bolas calientes.
Le puede tocarte uno a KT. Le puede
matarlo de T1.
Amigo,
Puede
la
tocar T1 KT, puede tocar Weibo T1.
Amigo, la
Fanatic T1.
cerrando.
El formato suizo.
Literalmente, se fueron los dos caramelitos.
Uno.
Toca Cloud9 y no voy a enojar.
Billy, por favor, Billy. No, Billy se lo coge.
R7. No.
Está arreglado.
Mira cómo festejan.
Está arreglado, amigo, está arreglado.
Che. Por ahora, dado las probabilidades, aumentan las que haya un occidental en Stage Main, porque van a haber... No, porque va a haber enfrentamiento asiático. No, literal, huevo contra yo me corto la chota.
Que no sea Billy, cualquiera menos Billy.
Huevo Fanatic.
No, huevos KT.
No, huevo KT está rico.
Cate.
Ya va, no.
Katie, Billy, para.
Casi pensé que se repetía el match de... Casi pensé que se repetía el KT Billy. Casi pensé que se repetía.
No puede.
Sí, que puede.
Que no se puede, literalmente no se puede.
Leíste Rulebook
Que no se
ahí a la mitad. Y Billy para.
No puede, literalmente.
¿Por qué los fans de Fnatic están más meados que cualquier otra cosa?
O sea, literalmente, si salía Fnatic, iba para el siguiente.
Ah, ya estaba de hecho, no sé. Qué orto tiene T1 de mierda.
No, qué orto que tiene.
Igual no mezcló nada, Acá sí que mezcló las bolas calientes.
Sí. Bueno.
Le tocó Team Liquid, ahora le toca Cloud9, weón.
Y casualmente.
Y seguro le va a tocar otro asiático, van a quedar 2-2 y le va a tocar Energy.
Bueno, esto menos.
Y van a necesitar solamente por ganar la EMEA.
Mejor uno esto, NA puede ir a T1 y mandar la festeja.
Es Plumi.
Sí, mogólico.
Se puede repetir el match. En el rulebook no dice que hay restricciones.
Para mí
A
se
partir
puede.
del... No, sí se puede. Desde el round 2 hasta el round 5 no hay restricciones, según el rulebook.
¿Hay o no?
No hay restricciones de nada.
No hay costa porque sí es muy complicado. Si no, no habría sorteo.
Mira, ahí lo paso.
Sorteo arreglado.
¿Se puede enfrentar gente acá?
Mira, esto, tenía razón Yanka, los 3-2 van contra los 3-0.
No, en serio. ¿En serio? Pedí perdón, mogólico, por romper los huevos y cuestionar todo. DK, por favor, que toque gama DK y no pierdo.
Si a BDS le toca de K, me cagaría la risa.
Igual no hay restricciones tampoco en el draw de los cuartos, o sea, quitando el 3-0 contra 3-2, puede haber una final ahí, un JGT1.
Se viene el BDS GAM.
BDS nada, la puta. Bueno, ¿cómo queda esto?
Y como es,
mañana que la nieve
con
con
boludo.
el sobrecito.
Es uno con la City.
Bueno, se lo garchón a BDS, lástima.
Ahora cuando BDS le gana a DK con el todopoderoso Garen de Adam.
Liquid Gam, le dieron literal un salvavidas a Liquid.
A Gam.
El mejor de 3, Gam va a ganar el mejor de 3 Liquid. Te puede robar una partida, pero...
Ya va, una cosa. Mad Lions perdió el primer game contra Clown ahí, ¿verdad?
Ganó todo contra Energy.
Y ahorita le tocó NRG. Si pierde, iría para abajo y le podría tocar Liquid.
No, Energy le ganó a Liquid, le ganó a BDS.
No, se lo van a coger a BDS ahora. No, igual, con la pavada, literalmente BDS. Mira, le voy a poner Licha, te salvaste. Te tocó la peste negra, boludo.
O sea, estoy pensando, Mad Lions se podría ir eliminado solo perdiendo todo contra NA.
Los Excelex acá están buenos porque dice en el suizo acá, en el random.
Bueno, mañana se ve si G2 hace el milagro.
Mira, si lo único que acaba de demostrar es que si le da algo con que pueda carrilear el Joya, le van a ganar a este equipo de mierda. A Corea y a China no, pero...
Bueno, quiero ver cómo queda los horarios, porque los modifican.
2 horas más, 2 horas adelantado, 2 horas adelantado.
No, pará,
2 horas atrasado, 2 horas. No, empieza 2 horas después.
Ya sé, pero yo creo que van a poner match de G2 a las 7 por tema de Occidente.
Boquénsela ahora.
No.
No, yo voy a ser honesto,